I sense something. An ancient consciousness. Sleeping.
The Ancient One. A primal Zerg who witnessed the creation of the Overmind.
You want me to awaken it, don't you?
If you truly seek the power of Xeros, you will need the Ancient One.
My queen, enemy primals are massing nearby. They are going to attack us.
They wish to stop you from speaking with the Ancient One. What will you do?
What my enemies fear most. Always.
You are on the path, and no longer need my guidance. You will not see me again, Kerrigan.
Good. I don't want to fucking smell that loincloth anymore.
So this is the Ancient One.
To awaken this creature, we must feed it.
Here comes
There's
the
a lot
airplane.
of biomass here. We'll kill these Quilgore and have drones harvest meat from their corpses. Once the drone is done harvesting, it will drag the biomass to the Ancient.
Speaks now. You intrude on my territory, corrupt sir. We will devour your flesh.
I need that though.
Warning. A force of primal Zerg flyers is preparing to assault the Hive cluster.
Mutalisks reconstituted, ready for your armies. You destroy primal guardians.
Are Mutalisk really a
Primal
counter
Zerg
for
forces
Guardians?
are massing nearby.
I
They
guess
are
because
likely
Guardians
to
can't
attack
shoot them,
again.
but...
Let them try.
I don't think, Corruptors are in campaign.
This pack of Quilgore is our first target. Let's move out. You have my attention.
Which pack? Don't escape. Be a good boy today. Fuck off. I don't want to build Mutalisks right now. I want drones. Fine. Do a mutalisk. Stop pestering me.
Quilgore located. We must move quickly if we are to secure their biomass.
What is it now?
A drone can harvest biomass from this Quilgore. The process is slow and our drone will be vulnerable. We must protect it while it harvests.
I'm sensing something primal nearby, but it's small.
Primal essence pool, strong sequences.
The baneling's hopping behind him.
Absorb essence will augment strength.
We need to harvest this biomass quickly. Speak quickly.
We must. Mutation complete.
Harvest successful. The biomass is in transit to the ancient
I don't know what that
ones.
means.
Out with it. There's not much.
Trump's record low approval rating on the economy and more, we turn now to Brooks and Capehart. That's The Atlantic's David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart of MS Now. Great to see you both.
Yeah, see you.
Let's start off with this memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran that was signed this week. You've both seen a lot of criticism for how much Iran gets versus the U.S. out of this deal. You also may have heard a guest at the top of the show say, look, the war had to come to an end, so that makes it a good deal. We'll see what happens next. David, is the U.S. better off today than it was before the war?
No, it's significantly worse off. I'm glad the war's over. I mean, it's good for all of our economy and people stop dying. But listen, in 60 days, Iran may have control of the Straits of Hormuz. In 60 days, they may be able to restart their nuclear program. I'm highly dubious they're going to give that up. And so, and plus, they've shown they can stand up to the world's greatest military, survive it, and sort of outsmart it. And I'm really struck by, Napoleon has this famous phrase that when it comes to war, the moral is to the material as 3 to 1, meaning the moral is 3 times more important than the material. And how did the United States, with our military, our economy, our alleged power, lose a war to Iran with their military and their alleged power? And it's because they wanted it more. And they had leadership that was willing to do whatever it took to win the war. And we didn't. We had a president who, I don't want to say chicken out, but he wasn't tough enough to fight this war. And you shouldn't start a war you're not tough enough to fight, especially when their response to closing the strait is the most obvious thing that we were was seemingly unprepared for. And so it's a debacle for America.
Primal forces
Jonathan,
are
the other
attacking
point here
Quilgore
is, though,
biomass.
what other option does President Trump have? Keep fighting the war, let the strait stay closed? He's under domestic pressure, economic pressure. Was at least ending the war a good first step to move forward?
Okay, well, first, is the war truly over? I mean, at least right now it is, as we're talking. But we don't know. Look, the president needed an off-ramp. People have been saying that to him and about him for at least a few weeks now. So finally he's taken the off-ramp. But I hesitate to call this a deal. You used the right phrasing, memorandum of understanding. The hard part comes now in these 60 days, these technical negotiations that the Obama administration spent 2 solid, painstaking years. Wendy Sherman, I think she was Assistant Secretary of State, basically moved to Switzerland to help negotiate this. The Secretary of Energy was involved. 5 other countries were involved in the negotiation of the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, and President Trump ripped it up. Does anyone believe he is going to be able to come up with a suitable alternative from their perspective in 60 days? I just do not see it happening.
We'll see what happens and continue to follow it. Meanwhile, we know that war was leading to higher gas prices here. Those gas prices, a big concern for Americans, whose #1 concern remains the economy. I want to turn to our latest poll numbers here because our PBS News NPR Marist poll has now found that 33% of Americans say they approve of the way President Trump is handling the economy. That is the lowest since Marist began asking the question back in 2019. The poll also found 78% of Americans say high gas prices have affected their household budget. David, Mr. Trump is not on the ballot this November, but this is certainly not the message that Republicans wanted to be running on. How do you look at this?
Yeah, I was sort of struck. One of the things in the NPR PBS poll was 45% of Americans say they are not going to take a summer vacation, in part because of costs. And so that really affects people. And the American people are really good at understanding when their real wages are going down. They may see their pay going up, but if it's going up slower than inflation, they know right away. And they punish Joe Biden for it. I imagine they're going to punish the Republicans for it. And this was obviously as completely avoidable. We didn't need to go to this war. We didn't achieve much at the war. And we boosted inflation. And that's not going to come down anytime soon. And gas prices are going to come down, but not anytime soon. And the normal rule in politics is how the economy is 6 months before Election Day determines how people are thinking about it. I can't do the math because that's too hard for me, 11 minus 6, but that's somewhere around 6,
yeah,
5 months.
We're within that margin of error.
So somewhere around now, where people are reflecting on there.
I was told there would be no math in this job, but please, go ahead. But from Republicans' perspective, how do they manage this? What is the message now going forward?
Well, it's super hard to distance yourself from Trump. You can't really run away. You can talk about tax cuts and things like that. It's hard to have an economic message when you don't have an agenda anymore. And they don't have much of an agenda right now, and they can try to play the social issues. I just don't think that's going to fly.
Jonathan, Democrats now find themselves in the position they don't often, which is the more trusted party when it comes to the issue of the economy. Are they making the most of this moment, in your view?
Yes, I think they are, and I think they'll make even more of it if the situation doesn't change by, certainly through the summer, but definitely by the fall. I think the problem that Republicans have, this is more of a Republican problem because they are saddled with an unpopular president who has no message discipline. So Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, in some story that I read a couple of weeks ago, where she said in a meeting, let Trump be Trump, and everyone else in the administration hammer away at costs and affordability and things like that. That is impossible. Absolutely impossible in an administration where the president of the United States, particularly this one, commands the attention of the American people at all times. And what have we seen over all these weeks? The event might be about affordability, but he will venture off into talking about the ballroom and other things that the American people don't care about. They want to know, how are you going to bring prices down? And so as long as the president is doing that and Democrats keep hammering away at affordability, which I think is a part 2 of what they were doing last year when it came to talking about health care and the danger that was coming to health care, Democrats have been on a pretty good run of showing the American people that things economically just aren't where they should be.
One quick thing that could help Republicans is, it used to be you'd have swings of like 60 seats, 40 seats, 26 seats. Those days are long gone because of redistricting. And so now a swing of 7 seats to the Democrats would give them the majority, but that would be a big deal. And we're just not in a world where you have a lot of swing votes.
Yeah, we are in a world where there's another problem that Republicans are dealing with I want to ask you about. And stay with me as I lay this out, because we've seen tension between President Trump and his party before, but not like this week. We saw GOP senators openly slam the Iran deal, but earlier, the president essentially blindsided Senate Republicans when he basically said that his pick to be Director of National Intelligence, a man named Jay Clayton, would not show up to his confirmation hearing hours before it was scheduled to start. And then President Trump demanded that the Republicans attach a stalled election restriction legislation, which doesn't have the votes to pass, to a powerful surveillance bill that needs to be reauthorized that Democrats said they would vote for if Clayton was confirmed. David, if you are Senate Majority Leader John Thune, what do you do right now?
I'm trying to think of the last time a president put the kibosh or the slowdown on one of his own nominees. Usually it's the other party that tries to slow down nominees. If you're John Thune, you wake up, you thought you had something going, you got rid of this guy Bill Pulte, you got a responsible adult in there.
The acting DNI.
The acting DNI. And you got Jake Clayton, you got a responsible, kind of good nominee. And then I'm sure he's on social media, I'm sure he's on Truth Social when he gets up in the morning, and poor John Thune, he's going, oh no. And I think what Senator Kennedy said, who doesn't like John Thune? It's like not liking a golden retriever. He's the nicest guy and a very good leader. And he's doing the best he can in hard circumstances without blowing up at Trump, without totally kowtowing to Trump.
Yeah.
And Trump is just making his life miserable. And I think everybody Republican in the Senate sympathizes with
Naughty.
Can I just say,
Naughty
making
wrote
this
it.
happen would require that they scrap the filibuster, which Thune has said he would preserve. Do you
For
see
good-
him changing his mind?
I know, but even if he individually changes his mind, there are a bunch of Republicans who want to keep the filibuster because they value the Senate. They don't think it should be like the House, and the filibuster keeps the Senate a separate body, a little more bipartisan.
Jonathan, how do you look at this?
Which part of it? I mean, in the case that you laid out and listening to David, that I scribbled down, can't trust the president. The president, we have long known, he values loyalty, but for President Trump, loyalty is a one-way street, which means that if he tells you one day, this is what I want to do, you have to be prepared for the rug to be pulled out from under you. And John Thune has had the rug pulled out from under him so many times this year that I am looking forward to the moment when Majority Leader Thune just blows his top and stands up for his caucus, for the chamber, and also for the Article 1 branch of the government. I mean, they have long been now, I keep saying this, the staffing arm of the executive. At some point, someone in that Republican majority is going to have to say enough of this. And maybe that will come once all the Republican primaries are over and everyone knows where the ground is, and then maybe they will show some independence, but by then it might be too late.
We will see. Jonathan Capehart, David Brooks. Oh, it's great to see you both. Thank you so much.
There's not much time.
A drone is under attack by Bragg's forces.
A swarm threat.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate now, or even better, start a monthly contribution.
Jamie and/or Rob, put this in post. We don't know who won the NBA Finals yet. We're recording this before that, so put this in post, okay?
Hey, guys, man.
Before we get started today, big congratulations to the
New York Knicks basketball team
for their
stunning victory against the San Antonio Spurs NBA basketball team.
And to the very excited, very happy people of
New York City and surrounding areas.
Congratulations on your
win.
We'll be right back, man.
We'll be right back.
All right, so it looks like Tony Hinchcliffe, who you might recognize as the zesty host and founder of Kill Tony, just released a brand new comedy special on Netflix recently titled Man of the People. And unsurprisingly enough, it was so weird and terrible that you honestly can't even consider it as comedy. If anything, it was more of like a boring racist TED Talk with audience participation.
So Tony Hinchcliffe's new special just dropped, and
it didn't.
It's bad, but that's to be expected. This dude has never dropped a good stand-up special. In fact, every time he uploads one, it ends up getting deleted, it's so bad. So I expect this one to be deleted soon, too.
Tony Hinchcliffe is one of the greatest roast comedians of all time. His legendary status is not up for debate. But neither is the fact that his newest comedy special is pure garbage.
You have Jesus, man. Come on.
What's one of it?
Doing his best. Okay, man, this just came up for me on YouTube. None of my business. I wasn't trying to get involved, you know? But just video after video of this. Oh, Kilthany has a new thing out. He's got a Netflix special. Just a bunch of, just a barrage of videos about this. You know, and I was very excited. Oh, man.
Such a bad boy.
One of our leading comedians has a new thing out. Our greatest American comedian has a thing out. I gotta watch this. So I was all worked up and excited. I was going like, I was doing one of these.
But man, people are really taking a crap on this guy, man.
People really threw toilets on my excitement about this. Before we get into this, let's look at some of these reviews. Okay, let's just see what we're dealing with here. What is this? Let's look at Rotten Tomatoes. What the hell? Let me zoom in here. The Popcometer. The Hassan Parker. 6%. Okay, come on, that can't be right. 6%?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm leaving.
Okay, that seems a little extreme. Come on, man. Okay, what are these absolute... Pendejo. What are these... Weird. Pendejo. Saying in here. Wait, what is that? Mortal Kombat 2 got a 64, okay. Okay, how do you get a 6%? All right. 50 plus Popcometer comments here. Mainstream comedy hits a new low. Hey! She spit on them. That's a she spit on him right there. She spit on them. Mainstream comedy hits a new low. Shut up, man. With this unwatchable open mic level performance. Jesus, man. Okay, this sounds like more of a legit fan. It was just okay. We had maybe a dozen good laughs. Meh. Just a couple laughs. It was a... It was a bit of a... Okay, meh. People still say meh on here. Okay, here's a positive one. Finally, a positive one here. What a waste of human life. Wait a second. Hey, shut up, man. Wait a second. I read that one wrong initially. Sorry. You're a hack. Quit comedy. Jesus, he's giving prescriptions too? He's giving career advice too? That's what level we're at here? Oh my god. I really wanted to find like legit fans because, you know, nothing is for everybody. So I wanted to find some fans, see if it lives up to the fan expectations. There's a lot of this kind of thing. I'm a big fan of Kilthany Fantano, and I enjoy watching it every week. He's funny in that format, and a great host. This thing, hey! Okay, we're already into attitude check territory here. This thing, on the other hand, is honestly one of the worst things I've ever watched in my life. I am 12 years old. Okay, I am a movie... Okay, I don't know this. Some of these reviews seem a little robot written. I am a movie and TV enjoyer. That right there is funnier than anything in the whole special. I am a movie and TV enjoyer. Unlike many people, I enjoy media. Contrary to your average person, I enjoy looking at things. And I've never felt compelled to write a review for anything. I felt it in the public interest to do what I'm doing right now, to warn okay, do not watch. Okay, this one's more of a warning. Okay, yeah, man, so all these rotten barfs, all these absolutely rotten dumpster waters in the comments, you know, all over the internet, they're really poisoning, you know, my experience of this thing. So I was like, all right. So I was just like, okay, I'm gonna watch this thing. I'm gonna give this thing a fair shake. Who knows? I like a lot of stuff that people do not like. Maybe there's something here that I'll like. And so I went and watched this. It's on Netflix. It's on Netflix, man. That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube. So I went and watched this thing. This thing is like baffling. Like I almost liked watching it, just like trying to figure out what's going on. What's going on here? You know, this guy's huge, man. This guy's huge. This is like one of the biggest comedians like in the world, you know? You know, they do the Kill Tony thing at like sporting arenas. Bazillion people show up. You know, he did a thing at the Comedy Mothership. There's people wearing the gear. There's like die-hard Tony heads. This thing's huge. This guy's an ultra famous person. And I watch this thing, I'm just like, what is going on here? You know, like, we could give credit to somebody if they're funny. Like, Roseanne did a thing on, what is it, like, Fox News website, their, like, paywalled website. She did a thing that was kind of like, look, I'm crazy. I'm a crazy person. Like, she kind of has a character. It's like, I'm a crazy Mima. You know, I drink and drive. I do all this stuff. I'm irresponsible. I'm a full adult age-wise, but I'm completely irresponsible famous person. There's like a character there, so I'm like, that's kind of interesting. You know, it might not be my thing. I might not be laughing the whole time, but I get what's going on. This one is just like, I don't know what the hell is going. Why do so many people want this? Like, what is this? But that's what's up. I watched this thing. I was just like, open mind. Let's delete all the crap. Let's delete all the negative. Let's delete all the, I believe this kind of thing. I think in this kind of way. People are putting a lot of negative energy out there, man. People are putting a lot of negative energy because that's what's inside of them. It's a reflection of how they are.
They are.
People are both being very negative toward this. I was like, just forget all that. Let's just watch this. And this is the weirdest thing because this is, guys, largely a Joseph James Rogan creation.
Generally speaking, Chinese people look Chinese.
Okay, they do. Thank you, Joe. Okay, if I see someone Chinese, I'll keep that in mind, Joe. Thank you. You know, this guy got a huge boost from Joe. Joe was an early Kill Tony adopter. You know, gave him a career boost, you know? And I remember, like, in the late 90s, I don't know, early 2000s, there was a guy who was like, what? The same kind of popularity, just like everywhere. You know, probably the most famous comedian of the time. And the guy's comedy was basically like, well, Mexican people are like this. Black people are like that. Short people are like this. You know, it was like that kind of joke over and over again every night. And that guy's name was Carlos Mencia. And Joe Rogan made like a big to-do, you know, got a lot of attention for jumping up on stage and be like, shut up, Carlos. He got up on that stage and he grabbed the mic out of Mencia's hand and he goes,
adult baby.
He hit him with a
adult baby.
That was one of Joe's biggest early moments. Oh man, he owned that guy's butt. He absolutely owned that guy's little ass. And if you go watch this thing, it's basically that. It's basically that. You know, like everybody I knew who was a fan of comedy, they weren't like fans of Carlos Mencia. They were just like, what is this crap? And they weren't like, oh my God, this guy's so offensive. Oh my God, this guy's so edgy. He's doing like racial comedy. They were just like, this is boring. This is like he's doing the same thing over and over and over every night. And that's basically this.
I have the high ground.
Everything in Joe's world is just like folding in on itself. Oh, the deep state this and the deep state that, and Carlos Mencia sucks. And now it's all just coming around to being that.
Immigration is amongst us, people. It's a real thing. It hits close to home.
What are you doing?
My own head housekeeper came up to me just this week. She goes, my niece got picked up by immigration.
Okay,
this weekend. Back in October, you told me to tell everyone I know to vote for this president.
We know.
Do you think maybe you can help? And I looked her right in her eyes and I go, Juanita, the guest bedroom bathroom toilet is clogged.
Okay. Yeah, man, I don't know what the hell's going on with this right here. I mean, I guess it's not surprising that it's like
I made a sandwich for Carlos Garcia.
Universally negative response to this. It looks like
the lore drops you do remind me of squeezy jibs.
But it looks like even the fans of Kiltony, are like, stick to the roast crap. Stick to the roast junk.
Stick to the roast junk.
But that's like the best. Watching this, that's like the most charitable. That's like the most charitable interpretation. Is like, despite Joe absolutely owning that guy, this is basically exactly Mencia stuff. But there is this comedian who is actually really funny. I think she's still funny. She still does like a podcast or something. Natasha Leggero. Go check out Natasha Leggero. She would do like a character, like a very funny character that was like basically an absurdly heightened version of like a snob. You know, and she was kind of making fun of herself. And at first I kind of thought this was that. I was like, okay, he's kind of doing a joke on himself that he's this like out of touch rich guy or something. It's like it almost gets to that, but it's sort of, it's kind of bizarre. It's almost like, I don't know, he's not doing a character, he just like is that or something. And with the Mencia thing, like nobody I knew who knew someone else like liked that stuff. But like the one or two Mencia fans who I ever met were kind of like, oh, he says stuff you're not allowed to say, man. Or he was just like saying things that were inappropriate. No, like comedians can do that. It's a safe place to do that. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Nothing is sacred. What is that dumb word? Sacred. You don't have to be polite, you know, so you just say crazy crap. You know, you can make broad, sweeping generalizations about people as groups or whatever the hell. So it's just like, I don't know, maybe there's some attraction to just like, oh, we're giving everybody a hard time. Giving everybody crap. Everybody's an idiot, and I can say whatever the hell I want because it's all fake. It's just comedy. But I did notice, if you go watch this, like, there are some people who are safe. Elon Musk is very safe here. He basically implies, like, oh, he's a genius, man. He's got all these companies that he still finds time to do this. He works this into, like, a joke about putting immigrants on a spaceship and sending them off on a spaceship. Oh, right, that's so clever. That's the thing, like, we would have to give this
now
guy
I
some
can
credit
focus.
if he was like, everybody
Squeezy
sucks.
jibs.
Here's some crap
He's the
about
guy,
everybody.
he got the hat on.
But weird, like, Elon Musk
You wear the hat.
and the president, they're pretty safe. Pretty safe on this one.
Government, the one and only Elon Musk, a man whose fifth most important job is building the world's largest rockets, flying them to outer space, and then flying them back seamlessly. That's my point. Do you have any idea how fast you can get illegal immigrants back to where they came from?
Oh, right.
On a f***ing rocket?
Hey,
I do.
Check the language,
2
Tony.
minutes.
That's the thing, man. Like, nothing's off limits here, man. We're not holding back, man. Mexican people this, black people that. I'm not gonna be stopped with the stuff I say. Oh, Elon Musk? You know, one of the weirdest, goofiest, you know, insane people? Oh, that's a little off limits, man. How would I describe that guy? Oh, he's so busy with all the great stuff he does. Okay, great, man.
Great job, dude.
Adult baby.
I mean, it's kind of insane. It's kind of crazy because you could tell this guy has been on stage a lot. He does seem like he's, you know, like part of his story. I saw an interview where he's like, I've been doing stand-up forever. I've been hosting open mics. I watch like 40 comedians every night. I have to give them commentary, make fun of them. You know, I'm a struggling comedian. I'm doing all this crap. I have to ride my bike to do comedy. That does come through, that he's like comfortable on stage. You know, he's quick with the third of this special that's just him talking to the crowd. So all that, you've been doing this like your whole life. And the joke is, oh, that super hardworking guy, Elon Musk, he could make immigrants fly away on these rocket ships. That's the joke. Okay, man. It's like, what do you even do with that? Hey, you know that a guy who's known for his hard work and being awesome and so smart? He could make the immigrants fly away on those rockets. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? I gotta get the hell out of here. I got an open mic to go to, where maybe I might hear something kind of interesting from one of the open mic comedians, man. This is funny. Like, read this. This is the Netflix description right here. 2026 TV MA. Oh, actually, I should not be watching this.
I'm not MA.
I'm actually not that MA, man. Tony Hinchcliffe takes center stage to prove no topic is too taboo and nothing is off limits. Not even his audience. In this razor-sharp special. In this toilet special. I mean, yeah, it seems like there's some taboos, man. It seems like there's some pretty clear taboos here, man. Seems kind of like it's all the same taboos. Who knows, maybe even less than Carlos Mencia, man. Remember that guy? The guy who Joe jumped on stage and he gave him one of these? He jumped on stage and he gave him one of these right here.
Generally speaking, Chinese people look Chinese.
Look Chinese, okay. Okay, I understand, Joe. I think you made your point clear on that one.
And the president's working. Whether you love him or hate him, the motherfucker works. He sleeps for 4 hours a night, wakes up, just starts signing nonstop. Women's rights, goodbye. Takes a picture with it, on to the next one.
It's so funny. It is like, at best, this is Mencia comedy right here.
Now, corrupt sir, I will kill you myself.
Defend the hive cluster.
Your empty minions are no match for the might of the primal surge.
Our forces are under attack.
Primal organism detected. Function similar to hive. Spawns primals. Annihilation recommended.
Out with it.
Our forces are under attack.
Big baby.
I return.
I remember that mission being hard.
I am here for the power of Zerg.
I'm just so good
I
now,
will sacrifice
especially with
anything
Zerg.
to achieve my goal. You will help me.
Your swarm bears the mark of Amon, the fallen Zarnada, who came to Zerus long ago. He forged the Zerg into a weapon and took them away. Yet, some of us were hidden, overlooked. We multiplied. We remain pure. If you seek our power, you must become Primal Zerg. You must become pure. Travel to the birthplace of the Zerg.
Okay, now this mission is hard. What's up?
Primal Zerg. Unacceptable.
What are you
I didn't actually want to talk to you. Okay. Let's see. Do I want... The text no longer bounds. Okay, I think we'll stick with area damage since I like to swarm. Watch this missions is easy too. I remember this one being really hard. I remember being stuck on this one for a while.
You have come to this place, seeking power.
power to kill Minsk? Tell me what I must do.
The power is great cost. What will you sacrifice to have your revenge?
Everything.
Everything.
You must feel the power. It calls to you. Go to it.
The Primal Zerg have been alerted to your arrival. They are coming for you.
Come.
Abather, send me the creature you've been working on. The swarm host.
Adapted using primal essence. Spawns locusts to kill enemies.
I love the swarm host. I wish it was better.
Speak quickly. What is it?
Primal Zerg inbound. Root swarm hosts to begin spawning.
You have my attention. Push ahead. Here they come. Yes? This world is mine.
Primal forces eliminated. Your path is clear.
Who asked you? Push ahead.
Can they spawn locusts without burrowing
The
like
swarm never
Abather's
rests.
swarm host? That would be
There's not much
cool.
time.
You are close. The moment draws near. Is your hate still strong enough to make the necessary sacrifice?
No.
It's a pool.
The first spawning pool.
It existed before names. From this primordial place, the Zerg arose. Within, one essence split into many. One devoured another and became stronger. The first Zerg. You will have your power, and you will lose yourself. Evolve. Transform. Transcend. Recommendation.
Trans?
Avoid pool. Catalytic fluid will overwhelm Queen's body. Not strong enough.
The Queen's hate is strong enough. And if I survive,
Abathur, never tell her she's not strong enough. That's just gonna make her mad.
more powerful than the old Queen of Blades. Zagara, defend the hive cluster and the chrysalis until I am done. Or dead.
Yes, my queen.
Thank goodness. These mofos. Do I put him here? I think I put him on the ridge, right?
We need more swarm hosts. More from the lava at our hatchery.
Don't tell me what to do, lady.
You know, at very best, because then it gets into like, okay, here's something. The president. This is maybe my favorite part of the whole special. Oh, look, the president. Whether you love him or hate him, look, none of my business. Nobody's off limits. Look, whether you love him or hate him, I don't know. I'm saying the stuff you can't say up here. Nothing's off limits, man. You know, when you morons, when you slobs are at your office, you can't say this stuff. Let me bring up the president. Hey, look, whether you love him or hate him, I don't know. None of my business. Whether you love him or hate him. Then you get the same thing like, whether you love him or hate him, he worked so hard. Okay? Wow. You're really skewering the butts of anybody that would be interesting to skewer. Hey, look, man, whether you love him or hate him, man, he's worked so hard, man. Okay? Wow. What are you, like the press secretary now? Because that is the most charitable interpretation of this. It's like, look, we're saying stuff you kind of can't say. You know, through most of our life, we have to kind of be careful. You know, you have to work around other people. You got to get along with people. I'm just saying stuff that's, you know, it's kind of crazy, kind of taboo, can't say it. This is just a place to say stuff you can't say. Oh, the president? Or the quote-unquote richest man in the world? They're just hardworking guys, man. Okay, Tony. All right, man. I wonder why people didn't like this, man. But, I mean, besides that, besides the, oh, man, nothing's off limits here, man. Nothing's off limits. I'm saying the crap you can't say. Unless it's about the president or Elon Musk. Those are hardworking guys, man. Besides that, just like from a comedy, like if you're a comedy fan standpoint, like there's stuff in here that it's just baffling. Like there's a whole bit about how Asians are bad drivers. And it's just like,
wow.
Okay, even if we were in
Hilarious,
1998, even a lot of those probably long forgotten comedians, I would guess like most of them would be like, okay, I can't just do another hacky Asians can't drive joke. I gotta put some twist on this. This is just straight up that. We're just doing that. Asians are bad drivers. Oh my god. Oh my god. A 40-year-old joke. Like, that's a lot of this. Like, I went to the Comedy Mothership, like, a year ago, and it felt like going back in time. Like, the headliner of the show, first of all, Pauly Shore was there in his pajamas. So it's just like, okay, I gotta accept I'm going back in time here. But the headliner was just straight up like an 80s comedian. You know, like just yelling. A lot of yelling. you know, an hour of bits about like, you know, Seinfeldian minor grievances about planes and crap. And then like a, you know, like over the top, like a racial, or really like racist bits, you know, and like homophobic stuff. So you got that, and I'm watching this and I'm like, okay, maybe if we were trying to get into the mind of Joe, it's like, you know, like a lot of people, it's like, okay, he wants to go back to the time when he was younger and like when he first started paying attention to comedy and got obsessed with comedy or something. You know, like a lot of people do, like, oh, that's the best crap. And 90s hip hop is the best and all the new crap is crap. Like that kind of thing. But even that like falls apart because the people that Joe was around were doing like interesting, groundbreaking, way ahead of their time, you know, experimental, challenging comedy. So it's just like, we're just watching just nothing or something.
But they've got it. A few months ago at a big hockey game, they booed our national anthem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You know what I think? I think they better stop doing it and they better start learning it.
Okay, I guess in applause. Okay. Yeah, this is so weird. It's like, you used to hear comedians talk about like the old days, like, oh man, you would have to get on some late night show and they would like give you a pass, like, oh, this guy's actually funny. And then you could get on that show, you know? Like the late night show guys were like gatekeepers to comedy. Like, oh, this guy's funny. He gets a pass. For these like Joe Rogan guys, it's like a way worse version of that or something. Because this whole thing is basically like a Joe Rogan podcast segment trying to be a joke. Like there's almost a joke there where he goes, look, I am racist. I am secretly racist against one group, Canadians. And it's like, okay, we're almost at a joke. And then it goes into like literally something I've heard Joe Rogan say, which is that he's pissed off at the Canadian healthcare system. And then it goes into this part, which is basically like, I'm an imperialist too. Not the, remember, I'm not trying to, whether you like him or hate him. I don't know. I'm just doing jokes. But Canada should shut the hell up. They booed us at a hockey game, man. Well, they better shut up because we're gonna take over that country. What's the joke, man? Like, that's the only thing I can guess with this. It's like, okay, maybe this is a Joe Rogan-y audience and he can't go off the Joe Rogan path too much. I love the president and Elon Musk, and Canada sucks. Canada sucks mostly because they don't like the president.
And nothing's off limits.
I can get anybody's butt up here, but don't talk about the president or boo him, or we'll take over your country. Oh man, this guy's really holding everybody's butt to the fire, man.
Nice to meet you, young boy. Nice to...
Oh,
I'm Timmy. What's your name?
Brad.
Brad. Hell yeah.
You're welcome.
Is this your son?
We do both look like reject Jeff Dunham puppets.
Shut the f up. You need a nap, bitch. Oh my God. Get this guy a juice box. Come on.
That actually sounds delicious, right?
Heidi, if you could get Brad a juice box, that'd be great. Timmy, no breaks, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so yeah, this is kind of interesting, man. I just clicked over to Kilthany, the Kilthany channel. 2 million views in 5 days. 2 million in 5 days. And they have a guest on, like a very famous comedian. And I was like, that guy looks familiar. And you can look this guy up. His name is Brad Williams. Discovered by Carlos Mencia. And it's like, whatever. Okay, that's fine. They're doing all the same jokes on this guy that like a Carlos Mencia would and did do. Oh, you're a little boy. Oh, you need a juice box. Like, should Joe Rogan come back again and jump up on the Kilthany set and say, oh, you're stealing from that guy. You stole your whole thing top to bottom from that guy who I accused of stealing. In a stunning twist from the twisted mind of Joe Rogan.
Generally speaking, Chinese people look Chinese.
Joe should have just kept doing that for everybody. That is the weirdest video if you go watch it. You know, some guy in a stand-up stage and Joe Rogan gets up there, he's like, it sucks! Just so everybody knows, this guy sucks. He should get up on all the stages that kill Tony, say, this sucks, why are you guys watching this? Just watch me. You know, Brian Callen, all these guys, Joe jumps on stage, hey!
No more of this crap.
No more of this crap.
I'm the stage interruption guy. You know, there's a play. Joe goes to a play. Hey, stop watching this. This sucks.
I'm not the smartest, so.
Wow.
Is she bigger?
Is she bigger than Brad?
Yeah, well, he's sitting down. I can't really tell, but maybe.
Right?
I mean,
His feet are not touching the floor.
he's literally the same height whether he's sitting or standing.
Oh my God.
Maybe.
My boy.
Yeah, there we go, man. Same crap. Same exact crap. Same exact crap. It might be sub Mencia. Mencia might have even been coming up with more original, cleverer stuff for Brad. In this vein of unfunny Brad-based jokes, he might have been doing a better job, man. Okay, let's take a look at the Tony Reddit here. This is Tony's Reddit. There's a lot of little jerks. There's a bunch of little pendejos on Reddit. You know, they hate everything. But this seems like a more charitable one. The Kiltony subreddit. Tony's special was carried by persona, not jokes. Shut up.
How about you shut up, man?
I'm flagging this post. I'm gonna tell the mods. Writing and polishing stand-up bits is a long, tedious grind. Okay, going into a whole thing. Hey, look, man, it's really hard. What that guy's like world famous all about, it's too hard, man. It's too hard for him, man. Watching Tony's special is pretty obvious that work didn't happen. You take that back. Once again, I'm gonna flag this. I can guess it's for the simple reason that stand-up isn't the main focus of his life. Can't imagine him grinding clubs every night, as he got a ton of other stuff going on, okay? What's the response to this? Or maybe he just sucks! Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa!
At writing jokes that aren't roasts. Hey! Also, it's important to remember those roasts are written by teams of people. Hey, come on, man. Oh, come on, please be a positive one, please.
Let me ask you something.
Please, please.
It was bad because he's not good at stand-up comedy. Yes, he is! He's good at making fun of people and hosting a show and making terrible puns and dad jokes for lowest common denominator audiences who absolutely dies at anything racist or saying something is gay.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
I should just go in front of the Kilthany audience and play this drop.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
These people are really like breaking down the guy's career. He performs at the mothership 3 nights a week, so there's literally no excuse why he doesn't have good jokes. Oh, that's funny. They're kind of setting it up like, maybe he doesn't have time. Oh, this Netflix special that's number 9 on this giant, maybe the biggest video platform in the world. He doesn't have time, man. He would write jokes, you idiot. You just didn't have the time in this case here. There's no way with his Kill Tony obligations he can be actually putting in the work needed to craft a good special. He's incredibly quick on his feet with interviews, which can apply to crowd work, but that's a very different game than stand-up. He could probably do it if he wanted to, but there's no reason. That's hilarious. He could do it good. He just didn't feel it's necessary, you idiots. He could do good comedy if he wanted to, but in this case, he just didn't want to. Brah. This guy says, brah. There is no way he doesn't have enough time to develop a stand-up set. Okay, they're just going into like time management on this thing. You could accomplish anything if you make the appropriate amount of time to do as such. This Kilthany subreddit thread is actually, I mean, not shockingly, it's funnier than the stand-up special. There's something very funny about people going on back and forth, on and on, like they're having some kind of a normal conversation. Like this guy right here is like, why do we have to sugarcoat this? That guy sucks. Why did he write some jokes? And then the other guy's like, well, it takes a lot of time. He's got a lot going on right now. And then the other guy's like, that's not an excuse. They go on and on like this. This is funny too that like Joe did that stand-up special. I kind of felt sorry for Joe. He does this stand-up special. And it's just universal, like even his own fans are like, this sucks, Joe.
Just podcasting, Joe. No more of this crap.
Like there's a million videos making fun of it, and that has way more views, like a bazillion times more views than his podcast. Just it's the worst stand-up special ever. And this guy looked at that and he was like, I'm still gonna do it. Like anybody could predict this exact same thing is gonna happen. I'll still do it. Netflix will give me a bunch of money. My fans will go watch it and hate it. Still do it. Okay, I'm out here like Paul Davidson.
I gotta see it, Rob. I gotta see how the market reacts to this, the market.
I call it the market because I'm a business guy. See how else is the market reacting to this. watching Tony's special, and he probably should have kept it to 1 minute. A 1 minute Netflix special, okay. Try again, man. We'll watch, but check your friend group because they're really getting deep with this guy, man. I think he's just with the wrong guys, man.
He's got to surround himself with a better group of dudes, man.
Because I'd really be worried about anyone that told me this was a good idea to drop as a finished product. Like, really worried. Still a fan, though. It's a funny ending. Oh, man, this was bad to the point that I'm worried about who Tony's hanging out with. Why didn't anyone tell him that this was going to be terrible? Still a fan, though. This was a piece of crap. Why didn't anyone tell him this was a piece of crap? Still a fan. Love KT. I love KT. But that's special. Jesus.
God bless you.
I got secondhand embarrassment from seeing it. No, you didn't. Shut up. Agreed, I'm a big fan of his previous work and obviously of KT. But that special was horrible. Period. Just horrible. Okay. This guy was like shaking his head while he typed this. Now I just like looking at the Kill Tony Reddit. I'm like a zero Kill Tony fan, but I'm gonna check the Reddit every day now. The way these guys interact is very
fuck
funny.
off.
Are
Get
you
outta
all
here.
bots?
Are you all bots?
Or do you all seriously just make the same exact post as each other on purpose? And then this guy says, this might be the only time on Reddit that bots aren't spamming. LOL, his special was just that bad. Okay, that's great. Hey, man, give that guy a break. Hey, you Redditors, give that guy a break and stop arguing amongst yourselves. Goddamn you.
Quick, kill Tony.
Hold on, I'm getting an incoming transmission here.
Generally speaking,
we got a person of the day.
We got a person of the day.
Congratulations to that guy. Some guy in Brooklyn, to show his enthusiasm for the Knicks' historic win, he climbed up on top of a traffic
Get out of here.
I broke both my legs for you Knicks.
I broke my ankle in 4 different places for those goddamn Knicks. Well, guys, I hope you all have climbing on top of a traffic light level fun this week and in all your endeavors as such.
Talk to you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Hey, you guys, it's me, a long-time New York Knicks fan, here from Brooklyn, telling you, hey, please subscribe on Patreon. You're missing episodes. That's like missing Game 5. Blah, 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 blah. You're missing all... Hold on, another guy has to talk for a second. Hi, you're missing episodes of this very program and way better. What do you think of that, New York Knicks fan? Oh, that's terrible. Sounds terrible. Sounds worse than dropping a garlic knot on the floor that you just bought. Okay, enough of that, New York Knicks fan. So, you're like I was trying to say, you're missing episodes of this very show every single week. The way better episodes. This one was not that great compared to these. All you got to do to get all those episodes and all kind of other stuff, very long podcast question answer show, all this crap, is subscribe on Patreon by clicking the link below this video. What do you think of that, Brooklyn, New York Knicks fan?
Oh, it sounds great. Oh, man, that sounds better than a slice.
Okay. Anyway, guys, see you there. Bye-bye.
On this, the Week 16 update on the Strait of Hormuz. Is the strait open? Closed. Open. Closed. Open. Closed. Whew. that escalated quickly. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a bit of a ship show out there, and we're gonna talk about it. Holy crap. Again, I thought after last week we'd be in better shape. You may remember last week we were talking about this issue about the strait opening or closing. That did not last long. We get this from the President of the United States. There will be no tolls in the Hormuz Strait for 60 days during the ceasefire period. There will be no tolls after the 60-day period has expired, unless they are imposed by and for the United States of America should the deal not be completed for services rendered as the guardian angel to the countries of the Middle East for purposes of both past, present, and future reimbursement of costs. I mean, we were here a week ago, and we were talking about whether the strait was going to open, and I said, yada, 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 that this is probably not going to happen. Well, you know, we got a deal. I came out with a video. We updated that. We had this memorandum of understanding, and it looked like everything was heading right to where we thought it was. Then the Persian Gulf Strait Authority issued their requirements that you had to get authority from them to sail through the strait. Doesn't matter where in the strait, because they assert authority over the entire Strait of Hormuz. And then they require you to get insurance. That's right. They became a protection racket. I would use the term of an Italian organized group. However, because of my lineage, I am prohibited from saying anything close to that for fear of, let me just say, I'd get a call from some of my cousins. But it seems a lot like that. And now we have a situation where the Persian Gulf, which was open, and we had ships moving through it. Matter of fact, you had U.S. Central Command tell ships, hey, turn on your AIS and sail through the Southern Strait. Now it's all... It's a ship show. I don't know what else to say. We got this story from Lloyd's List over here. Richard Mead. Tentative Strait of Hormuz transits continue despite Iranian closure and toll threats. Multiple vessels have altered course or aborted transits amid the Strait of Hormuz uncertainty, underscoring the immediate operational impact of Iran's closure announcement and routing demands. The strait remains a high-risk zone, with war risk premiums, operational delays, and diplomatic uncertainty expected to persist as U.S.-Iran ceasefire talks proceed amid escalating maritime tensions. All right, we're going to break this down for you again in our weekly recap. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell to be alerted about news videos as they come out, and also get this fine entertainment that you get here at what's going on with shipping. This is highbrow skid stuff. All right, we're going to do what we always do and head over to marine traffic first. All right, first we're going to give you a big macro approach of the area here. Here you can see the Persian Gulf area. This is Gulf of Oman. This is the Arabian Sea. And you see a line of red tankers both sailing to and from the Persian Gulf, along with some green cargo ships kind of hugging the waters here along India and Pakistan. Now, I should note, these are all Iranian ships because the Iranians were out first and foremost. Before that deal was signed, Iranian ships had bolted out of ports and set sail. We are looking at millions of barrels of oil heading out here. I mean, on tankers all over the place. You'll see them heading out here. We can see tankers that we've seen before. Sonia 1, for example, heading out. Here's Hero 2. So here's the
Get off my fucking chrysalis!
We're seeing ships heading outbound at this time. They're going through the Iranian channel. Just to be clear here, north of the traffic separation scheme, which we outlined. The northern area here is controlled by Iran. The southern area down here off the coast of Oman, this is the one that the U.S. has been using. And you'll see ships coming outbound right now. So, for example, the Zhishan, which is a heavy lift ship, is on the way out. You'll also see some other vessels, largely Chinese vessels, coming out. Batch of heavy lift vessels.
Isn't anywhere near the strait.
Out here at the same time.
They're in Lebanon.
Also a tanker on the way out. What you don't see is ships coming through the southern channel. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't ships in the southern channel. We know this because some ships are coming out with their AIS turned off. So I sped this up a little bit. I took this back to 20 June at 0 hours GMT or UTC time. And you'll see ships heading for that northern route, a batch of ships heading up there, and that's what we kind of saw. Chinese vessels heading up, some container tankers are in red, container ships and cargo ships are in green. A couple of small fishing boats, very typical you see using that Omani channel, but not a lot else. So here we see the Jarnain coming out. This is the first ship we've seen with their AIS on coming out. That was a Liberian flag tanker coming out. Then you see the Angola B coming out. We have a ship coming in, the Mombasa B. We have a couple of vessels coming in, the Albatine.
Hezbollah's not attacking the strait.
Okay, this seems to be the beginning of ships using both the northern route for Iran and the southern route through that Omani channel. And looked like, okay, channel seems to be wide open. But then we saw something here. Here comes the MSC Qingdao. Now, MSC, Mediterranean Shipping Company, that is a container ship. She was outbound, turned around, then proceeded out again, and then turned her AIS off and proceeded on. Now, Mediterranean Shipping Company ships have got a bad kind of connection with Iran. You may remember back in April, 2 Mediterranean Shipping Company vessels.
Unless they just did, and I haven't seen it yet, but
hauled up into
I don't
Iranian
even know
waters.
how they would
More than
even
that.
manufacture an attack to do so.
Coincided with Iran's announcement that these ships were not going through the process they had set up to get the clearance, and therefore they announced a closure to the Strait of Hormuz. That's what prompted President Trump to say his statement. Now, it's Sunday morning. We've had statements out by Secretary Wright and a few others that ships have sailed, that some ships are coming out. U.S. CENTCOM has put out a statement saying ships are coming out. Secretary Wright talked about 55 ships coming out, almost 10 million barrels of oil coming out. He equated that to we're almost back at pre-war levels. We're not. 138 ships does not equal 55
I'll look at it
ships,
in a
Secretary
second.
Wright. I'm not a mathematician, but I'm pretty sure that's not the same. Also, we're not getting that same level coming out. And so we're kind of back to where we started from, with Iran asserting their dominance over the strait. The other day we went over this, the Memorandum of Understanding signed by the United States and Iran, the 14 points, not a good thing to be talking about, 14 points, and he literally signed this at Versailles. I mean, this has Woodrow Wilson in World War I all over it. It's a terrible historical analogy. Who is his historical advisor, the president? He really needs one, because this is not great. The MOU concept was very basically that the U.S. is going to peel back its blockade. In other words, let Iranian ships set sail. They've done that. At the same time, the Iranians would back away from their control over the strait, and ships could sail either through the northern channel or the southern channel as the mine clearance takes place in the center. However, that's not what has happened. Iran doesn't want ships sailing which aren't going through the Persian Gulf Strait Authority. The problem with the Persian Gulf Strait Authority is it's sanctioned by the U.S. government, meaning any ship that does business with the PGSA, not the PGA, the PGA just, deals with golf and getting Tiger Woods out of problems. What the PGSA deals with is trying to control the Strait of Hormuz, and they're doing that through insurance and potential fees, and it's just a mess. Again, it's a ship show.
Did he say a ship show?
Right now, are ships coming in and out of the Strait of Hormuz? We don't know, because everybody has gone off on their AIS. However, I will say this. While we may not see ships going through the Strait of Hormuz, we are watching ships pop up back out in the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea, or, for example, in the Persian Gulf. For example, and these are LNG tankers right here. And you see 3 of them off the coast of Qatar. We'll tag on one of them. Here's Al Khawar. She's a Bahama flag LNG carrier. If you pull up her past track, and that's what we're going to do here for you, you'll see that 7 days ago she was outside the Persian Gulf. Good feeds on her. She obviously made the transit in under the protection of the U.S. through that southern Omani channel. So we are able to track and detect vessels that pop in and out. There are about 700 deep draft vessels inside the Persian Gulf, but we're catching ships coming in and out. This is how we're able to tell. You may not see them transit through that strait all the time, but they do pick up on AIS, and plus there is visual satellites that do that type of detection. All right, let's recap what has happened over the past week. And before we even do that, let me recap even a little bit further back, because we're 16 weeks into this. You may remember when the strikes started on February 28th, when the U.S. and Israel commenced their strikes. Initially, the U.S. did nothing about Iranian tankers. We didn't blockade. We didn't do anything. Matter of fact, the U.S. unsanctioned Iranian oil, allowed Iranian oil not just to sail, but removed the sanctions so that they could sell it anywhere in the world they wanted to, because there was a fear it was going to cause a oil shortage, because Iran shut the Strait of Hormuz. And the reason the Strait of Hormuz shut, let's be clear, is because Iran launched attacks against vessels on March 1st, a series of attacks on vessels. That caused the war risk insurance companies, the companies that have war risk on the vessels out there, to announce they were going to cancel their policies. But they can't do that for 72 hours, so the ships still had war risk. The reason the ships stopped sailing is because the companies, the ship companies, make up the companies that provide the war risk. They're in the P&I, the Protection Indemnity Clubs. And they didn't want to lose ships and not have enough money in the war risk pool. So everybody locked into place. They renegotiated new war risk, but war risk is only one piece of the puzzle. They're not going to sail until they have war risk insurance. Not that. Then they need security, and that they expected the United States to do. But the U.S. didn't do that because they were in the midst of offensive strikes under Operation Epic Fury. It's only after the ceasefire is put into place that the U.S. initiates its blockade. And once the blockade goes into effect, then the U.S. starts targeting Iranian vessels. And the U.S. will eventually morph over so that at the beginning of May, they'll start Project Freedom, which is the effort to bring ships out of the Persian Gulf through that southern Omani Channel, initially with 2 U.S. flagged vessels. Understand, the U.S. did not have in place the assets necessary to conduct the blockade or to support moving the vessels through until after the ceasefire and vessels moved into place, such as the Tripoli Battle Group, the second aircraft carrier, in this case the George W. Bush, which came around the southern tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope, and some of the expeditionary support bases, 2 of these large vessels that have helicopter facilities on board to assist in the takedown of vessels. All right, let's take a look at the week in review. Again, we're going to go to G-Captain, which is our source here for our weekly recaps. Trump announces Iran deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So this is where we started getting the announcement. Okay, we're getting a framework here for how we're going to not just end the blockade against Iran, but reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And as we find out, that didn't quite go as planned. At the same time, analysts were warning that Hormuz trade flows face a long road back. I've said it repeatedly, and I'll say it again. Bibi Netanyahu, President Trump, and the Ayatollah get together, hug and kiss. There's an image I shouldn't leave you with. I apologize for that imagery. But should they do that, it doesn't mean shipping is going back to pre-war levels. We are not back at pre-Houthi levels in the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb. Cheers. Tradition we have at What's Going On with Shipping. You mentioned Bab el-Mandeb. Have a libation. The Houthi, which started their attacks in November of 2023 and curtailed shipping. We went from 3 million tons going through the Bab el-Mandeb down to 1 million tons. That has not gone back. And that has been over 3 years almost that this has been going on. 2.5 years it's been going on. So there's no guarantee that you see pre-war levels go back. Now, the difference between the Houthi in the Red Sea and the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz is that there's an alternative around the Red Sea that's going around Africa. There's not a lot of alternatives for going around the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, there's pipelines, but for certain commodities, don't go through the pipelines. You've got to go into the Strait of Hormuz to go get it. Trump says ships are moving through Hormuz on Southern Highway as industry watches cautiously. So, we talked about this in the video earlier this week. President Trump let it slide that we were running ships out through the Omani Channel. Not just him, but Secretary Wright and a batch of other officials started blabbing about
found
this.
those locusts too
I knew
early
about it.
there.
I heard about it long before. I'm not going to tell you all about it because I don't want to give away information. But once the President of the United States blabs it in the Oval Office, I'm going to talk about it. And so they had been running ships right behind when they brought out Fairfax Alliance and CS Anthem. And so that started almost immediately. And so we saw that Intertanko, which is a representative group for independent tank owners. We saw that the U.S. Central Command issued a FAQ, a frequently asked questionnaire, for shippers how to go about going through this route. It was not very secret. I mean, you just can't be secret with commercial shipping firms. It's going to get out. There's no doubt about that. Scouring the Strait of Hormuz for mines could take weeks. So one of the things we got this week was the routing that the ships are taking along the southern half of that channel. And one of the indicators was a mine about a mile off that channel. It was that first indication of a sighted mine. There was also indication that there are mines in the center part of the strait through the traffic separation scheme. Demining an area takes a long time. You can't just sweep through it one time and it's clear. You've got to mow the lawn, literally. You've got to go over and mow every blade of grass. And not only that, you've got to go over it several times. And even after you go over it several times, that doesn't mean you got all the mines. There could be mines out there for a long time. Every year up in the Baltic, there is an operation, a demining operation that NATO does up in the Baltic. They find mines from not World War II, but World War I. I mean, over 100 years old, they find mines. And so getting rid of mines is one of the biggest problems. Once you dump them into the water, they're almost impossible to get rid of all of them. The U.S. is at odds with allies over how easy it is to reopen Hormuz. This is a big one. I mean, this is not an easy thing to do. It was going to be difficult. The minute you unleash the dogs of war, it is hard to slip them back on the leash, and that's what the U.S. is finding out about Hormuz. And they should have known this based on what happened in the Red Sea with the Houthis. It was very clear that this was going to be a difficult process to do with them, but instead what we got was a mess, and that's what we have now. Maersk keeps Gulf restrictions in place despite Hormuz reopening push. If you're Maersk Lines, are you going to bring a $1 billion ship through the Strait of Hormuz? No, you're not. You're just not going to do that because it's too expensive to do it. Even if you're running a 1% war risk insurance, on $1 billion, that's $10 million you're going to pay. And let me be clear, one of the things we're seeing right now is spikes, huge spikes, in ocean shipping rates for containers. That has a lot to do with fuel being high still, even though fuel costs have gone down for ships. It's still ridiculously high, but more importantly, now we have issues of tariffs re-emerging in the United States. That is causing shipping routes to go up. We've seen accelerated shipments into the major U.S. ports. Europeans are wary of committing naval power to Hormuz quickly. We've got the UK-France task force up in the region, but they have said they are not going to go in until there is a ceasefire in place. Is a memorandum of understanding a ceasefire? I don't know. I don't know what the Europeans are going to consider this, but we do know that with the G7 going on, this is probably a lively question that's going on when President Trump isn't pissing off the Italian Prime Minister there. Qatar Energy ready to restart LNG output. Reach current capacity in 1 month, sources say. I showed you the fact that we're seeing Qatari LNGs come in. We had the story last week that the 7th Qatari LNG got out of the Strait of Hormuz. So Qatar is starting to move LNG. Good news for Qatar, bad news for Russia, because Russia was really hoping that the strait would stay shut for much longer because they wanted to fire up their liquefied natural gas production and shift from supplying Europe to going over to supply Asia, because Europe is talking about cutting itself off from Russian liquefied natural gas at the end of this year. Next, Trump administration to immediately lift Iranian oil sanctions under the new agreement. Man, they did that fast. Matter of fact, the Iranian ship sailed before the MOU was signed, and they were out the door. Now understand, it's not just a question of lifting the blockade, they're lifting the sanctions, which means that Iranian oil was being sold very cheap because you had to buy it under sanctions. So countries that bought it or companies that bought it were ostracizing themselves from doing U.S. business, and the way that Iranian oil was being sold was it was the cheapest out there. They would just absolutely undercut it. Now they can raise the prices. They're actually making more money on a barrel of oil than they were pre-war, which is massive for the Iranians. U.S. military guidance reveals high-risk reality of the Hormuz Southern Highway. So this story talks about that routing that the U.S. is undertaking. One of the things that came out from that is the U.S. Navy is not providing direct escorts. They are providing overhead coverage with fixed-wing and rotor-wing aircraft. We believe there were drones in the area too, potentially airborne and surface drones. And the U.S. was coordinating with shipping firms in how to come out. We don't know whether or not U.S. Navy and Marines were put on board certain vessels to ride through the strait as they were for the American vessels. Now, the FAQ said that they would not embark on ships requesting to go through. However, it doesn't mean that there weren't crews on some of those vessels to help negate surface threats and aerial threats. Oil tankers U-turn rushed to the Middle East before Hormuz reopening. So we showed the fact that VLCCs were heading toward the Persian Gulf. Take you back over here to marine traffic for a second. These are all the empty, very large crude carriers, over 200,000 tons at sail, and you can see the wave of them coming out of the Malacca Straits here, south of Sri Lanka, and beelining it up here into the Gulf of Oman, hoping to see the Strait of Hormuz open and get themselves here inside the Persian Gulf area. That's going to be the key. They see the opportunity to load up. Remember,
save.
Going over to Yanbu is an option
try
for
and
them
hit this
over
thing.
here in the Red Sea. The problem with Yanbu is you're very limited.
You fuck off.
4.5 million barrels per day coming out. And if you set sail and head around the southern coast here of Africa and head toward the United States, the Gulf Coast to Venezuela, that's a long haul. You are not going to be able to do it. 55 days from the Gulf Coast over to Shanghai, whereas it's only 22 days. So basically, you can get 2 voyages in going to the Middle East by heading to Houston. And that's the key right there. That's what they want to do. 3 Saudi-flagged supertankers sail through Hormuz after Iran deal signed, data shows. So Saudis have been able to pump out 6 million barrels of oil and put it onto 3 supertankers and get it out through the Strait of Hormuz. That is absolutely key. That is coming out of the main oil facilities at Ras Tanura on the Persian Gulf side. That's in addition to the pipeline that's pumping out ships from the west coast from Yanbu. Qatar brings empty LNG ship back for the first time since war began. Showed you that on AIS. Key thing, if Qatar can get its LNG facilities up and running, that's a huge bonus for Qatar. They want to have that strait open. So the maritime industry demands clarity on Hormuz reopening as mine risk persists. So it was an interesting comment made by someone I was reading over on X. It's like, why are merchant ships and merchant marines right now so risk adverse? You know, what happened to that, spirit during World War I, World War II? Well, I can tell you, World War I, World War II, you had national merchant marines. They also were sailing for their nation, and their nation was at risk. Today, the 3 biggest registries of ships is Panama, Liberia, and the Marshall Islands. Those are open registries. And the ships are owned by international companies that don't have a lot of ties to countries. And many of those companies are offshore corporations. So, you know what? There's not a lot of connection to this. And this is what creates that problem. We created a maritime world today that is really we created a maritime world today that benefits from open registries, cheap transportation that doesn't have a lot of ties, and therefore they don't have to spend a lot of extra on things like defense and navies. That also means that when conflict happens, they are going to watch out for their own best interest.
There we go. 2 tries. Actually, it was 3. I did do a checkpoint. Maybe 4. It was really because I moved out to get the bonus objective at the wrong time.
Isha, what is a primal Zerg doing on my Leviathan?
Dehaka.
I am Dehaka, one who collects. I kill. I take essence. Now I come to you because I feel your change. All Xeris feels it. All Xeris fears it. And you.
But you don't fear me, do you, Dehaka?
You shine. You will bring more essence, and I will follow. When you do not, I will not.
Well, I forged alliances on shakier ground than that. Very well, you can stay. Betray me and I'll collect your essence.
Yes.
What a good boy. I guess this one. I'm not going to use him. Doesn't matter. It's unfortunate. I really like Swarmhosts. I wish they were better.
Do you think the remaining pack leaders will join
They're one of my
me
favorite
now?
units, honestly.
They are a rock, a tree, a hill. They will stand against the wind. They seek power.
And you?
I am a river. I will flow. I seek essence.
Well, the pack leaders have no chance against the swarm now.
They gather essence for thousands of years. They are blinded, but they are not foolish.
No, not there. Oh, I can't go to her evolution until I do this mission.
Not that for a nation. Panama, Liberia, and the Marshall Islands aren't going to sign up to come to the defense of the United States. Just not. It's not what they're going to do, and same thing with many shipping firms. U.S. officially ends maritime blockade of Iran and declares Hormuz open. So we got that early, actually. On 19 June, we had expected, and we've seen earlier this, that the CENTCOM had said, Central Command said they were not going to end this blockade until 19 June. But on 18 June, we get the announcement that the blockade is officially over. And based on the tracking we're seeing right now, Iranian ships are sailing without any issues at all. U.S. downplays possibility of Hormuz tolls as negotiations restart. So Vice President Vance, in advance of the MOU signing, talked about the fact that, listen, we're not going to have tolls. We're not going to accept tolls. He did this in a press conference when he was at the White House, talked about this, but then we see the statements come out and the forms from the Persian Gulf Strait Authority. And remember, in the last video, I went online to their site, and I guarantee you, again, I am on a watch list somewhere. And they want you to fill out forms, documentation, and you have to get approval from the Persian Gulf Strait Authority to sail through the Strait of Hormuz. Not just through the northern part, but the entire strait. And this is obviously something, for some reason, the U.S. didn't think about. Why they didn't think about it, I have no frigging idea. Iran's new toll by insurance raises stakes in Strait of Hormuz. This is Lorianne Larocco over at G Captain. Oh my God. I gotta be clear. The fact that the Iranians are going insurance on us now is just insane. Again, the phrase we've used here at What's Going On with Shipping, talking about the Iranian Straits, is batshit crazy. And man, nothing fits better than that right there. Because the idea that the Iranians are not going to, and again, they come out and say, listen, we're not going to charge you for insurance. It's free. You just have to get it for us. But now after 60 days, there may be fees. Again, with
you're probably like hearing that the talks are in tension because of Hezbollah, and it's because in the memorandum of understanding it specifically says that all of Americans' allies have to stop attacking Iranian proxies either. So of course this includes Israel, but Israel isn't the only one who literally was spoken for by the US, but Israel and Hezbollah are not backing down in their conflict. So because of Hezbollah, that's what the tension over the strait is causing, because they have to honor the memorandum of understanding that they never agreed to. It's just silly shit.
It is time. You must know your enemies. Yandra, a worm whose acid burns like fire. Kraith, immense and consumed by hatred. Slytherin, the eternal mother, hollow and destructive. Kill them, and you will command the whole of the Zerg. Each has sent most of its pack against your swarm, leaving themselves vulnerable.
Zagara, defend the Leviathan. I will deal with the Pathfinders myself. Boldly.
You know, I go back to the Columbia, Music Club. That's exactly what this sounds like. And the Iranians seem to have ripped that out of the past into the present day. More than 20 million barrels leave Iran as post-war oil trade reawakens. Man, Iran's doing great. Man, they're hauling boatloads of oil out of there. But for the rest of the world, this is a little bit in doubt because Iran wants everything to be controlled by Iran. Iran says Hormuz has been closed, but sends team for Swiss talks. So, again, here we go. Again, is it me or is it just crazy? You know, the Vice President of the United States, the head of the Iranian parliament, flying to Switzerland to talk about the Strait of Hormuz after the Iranians reclosed the strait. But meanwhile, can I be clear? Meanwhile, the strait's closed. Iranian tankers are sailing scot-free across the Indian Ocean right now. I'm not trying to tell the United States how to do their business, but if there's supposed to be a reciprocal agreement here whereby both sides are moving ships around, if the Iranians renege on this, why is there not a U.S. destroyer alongside every one of those Iranian tankers sailing through the Indian Ocean? And, kind of nudge up alongside and say, hey, remember that deal? How about you tell your bosses back in Iran to, get that deal open, or else, something may happen. We're out here in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Accidents happen. Ships told they can use South Hormuz route with signals on. So we got an announcement from U.S. Central Command through the Joint Maritime Information Center. So this is the Joint Maritime Information Center advisory note for June 20th. The maritime security threat level in the Strait of Hormuz remains moderate. Mariners are advised they may transit the southern route day or night with their AIS on, radars radiating, running lights on, and normal use of VHF. Coordination with the Navy control of shipping is not mandatory. Hallelujah. I mean, this sounds like, hey, the southern route is wide open, but as we found out, this does not jive with the Persian Gulf Strait Authority. And in case you forgot, here is the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, where you have to get approval requested through their process. And again, it's just, I can't talk about how crazy this is. Here you have the U.S. saying, hey, go through the strait, no problems, and then you have the Persian Gulf Strait Authority sitting there saying, "Hang on a second, you got to get approval, and if you're prohibited, Next story. U.S. forces monitor Strait of Hormuz to ensure it stays open. Okay, what are we doing to monitor this? Are we sending ships into the Strait of Hormuz? I mean, seriously,
Grumpy.
what are we doing? What is U.S. Central
They heal
Command,
up
US
road.
Navy,
They do.
Fifth Fleet, what are they doing? I mean, if the strait is open, the U.S. Navy can sail through it, right? So is the U.S. Navy sailing through it? I don't know. I mean, they could. I mean, if the strait was wide open, they can do it. Or do they have to ask permission from the Persian Gulf Strait Authority? Because that'd be an interesting one right there. Penultimate story, Iran resumes Kharg Island oil loadings after U.S. blockade lifted. We had seen kind of Kharg Island settle down. There was issues there, but now they're loading, and that's a clear indication that Iran is flowing oil. And if they're selling it for $75 a barrel on it, you have a 2 million barrel tanker heading out there. That's a good chunk of change loading out there right there. Finally, our last story. Aluminum's war shock blunted by dark transits and Chinese supplies. So we've talked a lot about oil, but again, other commodities are really key. This story, just out in deep depth, is a really interesting one. It talks about the fact that aluminum isn't taking as big a shock as many thought, because aluminum is coming out in dark fleet bulkers, usually ones going through the Iranian channel, and also China has made their supply of aluminum available on the open market, and they're selling aluminum out there quite a bit, which is interesting when certain nations stockpile key commodities like China does. For why China has not suffered as badly in this situation as others. All right, there you are. That's our week in recap. Listen, I so much want to go back to talk about the things we always talk about here. I mean, just this week, for example, we had a Japanese car ferry run aground. We had a Russian frigate in the English Channel open fire on 2 retirees in a sailboat and then run out of fuel. We had the Mexican Navy run into a ferry. We had the Russians attack the port of Odessa and kill a merchant mariner on board. This is a war that's fallen into the background, but Black Sea is really ramping up to be as deadly to merchant mariners as the Strait of Hormuz has been. And then we have record reports coming in for the month of May for 2 big megaports in LA and Long Beach. So, I mean, there's so much going on, and I'm going to get to that. This week, I promise you, we're going to do a What the Ship, where we look at the top 5 maritime stories, and we're going to look at top 5 maritime stories other than the damn Strait of Hormuz. I guarantee you that. We're going to look at other stories and get them out there for you. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, give it a big thumbs up, and if you can, support the page. How do you...
Yeah, we'll make fun of the Trump stuff. His pool's peeling, he lost the war, yada, yada, yada. But you know what's actually fun and uplifting? The World Cup. And not just because of the actual matches themselves, but the vibes have been, so far, pretty immaculate. Yeah. It's been a fun event to witness from afar, especially during last night's Mexico-Korea match, where here in LA it was just non-stop music, screaming, and fireworks for quite a while.
Yeah, it was a powerful combination.
But the World Cup is taking place in stadiums across North America. And while we expected foreigners to have a great time in places like Mexico City, we were admittedly a little bit nervous about how things were going to go here in the United States. And while it's extremely important to acknowledge that our current political climate makes this a more dangerous and intimidating place to visit, we have been delighted to see so many positive interactions and experiences from these visitors.
Oh my gosh, this is kind of big. It looks like a warehouse.
But what is this? Costco. This is even bigger than Walmart.
Yeah, everything here, it really is big.
Look inside, look at that. Jesus Christ, that looks amazing.
Like this, oh my god! And how big is that?
Oh yeah, our food is ridiculous. You're right about that.
Yeah. So earlier this week, we showed some of these World Cup highlights. Not so much the matches themselves, which we can't show, because FIFA is an evil entity. But the videos of like a duck named Merlin wearing a Team Mexico jersey, who's now become a national hero and mascot. Quack, quack, quack. And of course, all of the Scots visiting Boston, who immediately tracked down the famous cop slide to pay their respects. Yes. But there's a lot more to catch up on, and once again, barely any of it has to do with the matches themselves. We're sure that ESPN or some other network has that kind of coverage. I think it's Fox?
Well,
I don't know who's carrying the games.
Fox is playing the games. ESPN is a sports network that covers sports news.
Well, You watch our show, not for that, but to learn that fans visiting Boston from Scotland didn't just come for the soccer and the slides. They came to drink. And according to local bartenders in and around Boston, the Scots absolutely cleaned them out.
We need reassurances from the mayor of Boston that there will be sufficient alcohol.
We were in Cheers Bar yesterday for 2 pints and we stayed for 20.
I mean, the idea that anyone could outdrink the people of Boston is a lot to handle, so we're sure that there's going to be some retaliatory drinking from the locals, which could lead to even further droughts. But it's got to be great news for our otherwise floundering alcohol industry nationwide.
This is the one thing it needed, the World Cup.
Yeah. The American liquor industry is suffering, and I'm sorry. Sorry, folks, the solution is immigration.
Yep.
We need to import people from the drunk countries
We
into our
need
country
more drinkers,
to
folks.
save our alcohol industry. Here's their local NBC station with more on this.
Scottish soccer fans have been having a blast in Boston over the past week, with the Tartan Army taking over restaurants and pubs. They've also been drinking a lot of beer, so much so that some Boston bars ran out. Sam Adams said his Boston tap room ran out of Samuel Adams Boston Lager over the weekend because Scottish soccer fans drank them dry. From Thursday to Sunday, it said the Tartan Army drank 4 times as much Boston Lager as it normally sells during a typical 4-day holiday stretch,
Good for them.
like the 4th of July. Not a
Glad for
normal
those
stretch,
business owners.
not a normal weekend, 4 times of a holiday weekend.
They should have held the entire World Cup in Milwaukee. That's how you solve this.
Yeah, well, Boston's right up there, though, as far as beer towns go. I mean, not as much as Milwaukee, but damn.
Nothing comes close to Wisconsin.
Well, the company had to schedule an emergency delivery on Saturday morning just to keep up. Quote, "We've never seen anything like it," said Billy DeCane of the Sam Adams Boston Tap Room. And they aren't the only ones running dry. The White Bull Tavern, there was no beer, Scottish fan Dave Orr said. The Scottish fans just drink the place dry, and all they had was Bud Light. Pretty much everything. We ran out of everything, Paul Morris of the White Bull Tavern added. Hennessy's bar in downtown Boston told the Boston Globe that it tripled its St. Patrick's Day sales and
Jesus.
sold out of beer altogether on Sunday night.
That's crazy.
Do you know
St.
how
Patrick's Day in Boston?
St. Patrick's Day in Boston.
They need like
Tripled it.
This is like a real Smokey and the Bandit situation.
They need to head east, or they need to head west and start bootlegging.
Yeah.
Quote, "We've been here over 30 years. We've never seen anything like it," said Noel Summers, Hennessy's chief operating officer. Federal Wine and Spirits in the financial district told the Globe it sold out of Budweiser and Corona on Saturday, and the door on one of its refrigerators broke from being opened and closed so many times.
It's so funny that they're not only drinking this town dry, but they're drinking like absolute ass.
I'm sorry, Scotland, I forget the name of your beard. It's like Tennent's or something like that. But once that runs out, I'm sure they work their way through every other lager possible before they get down. Because they don't even get the Bud Light. They'll go through Budweiser and Corona. They don't get to Bud Light. Even they stop there.
Yeah.
Like, no, I'll just go in the bathroom and drink some of my own piss because I have more piss in my body right now, or more alcohol in my body, than that Bud Light does.
Also, it's woke.
Sure. Yeah.
I heard it's woke.
Actually, you're a little behind. It's not woke anymore. It's actually part of UFC's rebranding.
Yeah, it's actually based.
In fact, Bud Light is an official partner of Freedom 250, the celebration of the United States birthday.
I just feel bad for these Scottish people when they wake up the next day with a slight hangover and they're like, all right, so where locally do I find an urn brew and a haggis pie? And they're like, sorry, what?
Excuse me?
A what and a what?
Well, we have good news for you at the very, very, very end of the episode, Elliot.
Oh, good. The Scots, they even marched to Fenway Park for a Red Sox game a few days ago, and they led the crowd in chants and renditions of the Proclaimers
the Roaches
song,
like
500
this
Miles.
It's their funny.
Most prideful song.
Uh-huh. While also stopping to put traffic cones on the heads of local statues, just like their own Duke of Wellington statue back in Glasgow. Unfortunately for us, we're recording this video Friday afternoon, and there are a few matches that are happening while we're editing this, so spirits might not be so high for some fans. But regardless of what happens on the pitch, I think we can all agree that Australia properly prepared for their match against the US team by coming up with creative chants like, "Aussie boys are on a bender. Donald Trump's a sex offender." Pretty good. Wow. Pretty good. But if you needed any more proof that average people are decent and well-meaning, despite everything that's happening between all of our leaders, The Athletic recently asked U.S. fans about the reception that the Iranian team and fans would receive here in America. Unsurprisingly, no normal person has a problem with them at all.
This event is meant to celebrate the sport of football. In that context, I believe that everybody's welcome to participate. I hope that despite the actions of a government, they get that message from the fans.
I think the everyday American wants you to feel welcome and have a good time.
Good luck. I hope that y'all are welcome here because we want to welcome everybody.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good.
And to reiterate, as far as international relations go, this couldn't be going any better for our country. And with matches happening in cities like Philadelphia, Atlanta, sort of New York, Los Angeles, Kansas City, and Miami, people who might not typically visit the U.S. are getting a vast array of what our country has to offer.
Sorry to the people who chose Houston and Kansas City.
No. We haven't even mentioned the matches taking place in Texas yet. For fans of the Japanese team, who have and will continue to play in Dallas, at least in the near term, they're experiencing the most ridiculous, oversized, and overportioned state in our entire country. We've seen the videos of Japanese fans cleaning the stadiums and stuff like that, but wait till you see them clean their plates. Because it would be rude to not clean your plate after you ordered it.
It is culturally, the Japanese eat fucking fast, and they think it's rude not to finish your food, which is a dangerous combination.
Yeah, because they'll keep bringing it out. They'll keep bringing it out.
Very dangerous combination.
Yeah, the real camaraderie has come once again thanks to the food, with Japanese fans experiencing Tex-Mex and Texas barbecue for the first time and absolutely fawning over it, with brief moments of confusion at some of the portion sizes, including like the appearance of free chips and salsa and chips and queso.
Yeah, someone was like, they brought this to me and I didn't order it. What do I do? And they're like,
keep
buddy, it's free.
Big food like barbecues and burgers. So the all things in Texas. So I'm so happy to eat everything. Yeah.
First bite.
Wow.
Amazing!
Hey, that's a short. I love it. Steak, hamburger, and Caesar salad. So good. Texas is good. Everything is big.
Yeah, it's fucking good, ain't it, boys?
That's right.
And I'm worried now. Well, actually, not worried, because Japan notoriously, like, once they discover a global cuisine, they become better at it than where they found it.
We're gonna see like barbecue smoked Wagyu.
Yeah, like the French food in Tokyo is like, I think universally seen as like better than most of the French food you get in actual France. And it's that kind of thing. Like once they discover something and their chefs get to work on it,
time to perfect.
They do it better than where they found it.
I don't know.
So I'm excited for Texas barbecue Tokyo style.
I can't imagine, a giant like smoker on the side of the road in Japan, and that's where you get the good stuff in America, right off the street. But yeah, it's like, they might. Yes. Here's the thing: in Japan, they do have McDonald's, but the McDonald's are much nicer. Yeah. And from what I've seen, as far as like tweet reviews go, the Japanese seem to be fascinated by one steakhouse in particular, and that's Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah, which is a chain.
I wouldn't be surprised if Texas Roadhouse shows up in Japan, peanuts on the floor and everything.
Yeah.
But
as far as text-based reviews of the food and the general atmosphere go, one user photographed their meal, proudly labeling it American lunch.
And that's a lot.
And then posted a photo of a sunset in downtown Nashville with a caption that translates to, "It's a view so stunning it feels like a lie." No one has ever said that about downtown Nashville until now.
They should put that on the postcard.
Nashville, a view so stunning it feels like a lie.
And it might be, because this person's experience, yours might vary.
Wow. Here's some others that we may have missed throughout the week. We did tell you about Foreigner's stellar reviews of Texas Roadhouse, but the obsession didn't stop with the gigantic steaks, because once you've tried buttery biscuits with more butter to dip them in, there's no turning back.
You can't go back from that. You're not going to feel normal.
Your arteries will never have it any other way. But what if we told you that the dipping butter wasn't just butter? No. At Texas Roadhouse, they do things a little bit differently. Yes. That butter is butter, it's sugar, it's more sugar in the form of honey, and it's cinnamon too. Everything the body needs.
Yep. All the food groups are represented.
Everything the human body craves in the 100-degree Texas summer heat. And you couple that with a butter-covered biscuit filled with, you guessed it, even more sugar, and you got one hell of a pre-meal appetizer on your hands. The meal hasn't begun yet. That was just to get your appetite Get started.
to get your jowls lubricated.
I want to see the calories.
Oh, you don't want to. You don't want to see the calories because a typical American appetizer is more calories than a full entree anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, it's like Red Lobster with the cheddar biscuits, and like they're like, yeah, no, like
you can't have that.
One cheddar biscuit is like all of the calories you're supposed to get.
Not just all the calories. One cheddar biscuit is 4 days of sodium.
Yeah.
Like the biscuits could kill you. The biscuits are more calories than you need in a day without the butter that is crammed with sugar and cinnamon.
So yeah, to our Japanese guests, I hope you saved enough room for your 32-ounce steak and potatoes.
After those biscuits. Translated from Japanese, last dinner in Texas. Heading out tomorrow morning. The bread here is the most delicious I've ever had in my life, and I ended up coming back for it, crying laughing emoji. I wish they'd sell just this bread in Japan, LOL. Location, Texas Roadhouse. And it's just a photo of the bread basket with the fucking butter. 2 dishes of butter with it, usually, and they'll just keep coming. Here's some other posts. I know this sounds dramatic, but this genuinely felt like an out-of-earth experience. And it's a photo of burritos and a Crunchwrap Supreme from Taco Bell.
I mean, like, yeah, it...
Look,
if you've
I'm happy that no one left disappointed so far.
Yeah, if you've never had it, I imagine it would be, it'd be that kind of experience. I would hope that during your trip you also took the time to get some actual real tacos and burritos.
Who needs it?
But,
No, they have,
okay.
yeah. Also, why did no one tell me ranch sauce is like crack? Europe, we need ranch ASAP.
Yeah, it is the best sauce.
I mean, I thought that they had ranch in Europe, but they just called it American sauce.
They do, yeah, in a lot of places.
I know for sure that they call Cool Ranch Doritos Cool Americans, because I've definitely bought those there.
Yeah.
But apparently ranch has been such a hit with people visiting the U.S. that it's become a problem for the TSA, because obviously folks are trying to travel back home while carrying gobs of ranch sauce.
No, you gotta buy the powder. You buy it in powdered form, and then I think you just mix it with like mayonnaise.
Yeah.
And if you're going back to Japan, you got the best mayonnaise in the world. It's got all the MSG in it, the Kewpie, and then you're cooking, baby.
Well, as a result of this surge in ranch smuggling, the TSA has been forced to issue a reminder of the limitations on ranch.
The Transportation
I wonder how they feel
shared
about the
words of
TSA.
wisdom for World Cup tourists who may want to take bottles of ranch home from America this summer.
They think it's just wild.
Fuck off. Who knew diplomacy could be achieved through addressing the obvious? Ranch is the king of condiments, the TSA wrote in the caption of a Tuesday Instagram post, featuring comments about packing the American staple in a checked bag. The world is slowly discovering ranch pairs perfectly with pizza, chicken wings, fries, onion rings, quesadillas, crackers, chips, vegetables, and the list just keeps growing. They also asked people to avoid chugging your ranch outside security because the airlines will check it for you.
Yes, we've put Eric Andre on the no-fly list many times for such actions.
Never wanting to miss out on a marketing opportunity, Kraft responded to the demand by releasing TSA-friendly ranch dressing kits for travelers. Kraft is leaning into international soccer fans' newfound obsession with ranch dressing, announcing plans to debut a limited edition Kraft TSA-compliant ranch kit aimed at travelers who apparently don't want to leave the United States without the condiment. The first-of-its-kind kit includes a clear TSA-approved quart-sized bag, a bulk stash of Kraft ranch packets, enough to equal a standard bottle of dressing, and then some, and a ranch bottle-inspired luggage tag for fans who want to show their allegiance on the go.
Look, this does sound like unbelievable and forced, but on the other hand, apparently Trader Joe's tote bags are a high fashion item in certain places.
Yes,
because it
in
shows
France.
It shows that you've not only gone to America, but that you've like stayed long enough to like appreciate the local grocery stores.
Yeah, even though it's an international chain, but like that
people love it.
People are selling their bags on eBay and like making a huge profit.
They wheeled out like a box of them. I was there one day, and people were like, "Oh, can I grab?" And I was like, "What are these?" And like, oh, people were going nuts for them. I grabbed like 5 of them and just gave them to my trivia team.
Should have sold them.
I should have sold them.
Should have gone on eBay. Yeah, people in
everybody rich but me.
I think particularly France. Like it might be over now, but it was basically their Labubu last year.
Well, that's what I get for being nice to my friends instead of hoarding them like a real American.
You should have been greedy. Like, what are you, a communist?
I guess so.
You gotta always be profiting.
Yeah, well, one more positive story in this episode before we all eat shit. You might not be a Knicks fan. Hell, you might not even like the city of New York. But you gotta admit, it is so refreshing to see a young, active politician leading his city so successfully by not only doing the little things, but also working on the big things and inspiring millions of residents with his speech during the Knicks championship parade. Here's just a small sample of what he said this week. And if this doesn't make you root for the biggest little city in the world, I don't know what will.
Over these past weeks, as the Knicks kept winning, our city has come together as one. Neighbors invited neighbors over. Strangers high-fived one another in the street. Subway conductors sang their announcements and bus drivers danced behind the wheel. So often when this city comes together, it is because we are forced to, by a moment of tragedy or adversity. What a gift it is to be brought together by pure, unfiltered joy. For as long as we live, we will remember this feeling of a city together, a city alive, a city overcome by happiness.
On the other hand, and in complete stark contrast to Mamdani's inspiring speech, the owner of the Knicks,
a real piece of shit,
billionaire James Dolan, wasted time during his appearance at the rally by appearing to bash Mayor Mamdani.
Look, I don't need your vote. I don't need to quote to you, right? About what happened here, and because if you're real Knicks fans, you know it already.
If you're real Knicks fans, bro can't even say his own team's name.
Yeah, I'm gonna shit on the mayor that they all fucking
people who have been like effectively carrying him through the city as much as the team for a week. I'm gonna bash him.
I know you guys are all having a great time, but I just want to take this opportunity to remind you, in case you forgot, the family that actually owns this team and the arena they play in are evil.
Yeah.
Just fucking, and like, it goes so...
if we could, we'd charge you to be standing right there on city streets.
Yeah, like it's especially like the dad, the original, the patriarch of the family was like, not a great guy. But the fail son, James Dolan, is the one that he just fucking sucks. Like, he is an egomaniac. He, at one point, was alleged to be like wiretapping the locker room of the Knicks. Like, if you played on the Knicks, they're like, hey, like, don't say anything. Don't talk shit on
I've heard
any
about
of the
that.
management because like we're pretty sure this place is bugged.
Yeah, even if they're being overly cautious, the fact that they're even thinking that says a lot about.
He's banned former Knicks players from entering the stadium just because like he had like a bad interaction personally with them. He has this insane fucking dystopian.
He had Spike Lee escorted out a couple years ago. Remember that? Yeah.
He has this insane dystopian AI-powered camera system that like individually tracks every single person, and allegedly, possibly, is sharing that data with the U.S. government because he loves Donald Trump. And
I think at best, out of a formality, any fans in attendance were tolerating this man's appearance.
They're not there for you.
No, not at all. So, what a douche. Why even take a swipe at a guy who is already beloved by the city when you are the guy who has turned Madison Square Garden into a privacy and security nightmare while also making it harder for everyday New Yorkers to actually watch the games? Talk about reading the room.
Yeah, how do I make this about me? It's also, Mamdani gave him the key to the city during the same ceremony.
Luckily, everyone that was there gave him the proper response, which was awkward silence.
Yeah, it's like okay, buddy.
Get off. Get off the stage. Yeah, we're not here for you.
But speaking of not reading the room, apparently college speakers, they just still haven't learned their lesson, despite numerous examples of students loudly bemoaning the promotion of artificial intelligence during these speeches as an inevitable, inescapable future that they're doomed to participate in. But it's not just that AI is difficult to work with, or even the fact that these students just spent years of their lives, tens of thousands of dollars, learning skills that you are telling them might be totally useless. It's also the fact that these companies are using AI to do some truly evil shit.
Yeah.
But examples of student walkouts and protests didn't stop Google CEO Sundar Pichai from joining the list of keynote speakers who have been called out by the graduating class. Here's the BBC. Dozens of students walked out of their Stanford University graduation ceremony as Google CEO Sundar Pichai took the stage to deliver a keynote address. Video filmed by the BBC shows the students protesting against the company's controversial work with the U.S. government. A group named Stanford Students for Justice in Palestine encouraged the walkout.
Pichai largely sidestepped the issue of AI in his remarks, though he appeared to make light of the expected protests. People thought it would be really difficult for me, he said. It is the last 2 letters of my name, after all. Ugh.
Wow.
You know what? He probably asked, and I...
Throw nickels at
he
this
didn't
man.
write that joke.
The exact number...
It is time.
Servant.
The pack leaders are slain. Their packs join your swarm. And here you stand, complete. You are Zerg. Your essence overflows with power. I thirst. You will feed my evolution, the first in millennia.
I wondered when you would make your move.
No allegiance but to self. Kill or be killed. You know this.
Of course.
One will be consumed and become something greater than either. This is the heritage of the Zerg.
We are without limit.
Only the strongest survive. Consume and this is the destiny of all primal Zerg.
The swarm. Make your peace.
Whoops. Little misclick.
of students who walked out of the graduation is unclear, although the local news outlet SF Gate estimated it was as many as 200. Some students carried signs with them as they exited the ceremony. One sign read, "ICE spies with Google AI," while others were seen waving Palestinian flags. The Stanford chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine, SJP, organized a walkout during the ceremony and urged students to speak out against Google's ties to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and Israel. And listen, I think it's good that these CEOs are being faced with protests because of their policies.
Even in like the heart of Silicon Valley.
Yeah,
Stanford is a feeder school for the tech industry.
They rarely, if ever, interact with the general public, and they do live inside a self-imposed bubble filled with yes men. The fact that people at places like Stanford are walking out on them should spark some sort of self-reflection. Probably won't, but should.
Yeah, Stanford, that's a not just exclusive, it's a very expensive school. I would bet that the admission probably favors a more conservative base.
Well, based on what their graduates have gone on to do, I would say that the conservatism is just a ticking time bomb if they are currently liberal.
Yeah.
So it's hard to shake that,
I guess, but it's still, I mean, it's, I don't know, the time when Silicon Valley is taking a hard right turn.
It is very inspiring.
It's nice to be like, even a place like Stanford, they're like,
fuck you.
Fuck yeah. I'm going to tell the CEO of Google to his face.
Yeah. The person who you theoretically 10 years ago would have been just slobbing on for a job.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. In some cases, though, it appears as though people will not learn from their previous evil deeds because there's simply no reason. In fact, you're a cop. You might even land a big promotion after you forced a homeless man to eat a literal shit sandwich. Oh, fuck, I remember this story. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you might remember this from a long, long time ago, back in 2016.
A decade ago.
A long time. Mm-hmm. So Matthew Lockhurst, a San Antonio police officer, fed a sandwich filled with feces to a homeless man. It was a vile, disgusting act. And just getting fired was probably getting off a little too easy, because that's a crime you just did. Lockhurst appealed the termination a few years later, but it was upheld, so he's not at the SAPD. But I guess time still heals all wounds, because not only is Mr. Lockhurst still a police officer after all these years, but he just got a huge promotion.
Oh, good!
Here's local outlet the San Antonio Current. The former San Antonio police officer accused of feeding a homeless man a sandwich stuffed with dog feces is now the chief of police of the small South Texas town of Benavides. One-time SAPD officer Matthew Luckhurst was appointed top cop in the town of about 1,100 people on June 1st. Benavides City Clerk Tiffany Bazan told the Current. Benavides City Council discussed and voted on appointing Luckhurst as the town's new chief of police on April 30th.
So not exactly like the promotion that you're thinking of, but still a position of power in a town that you would think would not be available to someone who literally fed a human being a sandwich filled with dog feces.
I mean, I would say even that small towns like this offer even more opportunities for cops who are not on the level.
You're right. Prior to his promotion, Luckhurst worked as one of the 2 officers in town and earned a school-based law enforcement officer license in April 2024, public records show. Oh, good to know that you can get yourself right back into being a police officer by doing the easiest thing possible, working at the schools. Yeah. That's where we want our formerly shamed and fired officers to go right back to school.
Did they just say there's 2 police officers in this entire town? So it's like,
well, they had to give it to one.
There's like, one guy's the chief, and then he just has like 1 deputy underneath him?
I mean, it's kind of like Eddington. Yeah. And maybe they just trade the chief of police job back and forth. Or the other guy did something so horrible.
Who gets to wear the hat?
Like, all right, someone has to be chief of police. One guy made someone eat a shit sandwich.
What'd the other guy do?
The other guy, apparently, we don't know.
Yeah, the shit sandwich is pretty bad, but trust me, you would have chosen him too.
Mm-hmm. Luckhurst was terminated from the San Antonio Police Department in 2020 following 2 poop-related
What? A second poop-related incident?
Yeah. In 2016, SAPD investigators accused Luckhurst of giving a homeless man a sandwich filled with dog shit while on patrol. A month later, Luckhurst found himself in another stinky situation over allegations he took a dump in an SAPD women's restroom without flushing and rubbed a, quote, brown substance with the consistency of tapioca on the toilet seat after a female officer asked for the facilities to be kept clean.
What the fuck?
Although Luckhurst avoided being fired over the first incident on a technicality, SAPD can be officer in 2020 over the second.
Wait.
So they didn't fire him over the dog shit. They fired him over the poop on the seat.
What? Okay.
This man has a scatological feather. Oh, God. Well, what?
He's the poop cop.
Who better to clean up the town than a cop who specializes
No one knows
shit.
filth like me.
Yeah. Ugh. Benavides Mayor Ramiro Sainz was unavailable for immediate comment on Luckhurst's promotion. However, Benavides' prior police chief, Andre Hines, previously told the Current that Luckhurst had employment standards upon his hiring. Quote, as required by the state of Texas, we have to do a background check, Hines said. And so, when Luckhurst was applying for employment here with the city of Benavides, we requested all information from these previous agencies that he's worked for. We didn't get him to approve whatever happened. They're just aware of it. Listen, we don't have a lot of people. Its starting salary is federal minimum wage. So, hands are tied. In fact, the local police chief tied me. Said I can't say anything to the press.
Xeris is mine. Isha, prepare the Leviathan. It's time the swarm return to the Kapru sector.
My queen, I have been contacted by Kalisa, a brood mother. She has heard of your accomplishments and wishes to return her brood to the swarm. Her brood is small in number, but it has strong leviathans.
Kalisa, hear me. The planet Misstep 4 is a hub of Dominion military production. Take your brood there and destroy it. Do that, and you will earn your place within the swarm.
It shall be as you say, my queen.
My queen, your transformation...
I know, you don't have to tell me
the
twice.
essence of the primal pack leaders, has awakened a new column and many abilities. As new tiers of abilities continue to awaken, you will gain abilities in this third column as well.
And that's gonna give me movement speed plus 10 damage. Like, who cares about the attack range reduction? Nope, 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 nope. I just wanted your mission. Yes, let's go. Give me these units that I don't care about. The only thing I might use is the lurker on defense. I'm gonna plug in my battery too.
Then when I looked,
Please untie my hands.
When he untied my hands, there was a brown tapioca-like substance on
He
my
asked if I wanted a chocolate-covered pretzel and then started laughing maniacally.
The tapioca descriptor is so unnecessary. You didn't need to say that. That's awful. I hate that.
It could have been the female officer who was knew that the officer got away from the shit-eating case on a technicality and wanted to be damn sure that he wasn't going to get away with this one.
You think he was shit-framed? Well,
all I can think now is that this chief of police, Mr. Luckhurst, sits around all day waiting for the opportunity to arise to where he can take a shit, rub it all over his hands, and then smear his face with it so he can smell his own poop.
He's been holding it in for months.
Yeah, this is a man who likes the smell of his own shit.
Ugh. Anyway, moving on from that, here's a quick update on Washington, D.C.'s beautiful reflecting pool that was recently refurbished and rehabilitated by President Donald Trump's pool company.
Well, his friend's company. Yeah. He reached out to his buddy. He said, "Hey, you've done pools. How hard could it be?"
Yeah, it's just a big pool. Mm-hmm. So the blue paint, American flag blue, that was recently added to the bottom of the pool has, started peeling off in large chunks and floating to the surface, adding to the already disgusting appearance of just slime green algae, giving the pool a not-so-patriotic look. It looks like the ecto-cooler is back, baby.
And now it's chunky.
Yeah.
Now chunks are peeling off, and tourists are pulling blue chunks out of the pool as mementos of a failed presidency.
Yeah.
Local outlets were like, okay, hold on. And they went over and checked it out. They're like, yeah, there it is.
You literally could just like reach in and pull it
and grab a piece of Trump's failure.
Yeah, I mean, like, it'd be a good little, I bet they might consider it a crime if you took a little
It is
piece.
like, yeah, probably stealing federal land because it's a national park. I wouldn't recommend doing it.
If you're able to, I think it would be a pretty cool memento to have.
I mean, you hold a piece up, it's got to be worth like a couple, $50,000-$60,000 and compared to the whole thing.
Yeah, if we were to divide the work by...
Again, I would not recommend that because I believe it's national park property.
Yeah, it's probably a really big, serious
You can't even walk out with a big chunk of dirt on your shoes from a national park.
Yeah,
you get in trouble.
They treat that like stealing wildlife from Yellowstone or something. Don't do it.
Here's Reuters. The paint on Washington's newly renovated Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool on Thursday was peeling away from the bottom and into the algae-tinted water, less than 2 weeks after President Donald Trump announced the job's completion. I want my money back after seeing this. I think our resources could be used a lot better elsewhere, Robert Dale of Edwards, Colorado told Reuters as he looked on. I think this reflecting pool was beautiful before all this attention. Trump has faced criticism for speeding past planning processes meant to preserve Washington's carefully designed appearances in his renovation program. Criticism that his administration has dismissed as partisan sniping, while praising the real estate developer's design acumen.
Yeah, I don't know how you describe this as anything other than like an obvious, immediate, abject failure.
Yeah, it would be hard to do that.
They put that shit on the bottom of that pool less than a month ago.
And now it's on the
already
top.
Peeling off. That money might as well have been set on fire. It would have been less of a mess to clean up.
The only way I could see them spinning this is if Fox is like, no. This is just like a snake shedding its skin. The pool will emerge more beautiful and bigger than ever.
I'm excited for when they finally do clean the algae out, and we get a good aerial view of the just like the patchwork of pool liner on the bottom. It's
accidentally spell out 8647.
It's American flag blue in camo configuration.
Yes.
Out of respect for our troops.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Anyways, we don't have a sponsor this week. That means you're the sponsor. So all you got to do is click the like button. If there's a hype button, you can click that too. You could also leave a comment, reply to a comment. We have a join button. It's very important for when we do episodes that have words like human feces, or when we use footage without the express written consent of FIFA. The join button is very important for times like these. So make sure you try the join button out, the thank button out. Those make you a contributing financial member of the channel. We really appreciate it. But the other way to do that is by checking out our brand new merch. Just in time for America's birthday, we have the Freedom 666 poster and t-shirt available, as well as a new Internet Today shirt from a wonderful designer named Olaf on Instagram, @Olaf. I'll put his link in the description below so you can check out his art and more. So there you go. You're the sponsor. Thank you to you. Big shout out to all of you watching right now.
We're going to give you the key to the city.
That's right. And now, with you out of the way, it's time to get to the craziest, wildest, weirdest headlines from around the world this week, starting with
FIFA lawyers demand Toronto pot shop to stop selling bong resembling World Cup trophy. Oh, fuck. That's awesome.
Yeah,
it was so cool.
The shop owner seems to admit that he was flying a bit close to the sun.
Yeah, obviously, but you gotta at least try.
And it was like a cease and
make
desist
them send you a cease and desist.
Exactly. Yeah. So for the people that picked them up before the cease and desist, what a fun memento from this time's world.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
And it's the perfect bong for like, no, what are you talking? That's just my World Cup trophy.
It's the world you just turn it around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just pull the.
No, you don't even just turn it around on the mantle.
Oh, yeah.
You don't even see the whatever it's called, the bowl. But yeah, I would imagine that this shop's probably not the only place selling these, and that if you go down on the street somewhere, you could probably see these almost anywhere. Because I don't know, maybe he was crafting them.
Yeah, was it glass?
It seemed to be. Look, I don't know. It seemed to be something that was kind of produced, but like, who knows? Maybe the guy's back there with a kiln, hand doing every single one of these. That would be something special. Probably coming from a bong shop in a Chinese factory, in the corner of a Chinese factory somewhere, but...
Yeah, go check AliExpress.
Next headline, aren't we all naked at some point? Nude guy to cops after allegedly attacking man, dog in Ludlow.
Yeah, I don't think it's, the naked thing.
The naked thing was an add-on.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are all naked at some point. We're not all allegedly attacking men and dog in Ludlow.
Yeah.
That's you.
Yeah, that's
a you thing.
Yeah.
So
and many people do put on clothes, even if they were going to attack man or beast.
Yeah.
They get dressed for the occasion.
Yeah.
So that's just kind of a bonus on the charges, I think. If that was your point, without the whole attacking a man...
The Terrans launched thousands of these devices at our broods on Char. Broodmother Kalisa relayed this to us. It is not a weapon.
It's a two-way communicator.
The Queen of Blades. I knew you'd return to your true form. A monster. Now, you'll do exactly as I tell you if you care at all about Jim Raynor. Yes. He's alive. So you'll keep your swarm away from Paul and away from me, or he dies. That man sacrificed everything to give you back your humanity, and you threw it away. Oh, he must be disgusted by you. Why? He'd be first in line to kill you.
I can't sense Jim out there. If he is alive, nothing in this universe will stop me from finding him.
At your orders, we will... One of our broodmothers in the Kaprulu sector is picking up a My queen, the infested Terran who contacted you waits.
Stukov!
He claims to know you.
Who are you?
You will not recognize me? I am Alexis Stukov. We were enemies once.
Well, we both seem to be Zerg now.
Indeed. And we share a common goal, the destruction of this facility. It is here that Mengsk breeds the hybrid, combining Protoss and Zerg DNA to create monstrous creatures of immense power.
Then we'll destroy this facility together.
The main entrance of the Skyger platform is...
Even just the attacking a man part. What did the dog do?
Yeah.
Then then the naked thing, maybe it flies.
I don't know. I need more details on this story before.
Like, Elliot is the guy in the Instagram comment section with the "I require context." Context, please.
I'm reading more context before I cast judgment.
Well, new UFO files describe spinning discs, glowing orbs, and one object shaped like a potato.
Okay.
The fact that, and I did this on purpose, the fact that we have, relegated UFO disclosures to the headline section of Weekly Weird News says a lot about how just bottom scraping the U.S. is doing with any kind of UFO distraction right now.
Oh, and it's all like none of it's actually like new. This is all just like government files on shit that has been around for a long time.
Their lead here, oh my god, a potato UFO. If people aren't excited about UFOs yet, wait till they hear about the UFO that's shaped like an Idaho potato. No, there's not even footage of it.
Yeah.
It's just a description of something that looked like a potato in the sky.
Saw a thing in the that's like it's all just like people seeing something in the sky and
you know what I just saw actually that's more interesting than a UFO, and I forgot to bring him on the last episode because he's been such a good boy and he's so quiet.
Uh-oh.
Luca! Come here, boy. He'll get over here. He's taking a little nap. He's such a good boy.
Luca. Come here.
Come here, boy. There he goes. Here he comes.
This is great content.
This is way better than any UFO or alien. We have a real creature. He's shy. Look at him. Right, big boy.
There he is.
There's a big boy. Say hi. Oh, his pecker's showing. I gotta keep it off the camera.
He's not lipsticking.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Say hi to Luca, everybody. A lot of people in the comments were asking when he was gonna make another appearance.
He's been here like the whole time. He just never.
Yeah, he's just a quiet, good
never
boy.
comes on camera.
Yeah.
Anyway, next headline.
Wait, I gotta get the remote back out. Yeah, okay. It's a good thing we had Luke out because this one's a little. This is kind of a sad one.
Oh. 6 arrested for alleged kidnap and torture at Florida Margaritaville. Oh, Jimmy Buffett is rolling over in his grave. This is not the Margaritaville spirit at all.
Someone stole that shaker of salt, and it was probably a woman.
I don't understand. How do you commit a kidnap torture at a Margaritaville? There's it's a restaurant, a popular restaurant with lots of people in it.
Yeah, it seems like it was overtaken by local youth gang members who, the torture came from apparently them using a torch to burn off a tattoo.
But
from another, so
is the restaurant closed?
Well, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do if you're working at Margaritaville and you see a bunch of people torturing someone else? I would call the cops, obviously, but if someone's being fucking tortured, and there's a bunch of people, actually, no, in front of the camera, I will say that I will run in there like a hero, and I will
they say
beat up.
That a hero saves
I will knock all of the guns.
This lift is the only entrance into the laboratories. It is also the second most heavily defended location in Dominion space.
So they've got a lot of Marines. We'll use those numbers against them. Bring in my infestors. We're going to implant virophages at these garrisons. Once they've infested the Terrans inside, I'll use them to secure the landing bay. We'll clear it before the Dominion can even react. to that garrison, quickly.
I know how to do it. These guys are cool because you can put them underground and they can go sloop, 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 sloop. Slooping around.
The infestors can now move on. The virophage will infest the surrounding buildings.
I want control of that Banshee.
Y'all missed. Oh, it's got the best. This is the best theme in Heart of the Swarm right here.
An infestor is out of energy. Infestors can consume Zerg units, including the infested Terrans, to regain energy.
Use parasitic domination on the Dominion's heavy ordnance. Turn their weapons against them.
Does this affect structures? Doesn't seem like it.
Kill every last one of these Dominion bastards.
Planted all 3 virophages on this section of the platform.
It's time for the infested to do their part.
All of the guns and blowtorches out of their hands, and then I will disarm them with enough physical abuse to take them out of a situation, but not harm them any more than they needed to be harmed. And then I will stand there and receive my free margarita for saving the day. Virgin, please.
I'm so confused. I don't understand why this needed to occur in a margarita.
Well, these days, you know, you take what you can get.
You don't have like a
locations.
You don't have a grimy warehouse to torture your victims at. You got to take them to Jimmy
With rent
Buffett's.
prices these days.
You gotta take them to Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville.
No.
Well, you
get lunch, you get a margarita, and you get to torture your victim.
Bloody, you're about to be wasted away again.
Yeah.
And that's when we resume our...
You're gonna be where's that Lost Sacred salt? I'm gonna pour it on his.
No, that's how the torture came in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Some people say it's a woman to blame, but I know it's this motherfucker because he snitched.
You'll be having a cheeseburger
It's your
in
own damn
paradise.
fault. Yeah.
In a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. You keep talking.
Nah.
Paradise is where you'll be.
Condolences to the victim. I think he lived, but.
Okay, good. Syracuse tickets family that drove through red light in funeral procession to cemetery. Wait, what? I thought you were allowed to do that.
Yeah, well, I think they're fighting it, but no, they did get a bunch of red light tickets, so yeah. Unfortunately for the family, it's added stress onto an already.
Oh, was
stressful
it like the automatic one?
Yeah. So they got a big string of them.
Because the funeral, you don't see funeral processions too often now, but it does let you drive. Like everyone has to stop, including local police. I think like the only ones with the authority to stop a funeral procession are like the U.S. Postal Service because it's federal.
Wow.
But I mean this should be pretty easy to clear up, I would think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Syracuse.
What are you doing?
Do the right thing. This grieving family.
They destroyed the viral phage.
They did nothing wrong. They did everything right.
In fact,
and you indicted them.
In fact, give them a month of red light tickets for free.
Yeah. All right.
Just clear what every license plate clear.
Yeah.
Any prior stuff on there.
We're doing the purge, but just for red lights.
Pickleball player facing felony charges after bloody match at St. Augustine Park.
Where did the blood come from? How'd the blood come out?
The blood came from the face of an opponent.
Did they? What?
A woman pickleball player beat a man pickleball player with their pickleball paddle until he was bloody.
Okay, that's not a bloody match. That's an on-court brawl.
Yeah. Well, the match did turn bloody.
Yeah, but it was no longer a match.
Look, I didn't write the headline. The person beat the other person with a pickleball paddle, which, I mean, if I was gonna get beat by something, I would say, same as like how lame the sport is, I would probably tennis racket would be the worst because that's the most serious sport.
Yeah, tennis rackets are tough.
Ping pong, the handle could do some damage.
Yeah.
Pickleball, they're built to be light.
It's soft, it's hollow.
Yeah.
My sister-in-law, who's like 10 years older than me, her and her husband are so into pickleball. They do it like all the time. They're over at their house and she's like, just the pressure's on. When are you guys gonna come to pickleball? You guys gotta come to pickleball. Let's get you outside.
Well, now you have an excuse not to.
They forced us outside to practice pickleball, and it turns out I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna do it. I'm like, this is old.
Well, that's why old white men play it.
Yeah.
So they don't have to move around.
This is not that hard.
Yeah.
Like it took me
it's truly
took me 10 minutes to get the coordination down. I'm like, oh yeah, this is fun, but I'm not gonna make it my identity.
It's ping pong without the table.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, don't do it. Because if you piss someone off, people get fucking serious.
Well, that's what I've heard.
Beat your face in.
So they go to this pickleball facility, and my wife went a couple times, and she's just like,
it's a cult.
A lot of these people are fucking insane.
Yes.
They take this shit way too seriously. And I'm like, yeah, it's the same thing that happened when adult dodgeball became a thing.
Yeah.
In around 2010. Yeah. It's just cool. It's like a softball league, but even less serious. And they're like, no, this is my identity. I am the guy that hits people extremely hard with a fucking bouncy ball.
It's people that were bullies in high school, and then it was a life that faded away. And then all of a sudden, they get to be a bully again.
Yeah. Just not into it, folks.
Well, moving on, gaming PC saves owner from bullet fired by neighbor's dog. Because everyone in America has a gun, even the dogs. So these things will happen. And the fact that there was a gaming PC strong enough to stop that bullet is just the same reason I wear an extra thick piece of a good wooden cross.
Yeah, I mean, my RTX, it's big. It takes up most of the space. That could easily stop a bullet. Probably stop a 50 cal.
When I'm exporting one of these videos, the heat alone can melt a bullet.
Yeah, the bullet just whoop.
Yeah, it's steaming, folks.
I need to get some new, I have to replace my fans every year and a half because they're pumping so hard that they die out. And now they're just making grinding sounds all the time.
Now that I don't do PC gaming anymore because I'm on the couch, I have been, not anytime soon because my PC's very good, but I have been kicking the idea around eventually going back to a Mac.
Yeah, no,
for strictly work purposes.
I think that's what I'm gonna do next as well.
It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, probably go with the Mac Mini.
It just works.
I love the idea.
This big.
I love the idea of a PC that doesn't take up. My computer is every time.
If I have to do anything, it's a hassle.
Yeah, it's so fucking big. The Mac Mini is a beautiful piece of technology.
Join the channel so we can become Mac boys again.
Yeah, I'm ready. The prodigal son has returned.
And final headline, giving Elliot the pin in this episode that he desperately needed, World Cup related and all. Elliot, take the headline.
Massachusetts becomes the first state to legalize haggis.
We did it, folks. All it took was a World Cup with the random drawing of Scotland appearing in the Boston area.
You gotta do it.
And they've become the first state since the 70s to
Why was it
legalize
illegal?
haggis. Because of the way it's prepared. It just doesn't, like, it was banned a while ago because of the way it was being prepared as, like, a health risk.
Okay.
And then it just sat because, like, no one's fucking... People are probably serving haggis. They're probably just, you know how it is
black market haggis?
Well, not even black market. It's just one of those things that's probably not enforced all that much.
Yeah.
It was like when California had a big thing with foie gras for a while, where it was like skirting by, and then all of a sudden everyone's like, all right, this is getting out of control.
Yeah, a lot of restaurants were like...
Yeah, you buy the bread and you get the foie gras for
secret
free.
Foie gras, yeah. Which, like, I had it. It's not...
It's fine. It's not worth the torture of the animal.
Exactly. I'm like, okay, it's an interesting flavor. I feel like any old pate is just as good. I didn't think foie gras was, like, particularly tasty.
Honestly, bone marrow, much better.
Yeah.
And it's already coming out of the. It's already coming out.
Then
of
you hear
the
about
cow.
what it takes to make foie gras, and you're like, "This is
thanks.
evil. This is an evil food."
Whereas haggis,
We've infested this garrison.
it's actually, I think, better for world peace that it was outlawed for so long, and that in this moment, that just the perfect gel of the World Cup having to expand to different cities, Scotland winning the draw for Boston, boom. What a wonderful story.
Trump's going to try to make Scotland the 51st state now. He's like, oh, they clearly want to join the U.S. Also, I already have a beautiful golf course there, so we'll be taking Scotland.
Yeah. He, like, gives up. The best part is if he, despite not actually owning the bargaining chips, gave up Greenland and Canada to Scotland, to England for Scotland.
Yeah, just a series
we already have Canada. We don't need Greenland.
Just trading a series of one-way IOUs around town.
I own Scotland now. Pretty cool. But no, Scotland has had such an impact on these games simply because of the how they've turned out and the noise that they make. Because a lot of them just... There was a packing list that someone put online, and it was like 1 pair of shorts, 2 kilts, 10 shirts.
Yeah, they're all...
1 set of bagpipes.
They're all kilted up.
Yeah.
You see them coming a mile away.
And you can hear them because they brought their bagpipes with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome. Anyways, all things considered in the world, so far the World Cup has been a somewhat bright spot, at the very least, to just let everyone know that, like, we're all just the same. Everyone just wants to have a good time. A lot of people just want to watch sports and get drunk. People love eating food. If it weren't for everyone trying to fucking micromanage the world all the time, it'd be a pretty good place.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's it for this week's episode of Weekly Weird News. We will be back next week for more episodes. In the meantime, we have stuff for you to watch. Don't worry about it. We also have new merch for you to try. InternetTodayMerch.com. Check that out. Here's the new videos over there. I'll leave the artist link for his Instagram in the description below. Please follow him. He's fantastic. And we will see you next week for more episodes. Bye.
To another garrison.
What a weekend! You know, they say there are decades where nothing happens, then weeks where decades happen. And this past weekend was one where just everything happened. Good and bad, hopeful and disturbing, absurd and ridiculous. But I'll cut straight to the point and say that the honest-to-goodness humanity that everyone saw out of New York...
It is time.
They seeing the sauce and they spilling it, you know what I mean? Shout out my boy Tiger, like shit, I just met Tiger, super cool nigga. Like bro is hella cool, like super humble. Swiping cards and stacking chips. I saw you sinking chips. Left me pending in the pouring rain. Now I bought a heavy diamond chain. My pocket's getting thicker. The watch is getting quicker. Money talk is much louder now. Can't speak through the night. Can't speak through the night. Still see your face on the glass. Why do you call when you're short on cash?
Why do you call when you're short on cash?
I'm losing my mind tonight.
Yeah, bro, you can sing.
Thank you.
Can't sleep through the night. I'm losing my mind tonight. Bankrolls on the table. Watching local cable. Hating that I'm able.
Well, thanks for making the time, bro. Appreciate it. Good to see you, man.
Man, I'm happy to be here, man, you know?
How many texts do you think you get per day?
Before the song, maybe like 8.
What do you think it is now?
So I wake up, I look at my shit, that shit, let's say 11,000, 12,000 fucking notifications on TikTok. Instagram, same thing, text messages, but thousands of them. I'm a super easygoing person, so like getting used to this is gonna take some getting used to, I ain't gonna lie.
For context, this is Phoenix Flexin.
My name is Phoenix Flexin.
A 29-year-old LA rapper currently holding steady with the #1 song on the internet.
Hey, not too shabby for a guy like me, man, that's all I gotta say.
It's an experimental track described by Pitchfork as a mix between Morrissey's Sad Boy Misery and Shoreline Mafia's Flexin', which makes sense because Phoenix is an emotional person.
I had to go through the word for the word.
And one of 4 founding members of Shoreline Mafia.
This ain't a milli rock, this a money dance, and my dick ain't hard, that's a 30 in my pants. I got 30 of them bands, I'ma make a stripper dance, and I'ma fuck a nigga bitch, cause he nerdy, she a fan.
Shoreline Mafia, we're from Los Angeles, East Hollywood to be exact. Not the Hollywood that has the glamour and glitz, but the Hollywood that got the, you know what I'm saying, the run-up and blitz.
Where in East Hollywood you rap?
So like right by Barnesdale Park, so it's kind of like Edgemont, Santa Monica.
On Instagram and TikTok, Rubbers has hit over 100 million streams and acquired the cosigns of many major artists.
Tyler, the creator, 2 Chainz posted it. Everybody, like, damn. I've been doing my thing for a minute, you know what I'm saying? I've been knowing I'm talented and hard, but for like the world to see it and like kind of embrace it, it just feels so good, like, oh hell yeah, like, you know.
Swiping cards and stacking chips. I saw you sinking ships.
Y'all not hearing them, bro. Why on Earth is my favorite rap song right now not even a rap song?
Giving me the GTA Miami Vice vibes, Scarface vibes.
But the explosive success of the song has also come with some equally explosive controversy.
Be honest and say it's AI, bro.
Many people claim that Rubbers is AI, artificial intelligence, likely created by a software called Suno that generates beats, lyrics, and auto-tune vocals from basic GPT prompts. On Instagram, Phoenix and his producer both denied this, calling it cap.
Anyone who know me know I be talking like I'm from the UK half the day.
But in this interview, they'll speak on camera for the first time about what happened. And as we'll come to learn, the truth is nuanced.
Technically, it is AI. I feel like it is.
As are the intricacies of this cultural moment. Public backlash toward the expansion of AI in the job sector, especially among the increasingly unemployed and exhausted youth, is at an all-time high and has created a revulsion toward the software's use in the creative field. Yet on a regional level, LA rap or LA hip-hop, whatever you want to call it, has been stagnant for years, crippled by the untimely passing of its mavericks and displaying very little evolution since the pandemic. That is, I guess, until now.
You know, the first day was like 8 million.
Yeah. Rubbers has put the city's hip-hop scene on the map in a way that it hasn't been in years, which for many is enough to forgive Phoenix for getting a little bit of help from robots. But that's enough for me. Let's get into the interview.
My text messages have never looked like this.
What's it mentally like to get that surge in attention so fast?
Mentally like?
A few minutes before our sit-down, Phoenix received a call out of the blue from producer Timbaland. You know, Timbaland.
Who coincidentally has been at the forefront when it comes to supporting AI music, even launching his own AI music label with AI artists, as well as a mysterious collaboration with the AI music app Suno that I mentioned earlier.
Phoenix took the call in all British.
Everybody trips out on the London accent, but the London accent is something that I've acquired of it just a good while of playing around, and then we could just go out to the point where we could incorporate it on the record. So the fact that we can do that is amazing, and it also just helps it that much more. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. What do you think about the song appeal to so many people?
Just the difference, like just it being a different thing, like, you know what I mean? Like, California music right now is in a place where I feel like it's stagnant, and it's just like a lot of similar sounds. It's just a negative energy around it, you know what I mean? People look at West Coast shit and just look at this shit like, is this, I don't fucking know, this ignorant, stupid shit. I guess dressing what people think is fly out here, like, I don't know, it just should be blown. This copying, like, everybody looks the same, like, it's all like the same, everybody looks the same, like, you know. LA is the imitation station.
Who do you think are the most imitated rappers in LA?
Probably us and Draco.
Yeah, so you were one of the founding members of Shoreline Mafia.
Definitely.
And 2017 was the breakout year, right? With like...
Breakout year, if not like the year with at least the acknowledgement, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and Bands was the first song to really take off, right?
Musty.
I'm pouring juice by the deuce, right around in the coupe. I ain't playing with a bitch, look baby, I thought you knew. But if it's Chris with your bitch for the link, I'm off a beat, I said nothing is clean.
You know what I'm saying? Musty was the one that did it.
After 3 years of great success, Shoreline Mafia split up in 2020, citing personal differences.
It broke up during COVID. So like right when COVID started, I think it was the first week of us being in the house, like that's kind of when it split. And I didn't want it to split, like, you know what I mean? The last thing I would ever want, I'm sure anybody would be for like something you started with somebody to just fucking fail. Like that shit just sucks. Feels like shit. Thank God we've been able to like put our differences aside and come back together, you know what I'm saying, to make it through the stormy weather.
5 years later, in 2025, Shoreline Mafia reunited as a duo between Phoenix and Ojeezy, releasing a feature-length album.
That's what it's all about, you know what I'm saying? Working through the kinks, making sure the shit don't sink.
What do you think was the hardest thing to get through whenever you were making amends? Was it like ego and stuff like that?
For sure, egos get in the way, money's always a thing. Now, you know what I'm saying? It just depends, you know what I mean? Everybody's different, everybody's a different person, so like just, what's it called, like personalities can clash.
So you feel like after Draco passed, there wasn't enough new talent?
It's not, look, there's always new talent. Like Peso, he makes a different sound, shout out Peso.
Are those Predators? Crazy.
Shout out my boy Section 8, baby, my boy ISO, he go up on the Inland Empire, you know, flex step shit.
Hey, it's some shit on me, like Draco said. Bitch, suck me dry, I'ma spank your head.
You know what I'm saying? We still doing the rap music too. Shout out to Mason Marcellus, he doing his thing. GT Money, yeah, little nigga doing his thing. It's a lot of people, you know what I mean? But like, not as much as it should be.
That was until he was encouraged by his friend and producer to step outside of his comfort zone and try something new.
You know, because we have so many songs like that, but he's been afraid to put it out.
Yeah.
You know? Mm-hmm. He's just shy. He just doesn't think that that's going to be something crazy. Mm-hmm. And I didn't even, honestly, I didn't know it was going to go this crazy, to be honest. I didn't know.
But you definitely sounds like you encouraged him.
Yeah, dude, yeah. That's my boy.
Perps on the beat, you know what I'm saying? Make the song complete. So shout out my guy. You don't gotta make the same type of music, like, and I was just like, this is me telling y'all stuff that I was being told, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, once I listened, out of here.
I was the first to run it up. I was the first to run it up. Eat that in a big way. Checking all these bank runs for a payday. Stashed $1 million in the wall. Thought that you would catch me if I fall.
I think this is the way we're going. By the time I'm 34, I'm gonna be like Lenny Kravitz.
Are we on the path to a full-blown 80s themed project?
It's already it's basically done.
How many songs are on it?
So far, we got like probably 10 that are for sure. So we got a little bit of work to do.
I'm just worried about claims at this point. Way too much. Because, like, of course, they're gonna get it cleared, but
I just want this all on the record because I'm sadly certain something else is going to happen. Sadly, the victim of a lot of this is Erica Kirk and others, as more threats materialize to her life. Now, I mean, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Report links anti-Christian extremism and assassination culture to alleged plot against Erica Kirk. Yeah, another one. Something else is going to happen. If this is the last show I do, or Erica, or anyone else, I just want it on the record that I was on the right side of this. And by the right side, I don't elevate myself or my character above you or anyone else. I just mean
those are
like the
predators.
non-demon side.
All right, so the podcaster wars continue to get crazier, and former deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, is now warning people that Erica Kirk's life is in danger and something might happen to her, which, you know what that means. The elites are preparing a false flag attack on Erica because she's not getting the job done, and she knows too much about Israel and the Epstein files. So they might need to take her out and blame it on Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson as a reason to censor them, because they just exposed the truth about who killed Charlie Kirk and how it was done. Candace and her detectives started to look into this theory about Charlie's exploding mic, and everyone started freaking out all of a sudden.
Rude.
So I think we're onto something, and we're finally starting to get a good picture of the scene that went down that day. You know, Charlie was rigged with an explosive mic that also electrocuted him, and I think he was shot from the back and below. Then I also heard someone broke his neck too. they really wanted to make sure this guy died. They blew the kitchen sink out of him, apparently. And it wasn't easy taking him out because, if you remember, he had X-Men superpowers, according to Candace, and was described as a man of steel by his surgeon. So they needed multiple options. I don't think a gunshot wound to the neck would have gotten the job done. Like, one of Candace's orbiters described where Charlie was speaking as a death arena, and they went after him 5 different ways, then snapped his neck in the car for good measure. And I think that scenario sounds like the most accurate to me. So it's all starting to add up here. Charlie was shot from every different angle. His mic exploded and electrocuted him at the same time. And then when nobody was looking, somebody made sure to snap his neck. So thankfully we have Candace and her sycophants figuring all this out, because if it weren't for her, we would have thought Charlie died from just being shot in the neck, which sounds completely ridiculous in hindsight.
This narrative, which makes a lot more sense than Tyler Robinson, that Charlie's microphone may have been rigged to kill him using explosives.
His hands, the way they grip the microphone, looks to me like he got electrocuted.
Actually, Charlie was shot from beneath him. The one's looking up when we should be looking below. Charlie was shot from the back. 100% Charlie Kirk was shot from the back. There is now more evidence, more evidentiary support that Charlie may have been killed by a rigged explosive device that was on him.
They brought Charlie into that what looks like a death arena and said, we're going to go after him 4 or 5 different ways, and then we're going to break his neck in the car. And he's not walking out of this alive.
Yeah, so they're figuring it all out, and just wait till they discover the cyanide tablet they put in Charlie's coffee. Once that gets out there, it's all over. So the elites are probably already planning a false flag attack on Erica, and I think that's why she's crying all the time. She knows she's next. She knows way too much and can expose the Epstein files in Israel. Like, according to Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson claimed that Erica was very anti-Israel before Charlie was killed. Candace mentioned this the other day, and she kept apologizing to Tucker for bringing up this story, because Tucker tries his best to play both sides. Like, he'll talk about how much he loves Erica and how great she is, but then he'll push theories about Charlie's assassination and have on people that trash Erica. But now it looks like Candace wants him to pick a side, because she also said she doesn't understand how Tucker can play Erica. So she brought this story up about how when she did Tucker's podcast about a year ago, afterwards he told her husband that Erica is very anti-Israel, which Candace just remembered recently, which is kind of weird because this seems like something that's pretty important. But Candace claims she totally blacked out when she went to visit Tucker in Maine. She didn't remember the trip at all, and she completely forgot she did his podcast until the other day when the memory finally came back to her.
Like, I totally blacked out on that trip. I totally forgot the trip happened, that day trip. I totally forgot that Erica said this. And I'm just going to have to ask Tucker for forgiveness for sharing this, because I knew that there was something bothering me about this Maine vacation and didn't remember that I went up to Maine too. I went up to Maine with my husband in July. I genuinely forgot about this. I genuinely forgot about this. I promise you, I forgot that. I forgot that I had this. I forgot that I went up to Maine until I was looking at this Erica speech, and I was like, I know what is bothering me about this speech.
So obviously the only explanation for why Candace blacked out and didn't remember that trip or doing Tucker's podcast at all is that the demon in Tucker's house got to her and scrambled her brain. I knew that little shit was still on the loose. I've been trying to warn people about that. If you do Tucker's podcast, you gotta be careful, because there's a demon that was conjured by Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu that's currently haunting his house. And it attacked Tucker in his sleep a few years ago and scrambled his brain. So I think Candace might have been attacked by it too while she was there, and that's why she blacked out. And now, almost a year later, her brain is just starting to unscramble and her memories finally come back to her. So those demon attacks are no joke. It sounds like it did a number on her, and really didn't want her to remember that Erica Kirk used to be anti-Israel.
What's bothering me about the speech is that when I got off air with Tucker was like, I absolutely love Erica. He said this publicly 1,000 times, so I'm not revealing anything here. And he was like, she is like hardcore on the anti-Israel train. And when I look at that and I plot that on the timeline, it convinces me that Erica is a psychopath. Genuinely convinces me that Erica's a psychopath, because, and please, Tucker, forgive me, I had to share that. I know you like her. I know you're a fan of Erica. I know we have different opinions and different perspectives, but this doesn't make sense. This does not make sense that Erica gets on stage and is pro-Israel, blinks and is at dinner and is anti-Israel. Erica's a psychopath. This is like, it just dawned on me. She was playing this game while Charlie was alive. And if I didn't do this timeline, if I didn't remember that I was in Maine having this casual conversation, I probably would not have reflected on this little tidbit that proves that Erica's a psychopath. She wasn't a grieving widow in August and July. Okay? She wasn't a grieving widow. She was a manipulative psychopath who puts on a different outfit, a different costume, depending on what play she has to put on. Okay? That's just like an established fact. That Erica she has demonstrated over and over again the attributes of a psychopath. I don't understand genuinely how Tucker can like her. I don't. And maybe it's because he is usually off on a boat fishing, doesn't watch a lot of podcasts. Highly doubt that he is watching the timeline and the conflicting Ericas. I'm sorry to Tucker Carlson. Tucker, please to be my friend. It was just a memory. I love you, Tucker. I love everything you're doing.
So thankfully Candace's brain is starting to unscramble and she can remember this because this proves Erica's a psychopath. Or maybe she's scared to publicly turn on Israel because she could be taken out next. I mean, it sounds like they're already planning something. You know, Dan Bongino sounds pretty confident that something's gonna happen to her.
Don't worry about me. The only reason I'm even covering this beginning of the show is because when something else happens, I want to be sure you can look back on these episodes and go, Dan was right. He brought the evidence and the logic, and maybe we should have listened. Sadly certain something else is going to happen. Fox News report yesterday. You've seen all the hysteria from the chatterbox talking head class with the I have secret knowledge, I have a lot of information but no evidence crowd. Sadly, the victim of a lot of this is Erica Kirk and others as more threats materialize to her life. Now, I mean, I've never seen anything like this in my life.
So what does he know? Did he take an Egyptian plane to Fort Huachuca for a meeting with the beekeeper cult and Mossad agents? Was Ben Shapiro there? You know, he seemed pretty concerned about Erica too. What does he have up his sleeve? Or under his yarmulke? Are the Epstein files under there? Is that where they're hiding them? I mean, if Erica Kirk figures that out and exposes it, then she's cooked. She better be careful. Like, if that happens, I think Ben Shapiro himself might have to take her out. I actually heard from an inside source that Ben Shapiro can use his yarmulke as a weapon. He can throw it like Odd Job from James Bond and kill people with it. So my money is on Erica Kirk being decapitated by Ben Shapiro's yarmulke after she tries exposing the Epstein files. I know it sounds crazy, but drastic times call for drastic measures, and clearly Erica knows too much, which is maybe why Tucker Carlson hasn't turned on her yet, because he knows if Erica steps out of line, then she's getting a yarmulke to the jugular. And Tucker, he thinks that Charlie was killed by Israel, but he still loves Erica, who publicly denounces those theories and thinks Charlie was killed by a radical leftist for his views on transgenderism. But Tucker says that's obviously not true. Apparently it's a big misconception that anybody on the left would want to kill Charlie Kirk. And all the videos of people celebrating his assassination, I guess they were just chaos agents. Maybe funded by the Daily Wire. Maybe Ben Shapiro hired them to be part of the PSYOP so they can divide the left and right even more. Also, the official narrative that people like Ben Shapiro, Erica Kirk, and Kash Patel are going with sounds like complete bullshit to me. I mean, they really want us to believe that a trans-loving furry could take out the great Charlie Kirk. You know, this guy had superhuman abilities. This is the Man of Steel we're talking about here. He's not going to let some leftist kill him. Like, we all know the only possible way he could have been taken out is if the world leaders and the CIA and Mossad all worked together to have him assassinated. You know, that sounds much more epic than the official story. Like, was Charlie killed because the globalist elites realized he's too powerful and couldn't be controlled anymore, and he's about to expose the Epstein files and Israel's influence on American politics, so they had no other choice but to assassinate him? Or was he just taken out because some random guy who spends his time playing furry shades of gray with his trans boyfriend wanted to kill him because he's transphobic? You know, the official narrative is just too boring. Like, Tyler Robinson climbed on a roof, took one shot, and killed him. Or was there this meticulously planned out covert operation involving the world's top intelligence agencies, and they used Palantir drones to shoot him from every different angle? They rigged him with an explosive mic that electrocuted him, and they had like 4 or 5 different patsies ready to take the fall. And he almost survived everything. If you remember, Tim Pool's sources said Charlie was stable, but then I heard Benjamin Netanyahu showed up at the hospital and snapped his neck. So I think the truth is probably somewhere in the middle of those two scenarios. I mean, according to Candace and Tucker, there's no way a leftist would want to kill Charlie Kirk for his opinion on transgenderism. Tucker says that's obvious, and he finally admitted he thinks Charlie was actually killed for his opinion on Israel.
Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and we all know that it wasn't by the left. Okay? Charlie Kirk was not assassinated by the left. I don't care how many influencers are paid to tell you otherwise.
And he was not murdered for his opinions on transgenderism, obviously. he was, I believe, and most people who knew him well, as I did, and was friends with him as I was, believe he was most likely murdered for his evolving views on Israel.
And not only did Tucker admit that, he also announced Donald Trump covered up the assassination attempt made against him in Butler, which is interesting. I wonder if a group of people pressured him to stop looking into it. You know, the same group of people who put the hit out on Charlie Kirk and were behind 9/11 and JFK and the Epstein files. I don't know, but Tucker said he tried to give Dan Bongino and Kash Patel more info on the shooter, but they were frightened. Dan was hysterical and told him Trump shut down the investigation. And everyone knows Dan Bongino's a scared man. He hasn't been the same since he saw those files, so this all adds up.
About Butler, I know that Trump shut down the investigation into Butler. That is a fact. Dan Bongino told me that when he worked with the FBI. And Dan Bongino himself was terrified when I spoke to him in December. So I called Kash Patel, and I later called Dan Bongino, and I said, what is this? And Dan Bongino became hysterical with me on the phone. I've known Dan a long time, for many years. He became a different person. He was clearly terrified. I didn't get it at first, but he was hysterical. And ultimately, after a long series of text exchanges and phone conversations, he said, look, take it up with Trump. He's doing shut down the investigation.
So I think Israel used the MK Ultra program to influence Thomas Crooks into trying to assassinate Donald Trump because he's about to turn on Israel and expose the Epstein files. And I think Charlie Kirk was assassinated to distract from Trump's assassination attempt in the Epstein files, which were used to distract from 9/11 being an inside job, which was used to distract from the MK Ultra program, which was used to distract from JFK's assassination. So it's all starting to come together, but Dan Bongino responded to Tucker with some receipts and claimed Tucker's story is all bullshit. And he said Tucker is just confused and stupid and has no credibility. So he's taking some below-the-belt shots here. Like, we all know Tucker suffers from CTE from that demon attack, but at least he's doing his best.
However, accusing me and the president of a federal crime and obstructing justice, bizarrely, the president involved in covering up the investigation into his own attempted murder, is seriously one of the most delusional things I've ever seen. And the reason I'm really starting to believe, and I mean this sincerely, that Tucker's just dumb. I don't know. I mean, is he doesn't realize, like, I have these texts too. I never do this, but if you're going to refer to texts alleging we committed a crime, and that you seem to believe that Kash and I, who are longtime personal friends with the president, are involved in some sinister cover-up, is absurd. I thought he said we were covering it up. Get in my text. Leave this up, guys. I'm saying the exact opposite, Justin, am I not? It's almost like he's bullshitting you again. And tell me, Tucker fans, please, I'm begging you, have you seen a single shred of evidence of that text that I told him the president demanded we shut down the investigation? If this doesn't end this guy's credibility, you're wasting your time. You're just being like, this guy's no different than Rachel Maddow. We're going to produce evidence tomorrow Trump is cheating on his taxes. We're going to produce evidence tomorrow the Russia hoax. And you notice it never comes? I had a bunch of people like, oh, you should sue him and all. Folks, it doesn't matter with this guy. He doesn't care about the truth.
This time?
It's a shame that we were friends and he took it and he shit it down a toilet bowl because he's a person of the line. He has the impulse control of a child. I'm sure he's going to cackle at all with that stupid laugh. I don't know, whatever that means. That's his favorite. Check out the Milk Bar TV thing. Whatever that means. He always claims stupid, whatever that means.
Also, Dan helped cover up the Epstein files, and he looked scared shitless while doing it, so I think he was threatened by the Epstein class. I heard they held a yarmulke to his throat and made him say Epstein killed himself, because he originally pushed all the Epstein theories like crazy, but then he became the deputy director of the FBI and helped cover it all up and told people to stop looking into it. And then he left to go back to podcasting, but he's still doing their bidding. He's like Trump and Israel's attack dog. Like, he also started going off on Alex Jones a few months ago when he turned on Trump, and Dan accused Alex of being a grifter and said Alex told him to lie when he went on his show years ago, which Alex claims that was a lie. Like, it's a lie that Alex told him to lie. So Alex has been going to war with him and Ben Shapiro, which has been great.
I tell you, Bon.
The Dominion stopped venting gas.
Gino, you're
It will
beneath me,
take
but
them
you
some
want to say
time
that
to
I sat there
synthesize more.
and told you to lie on air? I am pissed, dude. I know for sure now that you are a fucking lying sack of garbage. Fuck you. You couldn't get someone with a more American pedigree than me. I'm not bragging. I've proven myself to be up to snuff with my ancestors. Look what I've already done. So you take your little Mossad ass, Shapiro, shooting your mouth off how a bunch of Americanas are traitors, and you look in the mirror and you want to see a traitor, you little beady-eyed rat. When you're being called a Russian agent with no evidence, and that you're a traitor on foreign payroll, those are fighting words, people. I'm not going to take it. Ben Shapiro's little smart-ass smirk. He's got 5% of the audience he used to have. Billions, all over $1 billion was put by the Israeli lobby and big Zionist Texas oil people out of Frisco, Texas into him to try to take over the media.
Also, Alex believes that Trump had the Butler assassination attempt and Charlie Kirk's assassination covered up. He doesn't think they're staged, but he thinks they're covered up. So he's not fully committed to the conspiracy theories yet, and he actually used to go after Candace Owens for promoting Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories, but then he apologized to her. So now I think he tries to stay out of it, and when it's brought up, he admits there's some weird stuff going on, and there's a cover-up, but he just doesn't follow everything. Like, he claims he just doesn't entertain that kind of stuff. It's hilarious. Alex Jones says he's not a conspiracy theorist that speculates all day.
Pissed off at Bongino, man.
Inside.
I have been contacted by another brood mother. Ryloth has been keeping her large brood out of the conflict. She is impressed with you and wishes to bring her brood back into the swarm.
Broodmother Ryloth, hear me. Take your brood to Jontor 2. This is where the Dominion manufactures their newest ships. Destroy that world for the swarm.
It shall be done, my queen.
The powerful essence of the primal pack leaders has awakened a new column and many abilities. As new tiers of abilities continue to awaken, you will gain abilities in this third column as well.
The vanguard of your swarm holds the entrance of the lab. The hybrid wait within. Let's send them to hell.
Be quick. I have a battle to command.
I must warn you about the being that runs this lab. Dr. Narud, an ancient shapeshifter who has worn many faces over the years. He made me what I am.
So he's not a Terran. Protoss? He can't be Zerg or I would know.
None of those. He is the servant of an ancient Zelnaga known as Amon.
I learned of Amon on Xeris. He's dead.
Well, his creation lives on. Narud is the most dangerous being you've ever met. And you will face him in there. Kerrigan, this lab houses the culmination of Narud's research, the hybrid. They are the ultimate weapon of the final war.
The hybrid are waking up.
What's happening to you?
It's attacking me psionically, draining me.
Stay strong. You must kill the hybrid or we are all doomed.
Milking her. Don't let it milk you.
Eliminate that hybrid before its attack kills you.
Bring it down, now! It is time. Minsk will suffer. What is it this time? Our conquest continues. The swarm conquers all.
The hybrid is dead, but it will not be the last.
You are not welcome here, Kerrigan.
Narud.
My queen, hybrid psionic signatures are appearing across the laboratory.
Our conquest
are under attack.
What is it this time?
Because I'm a human being, buddy. I have a family.
Are
I've
you?
been attacked a lot. I've stood up for this country a lot longer than
I
you
have a
Mr. Tough
family.
Guy.
Yeah, so
You
did
get up
the
there
Sandy
like a
Hook
sociopath
victims,
and say, tried
bitch.
to enlist you in fraud, but you won't even say what it is.
Dominion forces
But I'm done
moving on
talking
the
about
hive
it.
cluster.
The point is, we all know Trump's the one ordering all these cover-ups. And we know it was Kash Patel under orders from Trump that killed foreign involvement in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And when I watch Butler, the best sniper in the world when Trump's moving all around, can't just raise his ear like that. And it clearly, it's even on the video, the bullet going by. But then you got Green Berets and a really smart journalist, Michael Yon, saying he thought the whole thing was completely fake. I don't know. But I do know that Trump ordered it covered up. And he ordered Epstein covered up. And now you have Tucker Carlson telling you that Bongino told him that Trump ordered it covered up. 99% of what I do is just news, information, analysis of that. I'm not the conspiracy theorist. That's everybody else that just speculate all day.
Fulfill your purpose.
But we have to speculate here and ask, why is Trump doing it?
A hybrid is attacking you.
Did he finally get the message at Butler?
So it's a great time to be a conspiracy theorist. Every day there's a new theory, and it's so out of control even Alex Jones thinks people are speculating too much. Sometimes he just crashes out over his fans thinking everything's staged. So it's complete chaos, and the right has imploded ever since Charlie's assassination. Like now Candace is trying to destroy Turning Point, and she thinks Erica Kirk is a psychopath that's helped trying to cover up her husband's murder. And Alex Jones wants to fight Ben Shapiro and Dan Bongino. And Tucker Carlson is feeding into all the conspiracy theories and stirring the pot. But also he's trying to play both sides, just like Megyn Kelly, who's over here like, guys, let's just come together. Can't we work things out? She really thinks there's a chance of that. I mean, that ship has sailed a long time ago. Like, I don't think Megyn realizes how serious this is. I mean, there's no chance Candace Owens works things out with all these people.
My ultimate feeling is we need to come back together. Like, I still see the left, and not everybody on the left, you know. My mom's still a registered Democrat, but like, the left incorporated as the real enemy, the ones who are celebrating the Charlie assassination. That's the real enemy. And the right is going to need to come back together. You know, we have to find our way back to each other. And there have been a lot of people who are very, very neocon and pro-Israel and pro this war, with whom I am in touch, because the right is going to have to come back together after this is over and before the next elections, or we're never going to win any more elections again.
So Megan's delusional. I mean, Candace and her audience literally think Charlie Kirk's wife, Israel, and the neocons killed him. Like, why would they ever side with them again if they believe that? I mean, at this point, I think she'd rather side with the left, but the elites might have to take her out before she does that. Remember, they already hired an assassin to go after her, so who knows what they could do next. Candace better watch out for that shit going out with her. But let me know you guys think about it all, and check out the Patreon if you want to hear about Alex Jones crashing out on conspiracy theorists and exposing the UFO psyop, or Joe Rogan grilling a Mossad agent on his podcast, or Joe's producer humiliating Eric Weinstein. That was hilarious. There are over 200 exclusive videos on there, all over 20 minutes. So there's a ton of extra content. If you enjoy the channel and stuff worth checking out, there'll be a link in the description.
What is it this time?
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland. On the Majority Report, it is a pleasure to welcome back to the program Gil Duran, journalist, founder of Nerd Reich, a Substack newsletter about tech extremist politics, author of the forthcoming book, The Nerd Reich, Silicon Valley Fascism, The War on Democracy. Gil, I have an advanced copy. It is sitting on my night table on a stack, and I'm going to get there.
Oh, no, you took it from the office. I thought you were, we have another one. We have another one. Look at this prop here. There it is. The Nerd Reich. I can't wait to get into it. Yeah.
But the book comes out in, is it August?
August 18th.
August 18th. And so we will have you back for that. But we had to, there's so much going on in this this tech bro extremist world. We just spoke to Dylan Gouts-Lewis, who had written a piece in the American Prospect about the sort of, I guess, the cousins to the people you write about. And that is other tech elite, by their own definition, who are trying to take the Democratic Party through the abundance movement. What is it about these people who work in tech that they believe that A, they're the elite, and B, that the elite should basically just run everything?
Retribution.
Well, I think it's the derangement and psychosis that results from too much money. These people have gone totally insane, and now they are on a quest not only to seize all of American political power and establish a monopoly of political power that overthrows our democracy, but a lot of them think they're going to live forever, become transhuman, meld with AI, and travel throughout the universe, colonizing other galaxies and harvesting the energy of the other stars. So we have a great outbreak, an existential outbreak of delusional thinking in Silicon Valley. And because of the money they have, it's a danger to all of us because they're trying to buy the entire system, both the Democrats and the Republicans, in order to break the system. And it's not different people, by the way. This is pretty much the same people with some small variations. You know, you got Joe Lonsdale, who's a Palantir guy and a total right-wing bomb thrower who said the United States should return to public executions, giving money to Matt Mahan in the gubernatorial race in California, who is supposedly a moderate Democrat. So this is one of the reasons I wrote my book, is witnessing this effort to buy both sides of the political spectrum. Obviously, they'd rather have the Republicans because the Republicans will do anything. The Democrats is a much slower project, but it heads to the same destination.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, even in this abundance document, basically said that in many respects, small donors are the bane of their existence because that's the only sort of like bulwark, I guess, against their being able to buy Democratic politicians, is that Democratic politicians have the option in some circumstances, if they pursue a certain platform, to do very well with smaller donors. It's is fascinating that it's coming out there. I mean, you talk about like the money sort of corroding their brains. I can't remember what's the guy's name on the All In podcast that we just covered.
Chamet Palpatia.
Yes, where he was saying the outcome of the mayoral election as a data stats guy, I'm telling you, is 1 in trillion, and it was just the most sort of like 7th grade assessment of stats and figures to come up with the idea that it was impossible that Spencer Pratt wouldn't have made it into the top 2 in a city of 75% Democrats. These are people who nobody around them seems to ever say like, hey man, you may want to double check that.
Well, part of it's that they're dumb about politics. They're really dumb about things they don't know about, but nobody tells them that because they're rich. And this is a general affliction of the wealthy that adds to their psychosis and delusion, is that everybody wants to placate and please them and be sycophantic. So no one ever says, you know what, that's totally wrong, you're an idiot. You can't say that, right? It's all finding a way to nod along. But the more grim side of this is that this is part of their propaganda game. They know they're lying. They know they're not telling the truth. They're engaged in what some call 5th generation warfare, the new era of propaganda, where you fight over what is basic reality, what is basic facts itself. So they're playing the old Trump game of just completely fabricating a reality. You know, there's 15% registered Republicans in Los Angeles. Very unlikely you're going to get a Republican mayor in Los Angeles anytime ever again. In fact, anybody who is a Republican becomes a Democrat to run, because that's just the way it works now. The Republican Party is pretty much dead in California. But so I don't think it's necessarily that they're stupid. I think the other possibility is that they're just lying, because this is part of their strategy to create a parallel reality and to operate from that. They've seen with X that you can create these economies of false information that have real world impacts. You know, Elon Musk got like 50,000 retweets for also making false claims about the LA election. So on a certain level, they know what they are doing, and they're doing it on purpose. And that makes it more nefarious, and I would say that's a hallmark of fascism, is the creation of an unreality where people can no longer distinguish between fact and fiction, and you can manipulate them from that position of radicalized ignorance.
The age-old debate over stupid and evil, and sometimes it can be both. Let's talk about Peter Thiel, who is sort of the one of the godfathers of this, I guess, movement, or can you call it really a movement? I mean, it's a crew of, it seems like just like literally a dozen or 2 people. They just have so much money. They're everywhere. Peter Thiel, it was just exposed. He had one of his, like, I guess, I don't know, societies was just exposed. Have you seen much about this dialogue?
Yeah, well, the word that Peter Thiel likes to use is cult. And that's also the word I use in my book. Peter Thiel has created a cult of powerful men who think it is their destiny to overthrow democracy in the 21st century using technology and money. And for about 20 years now, Peter Thiel's had this secret cult society called Dialogue, where they have these weird off-the-record conversations with wealthy elites, sort of like a Bilderberg or an Eyes Wide Shut for dorky intellectual subjects, as far as we know. And this list was just revealed because apparently they had it in the coding of their website, this secretive list. These tech geniuses have this massive security flaw that allows some activists to figure out who's on the list. Now, it's not clear who's a member yet. Some of the members are clear, or who's just participating, but there are some pretty stunning names on the list. You know, Ezra Klein, Nicholas Thompson of The Atlantic. And, you know, I have to say, I've wondered why certain people with very large platforms have ignored criticizing these tech billionaires in the way that they should. And, you know, I'm wondering if we're getting toward an answer here, but let's let the rest of the story come out. But the point is that Peter Thiel, in his book 0 to 1, says the way to run your company, the way to run anything, is to create a cult, because that's where you get people who are obsessed and who are dedicated. And the other word he says for cult is a mafia. So you want a cult or a mafia, and that means getting a core group of people to become true radicalized believers and spread the message and carry out the project from there. And he actually names Jim Jones and Charles Manson as examples of people who have done this, saying, well, that's kind of bad, you know, you don't want to do that necessarily. At the same time, I'd say that, you know, Manson and and Jones killed, over 1,000 people, under 1,500. These guys are already on track to kill millions to the USA cuts. And if they get their way, they'll kill billions. So we are dealing with a dangerous cult of radicalized venture capitalists who want to destroy democracy. And what I like to say is that trying to explain what's happening to our country without talking about Peter Thiel's anti-democratic cult is like trying to explain 9/11 without talking about Al-Qaeda.
Well, I mean, we should also mention like the other, Ellison too, as well, and their connections with the IDF and Israel's genocide. If we're talking about death toll right now, Peter Thiel and his technology and a bunch of his buddies that are included in this are literally using their weapons technology to commit genocide right now.
Definitely, and while they commit genocide in the Holy Land, Peter Thiel's going off talking about the Antichrist everywhere. He's on a total apocalyptic trip right now, right? And it's all connected. This is a network of people. Another word they use for this is the network state, which I've written about at length and which is in my book. This idea that the interconnected wealth, influence, and power of these tech moguls is now more powerful than nations, and that they can act as their own political entity, traveling around the world, what Quinn Slobodian calls a mobile fortress of capital, to pursue their own foreign policy, to pursue their own political goals, and even to establish at some point their own little nation states that they will control without laws or regulations or any influence from democracy. So it goes way beyond Thiel, but he's sort of like the node of it. He has sort of normalized the thinking. This isn't something to be ashamed of. This is something that is our destiny. This is something we must do. We have a moral imperative to pursue this monopolistic power over the world.
I want to get back to the network state, but in terms of Thiel, one thing that is amazing about that is, like, you say he's on an Antichrist tour, and it sounds like hyperbole. But this is a guy who, in the run-up to the 2024 election, he was going out there on interview shows and saying, we are like at Weimar, like people are sick of democracy. He is out there talking about how the biggest problem with that women getting the vote was problematic because it's ultimately going to lead to socialism. I mean, he is in no way. What's fascinating to me about this guy is that he's not hiding the ball at all. He's just laying it out there, and for whatever reason, I mean, this guy's got his hand financially in just about all of the major tech that controls just about everything. He essentially birthed J.D. Vance, and I'd like you to speak to that. But this is a very, very powerful guy going out there and unabashedly saying, we need to have some type of dictator, really just so that our group has just one person to talk to and they can execute.
Definitely. My book is mostly focused on this cult that Peter Thiel has created through people like Curtis Yarvin, who is the main guy behind this idea we should have a CEO and dictator, and has become very popular on the right, including with J.D. Vance, who quoted him during his Senate campaign, said we need to purge the federal government and install loyalists, which is exactly what they proceeded to do. And, Curtis Yarvin's a guy who sits around dropping acid and reading fascist literature while living off of his wife and his mother, creates this fantasy version of fascism, and all these billionaires just eat it up. So that's a big problem that Peter Thiel's been able to do this. And part of the reason I wondered at the beginning of researching my book, why do they say these things out loud, right? Because to me, I was in politics for a long time as a comms guy. You don't say the crazy stuff out loud. There's certain stuff you talk about not in front of cameras because it's easily exploitable. But the reason they do it is because it's a form of evangelism. It's how you get other people on board with it, how you get other people talking about it. I know the speech that Peter Thiel gave in 2010 to a group of libertarians where he basically said government is fundamentally evil. It's so evil that to deny the evil of the government is tantamount to denying the existence of the devil. And this is a guy who started Palantir a few years before with an investment from the CIA and is a major government contractor with law enforcement intelligence agencies. So how are you on the one hand saying that government is fundamentally evil, and on the other hand getting wealthy and powerful through the same government? There are these conundrums and hypocrisies that, and if you look at Peter Thiel's Antichrist lectures, because he is traveling the globe giving four-day-long lectures on the Antichrist, the Antichrist he describes sounds a lot like Silicon Valley. I don't think that's an accident, but his main message is we're in an existential battle against democracy. And he's trying to say basically that democracy is the Antichrist, that progressivism is the Antichrist. But the Antichrist he describes, this figure obsessed with using technology to gain power over everyone, clearly describes his own portfolio.
I have to say, I don't want to be in a position of defending him, but I'm not sure how hypocritical it is for him to be taking money from the national security state and also creating technology to allow the national security state to be oppressive. Because the part about government I think that he finds evil is that there is actually, at least theoretically and sometimes in practice, an opportunity for the plebes to have an impact and to have a need that government fulfills. I think he loves the idea of like, well, we could, if we just had an army and a police force run by one guy, we would be in great shape. I think it would be his perspective. But what's going on with him moving to Argentina?
Well, he is temporarily relocated to Argentina for a couple of months. Now, Peter Thiel's been collecting passports for decades. He's also a citizen of New Zealand. I think he's pursued a passport in Malta. He really feels the need to have multiple passports. And this traces back to a 1997 book called The Sovereign Individual, which Thiel regards as prophecy, this sort of conspiracy theory doom book that said that in the 21st century, technology would overthrow nation states, and that these cognitive elites, a term taken from eugenics, would be able to profit from this by using something called cyber currency to evade government power and authority, and by having basically by shopping for jurisdictions where they could move between different countries that would cater to them by giving them no taxes and no regulations and laws. Specifically, the book recommended New Zealand and Argentina among the handful of countries where one should pursue these passports. So, as my book spells out, Peter Thiel is obsessed with the sovereign individual, and it explains a lot of what he's doing. But people were wondering about the Argentina move. Obviously, they have a president, Javier Milei, who's an anarcho-capitalist, totally aligned with these venture capitalist guys, even though his policies have failed and we had to send them $20 billion to basically bail them out. But what happened 2 weeks ago that really clarified what Peter Thiel's doing is Milei wrote a piece in the Financial Times, an op-ed, that said that Argentina was going to introduce a law to ban AI regulation and keep taxes very low for venture capital and tech, and also allow for the creation of non-human corporations, basically AI corporations where no human would be liable for the outcomes of this. So this is some far-out radical experimental stuff. Clearly, Peter Thiel had a heads up on that, and once again, he's trying to model behavior.
We have succeeded, my queen. There are no more hybrid signatures on this level.
Have the swarm flood into the lower levels. Kill everyone in our way. Nerud is up to something, and I intend to find out what. I touched Nerud's mind in there. I sensed his devotion to this Amon. Nerud's been trying to resurrect his master for millennia.
It makes sense. The endless conflict between Protoss and Zerg, the hybrid, all part of a plan to bring Amon back.
Unless we stop him.
You have unselected abilities, my queen. Your power level has increased. A new tier of abilities has awakened.
Yeah. I already know what I'm choosing.
and show people, let's put down roots in Argentina, which, just like the sovereign individual said, is now going to allow a menu of options for us to escape from rules and laws we don't like. You know, in the fantasy, Argentina would now become the trillionaire fortress of AI future and become a powerful country where the oligarchs rule. But the positive part of this is that Peter Thiel seems to be betting against the Trump regime. He's very nervous, and Curtis Yarvin, his little political guru, has been weeping openly in interviews and saying people need to leave the United States because Trump's going to fail and there's going to be retribution for all the stuff we did right now. So in a way, you know, it's always a mix of things with Thiel. He's crazy like a fox, but he seems to be hedging against the Trump administration, but also seeking a place where he can do anything he wants and have total power.
How do you think that translates into what's going on with JD Vance? Like, because that is my sense. And Yarvin's been saying that stuff now, it feels like, for almost like a year or maybe 9 months. Like, he said it's failed, you know, and I hope he's right. I hope he's held to account. I hope that there is retribution in some form for what they have done to the government. But how do you read what's going on with JD Vance? Like, because right now, also, I should say, the past 2 weeks, it feels like this is JD Vance pre-launching his 2028 campaign, from sort of like half taking credit for what's going on with the Iran deal, to the extent that he can take full credit if it somehow turns out to work out. He is there was a story about the Epstein files that came out in the New York Times the other day that it seems quite clear that JD Vance was one of the key sources for that piece, or at least coming from him. What do you make of all that, and what's your sense of Peter Thiel's hopes when it comes to JD Vance?
Well, my chapter on JD Vance is called The Unicorn, because I view him as a bet that these venture capitalists are making on politics. And he's gotten pretty far. He's gotten all the way to the White House. He's a heartbeat away from the presidency. Fortunately, he has a complete lack of charisma. He's highly unpopular, and Republicans are starting to turn against him and distrust him. I think the knives are out for JD Vance. And he's in a very tricky position where he needs to start building a distance from Trump, who's failing and low in the polls. But he can't really do that while he's on Trump's ship. And one weird thing, JD Vance went on The View yesterday, and he said that he was concerned. He wanted to release the Epstein files, and he was so concerned how so many wealthy, powerful people were close to Epstein, which was an insane thing for JD Vance to say, given he's the vice president to Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, Donald Trump. But not only that, Vance is entirely a creation of Peter Thiel, who was also in deep with Epstein. In fact, Epstein gave $40 million to one of Peter Thiel's funds, an investment that has now ballooned to $170 million, and according to the New York Times, I believe, is the major chunk of his remaining estate. So here's a guy who's basically, JD Vance is a guy who's in a Epstein-Thiel-Trump sandwich here. So it's not clear to me how he's going to be able to thread that needle convincingly when we can just get a real Republican to run who's actually not in the administration that's so unpopular. But they're definitely going to try. You know, they would put as much money as necessary into a Vance campaign. And of course, the bigger threat, you know, it's maybe a small percentage possibility, but if Trump doesn't make it through his term, he is falling asleep a lot. His hands are, you know, the color of grape Kool-Aid. Then he becomes president by default. And JD Vance is a man who will do anything to cling to power. You know, he in the recent New York Times story, he was calling to use the Insurrection Act against protesters, right? He's a big believer in Carl Schmitt, the Nazi philosopher, who is also important to Peter Thiel, who believes that a dictator rises to power by declaring an emergency and changing the rules, which is what Hitler did. And of course, in JD Vance, we have a guy who called Trump America's Hitler and is now his vice president.
Can you
people change their minds.
I want, since you brought it up, I'm not sure if we discussed it, but I am curious about your thoughts about this, Gil, given Peter Thiel showing up in the Epstein files. It is interesting to me that around the time that Trump was about to start running, well, it was actually Steve Bannon also that was meeting with Epstein. It was revealed in the emails, and Peter Thiel at the time, I think, was in part of making that connection, or maybe I'm misremembering here, but it's interesting to me that Bannon was meeting with Epstein around this time. They were also meeting with the head of 4chan, Epstein was. And that was around the time that the Pizzagate conspiracy came up, which deflected from the Republicans' ties to Epstein and made it more about Bill Clinton and Democrats and Oprah drinking blood in Comet Pizza or whatever. You know, I think it's a decent theory that perhaps some of these tech oligarchs, in conjunction with the Trump campaign and Epstein themselves, were a part of crafting a bit of a psychological operation that would make sure that people weren't focused on Trump's connections to Epstein at that time. Just wondering if you have kind of any theories yourself.
I think there's a lot we still don't know about what happened during that period, and hopefully we'll find out at some point. But it definitely sounds like the propaganda tactic known as argument in the mirror, where basically you accuse your opponent of doing the thing that you're actually doing, and it confuses people because people don't know what to believe. It's like the Spider-Man meme where they're all pointing at each other, right? So people don't have the cognitive ability to sort it all out. And what I remember about Pizzagate, because I worked at the time for Tom Steyer, the billionaire, working on progressive campaigns in California. He was in some emails. They were talking about a pasta dinner. And there was this whole theory that the pasta was code for trafficking and molestation. And it was this bonkers theory with no basis in reality. And here we have Trump in the damn Epstein files. And we know Epstein was a pedophile. And we know he was doing all these things. And his followers don't really believe that's anything. And Trump denies it. So they were able to create this sort of fictional narrative, and they've done that multiple times. Look at in the past decade how we've had QAnon, Pizzagate, the 2020 election conspiracy theories. You know, again, this goes back to the fascist tactic of unreality, and we're going to see a lot more of that here in the age of AI and oligarch control of the media, where there are people who believe in complete falsehoods as fact and are motivated to action by that. Those people who raided on January 6th and tried to overthrow democracy were animated by a completely false belief, and I think that's just a precursor of what's to come. And I definitely think that all the people you named have been involved in those kinds of strategies, and they're very, very vested in narrative. Most of venture capital is based on creating narratives.
And another thing I'm curious about your thoughts on. I noticed this on social media now. For example, like, you know, because I'm a Knicks fan, I've been seeing all of this footage of, and it's all, my whole algorithm now is footage from the celebrations in the streets, right? But then you kind of look at the replies, and now there's these new videos that come 24 hours later, and it's like, this wasn't fun, it was rioting. And there's footage and video of stuff that's burning, and it's the same kind of footage and an emphasis on the 63 arrests or whatever, which is nothing in comparison to the size of the city. But like, when we talk about the network, the Silicon Valley folks, and all of this crime panic that is pushed on these platforms to really kind of, I think, push some of what we're talking about here, that we can't trust democracy, that it's too messy, that people in these cities are just going to lead to chaos. Just trust us. The anti-homeless stuff that was being pushed by these tech elites as well. It feels like they are also gaming the algorithms, and there's this shadow campaign that is specifically focused on democratic cities that is a way to maybe get their network.
Narud is driving a null zone towards you. It will kill you on contact. These temples are amplifying his power.
Stukov, go to the temples and destroy them.
I thought you'd never ask.
I think this is the last time we fight Protoss.
State idea a little bit more mainstreamed. Is that a decent theory in your mind?
That's the reason I got into this stuff in the first place, was covering the politics of San Francisco. which was a beautiful and wonderful city. I lived in Lower Pack Heights, amazingly safe, beautiful, clean place. And I look at the news, the right-wing news especially, and they're describing it as some kind of apocalyptic hellscape. And this just didn't match up at all. Every American city has problems. This is a capitalist society with poverty. Every town you go into, there's a poor part of town where people are suffering and struggling. There's crime because our system creates crime, not only among the poor, but especially among the wealthy who are currently engaged in a carnival of crime and corruption at an unprecedented scale. But yeah, definitely, they're trying to play on the anxiety against crime, even though crime has been at historic lows in the recent decade. And part of that, again, that's a well-known fascist tactic to increase anxiety over public safety. When you make people feel fear, it activates the conservative ideas in their brain, makes them more accepting of things like mass incarceration and militarization and surveillance. And that's what we saw in San Francisco. And now we largely see this branching out. And one of the interesting tells here is that they always focus on bad things happening in democratic cities, but crime rates are actually much higher in Republican states. And you never hear anything about that. So it's this asymmetrical narrative where the Democratic states that are actually richer and better off than the Republican states are Sodom and Gomorrah hellscapes. But you never hear the same thing about the red states where crime is off the hook. I think for many years, the #1 homicide rate is in Jacksonville, Florida, which has a Republican governor and mayor. But, you never hear about that. It's only San Francisco where, like, I don't know, they had, less than 100 homicides, maybe under 50. And any city would be happy to have that. So, yeah, that's a part of it. Remember, if you go to Jason Stanley's 10 characteristics of fascism, the Trump administration and the tech bros, you can fit every single one of them into what they're doing every single day of the week.
Yeah, and it just shows like this is where the talent pool is. So for all of this freak out, Ken Griffin, because Mom Donnie was mean to him, is going to move to Miami. No, the reason that they're threatening that they're going to move to Miami is because they're not going to move to Miami. They're not going to move out of Silicon Valley because of all this crime and that they're alleging. They just want to control the government there in their favor, as opposed to it getting in the hands of the messy democracy that's involved there. So anyway, just fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sam.
Well, all the San Francisco guys said they were moving to Miami, and they're still here. So we should actually just do the playbook here. You could just put it on one page, all the crap they say, all the crap they do, and what actually happens in the end. But the media is easily manipulated, and they know that. Your average political journalist is just not very smart. And what I mean by that is that they don't remember that this trick got played the last time and nothing that they said happened. They just go along with it again like a dog catching a ball. So that's the main problem we have, I think. While we have a media, it was way too weak to deal with the fascist onslaught.
I want to get to some AI developments in a moment, but just to go back to the network state. I mean, you mentioned Quinn Slobodian. We've had him on the program several times over the past couple of years. But if you go back to Mont Pelerin, I mean, this is like sort of the crystallized version of what Peter Thiel adds on some accoutrements and some more like explicit, I think, desire for the autocracy or dictatorship or cult leadership or whatever it is. But this idea of a network state, much of what came out of Mont Pelerin and developed into genuine libertarian, or at least original libertarian thought, as opposed to sort of like what is turned into in America, was this idea of industrialists being unfettered by sovereign nations. And we see this play out, 75 years later in the context of like the TPP, or even some provisions in NAFTA, which allow for the industry to have its own sort of like judicial to determine whether a state has in some way impinged upon their future profits because they decided to regulate this product is no longer we consider safe, or we're no longer going to use oil, or whatever it is. So much of that network state is embedded in that libertarian philosophy coming out of Mont Pelerin, which I should just say for people was a society that included Friedman and Hayek and other sort of libertarian economists. What's your sense of like how much that ideology is also embraced by people like Mark Andreessen? I mean, some of these people really strike me as not that bright. I mean, a guy like Andreessen, I'm sort of shocked at a guy like that. But how much of them have bought into this notion?
Oh, I think a lot of the most prominent venture capitalists in Silicon Valley and a lot of the tech CEOs as well have become radicalized into these ideas. And I think what began as a libertarian idea has really morphed into its true nature, which is fascism, right? Because what they don't like about government is democracy. They don't mind having the authority themselves, as we can see from all of their contracts with the government, right? And I think it's Slobodian who has said that the dream is of capitalism without democracy. That's the subtitle to his book, Crack Up Capitalism. And even before Mont Pelerin, you had technocracy. You have a long tradition. There's never been a time when the fascist idea isn't trying to rise up against this horrific tide of democracy that was sweeping the world. You can go all the way back to Joseph de Maistre, these post-French Revolution thinkers who were already trying to find a way back to monarchy and dictatorship and who hated anything resembling the mob having power. All the way back to the ancient Greeks were debating this stuff, right? So it goes through these iterations. But libertarianism actually doesn't work at all in reality. And that's the kind of realization Thiel came to in the 2010s, which is that there's no hope for the libertarian cause. So libertarian ideas have to find another format. And this is where he starts pursuing seasteading, the network state. How do we exit democracy? How do we use our wealth and our power and our influence that we're going to gain from our technological investments and creations in the 21st century to innovate past democratic structures? And so that's what you're seeing here. There are some dorky libertarians in Vermont who dream of not paying taxes and think they're somehow
that's New Hampshire
government. Or New Hampshire, yeah.
Yes.
But that doesn't work. These guys are not libertarians, and I think one of the mistakes the press has made is to continue calling them that. But if you look at how they are bundling crypto, AI, venture capital, surveillance, defense technology, government power, political power, religion, and propaganda into one united bundle, one united campaign, that bundle is fascism. And that's what it has become. This is the final resting place. This is the evolution, the terminal point of the techno-libertarian idea is techno-fascism.
Where does AI fit in this? There was just one of Andreessen's, I don't know if he was quite a partner, but somebody who worked in that world basically has left and said a lot of what's going on here is bad. And like sounding the warning here. Where does that, like what, when you look at AI, what is the most, aside from like the data centers and what they're doing, from an environmental and from just sort of a cost and from like a monopolizing energy, but in the potential for the tool as it exists or as they imagine it will exist, how does that play into this, and what is the most dangerous aspect of it from your perspective?
The primary purpose of AI right now is to amass as much wealth and power in the hands of a small number of men as quickly as possible. And that's what we're seeing. There's a lot of speculation about what AI may be able to do, super intelligence, godlike AI, take all the jobs. Those are some speculative possibilities, but they view it as a way to capture wealth and power. They're already doing that, right? Trillions of dollars being invested in making this thing happen, and now the government itself is dependent on these systems. But when you look at it, I don't worry so much about the longer term harms because the near term harms are so pronounced. And I think the number one harm, obviously there's a threat to the environment, to the ecology, and to jobs at some point, but it's further empowering and enriching this small group of people who are already trying to destroy democracy with the wealth that they have. And AI is rising at the same moment as crypto has risen, right? So these guys are just creating their own versions of money and cashing out. The poor are losing while these wealthy handful of elites win. And if you look at the number one purpose of crypto today, it has been to buy off the Trump family. right? Trump became a crypto billionaire on the day he became president. So while crypto is pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into the elections, that's small ball compared to the direct enrichment of the Trump family. You know, Trump is now fully all in on crypto. He's dependent on it. So to me, the harm is the major near-term harm is that this is the massing of ever more wealth and power in the hands of a small group of people. And even without super intelligent AI, they are already using the tools that they have to destroy democracy and disempower everyone else. So to me, that's the number one harm. And John O'Farrell, the former Andreessen Horowitz partner you mentioned, you know, it's rare to see someone speak out from that world against this stuff. And he's in a position where he can do that. He's super wealthy. He's been more of an advisor to A16Z for the past few years than a day-to-day guy.
That's where the bonus would be.
But it's so rare to see one of these people speak out that it shows that at least the potential for the beginning of a schism for people in Silicon Valley to say this is wrong. Because, again, it's a hedge against the Trump administration. This thing may fail, and people may have to answer for some of the things they did during this time, although that may be putting too much faith in data center Democrats like Gavin Newsom.
Well, let me just touch on Gavin Newsom briefly, actually. That reminds me. Here's a guy who actively is campaigning against taxing the elite wealthy in the country. And he's also got... tell us just a little bit about Gavin Newsom's relationship to these guys, because some of his funding, it seems like a big chunk of it is going to be coming from it.
It's become very clear that Gavin Newsom is planning to run for president as a Silicon Valley Democrat. You know, he spends all day attacking Trump on Twitter, never says anything about Peter Thiel, doesn't really name names. And this is a state where most of these oligarchs live, right? The Trump regime is held up by California tech moguls. You know, they're the main power behind him at this point in time. And one of the most telling aspects in recent months has been that Chris Larson, who's the founder of Ripple Labs and the executive chairman, this crypto company called Ripple Labs, which has greatly supported Trump, put $4 million into the inauguration, is funding the Epstein Memorial Ballroom at the White House.
Epstein Memorial Ballroom.
Chris Larson funded Steve Hilton, the Republican who ran for governor, and he also funded Katie Porter, a Democrat who ran for governor. So here's a crypto billionaire funding a Democrat and a Republican, and now he said he'll do anything he can to get to get Gavin Newsom elected president. I mean, I'm supposing that Larson will also fund a Republican for president. But Chris Larson is interesting because it shows you the mentality of these crypto billionaires. They're going to buy both sides. And, you know, Newsom is somebody who's fighting against regulations for data centers. He vetoed a bill for AI regulation. And most of the people around Newsom, his political consultants, people I know that most people wouldn't be aware of, they're all working for these guys now. They're all getting paid by venture capital. So beware of Gavin Newsom. He is going to be the avatar of Silicon Valley with a Democratic face in 2028. And I intend to spend a lot of time, Gavin, calling that out over the next couple of years.
We may join you in that endeavor, Gil, and we will be talking to you in a couple of months when your book comes out. Can't recommend it enough. Nerd Reich, Silicon Valley Fascism and the War on Democracy. Can people pre-order that right now?
You can definitely pre-order it anywhere you get your books. I highly recommend Bookshop to support independent bookstores.
All right, Gil Duran, and we will link, of course, to your newsletter, Nerd Reich, at majority.fm and in the podcast and YouTube description. Thanks so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
The Republican Party, the broader right wing, the neocons, even the majority of the.
Where is DJ Khaled? Oh my god. Okay.
You and I both, our parents come from places that the British Empire fucked up.
Yeah.
Palestine and India.
What's wrong with these British people? When the genocide happened, I was like, it's my duty to now talk about it, so I have to. It's my duty as a Palestinian to spread awareness. I remember being like 12 during one of the first Gaza wars, lying to my mom and telling her that me and my friends are going to the mall, and we went to the protest in Times Square. I got caught because she saw me on TV.
I'm going to be supporting the England team at the World Cup here in the United States.
Ew. Everyone cares about money, right? We don't have free healthcare, but people in Tel Aviv have free healthcare, and they have free healthcare because we're giving them billions and billions of dollars.
You've been referred to as the first hijabi boxer to fight at MSG. If you could challenge anyone in the world to a fight, who would it be?
Amy Schumer.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
I'm Nina Kharoufa.
And We're Not Kidding, the podcast from Zetea where I get to talk to funny people about serious things. Any funny things out? You better do it with Nina today. How are you?
Hi, thank you for having me.
Comedian, stand-up, author, amateur boxer, which we are going to come to. We met at the Bassem Youssef show in DC. It was the same day I taped a podcast with Bassem here, We're Not Kidding. Then I went to watch his show, and you were hilarious.
Oh, thank you so much.
Intro. Before he came out, you were entertaining the crowd, and I thought, you've got to come on the show.
Thank you so much.
Well, it's great to have you here. And you've come all the way from?
Jersey, New York.
Jersey, New York to DC is not bad.
Not bad at all.
So for anyone who doesn't know your work, and you should check out Nina's work, and you'll want to at the end of this episode, I want to start with a clip from your stand-up, which is very relevant to this show. If we can play that first clip.
Hi, Mom. She's in the corner. She hates me. You know what's funny? A lot of like minority comedians are like, my parents wanted me to be a doctor or a lawyer. My mom never told me that shit. It's like, she knew I couldn't do it.
The reason I love that clip is Bassem and I joked when we first launched the show together back in 2024. We were almost going to call this show, not We're Not Kidding, but we should have been doctors. Because a lot of the brown folks who come on the show are actors, comedians, journalists, and people who have disappointed their parents.
Yes.
We didn't call it that show. I mean, Bassem actually is a doctor, to be fair.
Exactly. So he doesn't even count.
He doesn't count. We had Eamon on the show from MS Now, whose brother is a doctor, and he kind of has, I think he's got 2 degrees or something. So he kind of jokes with his parents that his brother got what he didn't get. Do you ever look back on a career path and think, you were a journalist before you were a comedian, right?
No, I wasn't a journalist. I was a producer. I produced that Sirius XM. I produced that.
Does that not count as a journalist? Very high.
Is that a journalist?
No. Stringent.
No, I was a producer.
Producer in radio news.
Yeah. And then I worked on Joy and Reed's podcast. I worked at Fox News.
Hold on. You worked at Fox?
I did.
Why do I not? This is not in my notes. Who did you work with at Fox? Who did you work with at Fox?
I worked for general, like, night shows, Jesse Waters, The Five.
Jesse Waters?
Yeah.
Oh, we got to start this whole show. So you are What was Jesse Waters like?
I mean, I only saw him in passing on the hallway because I edited footage for them. I didn't, like, actually help produce the show or book anything or
You just
interact
edited
with them.
all those montages of, like, brown people doing bad shit.
I would basically
Thanks for that.
I would basically rip the episodes off television and put them on streaming services.
Oh, fine.
For them.
So you weren't creating, like, evil montages of villains?
No, but I would pick the thumbnails, and they were usually evil thumbnails.
Wow.
Yeah, and if anything was ever spelled wrong on the Fox websites, it was probably
Did you have,
me.
like, what years was this roughly?
This was 2018 to 2022, 23.
Did you have any good, like, terrorist baddie thumbnails? Did you do our community proud? Did you pick? You know,
I always picked ones where everyone looked really ugly.
Piers Morgan has the thumbnails where everyone's screaming. Whenever I go on that show, it's always me screaming. I have what's called RAMF.
What's that?
That's resting angry Muslim face.
Okay.
It's just my natural face, as I look very angry all the time.
You do look very angry. Well, you're a brown man.
Do I look scary?
No, you don't look
Some
scary.
people say, oh, you're so intimidating, then I meet you in real life and you're not what we thought you were. Because I have resting angry Muslim face, and then I do tough interviews for a living. So people have this view of me as some kind of just permanently angry, intimidating person.
The British accent softens it.
Softens it?
Yes, it softens it. No, I asked my manager if I should do this entire interview in a British accent.
Can
He
you do a
advised
British
me.
accent?
He told me not to do it.
Can you do it? I want to hear how bad
I can't do it. No, he told me not to do it, so I can't. Yeah, no, the only thing my parents are proud of is that I'm Palestinian.
You and I
that-
both, our parents come from places that the British Empire fucked up.
Yeah.
Palestine and India.
What's wrong with these British people?
How did they go around the world dividing everything up, carving up land, putting
White
lines,
people.
lines on maps? Your parents are from where in Palestine?
Better Dublin, the West Bank.
Okay. Did you ever go back?
Yeah, I go back often. I haven't been back since, obviously, October 7th. Really awful. But I am planning on going this summer.
And is Palestine part of your comedy? Talk
Yes.
about Palestine on stage?
I didn't for a while, and then when the genocide happened, I was like, it's my duty to now talk about it, so I have to. Because I just, pre-genocide, I mean, Palestinians have been suffering for decades. It's nothing new, but I never found the humor in it, so I kind of just stayed away. But now,
I never found the humor in the genocide.
Yeah, of course. But now that it's like on the forefront of things, I'm like, it's my duty as a Palestinian to spread awareness. So I try my best to write material, but it's hard. It's really hard.
I feel like we've already jumped ahead to Palestine.
Sorry.
No, it's my fault, but I'm going to rewind because I thought about the British Empire. Because the English accent took me to British imperialism immediately.
Those are your people.
My people. I'm a proud dual national British American. I'm going to be supporting the England team at the World Cup here in the United States.
Ew.
Don't you? It's the England team.
I mean,
we've been waiting since 1966 to win the World Cup again.
who's going to win the World Cup? Who do you think?
England, of course.
Should I place some bets?
No, I mean, first of all, you're Muslim. You shouldn't be placing any bets.
Oh, damn, never mind.
Second of all,
I take that back, Mom. I don't gamble.
Second of all, it's like
I did bet on the Knicks tomorrow, though. So the Knicks, if you don't win, y'all owe me money.
I'm just waiting for 60 years of hurt and pain. We've been waiting to win a World Cup. How did you get into comedy? Because if you're suddenly doing editing and producing with Joy-Ann Reid and MS Now, and Fox on one hand, Joy and MSNBC as it was called, and Fox, how do you end up doing what you're doing now?
So I produced for Dino Bardella for a very long time.
Dean.
That's my sweet pumpkin angel.
I've been wanting to get Dean on the show, and I keep forgetting to, and now he's going to be mad.
We'll FaceTime him after the show.
No, now he's going to be mad that you came on before he did.
Yeah, he is. He's a hater.
Sorry, Dean.
I can't wait to send him a selfie of us after this.
You cannot wait. This never happened.
I'm also going to send Basima a selfie and tell him that you said I was funnier than him, but that's a different story.
Okay. Well, that's not true either, Dean. This never happened. But go on.
Are very true.
How did you get into this world?
I was producing for Dino Bardella, who's a stand-up comedian. And then I just, at SiriusXM, I sat around a lot of comedians, like just in the office. So I became friends with a lot of them. And they were like, Nina, you should try stand-up. And Dean kind of pushed me to do it. And I was like, no, I don't know. And then I did an open mic one day. And I was awful. But it was so much fun.
I thought you were going to say I was awesome.
No, awful.
Okay.
It was treacherous.
Okay.
I had 5 minutes. I think I went up there for like 2.5. I had nothing to say. The biggest applause I got was saying that this is my first time on stage.
Okay.
That was the only like reception I got from the audience.
I feel like lots of ordinary people think they could be stand-up.
Yeah,
I feel like everyone does. I feel like I've thought at one point, I could go up there and kill it. I think everyone probably thinks, well, not everyone, but a lot of people probably think, I could do that. I could tell jokes.
I think
I could make people laugh.
people who make jokes at like the family dinner think they could just do stand-up. I'm like, it's not the same in any capacity.
What's the most surprising thing you found getting into it professionally?
It's so much harder than I thought it was
In
going
what
to
way,
be. For example, I'll do 3 shows and
It cannot be.
Your temples are gone.
We've done it. The null zone has left Narut weakened, vulnerable.
Even so, he's the most powerful being I've ever faced.
What will you do?
Kill him. Face me, Rude. It's over.
It is only beginning. Amon whispered of this from the stars. He told you of his return. He told you of ruin, extinction, the end of all things.
Your god is dead, and he's never coming back.
Is that what you think?
never had. You've already lost. Amon lives. You will see him soon.
My queen, can you hear me?
I am alive.
Barely. We dragged you back to the Leviathan. Rest now. I will control the swarm until you are healed.
Why aren't you trying to
take the swarm for my own? Because I still have much to learn from you, my queen.
Enough. She is healing, but she must rest now.
Is there any other choice for that one? I mean, damn.
Isha, take the Leviathan up. We're leaving.
Kerrigan, you saw something in that lab. In Narud's mind.
I saw Amon. Older than the universe, more powerful than I can understand. And now he's alive again.
Then he shall fall before the swarm, like all the rest.
We don't even know where he is. We must prepare for his coming. But I have a few scores to settle first.
At your orders, we will move our Leviathan into Dominion space and begin searching for the Terran ship Hyperion. You wish there...
Valerian, we're picking up some kind of reading.
Warning. Psionic waveform detected. Scale. Unclassifiable.
Kerrigan, what happened to you? How?
There's no time. Listen carefully. Jim is alive and I can't find him. But you can. Hack the Dominion network and figure out where they're holding him.
How can we trust her? Valerian, if there's even a chance that Jim is alive, I'm going after him.
Hacking the Dominion security network will prove difficult.
Only one man can hack that network. Colonel Orlan. And he's being held prisoner by Mira Han.
The mercenary leader. Isn't she a friend of yours?
Not exactly. It's complicated. Let's just get this done.
Find him, Matt. We both owe it to him.
Mira pegs Matt. That's why he's scared of her.
To hack the Dominion's restricted network, we need the best decryption expert out there. Colonel Unfortunately, he's been...
Yeah. This mission's a pain in the fucking ass.
Night, and I'll do the same exact set, and I'll have 3 completely different responses from the crowd.
Oh, wow.
And you're like, I don't even know where to go with this. Like, how do I even navigate what I...
Mira Han, this is Prince Valerian. Do you read me?
Of course I do, Princess. I know you're working with Matthew. Put him on, please.
You forget yourself, mercenary.
Hello, Mira.
Matthew, you never write, you never call. It's almost like you don't care.
I'm here to ask for your help. You've got Colonel Orlan and we need him. He's the only man who can hack the Dominion's deep encryption network.
Well, I'd love to help. I just need the permission of James Raynor.
Jim's not here right now.
Oh, dear. Then I'm afraid I cannot give you Colonel Orlan.
Look, Mira, we need Orlan to rescue Jim. Just hand him over.
A mercenary's reputation is all that she has, darling. I will not relinquish my prisoner to anyone but the client. Not even to someone with your devilish good looks and brooding intensity. Sorry.
We could destroy her operations in this asteroid field. That will get her attention.
We'll have to cripple her prime space station. She won't make it easy for us.
We need to set up our own base.
And one of Mira's fleet stations is nearby. We can take them out and set up our own station.
Nice and easy. Coordinates locked. Course laid.
Sensors are showing the location of Mira's station now. We might as well get started.
Easy thrusters.
Hey, kid, nice. Those short jumps are good for getting out of danger, too.
You're around. Confirmed. Nice and easy.
Mira's got a fighter patrol nearby. Too many for our main guns to take on all at once. But we can launch a sortie of our own TAC fighters. That'll even the odds.
Confirmed.
Target acquired.
Bring her around.
Multiple hostiles.
Force laid in.
Confirm visual on target.
Easy thrusters. Keep your eyes open.
Those ordnance towers have long-range attacks that deal a lot of damage. Fortunately, our long-range Yamato cannon deals even more. Give her a spin on that tower.
Coordinates locked.
They're coming around! They're coming around!
Nice and easy. Course laid in. Bring her around.
That's a repair bot. If we grab it, I can instantly repair the Hyperion and replace lost TAC fighters.
Got an engaged target. Requesting immediate support!
Course laid in. Keep your eyes open.
Target acquired.
All hands to battle stations.
Jack squad's away.
I said wrong, what I didn't, what was funny, what wasn't, because I did the same exact set 3 times tonight. And one time it killed, one time no one laughed, and one time people were bored.
We all laughed. We all laughed at the Boston one, and there were a lot of people in
Thank
that
you.
theater. I still remember you had this great line. Can't remember about how you managed to get a corner office by telling people that you have to pray towards the Mecca.
Yeah, I'm always going to play the Muslim card forever.
Why not? Damn it, it's hurt us so much.
Exactly, might as well profit off of it.
If you can.
Yeah.
If you can. Now this is going to be clipped by right-wing media, you know that, right? Manny and Nina say play the muslim card.
Yeah, hell yeah.
These evil Muslims coming into our country.
It's against our religion to work on the weekends.
Fridays, we need to have a Middle East weekend. Was your mum, you mentioned your mum, was she upset that you became a comedian?
She was very upset. I don't think she was upset that I was doing, so for a little bit I was producing while doing comedy and it just became too much. So my mom wasn't upset that I was doing comedy. She was upset when I quit my salary college job that I worked really hard to get to pursue stand-up comedy. And then my mom was like, this is kind of insane. Don't you think you want to be unemployed? I'm like, I'll be fine, Mom. And I've been doing okay.
It's great to hear.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to pay the bills, especially in the Trump era where the bills are super high. So you're a comedian, you're a Muslim woman, wearing a hijab, you're on stage, and you're identifying as Arab, as Palestinian. Is that right now opening more doors or closing more doors?
Both, oddly enough.
We could always bypass them.
Can't say anything because of like NDAs and stuff, but let's just say that I had a TV opportunity, a major TV opportunity, and they kind of picked a different host because they said that I was too political for them. And by political, saying don't...
Too Palestinian for them.
Yeah, I mean, saying don't kill Palestinian babies apparently is a controversial statement to make.
We have had Miss Rachel on the show, and apparently she's an anti-Semite because she cares about all kids, not just kids in America.
But then also they'll have like Arab Fest now is a big thing, and like, you know, like, so it is opening doors, but it also closed a lot of major doors. My manager left.
Manager left you in protest of you?
He doesn't say that's why, but
you believe that?
Oh yeah, it was November of 2023. Like, come on.
So were you already doing stand-up on October 7th?
Yeah, I've been doing stand-up since COVID. I started full-time doing stand-up in 2022.
How do you do stand-up in COVID when we're all locked down?
So I did
on Zoom?
No, I didn't do it for like 2 years.
Okay.
And then like around 2022, I started doing it.
So basically
again.
you were locked down, you spent 2 years just coming up with every amazing joke possible, and then you went out and unleashed.
Yes.
Okay.
Basically.
And then 2020, you go out there, and then 2023, October 7th happens. Do you remember where you were, what your reaction was?
I was home on social media hearing the news, and I was just like, okay, another bombing campaign. We've been through this, Operation Protective Edge. There's been 7, 8, 9, 12-day wars. I'm like, okay, this is obviously horrible, but it will stop. You know, it usually does. Then it was like day 10, and then day 11, and then day 13, and you're just like, wait, this is different. This is so different than the other wars.
As a Palestinian, it's funny you spent protective shield. Like, is that just part of the vocabulary that you know the names of all these Gaza conflicts going back to 2014, 2012, 2009, Car Sled? It just feels like it just flowed off the tongue there. Is that something that's part and parcel of the discourse?
Yeah, I've grown up with 2 Palestinian parents. I know, you know, it's kind of part of our life, our identity. Although I'm an American, I heavily identify with my Arab roots and being Palestinian, and it's my favorite thing about myself.
When I started Zeteo, it seemed like I had to figure it out all on my own. Hiring a team, booking guests, production schedules. Shopify is the commerce platform, online store that matches your brand style. Get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling. Tackle all those important tasks in one place, from inventory to payments to analytics and more. No need to save multiple websites or try to figure out what platform is hosting the tool that you need. Everything is all in one place, making your life easier and your business operations smoother. Start your business today with the industry's best business partner, Shopify. And start hearing...
Keep your eyes open.
Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/Mehdi. Go to shopify.com/Mehdi, M-E-H-D-I. That's shopify.com/MEHDI to get your $1 per month trial today.
Are you surprised to see how American public opinion has shifted since 2020?
Oh yeah, oh my God.
Do you ever think that Americans would be telling pollsters we support Palestinians?
Never.
Pew and Gallup is showing that for the first time.
I never thought that would ever happen. I remember being like 12 and lying to my mom during one of the first Gaza wars, or the earlier ones, lying to my mom and telling her that me and my friends are going to the mall, and we went to the protest in Times Square, and I got caught because she saw me on TV.
What are the odds of that?
Right?
Was it a very small protest?
No, it wasn't, but I was in the front, and I was just being insane. And of course, so my mom called me.
She wasn't a proud Palestinian mother to get standing up.
She was like, "You're too young to go to the city by yourself," you know. So it was just a bunch of 12-year-olds, and I got caught because I was on TV at the protest. So I've been an advocate for as long as I can remember. I remember arguing with teachers when I was in high school, middle school, like, hey, no, this is not a two, like they would try to teach like the two-state solution. That was the big thing that was happening when I was in high school. Obama tried to like give us a state, and I was like, that's not enough. And I was just arguing with all the history teachers, and they all thought I was crazy. And I was like, hey, these Zionists are trying to erase us. And everyone told me that I was just spreading propaganda, and no one would listen. And now, 2026, everyone's like, oh, actually, the Palestinians were right all along.
Well, not everyone, but lots of people. Not enough people. But
Not
lots,
enough.
But lots more. And you said you've always been advocating and speaking out. I feel like a lot of the Palestinians in the arts world that I've interviewed, spoken to, we've had a lot of interesting people on here. Anis, Sami Obeid, a lot of good guests on here have come on and talked about being Palestinian and using their comedy in that way. There is one person in the entertainment world.
DJ Fat Fuck.
Yeah. Who doesn't say much or anything.
I just don't get it. You know, in the beginning, you were like, okay, maybe brand deals, whatever, blah, 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 money. Now I think he's just trolling us.
Yep,
now
he's not going to say anything.
He's just not going to say anything just to
Before it was like,
spite
do they have
everyone.
shit on him? Is he in the Epstein files?
There has to be some insane reason why he's not saying anything. And it can't be monetary. He's already rich. And it's okay to say things now. It's not what it was 10 years ago. You're not going to lose your job. Like,
I mean, if white celebrities can say stuff, we've had Mark Ruffalo on this show.
I mean,
who's
Drake
fought
is
the good
saying
fight.
it, like,
even Channing Tatum signed the ceasefire letter. I always point that out to people. Like, Channing Tatum is like an action star, himbo, whatever you want to call it. He signed the ceasefire letter right at the beginning, but DJ Khaled is silent, and I just don't understand it.
I just don't get it. There has to be some reason. And I'm like,
You know anyone who knows him? Can we find out? Because we're asking.
No.
The Palestinian grapevine?
But I know his family got harassed in the West Bank.
Oh, no.
Not that they deserve it.
They're like, it's not our fault that he's a piece of shit.
But also make him say something.
You spoke a lot about what was happening in the genocide. In 2024, I found a quote that you said that you couldn't vote for either candidate. You didn't vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump because both candidates, quote, fully support the genocide of my people.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that now in 2026?
I think I made the right decision.
Griffin.
In the sense that Trump wasn't that bad, or the Democrats had to be punished regardless?
I think, oh my God, this is getting me in trouble. I truly believe that Democrats and Republicans are kind of the same in terms of their support for Israel. Example, Kamala Harris. When it comes, I hate to sound like a single issue voter, but I kind of am. And it's like, if you support a genocide, I can't in good faith vote for you. Like, I just can't do it. I can't get myself to go on that ballot and press that button and be like, you have my support. You just don't. And all Kamala has
I mean, luckily you live in a blue state, so it didn't really matter.
My vote doesn't matter. I do live in a blue state. Yeah.
What about the arguments?
Do I think Trump, am I happy Trump won? Of course not. He's a psycho. But also, like, Kamala saying that she's going to tighten the relationship with Israel is also a psychotic thing to say.
What about the argument that some on the left made? AOC made this when we launched the terror. I remember asked about this question: how can you get people to vote for someone like Biden who's complicit in a genocide? And what about the counter argument that says it's not about who you like or don't like? It's not even about.
It's like they're telling you to use the tech fighters to bait the mind.
Who can you speak out more freely under? Who can you organize better under? Who can you negotiate with? And under that scenario, it's not Trump, right? This is a guy who's locked up Mahmoud Khalil and Ramesa Oster, students on campus and deporting people who say they don't like. So both parties, I agree with you, are bad on Palestine, but under one of those two, you could somewhat do a little bit more opposition. I mean, I'm not going to give a pass to Biden-Harris, who sent the, Hochul, who sent the police into Colombia, and they also cracked down on student protests. But Trump obviously has taken it to new highs of authoritarianism and
Trump is
silencing of speech.
The worst thing that's ever happened to this country, by far. He's so insane, and he's just... Did you hear about that, where he was trying to get a Nobel Peace Prize? You're like...
And then he didn't get one and said, now I don't believe in peace, I'll go bomb Iran. He actually said that recently. He said, well, I used to believe in peace until they didn't give me a prize.
Yeah, no, after he did that, I applied for a Nobel Peace Prize. You could actually submit one for yourself.
People don't realize anyone can apply for it.
Yeah, and it's $50 for the application, and I didn't get it, though.
Shocked.
I'm shocked, too.
You know, what really bothers him is that Barack Obama got a Peace Prize.
Yeah.
And that's why he wants the Peace Prize. He wants whatever Obama has, he has to have. He cancelled the Iran deal, not because he cares about nuclear enrichment, but because Obama signed that deal.
Yeah.
And it's really funny, people forget this, that it was ludicrous that Obama got a Peace Prize. He got elected.
You said it, not me.
He got elected in 2008. He becomes president in 2009, if memory serves me correctly, and he wins the Nobel Peace Prize in December of that year. And because you applied online, you know this. You have to apply by end of Jan. That's when submissions close. So he became president on January 20th, and within 10 days, he got nominated and won a Nobel Peace Prize. What the hell did he do in 10 days? I mean, he's just not George W. Bush, I guess.
Yeah, I guess anyone is better than George Bush.
Well, I would take George Bush right now for Donald Trump.
Would you really?
I mean, George Bush is like a towering intellectual compared to the person in the White House we have right now.
Yeah, he's a buffoon.
Oh, and at least George Bush just went away after his presidency was over.
He did go away.
Goes away, unlike Tony Blair in the UK, who I also loathe. Bush went away and painted his freaking paintings in Dallas, started a Substack. This guy, Trump, went away, created like a militia army and came back and took over bloody...
Started a sneaker company.
Started a sneaker company, incited insurrection, dodged prison, and came back and wins the
Pardoned
presidency
1,600 people.
on his first day in office. What do you think the future of Palestine is now, where a lot of people aren't talking about it anymore because of all the other shit shows? You have this horrific war in Iran, you have what's happening in Lebanon with the ethnic cleansing in South Lebanon, and there's a sense of almost fatigue of where Gaza, well, we can't keep talking about Gaza. There's a lot of people who love the people of Gaza, who are pro-Palestine, but they're like, there's too many things going on. Gaza's parked now while Jared Kushner and Tony Blair and others wreck it.
Sadly, I think that people are not talking about Gaza a lot recently is because they killed all the journalists out there, and there's not a lot of footage coming out.
It's a smart, if diabolical move. Kill the people who are reporting on the genocide.
People are scared to report. It is
fully healed already. That's
this is
such
so
bullshit.
upsetting to say, but it's almost been like normalized at this point. You're like, oh, the genocide's still happening. Okay, like I think people are fatigued.
There are also people who think it's over. Right, there was the Jubilee debate, which I stupidly did last year. Dave Rubin did it recently as a right-wing commentator, and one of the young liberal kids opposite him was like, well, it's not over in Gaza. He goes, no, there's a ceasefire in Gaza. And he's like, you know they're still bombing people in Gaza. And it's like, you could see, it wasn't even a lie or propaganda. He genuinely had no idea.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh wow, these people really, there's a lot of people living in a bubble.
So many people living in a bubble. It's just been so awful. I just think anyone who has any kind of ties to Palestine, especially like in America, have just been high functioning depressed since October 7th.
Not DJ Khaled.
Not him. He's not skipping any meals.
Painful. It's funny, we talked about, like, is there dirt on DJ Khaled? There's a clip
There
of
has
yours.
to.
There's a clip of yours I saw from earlier this year about the Epstein files. Let's have a quick watch.
The Epstein files are crazy. Courts recently released a list of 305 names that were connected to the case. And I went through every single name so you guys don't have to. You know whose name was not on the list? Osama bin Laden. He had all the qualifications to be on the list. Rich, powerful. Saddam Hussein wasn't on it. Gaddafi wasn't on it. Rami Malek wasn't on it. Selma Hayek wasn't on it. The kind of era
I got him.
One Direction
I win.
on it. What I'm trying to say is it's so nice to see this evil chaos happening and Arabs are not a part of it.
Unfortunately, sorry to be the boring party pooper, but
Are you gonna talk about the Saudi prince that's on it?
like MBS is in a photo with
Mossad.
Epstein. There's a bunch of Emiratis in there.
I did
what about
see-
that Emirati woman who gave him a piece of the kiswa of the Kaaba? You see that story?
I did see some
Wow, she
Saudis
really did
on
the
it,
community
on the
well.
list.
Yeah, our Emirati and Saudi cousins didn't really hold
I
up
looked
the
past
side.
it for the bit, but
When you're writing bits like that, is that just pure humor, or is that a conscious attempt to try and kind of, I don't know, reshape narratives?
both. I'm trying to reshape narratives while also trying to be funny because I was just going through the list of names and I don't know why I was like, is Osama bin Laden on this? Like I don't know why I thought of him.
Do you know who is in the Epstein files?
Who?
Me.
Are you really?
Yeah, it's so
what were
fucking
you
scary.
doing?
I did a speech about Islam that went viral
Okay.
in 2013. A lot of people knew me before I moved to the US. And an Emirati dude who's since quit his company, he's the big dog in Dubai who got caught in the embassy. He sent it to Epstein and said, hey, you should watch this to learn about Islam.
Hilarious.
And the subject line in the email is Mehdi Hassan, Islam is a religion of peace. So on the one hand, it's like, oh my God, I'm in the Epstein files. On the other hand, but I'm doing dawah in the Epstein files.
Yeah.
I'm in there for good reasons.
Where they like bring him here.
No, thank God. I mean, part of me is like, did Epstein ever watch it? Do I want to know? We'll never know. So
he probably clicked on his skim and was like, I'm not looking at this brown guy.
But it was very, very scary the time a friend of mine sent and said, have you seen this? And I was like, this is a fake screenshot. And then I looked, I was like, ah, shit.
It was a real screenshot.
And that day I was giving a speech to a Muslim crowd, so I opened with, I'm in the Epstein files, and a bunch of conservative Muslims around the table like, where's this conversation going?
Yikes.
I was like, no, but I'm there for dawah. I'm there for dawah.
You're doing the right thing. You're doing the Lord's work.
I'm doing the Lord's work.
Trying to convert everybody.
Right now, anti-Arab racism is at an all-time high. I mean, right now, America in 2026 makes America in 2001 look like a walk in the park. Like post 9/11 has nothing on what we're going through now.
Yeah.
To go back to George Bush, I have to remind people sometimes. How old are you on 9/11?
I was born in 94, so...
You were little.
Yeah.
2001, right after 9/11, before he went and massacred a bunch of Iraqis and Afghans, George Bush went to a mosque here in DC and said, I think 4 days after 9/11, said, Islam is a religion of peace. Islam is peace. Can you imagine Donald Trump doing that now after a Muslim terrorist attack? I mean, this is what the Republican Party was bad then.
Well, that's because Bush did 9/11.
That's a popular view now.
It's not.
On TikTok.
I mean, come on. I'm not a flat earther or anything like that.
You're like, I'm not flat earther.
I'm not a flat earther.
I'm an inside jobber.
Yeah, come on. Let's be honest. Like,
the reason that George Bush and Dick Cheney did not do 9/11, this is my view from spending 25 years of covering politics and news, is because there's no fucking way they could keep that a secret for 25 years.
True.
I mean, everything leaks in this town. The idea that these two did this, they planted the... Imagine how many people had to be in on it. Like janitors, hallway, like pilots, like... And they all just stayed stum. This is a country where no one can shut the fuck up for like 30 seconds about a famous person they've seen in the street, something they heard in government. Like that is, aside from the kind of, we can talk about the morals of it and the craziness of it, but like, it's just not realistic.
Yeah.
To say that George W. Bush pulled off. But anyways, my point was, conspiracy theories aside,
sorry,
that Islam is taking a much bigger beating now than even after 9/11. You have members of Congress who are now saying, get Muslims out of America. I get denaturalization threats every day from Republicans. You have a Republican congressman called Randy Fine who hates Palestinians, but also says he thinks Muslims are lower than dogs. He would rather choose a dog over a Muslim. So as someone who's grown up, you were 7 on 9/11. What do you make of America and Islam and Islamophobia in 2026?
I come from a very privileged place where I grew up in a town that was very diverse. I mean, I was one of 10 hijabis on my senior graduation, you know, and I went to a public school. So I didn't really get to see, I was fortunate enough not to see a lot of Islamophobia growing up. I was very sheltered, lived in suburbs of New Jersey, you know, everyone was kind of cool. And then when I grew up and started like traveling and going to the city and seeing, I started to realize how people really are and how people are just not open to seeing anything different than what they're used to. I mean, especially like even in 2026, this woman was on my feed on TikTok and she was going off about Lululemon selling hijabs. Like she was going off like you would have thought someone like tried to kill one of her kids or something. And I'm just like, bitch, why the fuck do you care? If Lululemon is selling hijabs, don't buy it. Just don't buy. Like imagine me going off and being like,
she doesn't want to be part of the mass oppression of innocent Muslim women.
How dare you sell bikinis because I don't wear bikinis? Like it's so ignorant. It's so stupid.
Do you consider yourself a practicing Muslim, devout Muslim, if you don't mind me asking?
For sure.
And how long have you been wearing hijab?
I've been wearing a hijab since I was 13.
And that was when your father beat you and forced you to wear it?
No, funny enough, my father told me not to wear it. My dad's an atheist.
Interesting.
Yeah. He was like, because I wanted to wear it, and he was like, I don't think you should wear it. I think it's silly. And I was like, I'm just going to wear it for a few days and see how I feel. And then I wore it.
If you don't mind me asking, does your mother wear hijab?
Yes.
Okay.
But my mom wore it later in life because my mom's a whore. No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke I have. No, I was like, I'm going to wear it. And my dad was like, I don't think you should make that big decision. You're too young. And then I put it on for a few days. And then I was like, oh, this is fine. And then it just never came off.
You've never thought about taking it?
No.
Through Islamophobia, October 7th, Palestine, stand-up comedy.
Never.
Boxing, which we're going to come to.
Never. I mean, sometimes in the summer, am I like, I'm so hot. Oh, my God. Sure. Does it suck at the beach? Yeah, but I'm like, I don't care enough to be like, I don't want to do this anymore.
If someone were to come up to you and say, after a show, Nina, you talk about being Palestine Arab, you make jokes, but seriously, Tell me about why I should care about Palestine. It's an ancient problem. It's two groups of people who hate each other. It's an intractable issue. I got to worry about my healthcare. I got to worry about stuff going on in America, Trump. Why should I care about this issue?
Because first of all, our tax dollars are paying for this, number one. Let's get, everyone cares about money, right? We don't have free healthcare, but people in Tel Aviv have free healthcare, and they have free healthcare because we're giving them billions and billions of dollars. You should also care because Israel's setting the standard for the entire world. That they're setting the moral standard. Like if these Zionists and the IDF and all of them are doing this to innocent civilians, and the world is just sitting there and watching and saying it's okay, what does that say about the current world that we live in? It's like you should care just on a basic moral level. Like, it's not a war. It's literally just a slaughter. And it's like, people want to talk about, oh, people die in war. It's not a war. They're just going and shooting babies in the head with like sniper gun. Like, it's the most horrific thing anyone has ever seen
When you
since the
say that, people
Holocaust.
say that's outrageous. Why?
It's not outrageous.
No
There's
Israeli
literally
would ever do that. It's anti-Semitic. I've interviewed the doctors who've come back from
There's
Gaza
videos of
and
it.
said that we treated children who were shot in the head by Israeli snipers. But people cannot bring themselves to acknowledge that our ally, the only democracy in the Middle East, could do this. What about the idea of people saying, if you're opposed to a Jewish state, you must be anti-Jewish?
No, that's just ridiculous. It's just fear-mongering to make you backtrack and be like, no, you guys, and it's like, you can have a Jewish state, but not on the blood of Palestinians, and not like you shouldn't kill children for it. Like, take Florida.
Take Florida.
Take Florida. It's
Defentistan,
yours.
as I call it. Another thing that may surprise people about you. Mentioned a couple of times. I'm building up to it. You're a boxer.
I am.
An amateur boxer.
Yes, I've had 7 fights.
Wow.
Yeah.
How many have you won?
I've won 4 and I lost 3.
Majority.
Yeah.
And you're winning.
Yes.
How on earth did you become a boxer?
So, fun fact, I now identify as a skinny queen, but I used to be fat. Hence the word used to. And then I started boxing during COVID just to like lose weight. And then
I feel like your whole life changed during COVID.
My whole life changed. I quit my job. I moved
everyone's like, the pandemic ruined our lives.
No,
like, the pandemic was amazing.
I loved working.
You're like, I became a comedian. I became a boxer.
No, and here's the thing. During COVID, I picked up like freelance editing jobs where I would do it from home, and I would outsource. Like, I would pay people in like Bangladesh like $1 to like do the work for me.
No,
yeah, I did it. Like, I had like 7 jobs. I was making money. It was great. I would just send them the footage, and they would do it for a fraction of the price.
You were helping the ummah.
Yeah. So I was making money. COVID was the
Bangladeshi
best
people.
time of my life. I was hanging out with Dave Chappelle. It was awesome. I was an open micer.
You're hanging out with Dave Chappelle?
Yeah, mind you, I did like 4 open mics before that. The only
That's where you practiced your comedy?
No, I didn't do shows during COVID with him, but like I got to like see the greats do it.
Okay.
And that kind of helped me, no.
So how do you get into boxing?
So I started boxing just to lose weight. I ended up losing like 50 pounds. I met this guy named Jose, who is Amanda Serrano's coach now, and he was like, you should compete. And then because I'm competitive and have an ego problem, I was like, okay. And then they prepped me for my first fight.
What about the getting hurt part? That didn't bother you?
I want to see her fight. Show clips of her fighting.
Oh yeah, I just suffered a concussion last week. It was awful. I was vomiting for 3 days. So like,
sounds fun.
The first time I sparred, I was so scared because I've never been in like, you know, like you're like, this girl's gonna try to take my head off. Then I got punched square in the face, and then I was like, oh, that's not that bad. Like, that's what everyone's scared of. It's not that. It's like, it's really not that deep.
It didn't hurt?
No, it did, but it's like you kind of just brush it off.
So what is it that makes you love boxing so much?
It's a lot of fun. It's so much fun. I built a little boxing community. I'm like, my
And
boxing.
I've got to ask the obvious question that people here at home thinking.
What?
You box in the hijab?
Yes.
Okay, that doesn't get in the way.
No, I pin it down.
Does it give you any extra protection?
No.
Now I sound like Oprah. These are kind of like it's not like I don't have people in my family wear hijab, but I had to ask a boxer in a hijab.
Boxing is so much fun. I love my boxing family. It's competitive. It keeps me disciplined. It keeps me skinny. I love a good challenge, and I think boxing and comedy are the 2 hardest things
There are
in the world.
so many guys at home watching right now thinking that I could take it. What do you say to them?
I mean, depends.
I'm sure there are many guys you could beat up quite.
I'm sure there's plenty of guys I could beat up.
Have you beaten up any guys?
I mean, in sparring, yeah.
Okay.
Not like in real life.
You fought in a tournament at Madison Square Garden.
I did.
And you've been referred to as the first hijabi boxer to fight at MSG. Do you feel proud breaking that particular glass ceiling? Is there a lot of pressure? That if I go down, if I lose badly, everyone will say, oh, look, the hijabi chick, she lost.
That was the pressure. And funny enough, so every Muslim that's fought at the Garden has won, like Muhammad Ali, Layla Ali, Mike Tyson. Like, I went and I lost.
Oh, no!
So I ruined this only positive Muslim streak we've ever had.
At least you're in a streak with Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, so
That's
when
more than
I
can
lost at the Garden, I was very upset because I felt like I'm the first hijabi here, and like I let everyone down.
Do you do these big, high pressure,
I don't know what's
in
wrong.
front of audience, like stand-up comedy, putting yourself out there, boxing? Did you always like being the center of attention?
No, that's the funny thing. I'm actually really shy.
Okay.
Are you being sarcastic?
Yes.
Not nice. No, I actually really am shy. No,
I'm sure you are. I'm just
like,
looking at your resume. I'm like, wow, this person is a boxer. She's a stand-up comedian.
I like to be challenged.
Okay. What do you prefer, the comedy or the boxing?
Comedy is my forever. I'm
Okay.
gonna do comedy for the rest of my life.
And do boxing in the 60s and 70s.
Exactly. So it's like boxing for me is more of a hobby that kind of took a life of its own and got out of control, whereas comedy is like where like I make my money and I go to work and I try to do this and so it's I'm not with boxing. It's more of just something that I love to do.
If you could challenge anyone in the world to a fight, who would it be?
Benjamin Netanyahu.
You can't say DJ Khaled.
Amy Schumer. She started it.
I would watch that fight. You're also the author of a children's book.
Funny enough,
called I'm a Princess Too. What is it about?
So funny enough, I wrote it for my nieces. My nieces were really little at the time, and
Let me guess, you wrote it during COVID.
no, it was like the year right before COVID.
Oh, almost. That could have been 3 for 3.
I mean, the best thing about COVID was I got skinny. That's all that matters, Mehdi. Like, that's literally...
I got fat. Most people got fat sitting at home eating crap.
Yeah, no.
Junk. And for some of us, it was the worst year of our lives.
It was a great year. No, I wrote a book, and I wanted to make a children's book for like hijabis because the little girl has a hijab in the story, and I wanted to write a story about a little girl who gets bullied but doesn't care. Because there's so many like bullying books, I feel like, where the only time the kid feels better is when the bully apologizes. I'm like, that's just not real life. Your bully never ends up apologizing to you.
You don't always end up beating them up.
Yeah, so the girl gets bullied, but she doesn't care, and she still gets the lead role in the school play, and she's the princess.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, they did. I had to rewrite it a few times because I had some curse words in it, and the publisher was like, we're not doing it.
You put curse words in
Yeah,
a children's book.
kids curse all the time.
That's true.
It's just, they're just words, and they were like, can we take the curse words out? And I fought them on it, and then we ended up taking the curse words out.
Hilarious. I'm a fucking princess too would have been a good time.
Right?
What's your message, to ask a cliched question, to young women, young Muslim women, young Arab American women watching this podcast today, seeing the producer / editor who became a comedian / boxer / author?
Just, you could really do anything you put your mind to. And I know that's so corny and cringe, but it's really true.
You've done it.
Yeah, and it's like, you shouldn't let anything stop you. I feel like a lot of hijabis will message me on Instagram or on TikTok or be like, I want to do this, but I feel like my hijab gets in the way, or I think people won't accept me, and it's just like, you just have to like blow past that and not let people stop you, and not, don't ever let someone's judgment of you make you not pursue your dreams,
Is your dream also a plan? Did you plan your dream?
No.
Just happened randomly?
No, I mean, I always wanted to be in entertainment. So like,
you weren't one of those kids who are like, I'm gonna do this at 20, this at 30, this at 40.
No, I definitely had a life plan.
Did?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
I had
I didn't. My wife asked me when we got married, where do you see yourself in 5 years? I said, I don't know where I'm in 5 weeks.
No, I had everything planned to the T. A lot
but
of
you
things.
didn't follow the plan.
I did and I didn't. I did get married, got a divorce. That was part of the plan. The divorce wasn't part of the plan.
I was going to say, you wrote the plan, did marriage, then divorce?
No, the husband
that would have been
was.
a weird thing to do as a child.
No, the husband was part of the plan.
Okay.
And then I was like, oh, never mind. I'm a Capricorn and he's a vagina.
Okay.
So that's why we didn't work out. And then, no, I definitely was like, I told myself, like, by this year I want to achieve this, and by this year I want to achieve that.
Did you?
For the most part.
Okay.
I am a little behind with the boxing.
Actually, on the boxing,
I'm behind.
But you just reminded me, one of my favorite quotes is from Mike Tyson.
What's the quote?
He says, everyone has a plan till they get punched in the nose.
Yeah.
Right? And I always think about that because I don't plan very much, so I kind of use that as my excuse.
I did learn the hard way that a lot of things take longer than expected.
very good point. Unless you have a once-in-a-century global pandemic.
Yeah.
In which case, things get sped up.
A little bit, just a little bit.
Nina, where can our audience find you now? Plug yourself.
Follow me on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Nina Carufa. I post all my shows there. I'm all over the city.
Where are you going to be soon?
St. Mark's, Eastville, The Stand. I'm all over the place. So just follow me and I post all my flyers.
There you go. There's the plug. Make sure you follow Nina to hear more fun stuff. Make sure to like and subscribe this show. We're Not Kidding. Don't forget to head to Zateo.com. Become a subscriber so you can get episodes of We're Not Kidding as soon as they drop before anyone else without a paywall. But for now, from me, I'm Mehdi Hassan.
I'm Nina Carufa.
And we were not kidding. We're Not Kidding is a Zateo production. I'm your host, Mehdi Hassan, and today's co-host was Nina Carufe. Our executive producer is Kieran Alvey. Our senior producer and editor is Frank Capello. Our music was composed by Andy Clausen. Our design is by Alicia Tatone. Our mix engineer is Valentino Rivera, and the title card animation is by Ehsan Mezghali. Special thanks to Randa Jermaine for help with research. Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. For exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism, head over to Zateo.com. Your support matters.
Your forces are under attack.
What do you have to say? Do you think Republicans are terrorists?
Yeah. So awesome. We are officially a third world country with a Gucci belt.
I want you to say hello to all of the Fox interns that are watching this right now.
Hi everybody.
What do you think Randy Fine needs to do?
I think he needs to get on himself.
Do you confirm or deny that America deserved Pearl Harbor?
I can't believe that. With friends like these, why would I ever need Fox News?
Joining me today in studio is alleged domestic terrorist, Antifa president Hassan Piker. I don't even...
That wasn't too bad. The Kelmorian mining ship was the hardest part.
Destroyed my base and captured my heart all over again.
She is very strange.
If I tried to do Wings of Liberty on Brutal originally, before I did this on Brutal, like...
You people are all crazy. Why would I help you?
We could send you back to Mirahan.
Tell me what you need.
I must rebuild Mira's Marauders thanks to you, Matthew. But I will see you again.
Not too soon, I hope. And I thought Dominion politics were vicious.
Broodmother Noctul has contacted us. She speaks for the remaining Broodmothers, not under your control. They feel your power, and they wish to return to the swarm.
Broodmothers, hear me. I am sending you the location of our enemies across the sector. Destroy them. Burn their strongholds in my name. Then, you shall be one with the swarm.
We shall do this, my queen. With their return, the swarm will be whole. You are very near to your victory.
Time to contact Valerian and Horner. I have to know where Jim is.
9 Kerrigan levels. Will that be enough to max her out? Sure. Not max her out, but get the final tier. 'Cause I know I missed 1 or 2.
Kerrigan, we found him.
Where?
He's being held on the Moros, a mobile prison ship that jumps every hour to a randomized set of coordinates. There's no way to predict where it will jump next.
They've got to resupply sometime.
Exactly. We know the ship will be at the Atlas station for 32 minutes tomorrow.
Atlas will send a tanker out to the Moros, but when the fueling's done, it's gone. We're going to use Ghost to infiltrate.
No, you've done your part. I'll handle this myself.
Be careful, Kerrigan. This place makes New Folsom look like a nursery.
Does she know what New Folsom is? She wasn't there for that. We were, as the player. Guess that's more to us than it is to her, huh?
I'm in.
Our sensors are tracking you. I'll relay any tactical information I can. Be careful, Kerrigan. My father will have made every precaution to ensure no one reaches Commander Raynor.
He's not prepared for me. We adapt.
The hell was
This one, your queen listens.
Hit the alarm!
The platform retracted. We're going around. It is time.
Brave soldiers of the Dominion. This
Okay.
craft is under attack by
Not sure how I feel about wild mutation.
You know what to do, men.
Slay them.
It's so small of an area. I thought it would be like around me. Mend might be useful for this mission, so I might take that instead of the banelings.
Time to contact Valerian and Horner.
Mend might be useful in general from here on out, because it's not that many
Kerrigan,
banelings.
we found him.
Where?
He's being...
Know where to begin. How are you?
I'm a little tired.
I bet.
I'm a little frazzled, a little worried. Not for my own safety necessarily, but, you know, a little worried for the future of this country, future of many other Western liberal democracies. You know, we're hanging in there.
Well, I have to say, you have given Fox News, because they don't want to talk about Western democracies in the future of, you have given them a lot of fodder. And they're really slow learners, because you've been around forever, but they've just now discovered you. And here's a hypercut of them talking about you.
Oh, hell
The
yeah.
left's new golden boy Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hassan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
A noted left influencer is declaring the Republican Party the biggest terrorist on earth. Brett, good evening. Hassan Piker is unapologetic for his controversial comments on a range of issues.
An anti-American far-left commentator who is named Hassan Piker. Now that he's being highlighted, Democrats are flocking to him.
She's not out there on Hassan Piker's show, right? For example, right?
The man to his left is a very controversial guy. Hassan Piker insults just about everyone. If you go back and listen to some of the things that he says, Carl, this guy's not going to wear well.
Their so-called Joe
Fuck you,
Rogan of the
robot.
left, Hassan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans terrorists.
What do you have to say? Do you think Republicans are terrorists?
Yeah. So awesome. It's so awesome when they post my highlights.
Do you love it?
Yeah. It's that one, and then everyone always is like shocked about some of my other more controversial statements about Israel versus Hamas, and they'll always bring it up to me like as a gotcha, and I'm like, oh, I love having this conversation. Let's have this conversation right now. And then they're even more shocked, and they're like, why does he keep doubling down on this? Like, I think someone out there thinks that they're going to be the one guy that gets me to go back on that statement, to be like, oh, I'm so sorry I said this. Is like, why would I? It's just objectively true. Like, don't dismiss the idea, you know? Tell me why it's wrong.
So today, Donald Trump, who all of his followers are very concerned about Sharia law. And so he posts this on Live Social this morning, and I wanted to get your take on it. The fake news media refuses to report how effective the U.S. naval blockade is, the most successful blockade in the history of naval warfare. Nothing gets through unless we want it to. It is a steel wall. Iran is doing zero business, not paying their military or any of their bills, and quickly becoming a failed nation. Lots of
the
oil is getting
Rochlings
out.
really coming in clutch on this mission.
Yeah. Donald Trump has
glad I
seen the
didn't
light of
pick the
Allah.
slow
He's
road
converted to Islam. MashaAllah to Donald Trump. I have it on good authority that he said the Shahada. And that's, you know, we'll see where this goes. He saw Zoran shine. He saw how much people like Zoran in New York and was like, maybe I need a piece of this Allah thing. Yeah, I mean, what can you say? I mean, this asshole was at Madison Square Garden, created tremendous security theater, ruined the experience for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Knicks fans all around the city. Blocked off a 4 or 5 block radius around Madison Square Garden just so he could attend, selfishly. Fell asleep through the entire game and left 7 minutes early, 7 minutes before the game ended. But that's what a lot of people have been talking about. But what many people have not talked about is the fact that there's a war going on while he was doing this. There was a war going on while he was doing this, and it turns out that Iranian drones struck down an Apache helicopter that's around $30 to $50 million a pop, and dropped one of these Apache helicopters off of the Gulf of Oman and the Strait of Hormuz. And that's what Donald Trump was doing while that was happening. I mean, we are officially a third world country with a Gucci belt, 100%. This is like, look, I grew up in Turkey, and I saw exactly this kind of stuff happening in Turkey when I was growing up in Turkey. The difference, of course, Erdogan was younger than Trump, so he wasn't falling asleep as much. He's not so young anymore, so I suspect he falls asleep regularly now. But this is happening in America, and I think it's very strange that there's still like a 20 to 30% of the public that looks at it and goes, no, that's actually perfect.
So he takes a taxpayer-funded nap on the global stage, and the people who are sitting there browbeating you on Fox News, these are the people that would be, I don't know if there's enough ERs in Manhattan that could deal with their heart rate. If Joe Biden, sleepy Joe Biden, fell asleep on the global stage while our helicopters were getting struck down, and then the next morning, Joe Biden tweeted, "Praise be to Allah," but yet Hassan Piker is the asshole.
Yeah. this is just how it is. The dynamic has always been so busted between Republicans and Democrats. Republicans get away with saying whatever they want. And it's not even just like Donald Trump, who's really exhausted the limitless nature of how far you can go as a Republican. Republicans have always had a much easier time criticizing America, for example. This double standard always existed, where if a Republican says, I hate this country, it's turning into a third world country because there's brown people in the streets and we got to fix it, we got to change it, everybody looks at that and says, wow, what a patriot.
They're covered in
If a Democrat
because
turns
they
around and says, I hate this country, we should help people, we should help poor people, we should give everybody health care, including the racists, they turn around and say, you hate America, you're communist, you should leave this country. So that dynamic has always existed, but nowadays, I mean, it's completely out of whack, where on the one hand, Republicans can literally rape, cheat, steal, murder, lie all the time, and then they still turn around and yell at their left.
Y'all gonna spawn
now,
more
Democrats
guys or what?
Somewhat of a center-right party at this point. Broadly speaking, but they're still to the left of the Republicans, right? Republicans are far right. Let's say the Democrats are center-right for the most part. But the centrist Democrats then turn around and do the exact same, cynical posturing towards their left flank, to people like ourselves.
Is this a glitch?
And I say we got to do away with this dynamic because it's very frustrating. We've seen a piece of this conversation take place in the main race, obviously, in the main Senate primaries that took place last night with Graham Plattner. A lot of centrist Democrats totally leaned into the cynical posturing from the far right to make it seem like Graham Plattner was like this uniquely evil person. Obviously, it didn't work. He still won overwhelmingly. Turns out Blue Sky is not real life. Turns out Twitter is not real life.
Right.
Mainers were like, no, I actually really like this guy. Doesn't matter. There's an important lesson to learn there. But the reason why I keep going back to this is because I'm so sick and tired of this double standard. Like, we have to just turn around and be like, you guys are literally defending Jeffrey Epstein and all of his
completely.
Like, we can't do this.
So a lot of these things that you've said that piss people off about Hamas, your critiques of Israel, have been in your record for a long, long time. But Fox just discovered you. Centrist Democrats are going bananas over you. And I'm trying to figure out what the impetus of this was, where this explosion about age-dated stuff that you've said, that you've since built on, added on, doubled down on, tripled down on. Is it from when you started campaigning with Abdul al-Sayed and Mallory McMorrow's campaign? Are they the ones that ordered this hit that you're some toxic person to campaign with?
Yeah, I don't think they ordered the hit necessarily. I think, like, there's always been a lot of enmity from groups like Third Way, a right-wing think tank that is probably responsible for the overwhelming majority of failures of the National Democratic Party since the Clinton era. Third Way neoliberalism is something that they openly ride for. They had come out after the Kamala Harris defeat and did a bunch of panels and decided the Democratic Party has to do away with questionnaires because they really have to focus on the ACLU questionnaire that Kamala Harris had answered about transgender people getting bottom surgery in prisons. And they said, Democrats need to stop listening to groups, and they need to stop responding to questionnaires. They said no more NGOs, no more, Sunrise Movement, no more pro-trans activism. They basically were demanding that the Democrats do exactly what they've done, right? Go to the right, concede on culture war issues, and do not compromise an inch to your left flank on left economic populism. God forbid we do that. We cannot do that. No Medicare for all. Don't you dare say that. No anti-billionaire sentiment. Don't you dare say that. Just talk about how we will be the lighter version of MAGA. Now, this has been an abject failure so far because that's precisely what the National Democratic Party has done for decades at this point, with Third Way leading the helm. But they very openly said they were amassing a war chest to combat the AOC flank of the party, which is really interesting because she's one of the most popular Democrats right now. And I guess in an effort to continue that battle against the left flank insurgency that is rising up in the ranks all around the country, Third Way decided to punish a very prominent critic of Israel, a prominent media figure, myself, on the left, right? It was a disciplining operation, but it backfired spectacularly on them, and I think Mallory McMorrow leaned into it. So when Abdul hit me up and was like, oh, you want to go on a campaign rally? I was like, sure. Didn't really realize that this was going to be a unique predicament. I've had him on the stream. I've gone to Dearborn to visit him. I fundraised for him and stuff. But Third Way decided that's the moment of impact. This is where we are going to write our op-eds. This is when we are going to let our position be known. And then they started sending questionnaires to every single politician. This was an operation conducted by Jewish Insider as well, which is, a propaganda piece for AIPAC. Basically, it's like a mouthpiece for the Israeli state and their interests. They write, probably 10 articles about me a week. It's pretty insane, or used to. They've really dialed it back a little bit because they realized it was backfiring, I think. But Mallory McMorrow thought, oh, this is a great opportunity for me to, kind of attack Abdul al-Sayed, showcase him as like this dangerous radical by pairing him up with Hassan, this domestic terrorist who I will now compare to Nick Fuentes. People did not like that at all. And outside of that, it actually drew a lot of attention to the campaign. And Abdul al-Sayed is a fantastic candidate. One of the best we have in this crop of new talent in the Democratic Party. Rhodes Scholar, doctor, 2 degrees, University of Michigan, and also, from Oxford University as well. He was in the public healthcare system in Detroit. So he has a lifetime of service trying to, heal people. And all of a sudden, people were looking at it and going, "Wait a minute, you guys are attacking this guy because he's anti-Israel? Well, I'm anti-Israel, and this guy's a doctor, and he likes Medicare for all." And we saw that in that process, this thing that got kick-started by Third Way, over the course of like the 2 months long manufactured outrage campaign and smear campaign, people started paying a lot of close attention to that race, and Abdul al-Sayed surged into first place, and now has, by all estimations, a commanding lead over Mallory McMorrow and Haley Stevens. Mallory McMorrow, as a matter of fact, got destroyed in the polls since that started. Like, there is a noticeable drop-off where I think she was trying to position herself as this Goldilocks candidate, somewhat progressive, but not so scary, right? And Warren endorsement had come for her, as opposed to the Bernie endorsement for Abdul al-Sayed. And I think in an effort to position herself as like the more reasonable anti-Israel voice that wasn't going to go that far, she ended up losing a lot of credibility with some of the progressives that thought that she was good, that thought she would be a great candidate. Yeah. I've seen so many people that were like, I actually was in support of Mallory McMorrow until this Abdul al-Sayed stuff, and as soon as this started, I donated to Abdul's campaign.
I remember during the mayoral race, Andrew Cuomo was like in the debate screaming, "Do you condemn Hassan Piker?" Yeah. Now you're a lot more popular mainstream-wise than you were then.
That did happen. I forgot about that.
All of this reminds me of, do you remember when Sarah Palin was the vice presidential nominee? And she said, Barack Hussein Obama is palling around with terrorists. Do you remember that was their big political thing? And it's interesting to me that the people that wanted Mallory McMorrow to win and are besmirching the character of Abdul al-Sayed, they also do not want Graham Flatner to win. But these are the Cuomo people, and I just think there's not that big of a difference between like an Andrew Cuomo and a Susan Collins in the patronizing way that the Democratic establishment treats our base. They want us to be like MAGA. They want us to be, oh, what are our orders? We'll take them. But they have a more critically thinking base, as evidenced by that campaign that you're working on with Abdul. Not that you're working on, but that you campaigned with. Mm-hmm. But everybody goes bananas about you saying that America deserved 9/11.
Yeah.
Which you have since clarified.
Yeah, I mean, I clarified it in that moment.
Right.
Like, I literally was talking about blowback, and it's pretty clear if you listen to not just like that 10-second clip where I'm like, we brought this upon ourselves, is like the immediate statement that I make after that. But it's fine. It's been immortalized.
Well, your co-host on Fear End has taken it a step further.
Okay.
And I want you to confirm or deny his accusation here. Austin Show, play the clip. Right. And what's it like working with somebody like him, the Antifa-style domestic terrorists?
Well, it's Hamas enthusiast.
Exactly.
Right? Mm-hmm. 9/11 enthusiast. Mm-hmm. And I want to get that out there. 9/11.
I want to get ahead of it.
Enthusiast. I want to get out there. I condemn Hassan Piker.
I wasn't ready.
To condemn him publicly on the show. Mm-hmm. And I know he said America deserved 9/11, but a lesser known thing is he said America deserved Pearl Harbor. Which is something that I don't think has gotten enough traction.
So before you confirm or deny that, I want you to say hello to all of the Fox interns that are watching this right now.
Hi everybody. Hopefully you get to get my good side on the clips.
Yeah. Do you confirm or deny that America deserved Pearl Harbor?
I can't believe it. With friends like these, with friends like these, why would I ever need Fox News? Like, he doesn't realize he's playing with fire, but I think he's saying this specifically because he wants a clip off on Fox News. He wants to get like one clip on Fox
jealous.
News. Yes, he's told me. Okay, when they were snapping pictures outside of my house, Austin was staying over when the articles were coming out. And he told me he walked outside shirtless when he was picking up his Uber delivery. Yeah, he was just like, what did he just say? He was just like flexing outside of my house with the hopes that he'll get passed.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Have they asked you to come on?
No.
Are you dying for that invite?
I would love to go on Fox News.
I mean, you're in New York right now.
Yeah. They won't have me on. Sean Hannity was supposed to debate me. He invited me to debate him. I was about to go to his house in Palm Springs to debate him on his podcast. And people were yelling at him. They were like, why are you allowing this dangerous terrorist to have a platform? And he was like, this is America. Like, he was defending the conversation that was supposed to take place on principle. And then somewhere along the way, he decided we're just going to push it back. And they've iced us out.
Crickets?
Yeah, he won't have me on any longer. And it makes me very sad.
Who do you want to debate the most? Sean Hannity, Jesse Waters, Greg Gutfeld?
I mean, I would take any of them, honestly.
Yeah.
I would take any of them. I definitely want to do Tucker Carlson, though. I want to
for sure.
I want to have a conversation with Tucker Carlson, which seemingly might be more likely than Sean Hannity. It's just that I don't want to go to Maine.
I have a great idea.
What is it?
You could substitute when our friend Jessica Tarloff goes on vacation on the 5.
Yeah, and they put me on as the liberal.
Yes.
As the,
you can live out.
Yeah. Oh my God, you're right. I should DM her. I should ask her if she would have me on the Fox 5. It's my favorite show.
Do you watch it every day?
I watch it every day. It's disgusting. I don't know how she sits next to Jesse Waters. I mean, I know there's a buffer sometimes, but or no, there is no buffer. She does technically sit next to Jesse Waters because he's in the middle.
I don't know if Jesse Waters could handle sitting next to you. And he's very into men.
Yeah.
He talks about masculinity all the time. He's very into you.
Yeah, he talks about me in very strange ways as well.
Very strange ways, which so does the New York Post.
Oh my God.
Okay, so the New York Post sent a drone over your house, and they have done some reporting that you are both horny and a homeowner. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, it's true. I've been outed as a gooner. I've been outed as a gooner. It's so funny because like I have a podcast where we don't talk about politics. You know this. You've been on it. It's called Fear Ann.
With Austin, the star of the show.
Yeah, with Austin. And the thing is, like, we make jokes on that podcast, but it's really funny that these guys present all of those things that we talk about on the podcast super sincerely. And they try to present it in this like sinister way, as though there's something terrible happening in the Hasanabi domicile. And it's literally stuff like I'll be talking to Will, and I'll be like, Will bring up the fact that I sent him a clip from Euphoria of Sydney Sweeney's boobs blasting through the Empire State Building as she's becoming ginormous. I guess that was like one of the episodes of Euphoria. I saw a clip of it. Immediately I sent it to Will because Will's a boob guy. And you know, that's what best friends do.
Right.
They took that as like, oh, he was sending nudes to his friend. Like, no, it was just Sydney Sweeney. Like, you guys have just made this up in your minds that I'm like running around sending people nudes and gooning on my fap top all the time. Like, ooh, a dangerous sex guy. He's sex crazed. That's what they said, right? They were sex obsessed.
Sex obsessed.
Sex obsessed.
Porn obsessed. Hassan Piker. They also claimed that you went on a homophobic rant against Scott Wiener, but also Austin, the star of Fear and, was on the podcast yesterday, and he also is lodging more insider complaints about you. Let's play this clip.
He is an LGBTQ foe. You know what he did the other week, last weekend? He promised me he was going to come to Pride. Guys, not only did he take my stream from me, it wasn't going to be on my channel, he canceled it because Iran attacked Israel.
Okay, so obviously one of your best friends is Pride enthusiast and homosexual and Lebanese.
He's too enthusiastic.
He's too gay.
He goes.
Is he too gay?
No, it's not even that. He's like, he goes all around the world to different prides around the world, which is I guess that's the gayest thing you can do.
Yeah.
It's like he loves vacation.
He loves gay tourism.
He loves gay tourism. He loves vacationing. And I'm sick and tired of it because he needs to get back to work.
He's the Dua Lipa of gays. You know?
Oh my God, you're right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Austin's show is the Dua Lipa of gays. Non-reader?
Yeah, he does not read. Dua Lipa reads.
She is a reader.
Yeah, she's a reader. Austin does that, and instead of reading, he substitutes that for having sex with men. That's what he's doing when he's traveling. But no, here's what's really funny about that, and I called him out on our next episode that's coming out on the podcast. He did not want us to come. He did not. He literally was like, "Oh, I don't want to be on camera because I want to, live my best gay life. I don't want this Pride experience to be ruined with cameras where I have to do this performance and act differently." And it's so crazy. So he was just like, "Oh yeah, just cover her on. Don't worry about it." He was like, and we got the message, right? Like he was in the group chat. I had hired like security and stuff too, so we could, do this whole thing.
Zagara, have the Leviathan stabilize this section of the ship.
It is done.
Hold on, Jim. I'm almost there. I had to get you out.
What have you done?
What I had to.
Tell that to Phoenix. Tell it to the millions you butchered.
You swore you'd kill the Queen of Blades. You were the only one who ever believed in me.
Why does he have a gun in jail?
Do you still believe in me?
Did she give it to him?
I love you, Jim. Never forget it.
We're done.
He'll get over it.
You have...
I know.
My queen, you radiate with power. Your ultimate abilities have awakened.
Too bad their primals are not my upgraded versions. I mean, Leviathan is the best thing anyway, I believe. And also, I was going to flip Mutalisks to this Sundering Glaive now that I have brutal Broodlords. Auxiliary. I thought it said artillery for a second. What are you doing?
Host strain ready for
Do I care about this augmentation?
Thing. That's how committed I was to celebrating Pride.
So you're saying that he was homophobic in this event?
Yes, he did not. I think he did not want me to go because he's worried that if I go to gay events, the attention is going to be on me instead of him.
Austin, I think that's a pretty good point.
No, he gets so mad when people come up to him in bars and they're like, "Oh my God, where's Hassan?" And he's like, "Ugh."
He gets so mad because when I was in LA, the last time I was in LA, I invited you to go with my husband and son to Game 4 of the LA Lakers getting swept by the Oklahoma City Thunder. Austin was jealous. Party of one. Your table is now available. But because everybody had been going after you, I was like, Hassan needs to go out and be a normal fucking person and go out among the public. But I want to talk to you about a headline that cracks me up. So here's one about you. A progressive mind in a MAGA body. And out of all the stuff everybody has said to you, this to me would be the most offensive because I want to review MAGA bodies with men. And I want you to talk about it. The first one is Elon Musk and his MAGA body.
Oh my God.
I think they've said a lot of mean things about you, domestic terrorists, Antifa, all of these. This is the most insulting.
I agree.
You spend a lot of hours in the gym. And then here's another MAGA body right here. Ted Cruz.
This is the best he's ever looked. I cannot believe how flattering this image is. Also, woke, wearing a mask. Hello? During COVID? What are you, gay? What the hell? Don't you know the mask is a face diaper, chin diaper?
Totally.
That's crazy.
Okay, and then here's the MAGA body.
Oh, no.
Randy Fine. Pop this in.
Oh, no.
And here's a video of Randy Fine, because they banned you from going to the UK, which is such bullshit, and we'll talk about that. But I first want to get Randy Fine's take on that, and then your take on Randy Fine. Play this clip.
I'm with TMZ DC. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
It's good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Pretty hot today, huh?
It's not so bad. It could be hotter. That's why we're walking outside.
That's true.
But it's warming up, that's for sure.
Hey, I was interested to get...
Don't run into that.
Thank you. I was interested to get your take on Hassan Piker not being allowed into England.
Well, I don't think he should be allowed into America, so I think that's a good start.
Yeah.
So what do you think about Randy Fine? He thinks you need to go to jail. He thinks you need to get deported.
His pinned tweet, I think, still is like demanding my deportation. He's always talking about me.
What do you think Randy Fine needs to do?
I think he needs to get on those. I don't mind that. I think he should keep eating. Let's see how far this goes. Let's see how much more he can expand. He's basically Israel the person. He's just constantly expanding territory that he has no right being inside of. You know, everywhere he goes, he's like, "Oh nope, I'm taking up 2 seats." It's crazy. It's the gluttony.
Why did you get banned from going to the UK? You were going to South by Southwest thing.
Yeah, I was doing South by Southwest. I was linking up with Jeremy Corbyn, Zach Plansky, leader of the Greens, and I was supposed to do this thing with my uncle, Cenk Uygur, at Oxford Union. And there were a bunch of Israel advocacy organizations that had criticized my entry into the country a couple weeks prior to the trip. And there was a Labor MP that demanded that the Home Office revoke my visa, and then they did. And then the only revelation was, the only communication I got from the government was when they revoked my visa, they said my appearance would not be conducive to the public good, and that I could not, I could not appeal this decision. I could apply for a separate visa, but I could not appeal the ETA decision that was revoked. So it's very frustrating. It's the Labor government, and it's been a very interesting journey since then, because there's this opaque nature of this travel ban, and it's very clear that the Labor government is now expanding on who they're not allowing into the country. And it's been very frustrating for a lot of people because they don't know why, right? At least with like Kanye West, you can have a conversation around whether that's appropriate or not to ban anybody from entering the country. But at least with Kanye West, everybody knew exactly why, right? or with Valentina Gomez, people kind of understood why Valentina Gomez was not allowed in the country. I mean, these are people who were trying to go to a far-right rally. Well, not kind of us, but Valentina Gomez was a far-right Polish minister that was denied entry into the country. They were far-right, very racist. It openly said unbelievably racist things. Whereas for someone like myself, or even Cenk as well, and I feel like he caught a little bit of a stray there, because there wasn't like a lot of hubbub around Cenk in the lead up to this trip. It was just they were demanding I wouldn't be allowed entry into the country, and people were just like, what are you talking about? This guy is not an anti-Semite at all. This is just simply state repression enforced because he's anti-Israel, and that's pretty unbelievable considering the overwhelming majority of the British public is also anti-Israel. So you're just denying someone entry into the country for a position that he holds that the overwhelming majority of the public also agrees with. It's a little different than trying to, demand that people go out and murder Muslim migrants.
Well, let's talk about the double standard here, what's happening in Western democracies. So Jason Stanley, I don't know if you know who he is. He's a professor. He was at Yale, and then he fled to Toronto after Trump won. Mm-hmm. And he...
I'm going to Core Hall. It's time.
Why are you telling us this, Kerrigan?
There will be ruin, destruction. Millions can die amid the chaos. Valerian, your people will need a leader.
You're right, Kerrigan. They will. If I'm to be that leader, I'll ask only one thing of you. Bring your swarm down outside the city. That will give us time to evacuate.
Core Hall is going to be the most difficult battle of my life, and you're asking me to make it harder.
I am.
I was wrong about you, Valerian. You're not like your father. I'll give you your chance. Make the most of it.
Look, it's got a little butthole. Ah, it's like the first game.
I sense a broad frequency emanating from the palace in Augustgrad.
The little satellite from StarCraft 1.
Too. I can hear.
Dominion forces, this is your Emperor, Arcturus Minsk. Core Hall is under attack by the Zerg swarm. Our special weapons lab has been destroyed. Our defenses stripped. Any fleet that can hear my voice, return to Core Hall. The seat of human power is under assault. Come, men. Defend your home.
Trapped like a rat in a cage, aren't you, Arcturus?
The swarm is engaged with core... My queen, your Leviathans are in position.
Unleash the swarm.
We will lose countless drop pods in the opening moments.
We're sending millions. Even if only a fraction gets through, it'll still be more than enough to take out these orbital defenses from the ground.
has broken through the orbital defense network.
Zerg! Blast it!
Dominion ground forces have secured this area. Our bio-launchers cannot survive without support.
I'm going to handle this personally. Send in all the drop pods. They should be centered around this region. Alert me the moment one breaks through. I'll make sure the launcher survives.
The first bio-launcher and its escort are entering Core Hall's atmosphere.
Show me where it will land.
It will arrive here, my queen.
What is it this time? We are without limit.
Incoming transmission.
You've made a grave mistake. Setting foot on my world, Kerrigan. I will deliver you and your swarm back to whatever hell you crawled out of.
We require more minerals.
No time.
We must place that on creep. We require more minerals.
The bio-launcher is about to land. It will be vulnerable for a short period. The Dominion's Draken defense network is destroying most of our bio-launchers in orbit.
Which means we can't afford to lose the ones that get through. Your queen is under attack. No time like the present. I am the strength. The swarm conquers all. Retribution. Vida, what is it this time?
The next bio-launcher is breaking through Core Hall's defenses.
Retribution.
Gates lead to the Terran capital. Destroy them, and my brood can enter Augustgrad.
Good thinking. I'll break the gates open if I have time. Your queenless. Speak.
A biolauncher is about to arrive on Korhal's surface.
We require more Vespine gas.
Says we will not have a democracy if we cannot criticize Israel. Jason Stanley's father was one of the hidden children in Germany, and he's been traumatized his entire life because he had to hide from the Nazis as a child. And he says we have to be able to criticize Israel. It seems like in Western democracies, Islamophobia is accepted, promoted, and normalized. And Congressman Randy Fine, right here, if Israel were a human being, he tweets stuff like this: if they force us to choose the choice between dogs and Muslims, it is not a difficult one. And leave that up for just a second, Kylie. Mehdi Hassan always, I think, has a very good way to look at this stuff. And he says, substitute Muslims for Jews.
Yeah.
And then tweet it.
Yeah.
And so you have that Islamophobia is accepted, it's normalized. He received no disciplinary from little Moses Mike Grinder Johnson, nothing. He did nothing to this. And you have UK, our biggest ally, had this big circle jerk dinner for Donald Trump. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
How humiliating that was over there. They rolled it all out. And then, are you banned for life, UK? Or is this just like one incident at a time? Because this is really concerning that congressmen behave and say this kind of shit. And you're criticizing a country that's full of propaganda, that's committing a genocide, that targets children, snipes children, white phosphorus.
In Hebron, this past week, Israel openly shot a 7-month-old baby and killed a 7-month-old baby and shot the mother as well in the process as the car was coming to a full stop near a checkpoint. This is occupied West Bank. Those soldiers are illegally occupying territory that does not belong to Israel. And they terrorize everyday indigenous Palestinians with regular frequency as the world looks away. And the reality of the matter is, our governments are culpable. We are, in some ways, culpable for this violence due to our inaction, but certainly due to our tax dollars going to fund these initiatives, and also the political cover that the American government offers to Israel, and the political cover that the British government offers to Israel. And that's part of the reason why they are taking such stringent action, because they don't want to abide by the democratic process. They don't want to concede to the wishes of the masses, no matter how loud those wishes get. And they have decided that the only way forward is state repression. And that's a terrifying prospect, I think, because, look, I'm very critical of Western liberal capitalist democracy. I'm an anti-imperialist, I'm a socialist, I'm an anti-capitalist. And yet there are plenty of redeemable aspects of Western liberal capitalist democracy, which is objectively a progressive historical force in comparison to feudalism and monarchies, right? Some of those redeemable aspects are obviously our diversity, which, again, these Republicans want to destroy. It's one of the best aspects of being an American is how, in some ways, racist America might be, but also how tolerant America is to diversity. Diversity of opinion, but also certainly diversity of background. Other redeemable aspects are due process and the protection over free expression, you know? And now we're taking all of that away. So what do we have at this point that remains? What is the redeemable qualities of living in the Western world if all of that is gone? We certainly don't have material improvements that we're experiencing. I mean, there was a Wall Street Journal article that just recently came out that was fascinating, that said that the country that's having the biggest economic boom right now in the world is North Korea. Isn't that crazy? It was the Wall Street Journal that wrote this article. They said North Korea has built more housing units in the entire country than California State has. California State is the 4th largest economy in the world. North Korea, I think, is the smallest economy in the world, right?
Right.
And they had built more housing units. And they had built more phones inside of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea than the entirety of the United States of America. So I find that so strange because they have all of the repression. They have tremendous state repression. But at least there's a marked improvement in the material conditions, it seems, as far as like development, as far as building an industrial base. They also have a robust defense industry now because they're helping. They're aiding Russia in illegal invasion of Ukraine. China's obviously, helping them as well. There's cars in Pyongyang now, But what kind of world are we living in where our trajectory in the West, our trajectory as the domineering global hegemonic superpower here in the United States of America is a downward spiral, and we're also now experiencing state repression that we oftentimes point to when we justify our militant action against these other countries, when we say, oh, look at the countries like North Korea. We're starting that process now. We're starting the state repression process here. And we don't even have any sort of economic improvements in our lives. I mean, it's totally ridiculous.
Okay, so you've been accused, your detractors, your haters. You're either, some people say you're racist. There's a big part of black Democrats online.
That's not even true. There's a new poll that came out. You go poll. My highest approval ratings are with black people.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but I want to ask you, in your own words, these accusations that you are anti-freedom, that you are racist, that you are homophobic. What is your ethos? Like, why do you get up and Twitch stream for 7-8 hours a day? What is your driving force? What kind of change do you want to see, and what do you believe as it pertains to human rights, in your own words?
I put humanity first. That's it. I want to improve people's material conditions unconditionally. I want more egalitarian outcomes for every single person, because first and foremost, I do care about performance. It's almost like a very technocratic approach that I have. And what I mean by that is, there is unlimited potential everywhere around the world. And I've seen it with my own two eyes. You know, when I go to Cuba, I see what they've been able to accomplish in the field of novel chemical compound discovery and finding new cures in spite of this ridiculous blockade that we've implemented for the past 60 years. I look at the potential of humanity, and I look at the potential of advancing humanity and how much we stop people from reaching their maximum potential. And I get very frustrated. I look at a world where throughout history, there's been famines that have killed tens of millions of people all around the world. There's still famines around the world right now, but nowadays, famine is completely man-made. And the reason why I say that is because it's not a byproduct of just natural disasters, but famine is completely man-made because we already have a surplus of food. It's simply a logistical problem. A logistical problem born out of capitalism, a problem born out of the profit motive, because if we were to give people food for free, then there would be no profit incentive to generate higher and higher agricultural yields, right? That to me is inhumane. 14 million people every single year die due to famine-related diseases in a world where food distribution is simply a decision made by capital owners to not give people the necessary food that they need to survive. An example of this obviously is taking place in Somalia and Sudan right now as a consequence of America's military actions. It's war of choice alongside Israel in Iraq. Strait of Hormuz is closed, and Africa is suffering right now because they can't get necessary fuel supply. When you don't have fuel, you can't deliver water to certain areas that don't have desalination plants or clean water, right? So there are reverberations that are felt oftentimes by the poorest people on the planet, and we never really consider them. Now that juxtaposition, that inequality also persists in the United States of America, the wealthiest nation on earth. This is the wealthiest nation on the planet, right? And there's so much promise, there's so much opportunity, so much potential here, and yet in the wealthiest nation on earth, 700,000 people sleep outside every single night. I mean, that's preposterous, right? And the solution to that is so simple, really. If we were to just like retool our system a little bit, because we have all of the wealth, we have all of the potential, we have all of the opportunity to change this system, to ensure that that doesn't happen, because it's unbelievably inhumane, and yet we don't do it because this is the way the system is designed. This is the way capitalism has to continue. And yet, in spite of the same wealth inequality, if not worse, that we're currently experiencing in comparison to the Gilded Age, Americans are sleepwalking in the direction of fascism. That's what I want to avoid.
How much do you think our dismissiveness of anti-Black racism, both in the legal system, in reparations, in over-policing Black neighborhoods, incubated the incoming police state that we're seeing right now?
It's everything. It's a huge part of it. I mean, the early policing was slave catchers. I mean, that's what the initial policing system started off as. It was in the North. It was, I think, it was still invested in the protection of capital. I think it was like harbor police, basically. And then in the South, it was slave catchers and slave patrols. So from its inception, policing as an institution has been an institution that protects the interests of capital, and also it was unbelievably racist. A constant, towering, occupying force over the underclass, the permanent underclass that we've designed in society. At the time, it was African men and women that were enslaved by force, and in many ways, the relics of that white supremacist structure still very clearly exists in our institutions. It comes out in sentencing disparity, in the way that we interpret certain incidents, stereotyping in the media. It's all over. It's a pervasive, cancerous force in American politics, and it never gets addressed. And it's been a very effective weapon that I think our capital owning classes wielded to keep the working classes divided. I mean, LBJ very famously talked about this. He said, you know, if you can convince the lowest white man that he's higher than the highest black man, that he'll open up his wallets for you. And that's exactly what happened in the Reconstruction era, and that's continuing to happen nowadays, and not just against black people, but that's certainly one of the primary targets of enmity for white supremacists, but also against undocumented migrants as well. You know, black and brown people that are coming into this country to find a better life for themselves, who actually give back so much more than they ever receive from the system. And we humiliate them. We refuse to offer them citizenship. We just dangle it in front of them like a carrot, the paperwork that's necessary, because that's what this crime is, right? The crime is simply paperwork that you could efficiently take care of, and these guys could just work inside of the state boundaries as every other type of worker. And yet, I think powerful institutions in this country and people who serve the interests of corporate power in this country and billionaires in this country choose to actively undermine solidarity amongst the working class to make sure that, you know, white working class folks living in Virginia that are living in a dire state of affairs still are fearful of this notion that there's an other out there that has the exact same class interest as them, that live in even worse conditions than them. But as long as they can feel like they lord over these people, or as long as there's these scary, cancerous, toxic forces in this country that are destroying the nation state, and someone is taking care of them, purging them, you know, militarily dominating them, these guys forget for a brief moment how shitty their circumstances are and can champion this cause of violence.
Okay, I love to get us in trouble and ask you hypothetical questions.
Okay, let's
So today's hypothetical question is, if you were the boss of the United States, name the top 3 Americans you would deport.
I mean, he's not even an American, but Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Like, easy. God, there's so many.
Stephen Miller?
Well, no, I would put him in prison, I think. That's better. We should keep him here.
Yeah.
Elon Musk,
would you put
Peter Thiel.
Oh, yeah. Peter Thiel's already left. He packed his toys and went to Argentina.
Yeah, he's in Argentina now.
Yeah.
Damn it. I mean, there's so many. This is an incredible question.
Right? Who do you think, which 3 would you deport that could have an immediate change on our government?
Like positive change?
Positive change. I think
guess
Elon Musk.
Stephen Miller, I guess you're right, Stephen Miller. Like, if we're just to entertain the theory, Stephen Miller, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump. But no, but then J.D. Vance is still there. J.D. Vance instead of Stephen Miller. J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, Elon Musk. I don't know. There's so many.
Okay, are you going to the next game tonight?
I think so. Yes, there's a little bit of chaos in our like receiving of the tickets right now, so it's in limbo. But
are you taking the Lebanese gay Austin show?
No, he self-selected. He opted out. He did, because he saw the prices and was like, I'm not doing this.
And so, final question.
Because he doesn't even like sports. He doesn't. Well, he likes football, and that's it. He does not care for basketball. He thought the Knicks was a baseball team. Okay, so it does feel a little crazy.
But Will, your other co-host and very good friend, Will Neff, hi Will, he's a huge Knicks fan.
Yes, he's been a diehard Knicks fan. He's got the Jalen Brunson nails right now. He painted his fingernails with the Knicks colors.
Who will you cheer for? Because I know you love Wemby.
I'll be wearing a Mumdanistan t-shirt.
Okay.
So, you know, I'm doing that as protection so that they don't beat my ass. But my heart, I've said this already, my mind is with the Knicks, but my heart is still with Wemby. I mean, it's a young team. They're working through it right now. I think the longer they stay in the finals, the better, because they need that experience. And the Knicks are a great team, and you know, I still love Wemby. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough because like the Knicks are technically the underdogs here. I think, if we're being real, right? Like the Western Conference is a much tougher battle than
as you witnessed.
Yeah, as well.
As you witnessed,
crazy.
As you witnessed at Game 4.
Devastating. That was devastating. It did make me feel very happy that they took out the Oklahoma.
I knew that you would. I knew that.
And
You were nice enough to me that you sent me a text.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that your team lost. You have a really good team.
Yeah, you do.
And then I went to your Twitter, and you're calling Shai Gilgeous-Alexander a domestic terrorist. That needs to be stopped. And I thought, spot it, you got it.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I think it's extra annoying that he can play so well without flopping, because he's a demon. Like, he is. When I say he's a terrorist, like, everyone says he's a basketball terrorist because he flops or he hooks and he gets a lot of calls, right? He draws a lot of fouls, he gets a lot of calls. I think he's a terrorist because he's so goddamn good that he doesn't need to do that at all. And he showed that he didn't need to do that at all in like the last 2 games where he was just straight up a demon. I've never seen bag work like that. It's so frustrating. I mean, I guess Jalen Brunson has very good bag work too. But he's such a pretty player. And it's very frustrating to see him in action when he's playing against the team that you're rooting for. It's annoying.
No, I agree. He's a sharpshooter. He's excellent. Okay, last question. Rumors swirling that you're interested in moving to Momdanistan. Are you jealous? Do you want to be up here? Do you feel like all the cool people are living in New York?
Yes, all my friends live here. All my colleagues live here. I'm sick and tired of it's like the SpongeBob, you know, Squidward just like watching SpongeBob and Patrick running outside, you know, having a great old time. And I'm just like, I'm in Los Angeles. I'm like, well, this sucks. We almost got Spencer Pratt. There was a brief moment where people were like, what the hell's going on?
Would you have packed and moved?
No, I'm not like that. I mean, I would if I'm going to pack and move, I'm packing and moving out of America, right? If I haven't escaped America after my own federal government is actively prosecuting me, I'm probably going to stay for Spencer Pratt. It's fine. But it's, it has been frustrating to see, New York have so much fun. They're having a wonderful time. You guys are all having a wonderful time. We're going to expand on that wonderful time with the DSA slate. That's part of the reason why I'm here this week. I'm going to be doing a rally with the New York City DSA slate, all the way from like local office people that are going to really aid in Zoran's agenda, all the way to the state legislature, to Congress as well, with Clara Valdez and Daria Liza. And there's some incredible candidates top to bottom, and I really hope they win their races, and so that New York can even be a more dominant force in American politics and lead the way with the next crop of American socialist talent, so I can fail to fix my own backyard in California.
Hasan Piker, thank you so much. Listener, if you want to watch or listen to Hasan Piker, simply tune into Fox News, and we'll have all the highlights.
True.
Bye.
I've had it.
All right, joining me today on iHip News is my friend and absolute expert in exactly what is happening right now. Her name is Ruth Pingiot, and she is the best-selling author of Strongmen. She has an amazing Substack called Lucid. Ruth, welcome to iHip News. Welcome back.
Thank you. So pleased to be here with you.
You're one of our audience's favorites. I think we went out to dinner a couple weeks ago, and I was telling you, I think there's a desire among the public right now as we see this regime attack science, attack facts, attack knowledge. There's a desire from the electorate to learn. And so thank you so much for making yourself available. Right now, Trump's approval rating is hitting around 32%. What happens to an autocrat when they become this unpopular, and what happens to all of those surrounding him when they are, it looks like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic.
Yeah, so you've hit on, so one of the things is they never take responsibility for their actions, and they have, by this time, many autocrats have bought into this propaganda that they are infallible, that they can do no wrong, and so they will never say they're sorry or admit failure or blame. So what's better? You throw other people under the bus. And so most autocrats are constantly reshuffling their governments. It's really crazy, and one of the reasons I wrote Strongman was to to demystify this idea that autocrats are efficient. So like Mussolini made the trains run on time. Well, in reality, every 4 years he totally reshuffled his cabinet, right? So that happens, and we're seeing that because the people they put in are incompetent often to start with.
And that's by design.
It's by design.
And why would somebody who wants to rule over, in an autocratic, dictatorial way, why would they want incompetent people? What's the psychology behind that?
Because they're threatened of people who are too competent, and they don't want people who have independent sources of power, independent networks. And so they did this from the very start, where Tulsi Gabbard was put in there in the Director of National Intelligence with very few contacts in the intelligence world, so that she would be dependent on him or whoever is his trusted person. The same with Hegseth, or the people have to be flawed, so the leader has something over him.
The Queen of Blades.
And so you have these people to begin with who are set up to fail, and then when the autocrat inevitably creates crises, they don't know how to handle it. Look at Kash Patel. and so that's one thing. The other thing that autocrats do if they start sinking in the polls and they get really worried that something's going to happen to them electorally or otherwise, is they go to war. They either deepen conflicts that they're already involved in instead of retreating, and Netanyahu has done this, or they start a war, and then they get into worse trouble. And this is called autocratic backfire. And so February 1st, I published an op-ed in the New York Times on autocratic backfire, and I had Mussolini, Putin, and Trump. And I said that I felt like I get these instincts that Trump was getting into the zone where he was going to do something to distract from all the messes he was creating at home. And I said we should be prepared for some kind of military engagement. So there's patterns in the way that these people behave and think, and the tragedies that they create for the nations they're supposed to be governing.
And I've noticed that Trump, he kind of has loose lips. He can't ever quite keep anything close to the chest because he likes to grandstand. He likes to boast. And he would say stuff, and you can always get little breadcrumbs from what he says. He would say, well, Bibi doesn't have an election because he's at war. How great is that? So we don't have to have an election. He said the same about Zelensky. They don't have to have an election. And he streamlines basically what his nefarious plans are. But this situation with the war, there's been pretty substantiated. The State Department said that we went to war at the request of Israel. And then you have Putin, who appears to have something, I don't know, Trump adores him or something, compromise, very deep tie. But Putin is helping Iran. And as I watched the whole thing, Ruth, I'm like, okay, you have this guy, Donald Trump, who doesn't really seem to care that much about America. And he's helping these other forces. And it just seems to me like his number one goal is self-preservation. When you speak about the psychology behind autocrats and that being their North Star in all of their policy.
It's pretty incredible, and it starts actually with way before they get into office, because regular politicians, if you're under investigation or you have problems of whatever sort, you don't want to run for office because journalists will start poking around. But if you're an autocrat, type and you want to be further an autocrat, if you are under investigation, you feel compelled to run for office. Because the whole point is to get into power and then use the government, take over government to fix your problems. So here's a list, it's partial, of the people who were under investigation when they ran for office. Netanyahu, several times. Berlusconi, 3 times. Trump, 3 times. Putin was under investigation. And they got into office and look what happened. And immediately, like in Netanyahu, tried to do this judicial reform. And they always go for the judiciary because they need to get rid of their problems. It could be financial problems, could be legal problems. So it starts there with actually how they even get into
attack
office.
on the rule of law.
Yeah, because they have legal problems or they're corrupt. And so they have to go against corruption. So that's the beginning of it.
So recently, over the weekend, there was the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Of course, we have mental health crisis, gun crisis in the United States. And instead of coming out and speaking about this, immediately he goes to the White House press room and says, this is why I need that ballroom. And then you've got Lindsey Graham, who's jumped on board. All of the MAGA influencers, it's almost like they had a coordinated thing where this is why this man needs this ballroom. And it seems that he is laser focused on the ballroom, the arch, and remodeling the White House. What's the psychology behind this? Do you think he's planning on camping out in there? Is this something that's unique to this type of ruler? It's so bizarre.
It's bizarre, but it's predictable. So that's the next stage of the self-preservation. So they get into power, and then they start doing things that cause problems at home. Look at Orban. He impoverished the nation while he became a billionaire and his cronies. And so discontent builds, hardship, falls upon the nation. And so the more they create problems, because remember, they never backtrack, because the thing to understand is that autocrats are not in office for the same reasons as other politicians. They don't care about public welfare. They don't care if the population has hardship. They care about self-preservation. So inevitably, they get more paranoid the longer they're in power, because more people hate them. The election might go badly. People do, crazy things to try and get rid of them, as we've seen. So they have safe spaces. And so these are people who are driven by fear. And you really can't, overestimate the fact of fear. And it's why they puff themselves up with personality cults. I am omnipotent. I am infallible. And they're telling themselves this. So at a recent, it was a recent Trump speech, and I don't remember the content, but I wrote on social media that he was self-soothing. It was like he was telling himself, as you say, isn't a filter, that he was great, that everything was going to plan, even though that's not at all the case. And it could have been domestic, it could have been about the economy or Iran, who knows. But it was about him propping himself up. And then they create these inner sanctums, the cabinet officials who are sycophants. And so we've seen the ritual of when the officials meet, it's not to give him objective feedback that he desperately needs. And they all do this. Putin, and they all have their inner sanctums. Mussolini did it, Hitler. And so they're reinforcing his sense that he knows what he's doing. And they genuflect to him. They praise him. So instead of making him more secure, this makes him more insecure. And so they end up with these, like, Putin had his palaces, they have bunkers. Gaddafi had a huge compound underneath which he had sex slaves. They have these spaces where they feel safe. So the ballroom, I've been watching this develop for a long time. And the Washington Post just did they analyzed all his speeches for the last months. So we're at war. Like, Americans are American lives are being lost, right? But the thing he's talked the most about is the ballroom, because his ego is he's projecting, like, the ballroom is, and the White House, which is his personally, right? He doesn't see it as the public's home that he's occupying temporarily. It's his. So his ego is fused with the White House and the ballroom. And so underneath the bunker is going to be a safe space. So that when all of the mistakes he's making come back to haunt him, he has a place to be.
Oh my God.
It's really incredible.
It's like his baby blanket.
Yeah, and so Putin had Putin's palace. And one of the reasons that Putin went after Alexei Navalny is that he was an anti-corruption researcher. But he took it upon himself, Navalny, to research and document Putin's palace. And he made a film about it that showed the corruption, showed the gold-plated toilets.
Happened way after Navalny was like already like arrested, I think, when that film came out.
Exposed, and so that made him all the more go after Navalny, and eventually had him killed. That's Putin, and that's Russia.
Right.
This is the United States, but the psychology, the need to have your safe space, which is somewhere you could go that must be secret for you, and yet you're boasting about it, is the difference is that Trump boasts about everything.
What is it?
Yeah. Putin and others do it in secrecy, a little more secrecy.
Yeah.
Trump is telling us everything about it, and because he has no filter. Very different than Putin, who is an intelligence officer.
Right.
Putin is like super versed in what not to say.
Right.
He measures each word. He's still like
this will damage Trump, his loose lips.
Yes, because it alerts people to what he's doing, and sometimes he's soft launching things.
Oh, these
that are harmful,
cons.
like, maybe I should have a third term.
Right.
So it has a propagandistic function, but ultimately the corruption, the denial, saying everything's going great, the Nobel Peace Prize when we're at war, because autocrats think that the people are stupid because they scorn people. You might even, if you're an autocrat, make an AI video of you crapping on people. Right. Remember that?
Right, or post yourself as Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that shows what he really thinks of people. And so it doesn't cross his mind, apparently, to measure his words and be a little more circumspect, which is what other, I was going to say smarter, but he's very smart in his own way. So other autocrats have not boasted as much about their ballrooms and their things that are, evidence of corruption.
So you've been watching him closely as a professor, an author, a student of all of this, and now a teacher of all of this, an expert in this field. And you knew when he said, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and my supporters would still support me. You knew immediately. So you've been watching him since that time to now. And this Trump 2.0, the observations that you have, because for me, as the layman, it really seems like he feels emboldened, that he feels like he's 10 foot tall and bulletproof, that he's governing as though he will never face consequences. And our Supreme Court helped him, assisted him to feel that with the immunity. So what are your observations in this just over a year into the second term of the escalating behaviors of him?
Yeah, he feels invincible, and he has created a government full of people who mirror his values. So autocrats want you to be your worst self. And often they pick people who are flawed. So we talked before that they're inexperienced, that you would never pick those people. Like a CEO wouldn't pick those people. But he needs to have those people there. And we talked about the loyalty part. But he needs people who are flawed so that he can further corrupt them. And Trump is very good at corrupting people and bringing them down.
Like Kristi Noem shot her dog, and he thought, oh, that's
the perfect person.
She's perfect for this job.
Yes, flawed people. So Kennedy, think of all the cabinet.
Right.
And he's also been collecting information on people since he was a businessman, like from the 80s. That's what he does. And his mentors were Roy Cohn and Roger Stone, and it's their version of compliment.
Okay.
So that is going on. So these are people who
You
have
Fox, I just rebuilt that shit.
collaborators in his lawlessness. And so when Hegseth went to Quantico and all those faces, those stony faces weathered with experience of all our U.S. commanders with so many years of professionalism, they sat there And Hegseth said that we are not going to abide by these old rules of engagement. And then Stephen Miller went to law enforcement and said, you know, your hands are untied now. So it's a liberation from any kind of humanitarian or ethical rules. So I call this moral deregulation. So there's economic deregulation, which is going on. So all companies and corporations and big capital, they don't have to, you know, they can relax their protections of the workforce, they can plunder the environment. But moral deregulation, Trump is like the Pied Piper of this. Everyone must be their worst self so that you don't have to, this is what he meant when he said I could shoot someone and my followers will love me for it. They could be biblical, they could be ethical, secular. The injunctions against cheating people, harming people, killing innocent fishermen on boats, whatever it is, you don't have to worry about those things anymore. You can even reward and pardon people who stormed the Capitol, who were violent, who attacked police officers. There's no bottom. So that's moral deregulation. And his partner at the beginning of this nightmare was Musk, who thinks similarly. So we gave him a place in government and said, go at it, just wreck everything. Because it's all about, that's back to fascism. It's like destruction. And Mussolini called it creative destruction. And you can be like that if you have no morals. You're amoral. So that's what we're faced with. So I've been talking about moral collapse and the need for a renewal of morals. And like we need a democratic politics that foregrounds values.
Yes.
Like simple values that you used to learn in school. Right. You know, like justice, equality, don't beat other people up, or there might be a consequence.
Yeah.
Golden rule.
What do you make of, I understand to an extent, Trump recruited incompetent, immoral people to come work for him. I get that. That makes sense to me. What do you make of these tech oligarchs and other industry titans that before maybe, that weren't really controversial, but when this guy gets in power, and they have all the money, more money than he has, and you could, business people might all even write out 4 years. It's his lame duck term. It's been so shocking to see Tim Cook of Apple, a gay man, making a participation trophy and these award rituals. And you can tell Trump enjoys humiliating them because he said recently, I think it was a Truth Social post. He said, I love having the CEO of Apple called it kiss my ass. Mm-hmm. He recently said this about Tim Cook, who now I think is going to be outgoing. Is this something that you see in other autocracies where the wealthy also morally collapse just as much as the aforementioned person he found that was already broken, Kristi Noem, and brought her and broke her even more? Is this a feature and not a bug?
It is a feature, and it's called the authoritarian bargain, and all of them do it, all the autocrats do it. It means bargains that you make with elites. Could be media elites, tech elites today, business elites, religious elites, and the bargain is, it's like a pact, a deal, that I will give you lots of opportunities to make money and promote you and not stand in your way, not persecute you. In return, you have to be loyal to me. You could outwardly support me, but you must not criticize me. No matter what I say or do, no matter what happens. And these bargains, they happened under Mussolini and under Mobutu. They're just part of how it works. Yeah, Putin for sure. But think about the Russian Orthodox Church, which backs up Putin and backed him up even more when he went into Ukraine. That's their part of the bargain, right? And we have the evangelical church and Orthodox Jews. No matter what happens, they're there. So that's the religious. And so this is part of how autocracy works. These elites that prop up. So what you want to do, if you're trying to unseat through elections, you need something called elite defection. You need elites to wake up, and they only do this sometimes in the old days if there was like being bombed by the Allies, or the economy starts to collapse.
Yeah.
And then they finally decide to come out of their cowardice and venal, posture, and they will retract their support, right, for the state and for the leader. And sometimes they can put it to someone else in power, and then you have like a palace coup, right? But when there's a well-developed party system, because today autocrats don't kill off all the other parties and they keep elections, you want the elites to go over to the opposition. And that's very hard to do, but eventually it can happen.
So J.D. Vance is, by all means on paper, somebody in traditional American politics, if we follow what the lineage is and how the torches are passed, would be the heir apparent and be the Republican nominee. I have noticed that Trump, in my opinion, is sending J.D. Vance out to set him up for failure. And here's some examples of my observations. He sent him to campaign with Viktor Orban. And of course, Viktor Orban, lost in a landslide. He sent him to Pakistan to negotiate this war that J.D. Vance at the table, and this was leaked from J.D. Vance's camp to the New York Times, that everybody said yes, 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 except for Vance. Vance said no, because Vance is trying to position himself as, oh no, I'm the anti-war candidate. And Trump's like, off to Pakistan you go. And then now this is my favorite, Ruth. He's made him the fraud czar, the most fraudulent president in American history. And I just can't help but think, he's like, got J.D. Vance in a headlock here saying, good luck, buddy. That he's sabotaging the alleged heir apparent of his, whole movement. What is your take on that and watching the way he does J.D. Vance? It's part one of the question. Part two is the Catholic Church won't bend the knee. And J.D. Vance fancies himself a big Catholic, and I just want to get your opinion on that. But first talk about the succession, and then Trump, what I think is sabotaging that.
Yes, I agree. That is in line with the autocratic playbook, because autocrats don't really have successors, with the exception if it's a family dynasty, like in North Korea. Or they can have some kind, in Brazil, Bolsonaro is sitting in jail for having done something similar to what Trump did, but now his sons, who are right-wing politicians, they're thinking they'll come back. In the Philippines, you had the Marcos dictator, and now Marcos Jr., Bongbong is there, so that can happen. But otherwise, they don't want, they're terrified of successors. Do you hear Putin talking about a successor?
Never.
No. And in Turkey, Erdogan, he's president, and he used to be prime minister, and now he's gotten rid of the office of prime minister because he doesn't want anybody close to him. It's him and the people, right? And so they do these tricks. They're not really fooling anyone because they can't stand to have anyone given too much power. Now, luckily for Trump, Vance is a uniquely unlikable person with terrible instincts. A hypocrite, because he's evolved. We all know that he used to say about Trump, and that now the thing about Catholicism, he doesn't seem to have very good instincts. Like taking on the Pope, really, and lecturing the Pope, right? And saying also his words. He chooses his words. He's very smart in his book way, right? And he chooses his words carefully, but issuing something that to many of us who study autocracy sounded like a veiled threat to the Pope. He said, you should be careful. The Pope should be careful in choosing, something like he should be careful in choosing his words, what he says.
Mineral field deplete mutation. Copy.
Dominion forces are in full retreat.
Isha, have my broodmothers deploy their forces. Zagara, move your brood further into the city. Take up positions around the palace.
Yes, my queen.
It's time to dethrone an emperor.
Your revenge is close now. Nothing can stop it.
Don't underestimate Minsk. He is by far the most cunning enemy we've ever faced. If I should fall, you must take the swarm from Core Hall.
Flee? This is not the way of the Zerg.
Yet it is my will. You will obey my command, and take the swarm to seek our true enemy. Find Amon. Destroy him before he can enslave the swarm again.
As you command.
This is like 8th world corruption. Not 3rd, not 4th, not 5th world, not 6th or 7th world, but 8th world corruption. It's unprecedented, man. Look at this. Trump's neighbor. This looks like a bit. This looks like a Whitest Kids You Know skit. Cyclist handcuffed at reflecting pool as National Guard deployed. Oh, yes, that's right. Trump's official explanation for the state of the reflecting pool, which is now green and full of blue paint chunks, his suggestion is that it has been targeted by sabotage. There was a bicyclist going by who had a Team Algae print on his shirt. Is that who we're referring to here? Let me see. Team Algae? Team Algae? Is it the Team Algae individual? It doesn't confirm. Unfortunate. Oh my god, man, look at that. The hydrogen peroxide didn't do shit to the algae. You're fanning the flames. You're fanning the flames. Planning the flames. You're fanning the flames, Thana. Kinda did in that corner.
Hear me, Ultralisk. Break free. Fight to the door. Kill any...
Security Squad 4, what is going on in there?
There. Destroy that containment cell and free those Ultralisks.
Toxic compound released. Great potential. Bonding to Ultralisk sequences.
Stinky Lisks.
Noxious strain. Releases poisonous explosion. Damages enemies in target area.
I didn't sign up for this.
I want this facility under control now! Contain those segments, or the Emperor will have your head! What are you people doing? Shoot them!
Research facility crippled. Specimens freed. Proceeding to subsequent level round. Outskirts of August Grad. Military housing. Supply center. Facility must be destroyed. Experimental nuclear weapons produced within.
The bridge is guarded by Dominion forces. Move forward. Secure the passage.
Ultralists incoming! Fire the warhead! Now!
Sir, it's still experimental. We don't know what it'll do.
Fire the damn warhead now!
Analyzing damage. Radioactive compound infecting Ultralisk.
Make use of it.
Integrating with atrophied evolutionary path. Ultralisk strain Torask resuscitates dead tissue.
Torask. That's how you say it.
Press on. We continue the assault.
What are these ugly things?
Your worst nightmare.
Put those monsters down and keep them down!
Forms upon death will revive momentarily.
Get back up! Oh, that ain't right!
I will turn this city into a radiated ruin if I have to. Another warhead!
Additional Ultralisks ready. Delivering now.
Our forces are under attack.
Facility destroyed. Sequences ready.
Honestly, it makes it look worse, you know? Okay, so Trump is blaming sabotage. Have you guys seen this bit? Have you guys seen who the person who runs the pool cleaning company that Trump gave $14 million to? Look at him in the thumbnail. This is the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, in all respects, all socialists, fascists, and extremists of all kind are pale imitations of their past self. No one has anything new to say. Everyone should imitate in the past. It's like this guy knew that he was a corrupt businessman, so he's like, might as well fucking commit to it. Literally been charged with fraud before. Or bribery? I forget which one. He's one of those guys. But he looks like this. This is what he looks like. He knows who he is. Can you say the same?
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. The most visually arresting metaphor for the entire Trump era is getting worse by the day. We might call it the president's green wall.
Kerrigan, look at what you have wrought. Thousands dead, all for your revenge.
Their blood is on your hands, Arcturus. You made every part of this happen.
I have done great and terrible things, it is true. And I would again, to protect humanity from monsters like you.
You use words like weapons, Arcturus, but words cannot save you now.
Oh, I have other weapons. I just wanted to say goodbye, Kerrigan.
Our outlying broods are being eradicated.
The Terrans have deployed a Side Destroyer. It corrupts our own hive mind, ripping us apart from the inside. The field will quickly kill any Zerg who enters it.
Understood. Listen to me, all of you. The Dominion will launch an assault in a moment.
A diversion, to keep us from dealing with the Side Destroyer.
Yes, and we're going to let them think we're diverted. Zagara, you have the swarm. Hold the middle. Stukov, take a force and screen her flanks. And Dahaka, this is your moment.
The device uses this psi connection you share. But I do not have a psi connection. I will not need it.
Exactly. Gather your pack. Let's see what your Side Destroyer can do, mate. The swarm is going to be torn apart. We have to shut down this field now. Dahaka, this is the central hub of the Side Destroyer. We're going to bring it offline permanently. The Side Destroyer uses power links to extend its range. Disable them, and the field will shut down temporarily.
The This field poses no threat to me. I will rip apart this power link myself.
Once the field is down, I'll command the swarm and destroy their defenses.
Then it is time to act.
What is that creature?
Essence. A Terran machine hides above. I will destroy it. More essence.
Zerg! Here, that's impossible.
Injured. Must mend wounds. I must go. I gather my pack. We will return and destroy the next power link.
The destroyer field is down. Prepare a hive cluster for combat.
The Psi Destroyer is rerouting power. The field will reactivate shortly.
Keep me informed on its progress, Isha. For now, I'm going to crush the Dominion.
We require more minerals.
Go! Attack while the field is down!
We require more minerals.
It is time.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Makes course. We adapt. This world is mine. The form conquers all.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
What is it this time?
Watergate. Yesterday, we showed you what a leak.
Yeah, here we go. Sorry. Trump donor and Mar-a-Lago neighbor, John Cafaro, who got the no-bid contract to install a water purification system for the reflecting pool. He has 2 prior convictions, one for bribing a member of Congress and another for an illegal loan that violated campaign finance laws. This is like 8th world corruption. Not 3rd, not 4th, not 5th world, not 6th or 7th world, but 8th world corruption. It's unprecedented, man. Literally, like, it's like a fucking joke. Look at this. Trump's neighbor. This is this looks like a bit. This looks like a whitest kids you know skit. This is the fat one. This is the fat whitest kids you know guy with a taped on mustache wearing like 3 jackets that he got from Nordstrom Rack. Why are his eyebrows a different color? Nobody knows anything. Nobody knows anything about anything. Is it really called Greenwater Services? Is that real? That might be fake. It's real. It's real.
Yes.
He looks like this. He's a neighbor of Trump's. He has been convicted in the past for campaign finance law violation and corruption. And his company is called Greenwater. And he looks like this. You gotta respect him for this. Do I? Yeah, I guess I do. The demon, you son of a bitch. Can you charge him for fraud? His company's literally named Greenwater. That's fucking true. Remember, the original contract was 1.7 million, now 10 million. And it's only got to be more. It's 250,000 from Victory Fundraising Committee back in 2020. FEC records show he made donations to Democrats at various points. Classic corrupt businessman. You spread your money everywhere, so everyone owes you shit.
Get out of my house.
Classic. Yeah, hedging your bets. Pleaded guilty to less than a mile away from Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this information. Are we giving further contracts to the same guy? I don't know. Who knows? What am I supposed to do with this? How do you deal with being a serious man and an unserious woman? How do you deal with that? This must be, you know how now that like postmodern meta narratives are getting more and more common in games and movies and stuff, you have more stories where at some point the written character turns to the fourth wall and says, "Author, why did you create me?" I feel like I'm having that moment from the perspective of the created character. I'm looking at the fourth wall right now. I'm looking at this guy, head of Greenwater, known congressperson fraudster. I'm looking at this, and then I'm looking at like the ephemeral veil. I'm looking up at the veil, and I'm saying like, can you stop? Yakub, can you dial it back a little bit? No, you're right. I was hoping reality would make more sense the older I got. It's legit making me question everything. No, I really like on a. This goes beyond politics. This goes to like metaphysics. Genuine. Like this is what the absurdists were talking about. What's the fucking point? Like how do you deal with reality being this way? It's insane. Narrative collapse, or not narrative. This is like the opposite of narrative collapse. This is like narrative solidification. This is the narrative is so narrative that you're like, this can't be real. You know, it's like narrative surreality, narrative hyper-reality, hyper narrativity. I don't know.
The peeling algae-infested mess the reflecting pool in Washington has become, thanks to Donald Trump's obsessive, costly attempts to turn it into a monument to, let's be honest here, his own brilliance.
Like you can't even do commentary on this. You can't even do commentary on this, right? Like, how do you do a bit? How do you do a bit on TV about this?
Just in time for him to hold a MAGA rally that is doubling as a 4th of July celebration for the whole country on the National Mall. Well, here was the scene today, as workers in hip waders worked feverishly to get the green out one way or another. This is a crash program at this point, folks, okay? There's lots of frenetic activity.
I was reading people say they're dumping the green water into the local water system and then it's toxic, but others are saying peroxide isn't bad to dump. I think that the amount of hydrogen peroxide they dumped is basically a non-issue when it's dumped from the pools. Like it couldn't even really kill the algae. I don't think. It just took the paint off. Like I think the algae itself is probably worse than the peroxide. Yeah, the algae, like I wouldn't walk by this, genuinely. Like it's actually bad. You don't want to be near this kind of like fetid still water. Going to be like a home for mosquitoes. It's going to be.
It has included pumping the soupy sage-colored fluid through a system of hoses to be discharged just down a storm drain.
Who cares? No one bathes in there. Well, ducks and geese do. Also, sometimes kids run in. It's the reflecting. Look, it's the capital of the most powerful country that's ever existed, theoretically. I think that there should the pool should be clear.
After today,
The man who came to Washington promising to drain the swamp is now swamping the drains. And there are the chunks.
I can't do, but like I feel like if I was in his position, I'd be like tearing the skin off my face. If I was Hayes, I'd be like, what does it all matter? What am I? It's a joke. This is a joke. This is a joke, and I'm the clown. It's all a big circus. Well, a life is just a never-ending procession of clowns climbing out of a comedically small car,
filling up the surface. It turns out this is a waterproof material provided by the company that makes vinyl lining. It's a spray-on liner for the beds of pickup trucks. They apply to the reflecting pool. Doesn't look like it's working so well. It is just floating in the water now, except for the bits being taken as souvenirs by visitors, and there's actually quite a bit of that happening. In fact, Emma's now spoke to a few visitors in the pool today. Most were not impressed.
Part of it is sort of an olive green, and then there's this murky, blackish color. And then if you look a little closer here, it's more of a lime green.
There's people cleaning over there, and we saw the water come out. It looked straight like Mountain Dew.
For me, it's not the money, necessarily. It's the national embarrassment of it.
Oh, Vicky's there.
Darker sections mean higher level mobs. Make sure you test yourself against the malaria in the shallower sections before you wander to the deep, you know?
It's my taxpayer souvenir.
Here is a series of aerial photographs of the pool from Reuters in the 2 weeks since they started filling the thing with water. It has gone from American flag blue, as Trump wanted, to pea green, to the point where you can actually see the bottom paint peeling and lifting toward the surface. It's not supposed to do that. That stuff has just been on there for a few weeks. Less than 2 weeks? Of course, in absolutely true Trumpian form, no one in the Mad King's government can tell the king the truth about what we all see with our own
The
eyes.
idea of using rhino liner at the bottom of the pool is insanity. Again, this is what I mean. Like in the old days, and I apologize for like waxing poetic about an era that I was not present for, and also oversimplifying to an extreme extent. But my understanding is the way mafia contracts worked, and that's exactly what this is, by the way. This is like a Sopranos level mafia contract where your ties to the mayorship, or in this case the presidency, mean you get kickbacks, no bid contracts, you show up doing the deal. The deal is you take longer than you're supposed to, you cost more than you're supposed to, but you still have to do the actual work. Like in the Sopranos, they showed up and did no work shifts, but the overall project was still getting done. If literally nothing got done, it wouldn't be tenable. You can't keep the grift going if literally nothing gets done. You're supposed to skim off the top, not literally prevent anything from happening. Like, what should have happened in a regular, like, mob-style contract is that this motherfucker should have done the job properly and just cost 10 times as much to do it. That would have made the Trump administration look a hell of a lot better. But now Trump won't even go after this guy because now Trump's on the hook for choosing him for the no-bid contract, so now Trump has to invent the scenario where, like, people planted algae in the pool. Which is going to be the mainstream talking point for Republicans, by the way. I have yet to see a single Republican commentator, independent or otherwise, acknowledge that this was just retarded.
On Wednesday, the Department of Interior, which oversees the National Mall, National Park Service, and Indoor Park, posted, quote, "The reflecting pool water is crystal clear, and our National Park Service team is now vacuuming up the dead algae resting on the bottom of some parts of the reflecting pool, just like the destroyed Iranian Navy resting on the bottom of Persian Gulf." They included a photo of the pool taken from the water level, where the only color you can really see is the reflection of the sky. Like, that's the one shot you can get of this pool where it looks like that. The department added another photo from a similar angle, saying it showed how, and I quote here, and this is a phrase that will haunt me until I die, how the nanobubbler technology and vacuuming have been incredibly effective, making the water crystal clear with the American flag.
It's also embarrassing that, yeah, some like groiper neo-Nazi 20-something, or knowing this admin, probably like a fat 40-something, like epically owning the libs by posting from the fucking U.S. Department of the Interior press account about how the pool everyone on Earth can see as green is blue because they caught a shot of it reflecting the sky. Probably not even being told to do it.
Blue coating shining brightly on the bottom of the pool. That, of course, is obviously not true. What is true is, if you take photos from those exact angles, you get nothing but a blue sky reflect on the surface. But as you just heard from actual visitors...
People like to say idiocracy, but leaving aside the fact that idiocracy is just unambiguously eugenicist and has no ambitions to any higher degree of social commentary than what if the stupid people outbred the smart people, the truth is a lot more terrifying. On average, people today are smarter than they were 100 years ago, 200, 300 years ago. But on average, the systems that we had those hundreds of years ago did a better job of pulling the better people up to the top than they do now. Genuinely. Monarchies did a better job. Like, most monarchies were less dysfunctional than this democracy. The real black pill isn't some idiocracy bullshit like, oh, the dumb people outbred. People on average are smarter than they were back then. They have more knowledge of the world and better problem-solving skills. Much better problem-solving skills than they did, like the average European peasant. It's just that we have built systems that bring to the top the worst of us. Certainly it's happened in the past, right? I'm not saying every monarch was better than Trump. There were some monarchs that were less functional than Trump, but I would say it's probably a small minority of them. I would say that, like, the vast majority of hereditary monarchies probably function better than this administration does. For sure, yeah. Yeah, easily. I think you'd have to, like, probably more than 90%. We are in exceptional times. And we have built systems, nominally democratic systems, that are just optimized to bring the most insane sociopathic people to the top, which wasn't the case before, you know. A hereditary monarchy doesn't necessarily bring the craziest, stupidest people to the top. It might. Bit of a dice roll, really.
Anyone who walks up the reflecting pool sees this. And that infamous nano-bubbler technology the Trump administration is touting, well, there's new reporting on that. Turns out this story of Trump governance isn't just about vanity or incompetence or now up is down gaslighting, right? The pool is clear, it's all working. There is also, of course, because it is Trump, an old-fashioned corruption angle. Because the government has now handed out not one, but 2 no-bid contracts for work.
That's true. In Idiocracy, they also weren't malicious, you know? In Idiocracy, they were like, oh, a smart guy. We're gonna help him. We're gonna have him solve our problems. That shit ain't happening in real life, you know? Dumb people are generally pretty defensive, actually. Yeah, no, the Idiocracy stuff is a little rough for me because it's very unsociological, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. Idiocracy was the good ending? Yeah, maybe.
The first was at least $13 million to paint that blue sealant that is now obviously peeling. But the New York Times, which has been doing great reporting on this, now reports there was another contract awarded in April. Now this one was for $1.7 million to an Ohio company to install cleaning systems in a reflecting pool, which, at the level of concept, seems like a good idea. Did they do a bang-up job? That company is called Green Water Services. I am not making that up. The Times reports that Green Water Services, the actual name of the actual company that has helped to turn the water green in the reflecting pool, so it looks like Mountain Dew, is owned by a holding company. That holding company is in turn controlled by the gentleman you see there. His name is John J.
I don't even know what this is. It's like a double-breasted coat, but it has a black velvet collar. But it doesn't look like a coat, really. It just looks like an oversized suit jacket. I don't know. I don't know.
Carafo, and this is him in 2002. Who is John J. Carafo, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. According to the Times, John J. Carafo is a donor to Donald Trump and a neighbor to Mar-a-Lago, the president's private club employee. In fact, Green Water Services lists...
That jacket's very old school. No, because back in the day, people knew how to dress.
J.J. Cafaro from Florida and from Cleveland. He's a man who made a lot of money in Cleveland, does a good job, and a fantastic man. $50,000. J.J., thank
you. He made a lot of money. I'm sure his laser guidance systems were great.
That's all I can handle for this. I don't know. Please let me out. I have peered past the veil. I know you are mocking me. God, please, haven't I suffered enough? Is Chris Hayes a good journalist? Cucked like the rest of them.
Cucks like the rest of them, did he say?
Additional primal troops incoming.
Do not play HBO. What the fuck?
Primal Zerg reinforcements incoming.
Let's open with an AOC More Perfect Union. I feel bad too because I like More Perfect Union. I feel like they do good work. And unfortunately, I know that a lot of people in my audience think that I dislike them because they're not hard enough on Republicans. Which is unfortunate because, like, I do think they're not hard enough on Republicans, but at the same time, I still like what they do.
When the blasting started, it went on a couple of months. My
Now AOC, on the other hand,
sister-in-law's ceiling come crashing down.
Nobody from Amazon has bothered to say one word. It was 3 blasts today, 7 days a week for months.
This is unbelievable.
What happens when you take Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to the heart of the data center revolt?
And they're just trying to say that no one should cover this?
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but I'm on a Social Security check. I can't afford to do that.
You didn't blow up your ceiling.
We wanted to know how voters who feel politically homeless,
and raise your hand if you're electric. Fucking politically homeless, man. Jesus Christ. This is what I meant, politically homeless. So you're in favor of Trump, but you're mad that Trump did the policies that he said he was going to do.
The bill has gone up and your water bill has gone up.
From the black suburbs of Atlanta,
Are the local politicians supportive or
to conservative rural communities.
This is not a party issue, this is a people issue.
That's right.
So it doesn't matter what party you are, it's wrong.
Well, not to say Democrats aren't also complicit in the big AI bubble boom or whatever, but it's a bit of a party issue too.
All forces strike now.
How are voters going to respond to a democratic socialist from New York?
people want to call me woke, whatever. This is about power.
With the Trump administration pushing for more data centers,
the AI race is a big deal. Construction of colossal data centers. We have to get this stuff built.
Where does that leave regular people, like Beverly Morris?
I feel trapped because I have no way out.
How is the backlash against a data center boom the key to unlocking America's politics?
We've never been more polarized.
It feels like you can't win an election without coming across like a grinning snake. Well, the thing that I feel, again, and I'm not like far from the first time I've said this, but like the best model we have for somebody doing this bit properly is Mamdani, because Mamdani is really relentless on not attacking Republican New Yorkers, but he's really, 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 really clear on like where the problem is. You know what I mean? Like, you know that he does not like Republicans. It's like the positivity is a rhetorical focus, but it's not being done to obfuscate where the blame belongs.
I just think we gotta show up in these places and see these things for ourselves.
Well, do you want to show us there's been some damage to your house?
Demand destruction's part of its level, so that's only accounted for like a small percentage, I think, of the total missing.
Pamela Felder purchased her dream home 3 years ago.
So the first initial thing I saw was the crack in my porch. Wow, all the way across.
All was well until explosive blasts started to shake her home earlier this year.
What?
It sounded like someone picked up my house and went boom. A week after that, that's when I started seeing cracks all throughout my house. And I found out they're putting a data center in my backyard.
The 2 million square foot
AOC slave.
They're putting a data center in my backyard.
Damn, I don't even know what to say about that. Okay.
The 2 million square foot hyperscale data center is being built less than a mile from Pamela's home.
You can still see where the paint is ripped all the way up my stairs. I noticed the ceiling that looked cracked across there.
My dad worked in construction, so if I look like I'm really sticking my nose
No,
in here,
I don't care.
I'm
want
taking
you
a
to.
real look. And your neighbors are experiencing the same thing.
We're all sending letters out to the blasting company.
And what are they saying when they deny it?
They said my house was settling.
Oh, so everyone here's house is settling at the same time.
At the same time.
It's actually like a multivariate problem, because on one hand, obviously it's irresponsible for them to be blasting like this. I mean, I assume. But on the other hand, a lot of American houses really are just built like shit. So it's kind of like a mix. Like, I can tell looking at her house that this is a cheap construction. I mean, no hate to her or whatever. But it's like a really common problem.
Pamela's neighbor also came by and insisted we see a giant sinkhole she said was caused by the blasts.
Okay.
Makes you want to cry. No one's listening. Why a data center? Why now? Why here?
Unprecedented amounts of money are behind the race to build. Meta is investing $600 billion in data center infrastructure through 2028.
Well,
OpenAI has pledged over $400 billion. Even the real estate company responsible for this site just closed a $3.25 billion funding round.
if these tech folks love these data centers so much, put it in
Why
your
don't they
backyard.
marry
That's
you?
Is there any historical reason why Americans refuse to build with bricks and opt for paper mache instead? Because people in Europe had to build out their population slowly. Like, the population of Germany has, as I learned the other day, not increased that much over the past 80 years. The population of the UK has not increased that much over the past century, relatively. America's population fucking exploded, and we had to build all across a massive, like, continent-spanning reach, which means that shipping bricks out to every corner of the country is a lot less convenient than developing like a craftsman style, use the wood in your area, and then ship out drywall, which is cheap and easy to move around. So a lot of it is just rapid construction. Not that we're building anything anymore, but like there was a boom during which we felt an incentive to very rapidly build across a very large like area of a country. Drywall is a scam. It's selectively useful, but it is true that we overuse it to the point of fucking comedy. Yeah.
The swarm conquers all.
right. That's right. Okay. Put it in your backyard. Put it away from people's homes. This is why we're saying
It's a little bit unreasonable to plaster the entirety of your house and expect that at no point in the time of you living there will there ever be any settling that causes any hairline fractures across that plaster. Like, that's a little bit insane.
Yes.
Baby F, we okay? It's on YouTube, not on me.
The swarm conquers all. Retribution.
slow the roll on this because they're moving fast. We're just saying pause it so that we can move forward in a more just way.
That's right.
In a fair way.
Yeah, for everybody.
For everybody.
Yeah.
But far from the black suburbs of Atlanta is much Trumpier country, and the idea of AOC isn't as enthusiastically received.
There's some really extreme liberal views out there.
Before they met
No, the fuck there aren't. Fuck you, piece of shit, stupid fucking.
I asked folks what they knew about AOC's politics.
Just from an overall view, very fringe left.
I'm probably a lot more conservative than she is.
How are your politics evolving?
They're evolving.
I'm not real impressed.
They never ask. Again, it's the more perfect union thing. They never ask. They're never like, can you tell me what the conservative view you have? What do you disagree on? Because like every time these people are just retards. Like with no exceptions.
The politics on either side.
We first met Beverly Morris and her husband Jeff last year when they showed us how the construction of a 2.5 million square foot Meta data center is contaminating their drinking water, a charge which Meta denies.
Like, you deserve it. I don't know, you voted for this. You literally voted for the people who brag about deregulation. I don't care, like, you deserve to eat the swill water. Even if we fix this country up, I think we should maintain separate municipal water lines filled with swill water specifically for conservation.
This is my cold water pressure in the kitchen.
So you can see the sediment from the data center.
And this is what's in all the pipes, too. They should be responsible for that.
You literally voted for it.
When we were here last year with them, Meta was still building this data center, but now it's operational.
I worry about using the water for everything.
Yeah.
I don't use the water for cooking.
Look at these look at this, like, they keep, it's such a blighted fucking way of living, man. You've got to, look at this, the fucking above ground pool that's like, Jesus Christ, like 20 feet wide, and this big old home in the middle of nothing, but you're still mowing your lawn, even though all of this lawn is unproductive. Like, you're not farming anything, it's just unproductive. And what's your view, your beautiful rural view? Nothing. You get like one clearing, 5 trees, and then a data center. God, it's just so... It's so evil on every level. It's so it's the most wasteful imaginable allocation of resources. I cannot believe
About using the water for everything.
Yeah.
I don't use the water for cooking anymore. I did for a while, you know. I thought, I have to use it. I wouldn't drink it. I haven't drank the water here in
it should
years.
You should.
This is my view, but it should be a right for you to be able to turn on your tap and drink what comes out of it.
The Morrises
you don't believe that. You literally don't believe in regulation.
Alone. Other residents also came to us with stories of their contaminated water.
This is the sediment that it's picking up. The cold water pressure everywhere is pretty bad. You cannot take a shower and wash dishes or take a shower and fill up the horse's water. You just can't.
Our refrigerator broke, our HVAC broke. We have issues with the pool. So anything that's water related, we have issues with. And this is the filters from the filtration system after we pull it out. So.
And you used to change those filters once a year, or?
Yeah.
And typical people are probably 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
And now you're doing it once a month?
Yeah.
But you feel stuck, right? You feel like you can't, even if you wanted to move.
God, what an unbelievably evil woman. Look at this. Think of where she lives. What a stereotype of a character design here. Look at this. This is crazy. You would no one has ever looked like this and not been insanely racist. This like it is never, phrenology has never been so correct.
You can't.
No, not and be able to get the value that we put into our home.
Well, let's keep going down the line here, Connie.
Our fight is in Coweta County. We just had a large parcel of land rezoned for a data center, but we don't know who it is yet.
Southern Belle plantation owner phrenology. You're actually wrong. Not Southern Belle at all. This is like Margaret Thatcher, stiff upper lip, grew up in the countryside but wealthy, thinks herself better than all the farmers and ranchers that she grew up around, but also is too conservative for the city, so she just lives like bitterly in the middle of nowhere, clutching a drink 24/7, hating everything and everyone around her. It's like the exurban, like city, displaced, educated conservative. Educated, not in a, I don't mean that as a compliment.
And I'm Tina. I live in Oxford, Georgia, and it's the Amazon data center.
We're not just fighting Facebook or Amazon or any of these data centers. That's not who we're fighting. We're fighting the entire institution that allows it.
No, you're not.
They think people aren't paying attention. They'll go sniffing around, jiggling every door handle to see what county they can push these things through on.
It is necessary. I understand the need for it, but the manner in which they're going about it.
See, look, like, you understand the need for it, do you?
Is not only wrong, it doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't make, why would they bother us? I'm rich and I voted for the right people. Couldn't they go find some blacks to inconvenience with their data? Like, it's not uncharitable, it's literally what she believes. I don't know what to say.
I don't blame Amazon. I don't blame those businesses. I blame our government. That's who's supposed to be taking care of me. My commissioner should have been looking after our community. Our governor should be looking after our state as he goes up.
Our community, our state. Notice how they have no moral opposition to the people doing the bad thing, nor even to the thing being done. What they're mad about is that their community has been again, like, I genuinely think these people are beneath political consideration. Like, they have the same moral instincts as a wild animal. A wild animal who has no moral objection to, like, you killing another thing, but if you kill them, they get upset. Like, they have no broader moral framework. They are entirely selfish. Like, it's not even worth, like, they don't believe in a social contract. It's not even worth, like, engaging with them. You just have to politically disempower them. You have to disenfranchise them and then just go about your day. And then you have to hope, like, over a long enough period of time, you can sort of, like, force enough of their children into a public school system that you don't have to deal with them in the future. This is just, like, you just can't work around this. It's civilizationally untenable. It's like the Soviets after Lenin took over, going from, like, backwater village to backwater village in Siberia, where they still practiced, like, polygamy or like bride sales or whatever, and they were like, nope, you're all civilized now, sorry, here's the Communist Manifesto, here's you know, Russian language booklet or whatever, like, congratulations, you're Soviet citizens now. And the Soviets did a lot of racism, but in fairness, I too would do a lot of racism against exurban whites.
Business is a business, and it's about making business, and they don't care what they're doing to people.
Right.
They don't, and that's a shame, but they're greedy and they don't
That's the way
care.
it is. Yeah.
We appreciate you taking the time to come hear about it, because until someone at a national level gets really serious about it, nothing's going to happen.
We should be starting congressional investigations on the effect on these, and figuring out with precision how we protect our water supplies, how we protect your power bills and water bills, and keep people from getting sick.
50 miles away from the Morrises, a group of...
Yeah, I find stuff like this really unconvincing again, because the only moral problem these people have is that they're being negatively affected. I just really wish that, like, I just do not understand why More Perfect Union, and in this specific case AOC, are wedded to the idea that they are changing minds here, because they're not. Like, they are going up to Nazis and saying, like, hey, Nazi, I noticed the leopard bit your face. Isn't it bad that it bit your face? And the Nazi's like, yeah, I'm sad that it bit my face, specifically. And then they're, like, pointing at a Jewish ghetto, like, suggestively or something. That's not, like, we're not having real conversations here, you know? You have to talk to these people about what, like, just a couple follow-up questions. So do you think government regulations are a good idea? Like, just anything, you know? Like, how are we going to make it out of this if we don't challenge these people on their ideas? And I'm not exactly a free marketplace of ideas guy, but it's like, I think for the most part, they just...
We've done it. The Psi Destroyer is finished. Zagara, report.
We are pushing the Dominion into the Imperial sector now.
Was that your last card, mate? It wasn't good enough.
The Terran weapon has been shattered. Your swarm is poised to move.
The northeast sector is clear. We're behind in the eastern corridor.
It's time, Valerian.
The evacuation is still underway.
I can't afford to hold back any longer.
Promise me you'll avoid civilian centers.
I can't do that. Arcturus would see that pattern in my movements and use it against me.
Then millions will die.
All right. Just stay out of my way, and I'll do what I can.
Kerrigan, the die is cast. This is the last day your swarm darkens the sky of any planet. Korhal will endure, as will I.
Whatever you say, pal.
Nice quote. I'll engrave it on your tombstone. Isha, Zagara, Stukov, Dahaka. All my brood mothers, all my queens, hear me. The time for planning and deliberation is past. Now we tear them down, attack, and do not stop until they are all dead.
You never should have come back to Korhal. You are surrounded by the Dominion's elite.
And yet they still won't be enough to save you. How many bodies will you hide behind?
I've had enough of your tongues. Men, wipe them out.
We require acquire more minerals. We must
I sense. No, it can't be.
Jimmy. Oh, it's Jimmy.
My queen,
Oh, Jimmy.
a Terran battle cruiser is inbound on your location.
Oh, Jimmy.
There's something familiar about Jim?
Let's finish the job.
I didn't think you would come back.
We're both tied up in whatever happens here today. We do it together.
Jim, thank you.
Thank me later. It's time you put your war face on.
Jim, weren't you supposed to be evacuating civilians?
Valerian and Horner got that handled. I had other things to do.
All right. Keep that left flank clear while I go put a hurt on Minsk.
Warhound. Okay. Actually, let's see the are Warhounds in here? They are. Interesting. Outback Hunter. What is this? Scout. Is this like a better Hellion? It literally has Hellion abilities. Part of Mink's Elite Guard. Oh, so these are like mercenary Hellions. Okay. Yeah, that looks like a war pig as well. Are all of them elite guards? Interesting. So they all have like the special armor and stuff, except the SCV. What about you? Even the medic. Interesting. What about the Raven? Is that how they normally look? Doesn't say elite guard. Oh, Odin, not even Thor. Medevac's normal. All the tanks will be siege breakers. Interesting. All of them, they didn't put in the weaknesses. Okay. Zerg don't have good anti-armor, do they? Ooh, Abby. Abby is good against armor. Okay. Versus light. Also, you know what? I'm going to switch up her abilities as well. Real quick. I want to see what Grant Games.
However, they are frustrating. Ability for gives you the same, which is one of the hardest missions.
It's kind of annoying that he's putting them all on the same list. I don't fucking care about Wings of Liberty. Interesting. The broodlings he's putting up top.
A tier? Because no matter the situation you're in, one of these three is really nice. I think that's really good game design, right? Where none of these are super oppressive, but they all like form up together to be this awesome little power couple. Or
I agree.
Not couple. You know what I mean. Now, speaking of power couples,
Kinetic
Twin
Blast
Drones
better.
is ridiculous. It is going straight into S tier.
Or was
No,
that
well,
just Twin Drones he
and
did?
just-
Not the brood.
you take maxed out, your army is bigger of your creep, and not necessarily because it's bad, but because I just don't see the need for Zerg gas nearly as much. Even Banelings don't cost that much gas. Now we have another set of three that is very similar to these guys, where none of them are perfect, but they all kind of overlap in a way that means that they're always good. Infest Broodlings just puts a lot of bodies onto the field. It is good, particularly in combination with chain attack, so that you tag a lot of people and spawn a lot of Broodlings. Or, if you're feeling real fun, it works with Apocalypse, which just gives you about 1 billion Broodlings. It is insanely cool.
Okay.
However, Broodlings are still Broodlings, and particularly if you're not going for anything that has melee upgrades, the Broodlings don't do much damage. However, if you are going for things with melee upgrades, then the Broodlings get in the way of your melee units, unless you're going Aberrations.
I'm going
so as a
Abbeys.
result, I think it's solid. It's a solid B tier. Fury is one of those abilities, if you can stack it up, it gives Kerrigan so much damage. Once again, great with chain attack. However, there are a lot of times in the later stages of the campaign where you don't actually want to be attacking as much with Kerrigan. You kind of want to do like the hit and run, chip people away with your spellcasting stuff. And if you have Fury, then it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
As opposed to like Spawn Broodlings, which is middle of the road, wrong sometimes good in the... But all of them on the right are going to be S tier because you do have to live through the channel. However, it's a big boom, and there's a lot of things that are worth big booming in this game. Leviathan, on the other hand, is fine. It puts out a decent amount of damage. You do have to micro the spellcasting, which can be annoying. And the end of the campaign has a lot of anti-air. So I can't position it anywhere high at a time. Zerg, just, they don't get your mutations or anything, which sucks.
I agree.
Because that's really... We have all of the Protoss.
Interesting. I clicked off too soon. Because, like, the automated refineries are fine and all, but, like... I want to see what he thinks about that, about automated refineries over Zerglings.
Drop pods are that good. The Primal Zerg... Just, they don't get your mutations or anything, which sucks. Because this would be an amazing ability if it did. However, they tend to just all die. And I think that's really sad. A long time right after spawning is amazing. Battle cruisers Yamatoing the moment they spawn, amazing. Really, really solid. However, fit for doing something plus or 12 and
Looks like you put both the automated refineries at the same
the
time.
extractor and the assimilator at the same time. And I think that they are all great. I think they all deserve to be in A tier because, first of all, you can get a ton of extra gas in a mission by just popping those up way before you need them because you don't need the workers. It's also very cheap compared to building and maintaining one. So, for example, the automated refinery is 100 minerals. However, the normal refinery is 75 minerals, and you have to build 150 minerals worth of SCVs to pilot it. And every SCV costs one supply, which when you equate that into the cost of a depot, is 12.5 minerals each.
That's a good point.
That means that if you want to build and saturate a regular refinery, it takes 275. No, 25. Okay, it's 100. Rather, it's 75 plus 150 plus 37.5, which is, 262.5 minerals. That's a lot of minerals, dude. Compared to 100 and getting it set up slower and costing 3 extra supply. All these are just very nice. I like them a lot. A tier. Command Center Reactor is actually pretty good.
And what's the other one that I was looking at? The Zergling Reconstitution.
On the other hand, and 100 energy for units when it just really isn't. Particularly because reconstituting Zerglings, it's about 500 minerals per. Now, Psionic Shift is the final one, and I do like it because it gives you that movement speed bonus, and it can put out a lot of area damage because it sweeps through, deals 50. However, just like Leaping Strike, it really puts Kerrigan into vulnerable places. And I think that it puts her in much more vulnerable places because you pass through the enemy instead of jumping over to them. As a result, I think it's just a little bit more risky to use for about the same benefit.
It's great
and
in
I'm going to put it on
multiplayer, though, or in co-op.
Zergling Reconstitution is good. I like it. Particularly in the early half of the campaign. So the way that it maths out is if you are constantly reconstituting Zerglings, it's about 500 minerals per minute. That is a lot of minerals. It is a lot of minerals. Particularly in the early half of the campaign where you are stuck on one base a lot of the time. It's like an extra third to half of a mineral line. That is crazy. For example, putting that in perspective, it is about the same as having 2 orbital commands dropping mules. That is a lot of Zerglings. However, it does sort of lose value as time goes on.
Yeah.
It's just the Zerglings aren't that good in the later stages of the campaign.
Yeah.
As a result, I'm going to say that it is a B tier because it is great at the beginning and then it kind of peters off. Improved Overlords is very similar to the depot thing, and in the same way that you can just build with multi-build more depots, you can also queue up a bunch of Overlords, except for I think that queuing up
And then he said he had a lot to say about twin drones, so I was thinking about twin drones over Malignant Creep. I like Malignant Creep because I almost always fight on creep. I'm very like I have been playing Zerg long enough that I'm pretty good at creep sped. Like when I first started playing, I like the partner I was playing with at the time, like her husband was in the military, so like she was like, you know, over in Japan, and so like our clocks lined up or she was in Hawaii, or maybe, I don't know, but maybe both. And like we would do 2v2 versus, and I would always be focusing on the creep spread for us.
On some missions.
So
and that is
I got that fundamental
now, speaking
early,
of power
which was
couples, twin drones is ridiculous. It is going straight into S tier. Not only compared to SCV Reactor are you getting, well, a ridiculous number of drones because you are paying half the cost, but Zerg is larva gated before they can actually do anything.
Yeah.
And it costs half the larva as well, which is insanely good for getting saturated really quickly. And the fact that it only costs half the supply of a normal drone because they're 1/2 each means that, for example, if you are just playing at the beginning of the campaign and you want to saturate 2 bases, that is 44 workers, 16 on each mineral line, and then 6 on 4 gas geysers. Or rather, 3 on 4 gas geysers. However, if you have an autogas and you have twin drones, to get that same 44 workers worth of value, it only takes 16 supply. That is 28 extra supply that you get to turn into army, which means A, you don't need as many overlords early on, B, you get your economy set up way faster, and then C, when you're maxed out, your army is bigger, which means you're gonna lose less stuff during.
It's funny that he put the turret bunker, because I see everyone always going turret bunker, and I also don't see his SCVs can multi-build on here. I think he forgot one of the abilities. Okay. I'm already good at spreading creep, so as well, like the bonus from malignant creep shouldn't matter as much. I feel like the early economy is going to be way more important.
The Terran weapon has been shattered.
Because, like, right off the gate, because I always go heavy drone early anyway, so it's going to cut, I think it's going to cut a lot of time going double drone.
Never should have come back to Cornwall. You are surrounded by the Dominion's elite.
And yet there still won't be enough to save you. How many bodies will you hide behind?
I've had enough of your tongue. Men, wipe them out.
You must use that on creep.
What was I doing? I was gonna go Abby and what? Because he's good against armor. Abby Roach? Then probably Queens. Oh, Queens also do damage against armored. Nice. Do Hydras? No. But they have that range, which is good. Maybe I'll build the hydrogen just in case. Depending on how much air he throws at me. But I feel like for the most part it's going to be Vikings, which will just land. Hawk. Oh. He has these and Goliaths. These only attack ground. Okay. Okay. And then roaches are armored. Okay. So I feel like they have a little bit more anti-armor. Hydras are light. Abbeys are also armored. Okay. And then we're also going to go Broodlords because they get their Broodlings get the ground attack upgrades. And we're going Broodling anyway with carry.
We require more minerals.
And I think I'm also going to let's grab a second Evo.
No, it can't be.
And while they're not throwing heavy waves at us, just rush those upgrades.
There's something familiar about Jim?
Let's finish the job.
I didn't think you would come back.
We're both tied up in whatever happens here today. We do it
We require more overlords.
Jim, weren't you supposed to be evacuating civilians?
Valerian and Horner got that handled. I had other things to do.
All right. Keep that left flank clear while I go put a hurt on Minsk.
Taking fire. They're focusing on us.
Hold on, Jim. We're coming. Your defenses could use some work, Arcturus.
Okay. I didn't realize Jim was getting that fucked up. I also forgot I had the free Banelings. I should start popping those fuckers out. Sending them.
You never should have come back to Core Hall. You are surrounded by the Dominion's elite.
And yet there still won't be enough to save you. How many bodies will you hide behind?
I've had enough of your tongue. Men, wipe them out.
Okay.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Okay, that will be full saturation. Don't really need to grab the gas now, but might as well get ahead on it.
License. No. It can't be.
Require more minerals. Onyx mutation complete. A great tumor is
Jim, weren't you supposed to be evacuating civilians?
Valerian and Horner got that handled. I had other things to do.
All right. Keep that left flank clear while I go put a hurt on Minsk.
I'm under attack. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat.
Make your peace.
We require more minerals.
We are without limit. Yes.
A great tumor is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Overlords. The hive cluster is under attack. We must place that on creep. We require more minerals.
Speak. It is
Combat.
no time like the present.
Our allies are in combat.
Your defenses could use some work, Arcturus.
You'll pay for that.
Our forces are under attack. We require. Our allies are mutation complete.
He got it.
Make your peace. It is time. Our allies are in combat. Make school suffer. Mutation complete. The swarm has met the enemy.
Boys are prepping to attack the Dominion. Heading out in a bit.
Sky Fury Squadron, destroy the Hyperion.
Pretty big fleet coming this way. Could use some help taking these guys down.
What
That's
is it this
steady.
time?
Oh, you motherfuckers.
Without limit. No time like the present. Boldly. It is time.
Our forces are under attack.
Your queen listens. Retribution. Speak.
Our allies are in combat. Is under attack.
Your queen listens. Make your peace.
Are under attack. Your swarm is assaulting Terran forces in 3 entrenched positions. If you can attack these positions from behind and destroy them, we will join the slaughter. Our allies are in combat.
Speak.
Yo, can y'all fuck off for 2 seconds?
We must place our forces are under attack. Our allies are in combat.
We're getting ready to attack the Dominion. Be ready shortly.
We require more minerals.
Alpha Squadron, destroy that damnable ship!
Battle cruisers inbound. Might need your help on this one, Sarah.
We are without limit. I am the swarm. Yes. Boldly.
Our allies are in combat. We require more minerals.
Jim, I thought you said there was battle cruisers. This is more than battle cruisers, Jim.
What is it this time?
We require more minerals. Unacceptable command. Unacceptable.
Your queen listens. What is it this time? No time like the present.
We require more minerals.
My boys are prepping to attack the Dominion. Heading out in a bit.
Your queen listens.
Our allies are in combat.
Yes. What is it this time?
Rude.
It is time. I am the swarm.
Remember this, Reyna? It was nice of your criminal partner to leave it here for me.
Oh, crap. I'd recognize that signature anywhere. He sent out the Odin. Sarah, keep going. You've got to finish this. Go on without me.
Like hell I will. Hold on, Jim. I'm coming. The way is clear, Zagara. Move your troops into the sector.
With pleasure, my queen. We require more minerals. Our allies are in combat.
We did it. The Odin's down for the count.
How are you holding up?
Don't you worry about us. We're still in this. We're getting ready to attack the Dominion. Be ready shortly.
We require more minerals.
Yes.
Our allies are in combat.
Okay. Oh, we don't need those Evos chambers anymore.
Our allies are in combat. We require more minerals.
Your queen. Boldly.
Onyx. Our allies are in combat. We must gaze that on creep. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Yes.
We require more minerals.
What is it this time?
Oh, the bridge is down. A black hammer. I didn't see that in the fucking menu thing. Oh, it's the regular Thor. Okay. Regular schmegula.
Minsk will suffer. The swarm conquers all.
Yeah, get him. Get him. Suck it, Ghost. He's fine, right?
We're getting ready to attack the Dominion. Be ready shortly.
Our conquest continues. Retribution will be mine. We adapt. No time.
Is under attack.
Mean. Rude.
Mutation complete. Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply. Unacceptable command.
One Zergling.
We must place that on creep.
Minsk will suffer. Your queen listens. The swarm conquers all. It is time. Make your peace. Your queen. Yes.
Unacceptable command.
My boys are prepping to attack the Dominion. Heading out in a bit.
Make course. Allies are in combat. Make your peace. No time like the present. The swarm is hungry. The avenue is clear of defenders. Dahaka, send your pack into the city.
Yes, we will feast upon their essence.
Mutation complete.
Boldly.
Our forces are under attack.
Retribution will be mine.
Whoops.
Make your peace.
Unacceptable command. We must place.
We're almost ready to attack the Dominion. Moving out soon.
Unacceptable command. Our allies are in combat. Our allies are in combat.
I will not let you destroy humanity's only chance at salvation.
Understood. Let's finish this.
We are without limit.
Mineral field depleted.
Speak.
My boys are prepping to attack the Dominion. Heading out in a bit.
Minsk will suffer. Make your peace. We adapt. Sometime like the present, yes. Our conquest continues. We are without limit.
The dominion of man is stronger than you. We will see your ashes spread to the wind. Men, stop the Queen of Blades. For humanity.
Zagara, take command. I have an appointment with the Emperor.
Long live the Queen.
Easy. Damn. I mean, compared to All In especially, I don't know. Because you have so much reinforcements and backup, you know? I feel like they're hitting you way harder in All In. She's so cool. Space Hitler.
Kerrigan, I've been waiting for you.
I'm surprised you haven't tried to escape.
Escape? My dear, I'm afraid you've got it all wrong. Really? Did you think I'd keep an animal like you close to me without some kind of insurance policy? Clearly, you are my greatest failure. Now, at long last, you will die. Change of plans.
You can never suffer enough for all the lives you've ruined, Arcturus.
I made you into a monster, Kerrigan.
You made us all into monsters. Thank you, Jim. For everything.
My pleasure, darling. Always was.
I now see my true enemy. He waits for me in the void, wielding powers I cannot imagine. I go to face him, having renounced everything. My humanity, my identity, the man I love. But I will not face this enemy alone. I am the Swarm.
Do I want it?
was foretold. Amon, the Dark God, lives again. If any hope remains for our galaxy, it lies in the hands of the Zelnaga. Only one piece of the prophecy remains unfulfilled. That on the world where Amon was reborn, the last light will be revealed. There is one being who knew that location. A creature known as Samir Duran, or to the Terrans, as Narud. In this system hides a long-forgotten Mobius facility. I must hope his secrets still rest within its walls.
Zeratul, it is a great honor. I am Praetor Talus, and I humbly request your aid. An unknown force has been abducting Templar from our colony worlds. My forces and I have managed to track them to a Terran facility, but we are under attack by the Swarm.
Swarm? I'm on my way, Talus. May Adun hide you until I arrive.
Our brethren are being held prisoner across the complex. We must free them before the Swarm overwhelms the facility.
Zeratul, I thought I sensed your presence. Let's not mince words. Why are you here?
This place holds information I seek, and my captured brethren. I intend to free them both from the Terran's grip.
This facility is a breeding ground for Amon's hybrid army. My swarm will erase it from existence. But I know that won't stop you. So let me make this clear. Stay out of our way, Zeratul.
She got the stinky ultras.
Do not fear.
Oh, this
we will
mission.
Not abandon this fight, Talus. If we are swift and clever, we can avoid the swarm.
Very well. I have made our nexus point ready for your arrival.
They just have to be like socially shamed out of their beliefs. Like it just has to be. We have to make them feel worse. They have to be made to socially suffer.
Residents successfully pushed for a moratorium on a 95-acre data center project.
Now wait a minute, where do I know you from?
I'm a congressman from New York.
We must free our brothers before that happens.
Dark Prelate, we will need to cross the Swarm's attack route to reach the captives.
Move forward only when it is clear. Avoid the Zerg's forces at all costs. The swarm gathers for an attack. Warriors, stay clear of the Zerg's path.
Minions, push forward. Slay these hybrid thralls to the last.
York.
Oh, come on. Yeah, you my girl. You know, that's what I need.
We organized because we know what we want in our community. And they did not anticipate that when they had the Board of Commissioner meeting that hundreds of us were going to show up. They couldn't deny us. They had to stop and say, wait a minute.
Across the country, more than 50 local data center moratoriums.
You don't have to challenge it, you have to redirect it. I stand by the lessons that I learned reading about what happened after the Nazis lost and after the Civil Rights Act was passed, which was that by and large, racists were not like convinced, or Nazis, former Nazis, weren't like convinced they were wrong. You just have to subject them to so much overwhelming social pressure that they shut up forever until they just die, and they spend the rest of their lives pretending that they didn't believe the things they believed, you know, because of the people in America who opposed the Civil Rights Act, right? You know, a majority of whites, at least at the time.
Okay,
most of them were not committed enough to their racism
right
to
when it
make
happened.
an issue out of it for
Love
long
it.
afterwards. Like,
Might as well pause, because they're going to be yapping in the beginning of the mission anyway. And I fucking forgot about Chrono.
The captive Templar are kept just ahead. Ready your blades, warriors.
Kerrigan will send the swarm to destroy the station's reactor. We must free
Reactor.
our brothers before that happens.
Dark Prelate, we will need to cross the swarm's attack route to reach the captives.
Move forward only when it is clear. Avoid the Zerg's forces at all costs.
You can actually, with Chrono, you can crank them out pretty fast. I was like, fuck, I should build. I was so fucking used to playing Zerg where I can fucking build shit efficiently.
You must construct additional pylons.
Highlight for iron.
The swarm gathers for an attack. Warriors, stay clear of the Zerg's path. You have not enough minerals.
Minions, push forward. Slay these hybrid thralls to the last.
the average white racist, 5 years after the Civil Rights Act was passed, was not still beating their chest about it. Because they're like, okay, like, they lost, you know? And past the point, they just shut up because, like, why? Because they get shamed out of it, you know? I think that's what you have to do. There's just not that much historical evidence to suggest that you can have, like, mass conservative movements, like mass hysteria, people being convinced out of it. Like they renounce their beliefs, you know? For the most part, you just have to pressure them. And I just don't understand this obsession with, like, coddling the other side. Would you accept that in a post-Nazi Germany or in a like a post-Civil Rights Act America, where you're like, well, we have to reach out to the other side? No, you don't. You have to win. Like, Martin Luther King Jr., you know, Piba, did not, you know, proceed with his protests and his activism on the assumption that active white racists were going to change their mind, you know? He knew that you can change the mind of, like, marginal groups, but for the most part, like, you just have to overwhelm the opposition. You have to be louder and more present than them. He was correct on this. Every successful social movement in history has understood this to some point. From the union activists back in the 1910s and 1920s to, I mean, I guess I would just have to mention, like, every successful social movement. From the feminists in the 1960s to the suffragettes, like, on every time there's a big social shift, it eventually comes down to a big clash, and the winners, the people with more power, prevail. What about the American Civil War? Well, I would say that was an example of the point that I'm making, because we failed to follow through. the South started the Civil War. The South fired on Fort Sumter. They began the Civil War after secession. They started it in both counts. They started the secession, which was illegal, and then they started the war. And then, after we, Americans, won, we let them off easy, because Lincoln got assassinated and his VP pick was a pussy, and a Confederate sympathizer. So, like, it seems to me like this is an example of what happens if you don't follow through. We shifted our mindset. We went from, you lost, we will put our boot on your neck, to like, well, you know, let's actually like pardon Confederate generals. Let's recognize that they were defending their own country, their own people or whatever. And now we still have Confederate apologia 150 fucking years later. So, you know, to me, it's, you have to commit.
Have already been enacted, with dozens more proposed or under consideration across the U.S. But this patchwork approach has left a lot of communities vulnerable.
We're in a neighborhood that's in unincorporated Clayton County, but just over the fence line is the city limits of Forest Park, and that is where the facility is being built.
Wow, okay, all right. So the county has a moratorium,
yes,
but the city does not?
Correct.
Wow, and so the city, even though the city is inside the county,
correct,
it's not covered. Hoo-wee, yes. All right, talk about a loophole.
Yes.
For now, the local fight continues.
The community has said, we want walkability in our neighborhoods, we want clean air, we want clean water, but we have to keep fighting. It's like a continual fight. It's like we're surrounded by piranhas, you know, that just keep trying to pick at us, but we just keep fighting.
In March 2026, AOC and Senator Bernie Sanders introduced legislation at the federal level.
Why is this guy's audio so dog shit?
Data center moratorium.
Put a fucking boom
It's
mic
both
in
a
there,
response
shooting
to growing
inside.
opposition to these facilities, but also about the need to establish a nationwide policy about their construction.
I don't think there's any real common ground to find with standard issue conservatives to BH. Not really, no. Conservatives since Trump have abandoned any rational, real-world political projects that can even be like superficially agreed to. They don't care about anything good. There is no political project they are working towards that that's even like remotely tied to a real world, morally positive outcome. They don't believe in any of it.
That's cool.
Like, we're talking about an administration that is explicitly pro-pedophilia. It's really, really, really difficult to find a moral issue they're not on the wrong on. Like, genuinely, can you think of one? Can you think of a cause that conservatives have fought for in America over the past 10 years that was morally good? I can think of one, and it was Melania Trump's opposition to deepfakes and revenge porn. That's the one that I can think of. I feel like on that one, because she pushed for it, and Trump agreed with it, and that, like, I agree, yeah. I think those are bad. That's the only thing I can really think of. And even that was just because, like, it seemed it happened to her. It was more of, like, a personal thing. But, you know, take a win where you take a win, right? I agree that was bad. Right to repair? Republicans are anti-right to repair. Maybe ending daylight savings time? We're really in the margins, huh?
Our responsibility is...
Republican voters are pro-right to repair? Yes, and in the same way Republican voters are anti-pedophilia or, like, pro-lowering the national debt. And then they vote for people who oppose that. So it doesn't really matter what they want.
To take care of people. And that is what we're here to do today.
What you're proposing is a national moratorium.
Yes, and it's, you know, it's not the same thing as an outright ban, but it's saying we need to meet some basic protections for people. We need some guarantees on your water.
It's also nebulous too, you know. Like, again, it's so. It's like what are we talking about, you know?
On the air that you breathe, we need to make sure that the jobs that stand to be wiped out, that there's a plan for that, and we're not just leaving people, you know, out to dry. And we need to just have some really basic common sense protections for people.
The bill would require a building moratorium until the federal government passes laws mitigating job losses, preventing utility rate hikes, and establishing environmental protections, among other things. The question is whether this is enough to persuade conservative voters to support someone far across the political aisle.
That's not a question. The answer is no. They will not vote for AOC because of this. They will not. It's not a question. They will not do it. Republicans will not change their vote because of this. It's not a question. It's not an open question. No one serious believes this.
Do you think that people here could get behind someone like AOC and her ideas for AI and data centers?
I think they would get behind anyone who was going to fight for their rights to clean water and to live their life without dealing with this.
Now the tide on this is starting to turn. The politics on this, because everyday people are starting to catch on to what's going on.
She may be on the left, but on the data center issue, seems more sensitive.
Will you vote for her over, would you vote for her over a Republican? Yes, no. Oh, no? Okay, then never mind. This whole thing was a waste. Literally does not matter what positions you hold if you vote for the people who hold opposite positions.
We are a tide of death that does not break.
I'm gonna be soy for a sec. I feel like Bosch has set a tone to make the average viewer hate AOC. Unfortunately, like, people in chat are really difficult to understand in moderation, so, like, maybe there are more people in chat, like, people in chat who might, like, I don't know, who might dislike AOC more than they dislike a regular Zionist Lib Democrat or whatever. The truth is, I'm just insanely disappointed by AOC because I feel like she's been captured in this borderline controlled opposition. It is an obvious objective fact that the Democratic Party has been captured by oppositional interests and is not really interested itself in representing its constituents. And she was literally a person who campaigned on fighting back against that, and she has not done that. So, like, in that respect, I think that she's been a huge letdown. But obviously, in terms of, like, her policy position, she's much better than, you know, fucking Randy from Fine. Whatever. AOC's Bernie with less... Well, no, Bernie does the same thing. Bernie does the exact same thing. They both do the exact same thing that I disagree with. They both do the exact same thing, which is that they're really, really, really unwilling to direct antagonism against the Democratic Party. They just don't do it. Which, you know, if you can't apply any internal pressure, I don't really know what the point is. Yeah, it is true that, yeah, the reason I hold AOC more in contempt for it is because AOC is literally, like, my age, could potentially be a force in politics for the next 50 years. But she's still keeping it, you know, keeping it quiet. Whereas Bernie, if anything, feels like he's gotten less oppositional with time, but he's also ancient, so whatever. Like, yeah, he should be able to retire.
Hey, I just warped him out of his little
literally
hole.
just draw again, like, this isn't an abstract question or whatever. We don't need to strategize. She should just point out the bad things in the Democratic Party. If she wants a certain set of outcomes, there is no way through those, like, to those outcomes without changing the Democratic Party, and it is not sufficient merely to do this, like, banal, placid, dickless, well, I'll support the progressives. Maybe she'll support the progressives in the primaries. It's not like she's done that consistently. But that's not enough. Like, you need internal opposition. Like, literally, what is the point?
We believed the end was at hand.
What do you know of this facility, Zealot?
The Terrans tortured us, experimented upon our flesh. Most did not survive.
I have seen foul work of this nature before, but Narud is dead. Whose hand brought you here?
Alas, I know not. Praetor, we wish to join you, to avenge our brothers in arms.
Then ready yourselves, Templar.
Do they not have armor?
We stand as one. Justice be.
Warriors, there is another cell ahead. Go forth and claim the vengeance you seek.
Oren Shisa.
Cold is the void.
You require more Vespene gas.
My life for iron.
Terrans are warping in. Impossible.
They are experimenting with pylon technology. We should eliminate these Terrans and reclaim the pylon for ourselves.
Pylon now. It is hard to believe such primitive beasts.
Oh, that's
could manipulate our technology.
the same old voice actor as Major from Ghost in the Shell.
You must construct additional pylons.
You son of a bitch.
Of having progressives in Congress if they're not pushing for their case against the people who oppose them internally. You know? AOC could be the kingmaker for the keep saying dramas. Yeah, AOC is one of the most popular politicians in the country. She's super popular with like liberal Democrats. She could be leveraging that much better. Okay, but to be fair, her support requires candidates be seasoned. She's made this clear. Man, like, why? Plattner is better than Mills. Mills dropped out. She can't endorse Plattner even then? Did you see her meek non-endorsement of Plattner the other day? Yeah, like shit like this. Really? I, of course, am deeply supportive of a Democratic majority, and we're going to do what we can to secure that, and the people have made their decision. We'll move forward. That's literally, this is a Schumer comment. Well, we want a Senate majority, so we'll go ahead with the choice made by... Like, really? Really? That's literally what Schumer said.
Congresswoman, is it okay? My quick question. I remember you said this week that the allegations against Graham Plattner were hard to stomach. What are your thoughts that now he's the official Democratic nominee? And like, is it still hard to stomach? And what decisions do women have to make?
I think this is an election for the people of Maine. I, of course, am deeply supportive of a Democratic majority, and we're going to do what we can to secure that. And the people of Maine have made their decision, and we're moving forward.
Like, literally, what is the point of her being half-hearted here? She is a very popular politician. She's not at risk of being primaried. Plattner won his primary. There's no one else. It's only Plattner versus Collins, and Plattner needs to win if we're going to get a Senate majority, or even hold a 50-50. There's literally no reason for her to not... Like, what is she worried about? Her reputation? She really thinks that you really think AOC, whose reputation has already been dragged through the mud amongst conservatives, is going to get, like, what, like primaried because she supports Plattner, the Democratic Senate candidate in Maine?
We should delay no longer.
Like, no. There's no reason to withhold here unless she's beholden to the interests of the moderates in the party. She's running for president in the near future, dude. It's so obvious. Okay, so do you want the progressives in the Democratic Party to stay silent about their progressive views and allegiances so that they can make a cynical run for like a moderate run for president in the future? You want to see them do the shit that Gavin Newsom did, where he's like, maybe if I do a pro-Republican podcast, I can win the moderate vote or whatever. Like are those the progressives we want? Like, we want moderate progressives? Like, we want progressives in name only? No, you were begging the question why you doing this. I don't know what you're talking about.
And genuinely concerned about people, and that's refreshing to hear.
How do you wrap your head around addressing this at the national level?
I've always loved you, Bosch, supported you, but I also can't tell people to I can't keep up with that. You people are like 7 levels ahead of me.
We need to put people first, and we need those protections to be ironclad and guaranteed before we can have a conversation about what does and doesn't get constructed.
Do politicians ever actually hide their power level in order to court the centrist vote? Or are they actually sellouts who believe centrist stuff? I would argue that a person who is a sellout is somebody who's hiding their power level in order to court the centrist vote to a large extent, but you know, whatever. Are you asking, like, do politicians lie? Yes, all the time.
I think that this is an issue that would maybe pull our country together.
I don't know if it's going to pull our government all together. It's pulling the people together. If there's a chance that anything can be done, I feel like she is going to be the one to do it.
Days later, AOC showed Beverly's water samples to an EPA water official testifying before her committee.
I have a jar right here. The only difference between the clean water and this was that data center. I have another one as well. This is what the drinking water now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable.
So as soon as I get back to the office, I will be looking into exactly what you've just talked about, because anywhere, whatever type of construction it is a priority to ensure that water quality standards established by EPA are being...
It's gonna be so cool when this makes it to the fucking Senate floor, and it's going to get like 2/3 of Democrat votes and 0 Republican votes, and then we're all like, I don't know, we're all gonna pretend this is a bipartisan project or whatever.
Matt.
There are a lot of people with a lot of money who don't want to see this thing slow down. They're like, the train's moving fast, we can't afford to stop.
It has already, the video came in after. No, it's still on the floor of one of the Senate subcommittees. It hasn't been introduced for a general vote.
Doesn't matter, we'll figure it out later.
I've been in a lot of political fights that have seemed insurmountable before that we've won.
1, 2, 3.
No data center. No.
I just don't.
It's not going to matter. I think Watch is right. These people are still going to vote Republican.
You know, if you think something's impossible, it's just that's an imagination problem.
We're going to keep following this story. If you have any tips for us, please
We sat AOC down with Republican voters. Can she win them over? No. That is the answer. You have to accept it. You have to accept that that is the answer. I feel like the reason More Perfect Union and other people, like liberals, I know More Perfect Union aren't liberals in the traditional sense. They don't. I think they're still liberals. Like social democrats or whatever. But the reason they keep pretending this is an open question is because they can't handle the implications of the answer. You know what I mean? Can she win them over? If they keep asking this question, that means they have to, they get to postpone answering it. And when the answer inevitably is no, then you have a really tough follow-up question, which is, what do you do then? Like, what do you do with the fact that most Republican voters are just unreachable and completely detached from reality, and nothing can win them over, and they will like march to suicide?
Start your own information warfare campaign against it.
That's the tough question, right? But if we keep disingenuously asking this part of the question, we get to avoid answering the tough one. Plattner can, but it takes vilifying the wealthy. Well, Plattner's willing to be like openly confrontational. Plattner says based shit, you know? Yeah, he acts like a chud, thinks like a woke. Fucking AOC acts like a woke, thinks like a Schumer. I don't know what you want from me.
I want to tell you a story.
Oh boy.
Miami, 1973. An executive from a bank in the Bahamas is flying in to go on a date. Wait, actually, I'm going to let Adam tell the Miami story. Adam is my producer, who a few months ago I asked to look into the word oligarchy. This concept.
Gross. Johnny Harris.
The audio is doggy.
I watched this video. It's fine.
On stream?
No, not on stream. It's fun. Also, if you want to play Helldivers, I'm gonna play it on the PlayStation.
Eliminate the central reactor.
Because then I can actually see the game and like play the game when it's clear and not dog shit.
That I hear about a lot lately, but I don't really understand what it means. And we've been talking a lot.
Johnny plays the dumb guy in this
Why
video.
don't you take me through where you're at?
Johnny is
Maybe
the
what this
dumb guy.
project really is us weekly checking in about rich people.
He plays
for the
my
rest of
role
our
on the
lives.
podcast.
It could be.
Do you mind if I burn some Saudi incense while we talk?
What? We'll obviously sort of
God, I
figure out
fucking
what,
hate him.
like... Are you eating a bell pepper whole? Just like...
Yeah. Freak.
Miami, 1973. So this guy is the VP of a bank in the Bahamas, and he is in town on business. And while he's there, he has a date with this young woman.
Okay.
Woman picks him up at the airport for dinner. But first they make a stop at her apartment where he leaves his briefcase. And what the man doesn't know is that the woman is a private investigator. And the friend who set them up is an informant for the IRS, the U.S.'s tax collection agency. He's an informant for a division of the IRS that back then was called the Intelligence Unit.
Nice.
So they get back in the car, they continue on to dinner, and the friend who set them up, the informant, he enters a woman's apartment, takes the briefcase, and brings it to some IRS agents, and they start to photograph everything inside the briefcase. Once they're done, put everything back, they send the informant back to the apartment with the briefcase. He leaves the briefcase there exactly as it was. Couple comes back from their date, guy has no idea that anything happened, takes his briefcase, flies back to the Bahamas. Inside those briefcase files, the IRS agents basically
There's
find
a Taylor
exactly
Lorenz
what they were
video.
looking for, which is a list of the bank's clients, the people who are using this offshore bank in the Bahamas to evade
There's always a Taylor
taxes.
Lorenz video.
And, as they also expect, the list includes multiple known figures in organized crime. But the vast majority of the hundreds of names on the list are not known criminals. Instead, they realize that they are looking at a list of some of the richest people in America. And the investigation becomes this historic turning point. U.S. investigators realized the degree to which the richest people in the U.S. were moving and hiding these massive amounts of money from the government in order to avoid paying taxes. This intelligence unit basically realizes we've been trying to go after organized crime for tax evasion. We haven't even touched the 0.1% in the country. That may be where the big money is in terms of collecting these unpaid taxes, right? So here's what happens next. The IRS has a new director, and when this new director learns about this investigation, he steps in, he personally stops it from happening.
Whoa. So the new head of the IRS doesn't like that there is a crackdown on rich people hiding their money from the government?
Yeah, this is like a former elite tax lawyer, and he basically is like, this is not a proper use of the IRS's resources. We shouldn't be spending all this time going after rich people.
I don't know what this
Counting
one
or
is.
not counting gang violence, bang,
But
the
this
crowd
one is about
screams,
goblins.
the internet is split between mourning and memes, and every second after that initial shot has felt like an illusion. I hate to say it,
I hate to say it. I hope I don't sound ridiculous.
but Charlie Kirk is immortal. Sure, he was a podcaster. His beliefs were extreme enough to court the far right, yet ridiculous enough to play on a loop after his death.
He'll be
I
forgotten
think
in
it's
like
worth to have a cost of, unfortunately,
years.
some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other
I'm not
God-given
concerned.
rights.
Andy had a decently performing youth organization, which, even if I did agree with their politics, and I don't, I would still banish them to the pillory just on the fact that their greatest soldiers are functionally illiterate and condescendingly so. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they read or write. It wasn't these things, in relation to Charlie, that ignited the culture. It was this moment, when bullet met flesh and then muscle.
No,
That
he was
was the
electrocuted.
real turning point. Alive, Charlie was useful. Influential, even. But
What do you mean it was a
assassinated,
squib?
he is a movement. His face was emblazoned on the side of the U.S.
He's not
Department of
dead.
Education with the likes of MLK Jr., whom he
Modern
called a bad man.
He ran off to
He received
Argentina.
a posthumous Presidential Medal of Freedom from the sitting U.S. President and a fallen soldier-style salute by the Vice President. Criticizing Charlie became blasphemy on the internet. Your punishment for such a sin was extreme exposure. You could have your face plastered on conservative hate pages like Libs of TikTok, be fired from your job, or be submitted to a registry of non-believers. Charlie's company, Turning Point USA, pumped out endless propaganda while conservatives and liberals alike broke down in teary-eyed grief. Within hours of his death, Charlie Kirk was baptized and transformed from a stock white Christian nationalist into an empathetic, untouchable martyr. And then a majority of the country just moved on. The banner was taken down, the website became defunct after coinkadinkly taking thousands of dollars in donations. The next big thing happened and the next grift needed to be gruffed. But viewer, I am still at the table, I am still at the restaurant. And I'm still wondering what the fuck just happened. Seconds pass, and it's all an illusion. I was never really that interested in Charlie Kirk. In hindsight, he was
Why would you be?
everywhere. But the first time I paid attention long enough to realize he existed was in 2025, when the Unfuck America tour spawned to duel him. The second time I paid attention was months later, in September, the day he died. Ever since, I have been stuck in this vortex of morbid fascination. The memes, the discourse, the fallout, all of it is like a car wreck you can't look away from. I kept driving down this road, coming across
his
more
career.
crashes, flipped vehicles, all of it. And then I happened upon Erica Kirk. Erica is not just a grieving widow or a stay-at-home mom.
That is
though
unfortunate.
I'm sure that image would be very helpful to Turning Point's mission. She's the CEO of her own company and now also the CEO of Charlie's company. She is college educated, a former Miss Arizona, a hype beast, a public speaker, and since Charlie's death, she is the biggest jestee in the country.
Wait, hold on. That's Drew.
Every time she comes out on stage to talk about her late husband, it's like the show is being hijacked by Batista.
My father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad.
She's the butt of every skit and the
That's
subject
such a funny
of every
moment.
censure. Even
When
her
he's like,
own
"I
have
hate
turned
communists."
against
Actually,
her.
the communists
Charlie's
didn't
former
torture my
colleagues,
dad.
including Candace Owens, have been peddling a massive conspiracy that alleges that Erica is responsible for his death. Something about Egyptian planes and sacrifice. Girl, I can't explain to you the inner workings of the far-right imagination. I don't know. But the audience is tuned in. Whereas Charlie was pulled
If you
from
listen to the announcer in this mission, it's totally Major from Ghost in the Shell. Bitch.
Slaughter the Protoss. Their corpses are still of use.
I agree. Kill the Protoss.
Is the void. Veraku. It shall be as you say.
I hear nothing.
Yeah, she's stopped talking though. She'll talk again in a second.
Terrans are warping in. Impossible.
I was gonna make a joke, but that's a bad joke.
Pylon technology. We should eliminate these Terrans and reclaim the pylon for ourselves.
Reclaiming the pylon now. It is hard to believe such primitive beasts
Kill the
can
mesh.
manipulate our technology.
See? That's totally Kusanagi.
You require my skills.
Possibly. I'll have to hear it again.
I am the voice of the eclipse. We are one with
Okay, ball up a little.
red attacks and strength but not around his army and the enemies. And the Hezbollah saying it's just stating
I return to serve.
Not sure.
We move my life for life.
My life for
intriguing. Destroying the bridge control has extended a walkway to our nexus point. Final defenses. We must travel swiftly.
Those who side with Amon's hybrid deserve no mercy. Devour them whole.
I return to serve.
Your time is running short, Zeratul.
Kerrigan, you know as well as I that Amon lives. Slaying his hybrid is a meaningless act. We must awaken the Zelnaga.
No response. Huh. Better to reason with a stone than a Zerg. The final cell awaits us, Zeratul. We should delay no longer.
See? Kusanagi.
Yeah. Is it the announcer?
Yeah, her name's Talus. The girl who's not the Zerg lady.
Terran adjacent Profess executive? No, it'd be the Terran?
Huh?
The Terran woman?
No, Talus is her name.
Yeah, it just says Terran agent, Zerg, or Protoss. Who are you playing?
No, it's the mission announcer. She's specifically for this mission.
What's the mission called?
Minions.
Her name
go
is
forth
Talus.
and slaughter. I wish to be done with this already.
Alright, you can play the video now.
From the baptismal waters as literal Superman, Erica has come out looking horrific. But why? What about this moment? What about Erica Kirk and the company she keeps feels so
She is Talus?
unsettling? In this essay, we'll be exploring grief, politics, and religion, interrogating all the while the various ways in which the cult of Kirk has turned what we think we know about these subjects on its head. Let's look closer.
Yeah.
Make sure to like this video and leave a comment down below. It's free. And make sure to subscribe to support the channel. There are currently over 800,000 people watching Shakespeare with their bush out. I think we could do better. Let's get to 1 million.
Have you seen the thing about the new GTA girl, the cover?
While researching, I kept
Everyone's
coming across
trying
familiar.
to be like,
It
why
started
doesn't she
with
have bush?
the Uncanny. Sigmund Freud was perhaps the first to foreground the distinctive nature of the uncanny as a feeling of something not simply
No, it's
weird
great. She
or
should have
mysterious,
bush. If
but
you
more
see her,
specifically,
it's like this
something
girl's
strangely
bad enough
familiar.
that she would have a bush
I
and
thought,
not care.
okay, whatever. It happened again with my source on grief. Examples of this can be found in early psychological
Yeah, she
literature
was
with Freud's
major in
1917
Standalone
Mourning and
Complex.
Melancholia, which includes a description of what normal and abnormal grief are supposed to entail.
Because I was
All
seeing if she
right.
was major from
Twice
that
is
one
a
or
little
a
much,
different
but
one.
it won't happen again.
I don't know.
No,
If
it's
it's the same
Standalone
one.
Complex.
In a book about Christian nationalism, satanic ritual abuse entered the American imagination under the imprimatur of science, lent legitimacy by a profession steeped in Sigmund Freud's theories, and capitalism. Freud's theory, too, belongs to the Freud. Sigmund Freud is a domestic terrorist. He has his hands in more collective misery than Ronald Reagan and Triple H combined.
You bald fraud!
But unfortunately,
Girl's a
well,
wrestling
he
fan, I
was
guess.
writing back in the
I
day.
guess so.
One of the topics he covered was the uncanny. In layman terms, the uncanny refers to something weird or supernatural. Nicholas Royal argues that coincidences can be uncanny, like when something happens spontaneously, but all the evidence surrounding it makes it feel cosmically planned. Let's return to this, the moment Bullet met flesh. Charlie Kirk was transphobic. He often peddled conspiracies about trans people in an attempt to sow hatred and fear of them. One of those conspiracies, which is easily disprovable by the way, argues that trans people commit the most mass shootings. Right before he
Well,
died,
he's
Charlie
stupid,
was
so-
asked a question by Hunter
Hey, it's
Kozak,
that guy.
a member of the aforementioned Unfuck America tour.
Do Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Kozak went on to clarify.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit.
And then he followed it up with the last question Charlie would ever answer.
You know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Charlie says, counting or not counting gang violence, and the bullet meets flesh. No one planned that sequence of events, but the irony of it makes it feel staged. If it were an Onion headline, people would say that it's too on the nose. It insists upon itself.
What?
It insists upon itself.
What does that even mean?
Someone who has a history of defending gun violence for the sake of owning guns, and who seconds before becoming a victim of gun violence was about to arguably
Nah, Charlie
be
would have supported
glib
his death.
about gun violence. That's uncanny. But as Royal points out, Freud wanted to take the concept further. He published The Uncanny, or Das Unheimliche, in 1919. It's an attempt to separate run-of-the-mill terrible stuff, or that which arouses dread and creeping horror, from the truly uncanny. He concludes that the uncanny is that class of terrifying, which leads back to something long known to us, once very familiar. Humanoid creatures are uncanny. AI is uncanny. Even certain police sketches are uncanny. These subjects are almost legible, but at the same time, they're alien. They don't move like people. Their features are a little too pronounced. Royal sums it up like this. The uncanny is a crisis of the natural, touching upon everything that one might have thought was part of nature, including human nature and the reality of the world. The uncanny subverts our expectations of people, of life itself, often in a creepy way. When it comes to Erica Kirk, this crisis is manifold. I don't say this maliciously, and I'm not even trying to be funny, but she has a very unsettling presence. I think it's her eyes. They're so blue they almost look kind of white. Kind of like that photo of Miley Cyrus at the 2008 Grammys, except there's this inexplicable malevolence behind them. Everyone loves to talk about Republican makeup, but I think there's kind of an entire far-right vibe going on that Erica is tapping into. You can feel it through the screen.
We did what we usually did before tours. We said our prayer, and we asked the Lord to protect us, and we asked the Lord that His will be done. That's what we did.
Under videos of Erica, people comment things like, I rebuke this energy. She's an alien trying to act human. or even, I don't think she's a real person. Her behavior has also been meticulously analyzed, often by body language experts. Read the footnote for more. I was genuinely uncomfortable the entire time watching this video of her, one user stated. This has an unreal, dark SNL quality to it, another said. Truly uncanny. But it's not just her intensity. People find Erica uncanny because of her grief, or really her perceived lack of grief. Let me just say that there are billions of customs on the planet, and I know by now that this has become a corporate buzzword phrase, but everyone does indeed grieve differently. Grief is abstract. We try to clean it up and fit it into quaint little boxes and make a science out of it, but the way it touches the body and the mind will vary across people and culture. Every Black funeral I've been to or I've seen online isn't called a funeral. It's a celebration of life. And celebration entails music, laughter, dancing, and girl, food. Ooh. We're snotty-nosed and slobbering with tears from the moment of a loss up to the moment that the dirt descends on the casket. But once we get to Auntie's house, yeah. You got people posing for pictures, sometimes even next to the casket. Girl, and I mean posing. Like outfit check posing. Smiling all in the camera. You know, Black people. But some internet users think that Erica is doing too much and too little. She's on stage in a sparkly sequined suit and doing drive-by crying sessions. On leaked internal TPUSA calls, she's laughing and carrying on. Damn near gave Candace Owens a conniption live on air. Girl.
Full steam ahead, you guys. We have
It's here where the accusations start. Netizens, and Candace Owens, thinks that Erica doesn't gaff. She's gaffless. She's gaff deficient. She needs a gaff fusion. She went to the Nothing Burger School of It Gaff and graduated with gaffalades. One Candace viewer states, since Charlie died, Erica's done it all.
Girl.
Job promotion, book tours, fundraising events, motivational team meetings, press runs, lawsuits, you name it. She's done everything except actually be a grieving widow and a mother to grieving children. People expect Erica to take time away from the public eye, or at the very least, not have a funeral with sparklers. Maybe they want her to grieve more like Jackie Kennedy did. She's lauded for the way she guided the country through its own mourning rituals before she quietly stepped into the shadows to perform her own. It's funny, we simultaneously consider grief a science, but also a messy flaw of humanity that must be done behind closed doors. Putting it on public display upsets the natural order of things. Freud describes the uncanny as something repressed which recurs. And that makes total sense because he's a sick fuck that loves repression. But what he means by that is we get an uncanny feeling when something that's meant to be held in gets let out. The German word for canny is heimlich, and in part, it means secret. So to be uncanny is to be unheimlich, which means to bring a secret into the light. But that still doesn't explain why Erica Kirk is so uncanny, at least not to me. The Batista jokes were funny for a while, and I do think that people with blue eyes should, you know, try contacts every once in a while, but there's something else. Erica Kirk prides herself on being a disruptor of the culture.
I guess you could say I'm a social entrepreneur where I find little pockets within a culture that I like to disrupt and
But her uncanniness doesn't stem from this supposed uniqueness. Erica and her late husband and everyone they operate with are sheeple. They propagate the same boring, predictable drivel as any other far-right mouthpiece. They're uncanny to us precisely because they're so familiar. I'm not going to take Erica's grief away from her. I believe that she and her friends and even Candace Owens are in terrible pain. But I also believe that Erica's public image is being utilized for a movement that's much bigger than her, much bigger than her husband, and bigger even than their shared company. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. Erica herself has made this observation on more than one occasion.
It's vision-led, it's movement-driven, but it's also a way for our whole team to put their pain into something that is so bigger than any of us.
Deja vu can be uncanny too. Trying to read this moment using its literal context, that is, a traumatized person attending a funeral for their partner who died 11 days prior, is impossible. Even if you account for the complexity of grief or the celebration of life argument, this is still weird. And that's because you're picking up on the undertones of this image, not just its appearance. So let's recontextualize it so that it makes more sense. This is a grieving person. But this is not a funeral, nor is it a celebration of just one man. As Walter Benjamin phrased it, it's a celebration of the cult being capitalism. There are no weekdays under capitalism, he argues. There is no day that is not feast day, in the terrible sense that all its sacred pomp is unfolded before us. Each day commands the utter fealty of each worshipper. Capitalism is about excess. Think about it this way. What does a writer do when they want to imply harsh class disparity, driven by a broken system? They show you pompous slop. Suzanne Collins's Capital is full of tawdry, eccentric caricatures who eat until nauseous, and who shamelessly take pills to throw up just so they can continue indulging. In anti-capitalist material, capitalists are often depicted as overstuffed pigs. Moderation is a virtue, and capitalism has none. More than that though, capitalism is a religion that prays to power. It doesn't respect death, and it doesn't register tragedy. If you die on the factory floor, you'll be carted out and replaced by someone else. Girl, before your body is even cold. And everyone who witnessed your demise will be told to get back to work. In its natural habitat, this moment becomes coherent. I could kill myself knowing I'm about to cite Candace Owens, but she leaked 2 internal TP USA calls headed by Erica days after Charlie's death, which I think exemplifies the inherent apathy of capitalism. Throughout the calls, she keeps mentioning the mission.
He's so proud of all of you for keeping this mission alive. The fetal position 24/7, but the fact that we have a continued mission to look forward to, and the mission has gotten deeper, and the mission will grow deeper.
She tells TP USA workers that Charlie would be happy that they're working 5 days after his public death, many of whom were there when it happened. He would be happy that they're carrying on the mission.
The fact that a lot of you guys are here in office, that's what
I'm just jumping.
It's the mission. He doesn't want you to just be sitting on the couch alone in your room. He wants you to, obviously, I mean, we will all mourn, but he would want you to build.
She even notes casually that the workers are pulling multi-day, 20-hour shifts in order to complete the event of the century, aka his public funeral.
20-hour days for a week during the time of us grieving the loss of my husband. And honestly, I know several staff that didn't even sleep. Again, grief is hard. Otherwise, honestly, Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, full steam ahead, you guys. Charlie would want us to get back to work, and that's what we're doing, and that's what we did with the memorial, and I'm so honored and proud of each and every one of you, because that's what we're going to do in his honor and in his name. Charlie in heaven is like, you guys thought you had a busy schedule then, just you wait.
Oh, you just watched your boss, whom you probably respected and admired, die in front of you? Just a few days ago? And you just got done pulling 20-hour shifts for a week straight? Get back to work! I just find it so funny that Candace, of all people, is like, how can she care more about merch sales and event planning when her husband just died? Because she's a capitalist, Candace. She's using capitalism to acquire more capital. It's what they do. Walter Benjamin states, in capitalism, things have no meaning only in the relationship
alien
to the cult. Charlie undoubtedly means something to his wife, his friends, and his colleagues over at TP USA. But the movement he was building means more. The movement ensures that his wife,
he really seems like one of
and
those
colleagues
guys
stay on top
who said,
of the
I don't
hierarchy.
have friends, I
Over
have
the
work
last few
colleagues.
weeks, former Turning Point proponents have exited the company. They claim that the new direction is not what Charlie would have wanted. But isn't it? White supremacy and capitalism always seemed like his goal, at least from where I'm standing. His close circle just inherited the beef. Erica Kirk and TP USA are doing the most because they have a business to run, wealth to extract, people to
Cyborgs are here.
Cyborgs?
It's not automatons. It's the fourth faction.
Interesting. Ah.
Because they actually invaded Cyberstan in the past. Like, there was a mission
The
order to
cyborgs
invade
did?
them. No. We did.
Oh. Doesn't that make us the aggressor?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
the
undemocratic?
cyborgs have come back.
Mm.
They're the faction from the first game.
Okay.
I haven't fought
Was that
them,
an-
so...
Was that an
Every
undemocratic
mission brings us
statement?
one step closer to the full
What?
democratization of the known universe.
Does that make us the bad guys?
No, you said aggressor.
Well, whatever. Same.
So if the cyborgs are deployed on the battlefield of this planet leading their automatons?
Interesting. Are they like their commanders or something?
I've never fought them.
I'm just trying to set up the camera.
Like, even when I was playing, I was just farming super credits on, and it was just Illuminate that I was fighting.
Yeah, okay. Hey, look at
I
that.
only need 100 more.
Hey, that camera's not bad. Should probably adjust it a little bit.
Expect to encounter vile propagandists trained in both ranged and melee combat.
Disgusting.
This planet calls out to be freed from the robots that
Hey,
enslave.
look, my face is right on
Choose
screen.
where you will shatter
great.
its
Commando operation.
Ah,
Deployed
yeah.
deep behind
So
enemy
you
lines.
start with no lives, and you have to unlock respawn pods. And then you also have to... You get one super destroyer call-in. And you can use your resupplies, your stratagems, whatever you want. So I guess taking a bunch of support weapons and then dropping them at the very start is probably the way to go. Social. What do you need? You need a friend code. You ready?
Elder.
Go ahead.
60703619.
No player found.
Try again. 6400.
Okay, make sure you don't close the thing. Okay.
6400
Uh-huh.
7574.
The automatons think this planet is theirs. Show them otherwise.
It's doing the thing where my mouse is misaligned.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
The most depressing part.
And this lady's back now.
Well, the most depressing part is I am back to level 0.
But
'cause there's no
the thing
cross-save.
is that as you level up, this time...
I can pick the right packs?
Yeah, you can pick...
I will not. I will buy the wrong packs.
You want
again.
this one. Democratic Detonation. It's got...
Why?
It's just the best one. It's got
Eruptor.
the
Grenade.
adjudicator.
Exploding crossbow. Grenade
the
pistol.
thermite,
Okay.
which is one of the best grenades. It's a utility grenade. Basically, you stick it on any heavy thing and it's going to kill it. Exploding crossbow and grenade pistol, and then also the explosive sniper.
Yeah.
The explosive sniper is really fucking good too,
I want the
especially if you
fucking
upgrade it
Halo
all the
pack.
way and just put iron sights on it for
I want
ergonomics.
the Halo pack. I want to be an ODST. I didn't realize there was a Killzone one though.
Yeah, it was stuff that was already in the game. So they did two different Killzone collabs. The first one, people had it was a limited thing where people missed out and people didn't like that. So to make up for it, they just gave people the rest of it, and that's why there's the Killzone armor, which is that like it's the one light armor that does resistance against everything.
Ah, okay.
It's this one, the Obedient. That's Killzone.
Okay.
And then also there's Killzone. The weapons are Killzone weapons that we have.
Which ones?
I'll tell you when they load. But also, this assault rifle that's in that pack is really good too. It's like a battle rifle, basically. Like a real battle, not like in Halo. I mean, like the actual, you know, when you say a battle rifle in military terms.
Yes, yes. High caliber.
Yeah, it's got a bigger cartridge, so
Mhm.
if you shoot it like burst fire and stuff like that, it can be really devastating. This one,
yes.
the Bosun SMG, that's Killzone.
Ah, okay.
I think there's another thing. It might just be the Bosun SMG. Okay.
Ready for another mission,
I got
Helldiver?
110 super credits right now.
Well, I'm saying you level up. The level up pack is the pack. You'll get 700 just by leveling up.
700.
Yeah,
Ah, yes, it's
in
got
the
7
Helldiver
pages,
initiation
yes.
pack.
Mm-hmm.
And then 300 in the first pack you unlock.
Yeah.
Let the enemy feel the wrath of liberty.
It's funny, I was trying to find the customization, and you unlock it at level 10, but when they added it, we were already over leveled.
Yeah.
So we got it straight away. And I didn't realize that you had to unlock it through levels. Which is a little bit funny.
Are you running light armor? Or
Probably
medium?
won't. What level are we running?
I'm just doing a level 3 because it's missions I haven't done, so I want to learn how to do the objective.
Okay. Well, I'm still kind of attuning myself to the controller. And because I've got... I've been putting off getting the PlayStation Pro control. It was basically half price, so I fucking snatched that bitch up and... it's good. I like it. See the little nubs there? They're the back flappy paddles. And they're perfectly placed exactly where my fingers sit. So they're kind of perfect.
What stratagems do you have?
None. I have
None.
some eagle strikes.
I don't know. Well, I'm not going to do anything great yet.
Huh?
I do not want double voice. Muted. Roy is level 12.
This is awesome. This is the Killzone helmet.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
An Iron Man helmet?
This? I thought it's more like the one, they're like the Doctor Who guys.
I hope they're fine with me being.
Shh.
I hope they don't have a problem.
Helldivers to help us.
This guy.
This motherfucker. Don't mind me. Doing junky shit. I don't want to chop, so I'm scraping the weed on my tray that I've spilled.
Oh, didn't they just buff the Seeker grenade too?
I have no idea. I don't read patch notes.
Okay.
Like
But we looked at the thing.
even with like League of Legends.
No, but we watched the video on the patch notes. And I think they buffed Seeker. They buffed all the grenades basically.
Did we? Maybe you watched it without me.
No, you were there.
Was I?
Yes.
Oh, was this a few weeks ago?
No, it was like 2 days ago.
Oh, was it? I might not
Yes.
have been paying attention.
Because you were probably on your phone.
Or I was in the middle of a very intense war on Civ.
No, it was at the beginning
One
of
or
the
the other.
stream.
Oh, was it?
Mm.
What mission did you do? Ah, the industrial complex.
I'm going.
Oh, that's right. I just unlocked the Gatling Sentry.
Like, God, this guy's a juggernaut. I can carry 6 still. That's what I like about it. Oh, different guy. What is that? It's 150, like, sparkle. Oh, are we gonna collect?
Exploit and a mission to complete. She can talk until she's blue in the
Wait,
face
they were
about
talking about
how
what
what she's
time?
doing isn't
I
a
don't know what
job
time.
or that she's doing it for the love of the game, but that is fundamentally misleading. Turning Point is amassing an exorbitant amount of money to keep the cult of Kurt alive, and numerous far-right...
You might want to...
internet. I'm
I don't know if
never
you
going
can, because your screen will be better quality.
I'm not sure.
Because
how
it's
that would
running through the
work.
PlayStation, not a PC.
Sure.
We'll figure it out after
We
this
would have to
mission.
figure that out. Yeah. Because I did see the last time I tried to connect it, there was a HDMI audio output, which might, if we're lucky, solve that double audio issue. Like the audio dipping issue, because it won't be shoving all the signals through one input. Also, pick up samples, because I fucking need them.
Figures are trying to cash in on it. Death means nothing, because it doesn't serve the cult. That itself is
Belt-fed grenade
uncanny.
launcher.
How can a person remain intact under these conditions?
That gun's
How can
fucking
tragedy be so camp? Why are there so many contradictions, and why are we pretending that any of it makes sense? This, to me, is what capitalism is. It's a religion which offers not the reform of existence, but its complete destruction. Or, as Anthony Vidler writes about the uncanny, it's a metaphor for a fundamentally unlivable modern condition. Hoarding wealth is just one aspect of the Kirk mission, which is just another contradiction that we're expected to accept. Erica and Charlie have built their brand upon Christianity.
It does look
You know,
good.
I haven't read the Bible cover
It
to
looks
cover,
real
you
good.
know this, but I do
Cyborg!
remember Jesus saying to sell one's possession and
Where
give
are
it to the poor. I also remember him saying that it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven.
Cyborg!
Matthew 19, verses 16 through 23.
Damn, he
You
fucked
can't
up.
make money your god, but that is
I got him, don't
exactly what capitalism does. That's exactly what capitalists pray to. Can Charlie
Oh, I
fit
got
through
you,
that
Molly.
needle eye? Watch as he tries to convince you.
I'll guard your body, don't worry.
According to 2016 exit polls, 81%
I fucked his
of
day
white
up.
evangelical Protestants voted for Trump.
It didn't last
Pew
very long.
Research
I
found
just wasn't
that
ready for him.
64%
I
of
was
white
like-
Catholics and 57% of white
It
mainland
didn't last very
Protestants
long with my
voted for him, too.
1150
The numbers differ
RPM
for
stole
religious
it.
people of color. Trump was
It
able to
cut him
appeal
in
to these
half.
white voters not in spite of their faith, but because of their faith, especially in how it intersects with their understanding of race and nation. He stoked an age-old fear that kindled alongside slavery and burned through the Reconstruction period and beyond. The fear that white Christians are losing their place on top of the food chain. Charlie Kirk, an evangelical himself, stoked the flames of this fear, and after his death, his wife, his company, and the broader network of his political community attempted to make the entire thing blow. 2 days after Charlie's death, Erica Kirk addressed the nation, live on Charlie's channel, filmed in his podcast room. In frame are 2 Trump hats, cuddled closely with a toy from the Kirk children. On the bookshelf is the 2024 Time magazine cover, crowning Trump as Person of the Year. What you can't see in this
Over
address,
here.
but which is clearly evident in previous episodes of the podcast, is an enormous Trump
way.
portrait. Charlie Kirk was considered a close Trump ally, and upon his death, was lauded as the architect of the new Republican Party.
I'm
His
coming.
assassination, his funeral, even his legacy, has become a spectacle inseparable from the presence of the sitting U.S. president. All of this
Because
is
you're...
integral
What
to the
armor are you
mission.
wearing? You wearing light?
Erica's address lasts 15 minutes.
Go ahead.
She thanks the first responders and her team at TPUSA. But she also makes frequent references to the mission. She bookends her remarks with a strong appeal to religion, mixed intimately with nationalism. This is where my discomfort started. Over the past few
marking the
weeks,
next one.
I have listened to multiple speeches
M1 on
performed
map.
by Erica. I have watched numerous podcast episodes in which she is a guest. I also watched as many post-Charlie
A4
interviews
is
I
already
could manage,
engaging it.
and there's a lot. I noticed a theme brewing. In each video, Erica repeats the same phrase.
Spiritual warfare battle that we're in. Spiritual warfare
What?
battle. Spiritual battle. Spiritual warfare. Spiritual battle. Our battle is not
A4
simply
is
a political
engaging at
one.
base.
Above all, it is spiritual.
Marking the next one on map.
It is spiritual. The
Spiritual
spiritual warfare.
Dropping
She
a barrage
evokes
on
the
it.
enemy a lot, too. The enemy is at your door. The enemy is threatening your children.
You can walk into a room and feel the enemy.
The fate of our country,
You wanna drive?
only our country,
I'll drive.
teeters
It's
precariously
easier on
on
controller.
the edge of good
That's
and
great.
evil. Only a select few can save it. Not God, not Jesus, not even the Holy Ghost, but individual Christian people taking up arms for the mission.
I'm so grateful we're in this day and
Bro can't figure
age
it out.
because we get to fight. Metaphorically.
Erica Kirk isn't just spreading the gospel or practicing her faith,
Already
which
off to a great
would
start
be
here.
fine for
No,
her
we're
to
good.
do. Erica, like Charlie, like
that's
other
a lot.
members of the religious right, like Trump himself, is promoting a Christian nationalist agenda. Brad Onishi, author of Preparing for War, defines white Christian nationalism
Watch
as
out, don't
such.
hit A4.
Christian nationalism is an
at
ideology
him.
that is based around the idea that
forgot
this
we're
is a
plugging
Christian
it in.
nation, that this was founded as a Christian nation, and therefore it should be a Christian nation today and should be so in the future.
Come on.
Closer to
No,
the
no, he's not
beginning
coming with
of
us.
his
Go.
career, Charlie argued for
I
the
said honk at him
separation
to
of
tell him to
church and
move.
state. He was perhaps what Erica has called a secular revolutionary.
I got
But for no reason
a
at
clip
all,
of
definitely
me
not the
accidentally
money,
driving
Charlie switched his
out
position in
of
the
the
latter
map
half of the 2010s.
and getting
Something
shot
about that era made all
by
the
the ship.
grifters come out. Candace Owens used to be a liberal, ain't that funny?
Nothing here.
In 2021, Charlie referenced the 7 Mountain Mandate, which urges Christians to occupy the 7 mountains of society: government,
Hey!
media,
Pop off,
education,
Queen.
business, family, religion, and entertainment. Doing so would ensure that Christians would
Ignore
win
that, I
the
was trying to get out of the
quote-unquote
car.
spiritual war. It just hit me, actually. Charlie succeeded at that mandate. He hit every criteria. Charlie hosted interviews with the guy who created the mandate, and he frequently fraternized with Christian nationalist pastors. In 2021, he argued that our constitutional crisis stems from the fact that we haven't declared ourselves a Christian nation. These religious beliefs also blended into his racist ones. He believed that the West is superior in part because it's Christian, and that all cultures are not created equal by God. The entire continent of Africa, he argues, is lesser than the West because they are polytheistic. In 2023, he defended Matt Walsh, of all people, who was in hot water for his rant about Mexican immigration, where he argued that Mexican immigrants are bringing their culture to America and effectively wiping out Anglo-Saxon culture. Walsh went on to argue
Nice.
that white people are dying off because of immigration.
Doesn't
and
exist.
that unless white people started promoting the cause of having more white children, then they would go extinct.
We can hope.
Wonder if that has any connection to the... On multiple occasions, Charlie also
I know,
regurgitated
Matt Walsh is a
white
Nazi.
supremacist theory of white
That's a very
placement,
different thing.
even saying once that it's not a theory, it's reality. And girl, it really just keeps going. You know how there's a Simpson meme for every situation? There is a Charlie Kirk quote for every situation too. He was saying things that you just could not imagine. He once said that black women like Michelle Obama don't have the brain processing capacity to be taken seriously. He once referred to Afghan refugees as a couple 100,000 Ilhan Omars. Ilhan is, of course, from Somalia, but you know exactly what he's trying to say. He said that Mexican immigrants will break into your home, assault your women, and take your children. A year before that, he said that black people prowl the streets looking to harm white people, and that Karen is an anti-white racial slur. If black people are allowed to say Karen, he argues, then white people are allowed to call every black person they meet Trayvon, for Trayvon Martin,
How does that make
or
sense, though?
Shaniqua. People already call
You
me
silly
Shaniqua in
man.
my comments. What is with these hypothetical situations? You may be thinking,
I'm dead.
Naya, what does that have to do with
I got
Erica, though?
napalmed.
Why do we keep blaming a
Damn,
poor
he got it
innocent woman
before
for
me.
the beliefs of a man?
you caught me on my good day. I don't have my hammer with me. Don't piss me off. Not only has Erica said that she is more conservative than Charlie, and that by marrying her, his politics have become more based,
Who is more conservative and why?
Erica. I am a moderate compared to Erica.
Andrew always jokes that once you got married to me, you got
jump
more
in the
base.
grinder.
That's true.
But she has also defended his beliefs, especially his racist ones, arguing that they are just words. Words, she says, can't be violent. Charlie famously did not believe that hate speech was a thing.
You know, that there was no such thing as hate speech. He obviously, you know, no one anticipated what happened to Charlie, but you have always been.
Which is why, after Charlie died, the right began targeting people for using words. Only one person killed Charlie, and it was not the random people on the internet who lost their jobs or had their face plastered on white supremacist Twitter pages. Those people were using words. And they, according to Erica, are sick
fucking dirty
and evil
cunt.
and need God's salvation. So are words evil or not? And what about other forms of violence? Are they sick and evil too? What about when it comes to the church?
Yeah,
Christian nationalism isn't a new project founded by living conservatives. It has existed in this country for as long as the country itself has existed as a colonized state.
No.
In the late
I
1400s,
thought
Christopher
my
Columbus's bitch ass
sound
returned to
bites
Europe
got
after
wiped again.
terrorizing the indigenous folk here.
I was about
Upon
to get
his
very
return,
mad.
the church established the doctrine
Ah,
of
fire
discovery.
tornadoes are back.
This set of edicts declared that the white Christian West is the pinnacle of culture,
Cool alarm,
religion,
right?
and race. Sounds familiar. And because they're the best, white Christians have the right to terrorize anyone they see fit, especially those of lesser means. Quote, that in our time, especially the Catholic faith and the Christian religion, be exalted and be everywhere increased and spread, that the health of souls be cared for, and that barbarous nations be overthrown and brought to the faith itself. That's religious colonization. This sentiment is clearly evergreen. Robert P. Jones wrote a Time article about white Christian nationalism, which is not to be confused with his book about the exact same thing that I'm going to reference in about 20 seconds. He states, this sense of divine entitlement, of European Christian chosenness, has shaped the worldview of most white Americans, and thereby influenced the events, policies, and laws throughout American history. The project of white Christian nationalism requires blood and discrimination. Across Christian denominations, religion has been used to subjugate certain classes of people, while it invests in and protects other classes of people.
Yeah, it's like the railgun.
Namely white.
I found that out.
Damn.
Yeah, it's like the railgun.
Namely white, middle to upper class
weapon, though.
Anglo-Saxons. Robert
Like
P.
heavy, rocket
Jones,
launcher
author
heavy.
of White Too Long, The Legacy of White Supremacy in American
But it takes 2 shots from any angle to kill a thing. Like to kill a
explores the
base,
ways in which
is
white
pretty neat.
supremacist Christian nationalism became a systemic issue, not just the work of a few bad apples. High-ranking church members like deacons and pastors held various positions of political power, specifically in the 19th and 20th centuries. These church members lent credence to the violence carried out in the name of Christianity. Quote, white churches were the institutions of ultimate legitimization, where white supremacy was divinely justified via a carefully cultivated Christian theology. They composed the cultural score that made white supremacy sing. Churches themselves played a key role in maintaining racial violence and segregation in the mid-1900s. This was all fine and dandy to good-praying Christians because at the time, they believed that the violence they inflicted on others was a divine mandate from God. They were the chosen ones who would go into battle for the soul of America. And just America. Everyone knows that when God peers down on the planet he created, a majority of it is water and air. The only viable landmass is the United States. And when you get to heaven, the only people there will be white Christians. Just listen to this passage written by Byron Beckwith Jr., the Klansman who murdered Medgar Evers in 1963. When I die, I will be buried in a segregated cemetery. When you get to heaven, you'll find me in the part that has a sign saying,
I hope
for whites only.
you were
and
pissed
if I go
on
to Hades, I'm going to raise
and
hell
thrown in
all
the ocean.
over Hades until I get to the white section. As if you're going to heaven or hell, Byron. They're making a special purgatory just for you.
You reckon they would make KKK
You'll be right
graves
next to
noted that they were KKK members?
Christianity is often
So, like,
distorted
it
for
would
the
become a
sake of
community
man-made
pissing spot?
hatred. White nationalists don't pray to God. They pray, as Garrison
Hitler.
Hayes argues, to power, just like capitalists. Both groups covet power. They fetishize it, and one way they attempt to obtain it is by enforcing fear.
I know you guys feel it. It is so deep in the soul. You can walk into a room and feel the enemy.
White Christian nationalism is uncanny, in part because there's so many inconsistencies. White missionaries often carried slave Bibles that omitted large portions of the original text, just so they could preach to the enslaved to accept their own subjugation. How can you say that the Bible is the pinnacle of religion and then desecrate it, quite literally, to push your own agenda? And if reading the Bible is so important, why did white Christian nationalists so violently refuse Black people the right to become literate? Jones also refers to what he called religiously sanctioned terrorism, wherein God-fearing white people would violently lynch their enemies all in the name of God. Girl, as if one of the most major commandments isn't "thou shalt not kill." In the 1800s, a black farmer by the name of Samuel Thomas Wilkes was lynched by a mob of white Christians who had just been let out of church. Samuel was accused of killing a white farmer and assaulting the farmer's wife. Of this charge, Samuel admitted to the former, claiming self-defense, but vehemently denied the latter until his dying breath.
Nothing's changed.
As he was quite literally burned at the stake, his last words were "Sweet Jesus."
Yeah, I bet you
A white Christian in the crowd yelled back, "Glory. Glory be to God." When the likes of Charlie Kirk or Matt Walsh speak about this country being founded on white Christian beliefs, what is it that they're referencing? Charlie and Erica Kirk aren't physically lynching people with their bare hands. I know this. But I think the religiously sanctioned terrorism lives on. The targets have shifted from racial minorities to those of different faiths, those who have had or believe in the right to have abortions, those that are trans or queer, and also still racial minorities because they still hate us. Yay! The violence is multifaceted. You don't just have grand spectacles of bloodshed. You have insidious violence. Violence against the working class. Violence that is written into law. Violence that is carried out by big business and big tech. Violence that those at the top try to gaslight us into not naming. They're also gaslighting another group. The people who should be our comrades. Those of the working class. Those who have lower level education. Those in rural areas. But a lot of those people have been brainwashed into championing people who stand on top of them in the ditch. They watch the mountains being built by the cult of Kirk. They absorb the messaging that feminism is secular evil, that trans people are challenging God, that black people and Mexican people are invading our once quaint Christian country. And they're convinced
they're making the white picket fence
of religious weapons and physical ones.
That's a bad thing.
Ones that tear through flesh,
can't have that,
destabilize families, cultures,
what do you mean?
Sanity. They learn through people like Charlie Kirk that violence is okay so long as it's done in the name of Christ. That the project of white Christian nationalism is a just war. One. When people talk about Dylan Roof,
a mandate,
they fail to mention how his white Christian nationalist beliefs contributed to his gunning down 9 black parishioners in South Carolina. He was raised evangelical. His prison diary featured prominent Christian imagery blended together with white supremacist symbols. Ruth was radicalized on the internet and believed that the white Christian race was being intentionally wiped out.
Ooh, those bullets are close to you.
The country he claims to love was being invaded, and minorities were embroiling it in spiritual warfare. Jones argues that Ruth understood himself as a white Christian warrior who consciously launched his attack on sacred ground. He isn't an anomaly. He was convinced of the mission. Get married,
Do you
have
see
white
what I did there
babies,
at the end?
work until you die, vanquish your enemy.
I ran up to past all the guys and did a dive throw to take out the last facility. And then I switched to my machine gun and dived backwards, took everyone out.
I better get in.
And then there was one guy left. One guy left, and he was about to shoot a flare, and I switched to my sidearm and went. It's like the laser revolver.
Yeah, he was about to alert.
Yeah,
for
he
a
was
drop.
about to shoot a flare. And then I
Nice.
popped him.
You love that.
It was slick.
Poggers!
Yeah, Ronaldo's like old. You have to realize that. You need you can't do stuff.
Yeah, Ronaldo's old.
And go out in a blaze of light. That's our mission, anyway. The mission of peasants. The ruling class, well, they're full steam ahead, making money at your expense. They'll stoke your rage and then act like you don't exist when it benefits them. The show must go on. The mountains must be conquered. And every second forward will feel like an illusion.
Oh, she even cited her sources. Nice. Good song choice. I like this chick. Subscribe to her channel.
Buddy, you have to realize that you dumbass. They have to pass it in now. He can't just take the ball. If they pass him, he can score.
Oh, were we? Nice.
This is way different. They're because he's old. Buddy, I like to see you, dude. Honestly. Do work, so I can like your brother.
Preach, brother.
Definitely funny, acting like you're gonna do any better. First things first. Second 6 seconds, sure, he may be old, but you see what he pulled off in Al Nassr? Because this game is actually out there.
So are my ways.
It's just autoplay.
My thoughts.
Taking my hands off and letting it go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my podcast.
Let Jesus take the wheel.
We're here to help you think.
No, that's literally what it is, though.
It says, the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways and your ways, and my thoughts and your thoughts. The Bible also says that the word of God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword. Our purpose here is to declare the word of God because the word of God has power.
Why do they always talk
to
like
change reality. And finally, I want to help to establish
Black
righteousness
people, I
in the
mean.
earth because righteousness exalts.
Shut up.
Even as righteousness exalts a nation, it also exalts families, individuals, churches, etc. So when we stand for righteousness, God blesses
It
them
was up.
and raises us up
Couldn't leave it there.
for all the world to see as an example of himself. Without further ado, today I want to go right into our podcast called Blackness. This is another version of Blackness. I believe it's part 4, where we are studying thinking through skin color. And we're going to look at Black Lives Matters, BLM.
What the fuck?
And again, I want to help you to understand that it's not a
That's
good
not what I was
thing to
expecting.
think through your skin color. It's not a good thing to identify yourself by your skin.
That's why I left it.
Blackness is a sin.
I heard the voice. I
of
looked
seeing
at what the
and
topic was,
understanding
and I said,
through skin. So first of all, I want to share with you a couple of verses before I move forward.
Hell yeah.
The first verse says, "Unto the pure all
Poggers!
Tittis! And unbelieving is nothing pure, but even
just leave us out of your weird hobby.
Is defiled."
Tittis?
The Bible says
the book of Tittis.
That sin affects not only our physical bodies and our spirits. We used to think of the wages of sin as death. We think of spiritual death.
Show me your bag of secrets.
But it doesn't only mean that. It also means that sin affects your spirit and your soul and your body. Your soul meaning that it rearranges your mind, as it says in this verse, but even their mind and their conscience is defiled. Sin can cause you not to understand. It affects your ability to reason and to understand. This is also true in Romans 1:24. You'll find, actually in Romans 1:24 and 26 and 28, it mentions three things there. 3 times it mentions verse 24, God gave them up.
I don't have a mood for clowning right now.
Verse 28 is the most amazing one. It applies to this passage here, this particular podcast, because it says, he gave
I love
them up
Hitler.
to a reprobate mind. Their mind is twisted. Reprobate mind means you can't discern right and wrong and good and evil, because sin comes in. It destroys your ability to reason and to think.
Whatever you say.
Sin has 3 consequences, like the Bible says in John 10:10. The thief comes with the...
Enough.
Who's John 10:10? Is that like a
John
Ben 10?
10:10.
Is that a Ben 10 character? I'm confused.
I'm John Helldiver.
If the United States intervenes in
look.
Cuba,
Ah!
what might we expect? You know, everyone remembers Cuba from
Fat man.
1962. Missiles, Soviet ships, Kennedy, Khrushchev, and the world just kind of holding its breath.
He really is just
over
a
nuclear
worse
war.
self.
That is not today's Cuba. Not by a long
He's
shot.
like a significantly worse
Quick note,
self.
slides and the map that you're going to see in this video are available at ryanbeth.substack.com for paid subscribers. I think I'm the first person ever to develop an open source map.
Oh my God, shut up.
You're
Shut
a
up.
wanker.
Space in Cuba. It took me 6 days to do. So
Took me 6 days to do it.
Shut
Shut up.
ryanbeth.substack.com. But if you're military, you got a .mil address, send me an email. And if you genuinely
Shift and
can't
tab,
afford
I
this stuff,
can't
I'll
press
get it
at
to
the
you.
same time.
Shut the fuck up! One interesting thing is you can almost always identify
Oh my God, the
brigade
robots are
level
coming.
Cuban military compound
I
because
did mark
they have
them.
a baseball diamond inside of a running track. And it's, I thought that was kind of neat looking at these Cuban military bases. Now,
I got killed by a
today's
cyborg.
Cuban military is smaller, it's poorer, it's older, and it's far less capable than the Cold War force that sent forces to Angola and Ethiopia. But that doesn't mean it's harmless. The U.S. intervention in Cuba probably wouldn't be hard in the conventional sense. It's the unconventional sense that I'm worried about. The United States would likely win the air and naval fight like that. The real question is, can the U.S. defeat the Cuban military after 72 hours when they've dispersed into the jungle? The doctrine of Cuba's strategy really isn't built around defeating the United States and stand a fight. It's built around surviving the first punch, dispersing, mobilizing people, and making the invader pay for every road, port, town, tunnel, government building, everything. And this doctrine is usually called Guerra de todo el pueblo, or the war of the whole people. Cuban revolutionary leader Fidel Castro defined it as, when every house is a fortress, when every street, every tree has a man to defend it, the workers know how to fight, and on alongside that force, the force of the peasants, and every cooperative and every piece of land, who will be able to defeat this revolution? You know, if you are headed down to Cuba, you might want to wear a hat and some sunscreen. So let me tell you real quick about my skincare routine.
This is such a guy bathroom, right?
Fuck off.
Look, you know, I am 50 years old. I've been told to look 38. I've been told to look 40. Part of that is I have a skincare routine. Particle for Men helps a lot with that. There's nothing wrong with a guy having a skincare routine.
You look like
Guys
shit.
can have nice skin too. Let me show you this stuff works. Couple of pumps in your palm.
I'll give you some
you
pumps.
Take this stuff, you put it on your forehead, under your eyes, under your
I'll
nose.
put something on your
Where
forehead.
your mouth is down here, and then as well on your cheeks. And I like to rub a whole bunch on my neck here. Part of my deal is I'm a smoker. I don't want those lines around my mouth. And right now, what this stuff is doing is it's alleviating eye bags,
So
helping
many
alleviate
open
the dark
things.
spots, reducing your wrinkles, smoothing your skin, moisturizing your skin. It nourishes your skin with Dead Sea minerals. And let me tell you, right now, what's kind of nice about this stuff is it doesn't smell. Like, I don't smell like a girl. I won't smell like a girl walk into a bar.
Oh,
and
no,
like, what the
you
hell is
wouldn't
he
want
wearing?
to smell like a girl.
Check out Particle, my link below. Don't forget to use code Macbeth20 to get 20% off.
Who's
Look,
Macbeth?
give it a shot. It's worth it. I've had a skincare routine for years. It seems to work well for me.
Doubt it.
Cuban military information is messy. Cuba is opaque. Public order of battle information is old. It's incomplete. It's based on estimates. And one more note before I get started. Make sure you're subscribed and you click the bell. Only like 5% of my viewers are actually subscribed. So let's get started with Cuba's Revolutionary Armed Forces, or the FAR, the Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias. And they're kind of organized like a Soviet-influenced territorial defense force. Their defense ministry is located right across from the Plaza of the Revolution, but they are not the expeditionary Cuban military of the 1970s, 1980s. The modern FAR is mostly built to defend the island, protect the regime, control internal security, and preserve enough military capability to deter or complicate an invasion.
I already said there was a bunker.
2024 data kind of put the military force at around 49,000 active personnel.
Like right in the open.
We're talking 38,000 Army, 3,000 Navy, about 8,000 Air and Air Defense Force, backed up by reserves and a very large paramilitary structure that I'll get to.
Oh, that's my turret.
All of this sounds really impressive for a nation of 11 million people until you kind of look under the hood there. Their equipment is almost all legacy.
Hey, didn't you guys just surrender to Iran?
Some of it's in storage. Some of it's probably being kept alive by Cuban mechanics. Kind of.
I guess we'll try again
keeping those
in a different
Eisenhower
country.
era cars alive.
I guess we'll take Cuba.
Havana. And this isn't a joke. This is basically Cuban logistics. These are a people who know how to make, do, and repair. Full stop.
If Trump
they
invades
have a lot
Cuba,
of ingenuity.
sabotage is going to be everywhere.
Is commanded through the Ministry of Revolutionary Armed Forces, or MINFAR. This ministry commands the FAR and controls national defense preparation. They have authority over the Army, the Air Force, logistics, training, intelligence, air defense. Cuba's military branches are the Revolutionary Army, the Revolutionary Navy, the Anti-Aircraft Defense and Revolutionary Air Force, and there's also a paramilitary reserve structure, including the Youth Labor Army, Civil Defense, Territorial Militia, and Ministry of Interior Forces.
Child
so,
soldiers.
4 major branches. But the Cuban military is not just a military institution, it's also an economic institution. And that's where we have to talk about GESA, or the Grupo de Administración Empresarial S.A. This is Cuba's military-linked business conglomerate. They control Cuba's tourist hotels, Marriott banks, supermarkets, gas stations, currency exchanges. Outside estimates put GESA's control of the economy somewhere between 40% 70%. And it's such a big gap because the country is so opaque. We really don't know how much they control, but we know they're not accountable to the people. You know, Cuban people are paying a lot of money for gas or out of gas, and yet generals driving around in their staff cars. So in Cuba, the military isn't just defending the regime. In many ways, the military is the regime's economic backbone. It's actually quite similar to Iran and all of its IRGC-run businesses. Now let's talk about the major military districts. Cuba is divided into 3 major military districts or territorial commands. The Western Command covers Havana and the western half of the island. Central Command covers the center of the country and seems to be kind of the least important when it comes to equipment and bases. And finally, the Eastern Command, it covers the east of the island as well as the American base at Guantanamo, just kind of splitting the island roughly into thirds. Cuba's force structure is optimized for territorial defense. If war comes, the fight gets broken down into regions and provinces, municipalities, and local defense networks. Now, the Western Army is the big one. It protects Havana, which is the seat of the government, has major military installations, and it's the symbolic center of the regime. The Western Army is also the largest and most strategically important of the 3 territorial commands. The headquarters are right here on the outskirts of Havana. The Central Army seems to be somewhat more of a backwater. It's headquartered in Matanzas, and it doesn't seem to have either the importance of Havana nor the risk of U.S. forces at Guantanamo. It was actually very difficult to find information on the Central Army, and they still kind of remain opaque, but they don't seem to have nearly as many bases and equipment as the Eastern and Western Armies. And finally, the Eastern Army is headquartered in Holguin. And this also appears to be the location of a few training sites
including a training site for women. So it is the responsibility for protecting the country from the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo. That's the whole purpose of the Eastern Army. And for this purpose, Cuba maintains a border brigade in addition to the FAR, which watches U.S. naval assets there. This border brigade personnel are selected from among the best of the best, and they serve as volunteers. So if you're thinking about a U.S. invasion, Guantanamo is the obvious place to start, right? It's obvious because the U.S. already has a base there, but the Cubans have also spent decades thinking that this is where an attack is going to come from. So maybe this isn't the best place to invade from.
If America goes after Cuba and they free,
which could be used in an attack on the naval base at Guantanamo.
Old mate
now, we
whose
really
name
don't know
I'm
what
forgetting.
kind of drones they supposedly
That'd be
possess.
hilarious.
A one-way attack drone with a grenade or an explosive as a payload is a lot different than a Shahed 136.
Not like he's
that
on
can reach
US
Key
soil.
West or Miami. And at this time, Guantanamo has no anti-drone defenses.
Abu
which is
Zubaydah?
inexcusable. That
Yeah.
needs to get rectified immediately. There
Ouch.
are
That
American families. Let's cover the ground forces. Cuba's army is still the core of the FAR. The Cuban army has roughly 38,000 active personnel, about 39,000 army reserves. This force includes regional command headquarters, army command headquarters, special forces regiments, armored formations, mechanized brigades, frontier brigades, an airborne brigade, an air defense artillery regiment, a SAM brigade, and reserve infantry brigades. Readiness is assessed to be poor due to severely reduced training. It also assesses that the FAR is generally not capable of effective operations above battalion level, and much of their equipment is in storage or just unavailable on short notice. Cuba has a lot of equipment on paper, but paper doesn't shoot, move, and communicate. The FAR is mostly Soviet era, although some things have been heavily modified. Remember, I said these are a very industrious people who have a lot of ingenuity. Good example of this is the BTR-100, which is a Soviet BTR-60 armored personnel carrier with the main gun of a T-55 tank, 100mm gun. The Revolutionary Army is also reported to have 400 or so T-54, T-55, and T-62 tanks, although some of those tanks may have been cannibalized or modified. And they basically turn them into these Franken-tanks. Cuba also has around 500, 550 armored personnel carriers of the BMP-1, BTR-50, BTR-60,
Hopefully
and
this is in range.
BTR-152
Come on, be in range.
I found it very difficult to find any BMP-1s, but you do tend to see a lot of those BTRs.
Is it
and
shooting?
a lot of those BTR
Shoot it!
Now, supposedly the FAR also has large numbers, maybe up to 1,700 pieces of towed artillery.
It didn't hit it.
Artillery in the 122 and 152mm classes, as well as the BM-14.
It missed both
and,
drop ships.
Oh my god, that's a lot.
Rocket launchers. I would personally be more concerned about rocket or artillery bombardment of Guantanamo than I would be about drones. Cuba has been preparing to bombard Guantanamo for years. Like, this is nothing new. Someone just tacks the word drone onto it and everyone goes, oh my god, 300 drones. You see their artillery? So, I think we need to be worried about the artillery. Now, those numbers of equipment that Cuba has on paper sound kind of scary until you remember what a T-55 is. The T-55 entered service before many of my viewers' grandparents were born. A modern U.S. armored brigade, fighting that, there'd be no contest. I would even say FAR tanks would have a hard time against modern infantry armed with Javelin anti-tank missiles. But in a defensive fight from prepared positions, in cities, forests, fields of sugarcane, old weapons can still kill. But whether any of those vehicles have fuel for their operations or even fuel for drivers' training, it's unlikely. Although sources in Guantanamo Bay have said that the Border Brigade does have fuel for their vehicles. So yeah, the Cuban army is obsolete, but obsolete doesn't mean harmless. Also note that Cuba does have a special forces unit known as the Black Wasp. They have a headquarters in Havana, and apparently women may be permitted to join those units. And members of that particular unit
Cuba.
may have also been protecting Nicolas Maduro when we did that snatch and grab against him. Now, on to Cuba's Air Force. During the Cold War, Cuba had one of the most serious air forces in Latin America. MiG-21s, MiG-23s. Later, they had MiG-29s. Today, Cuba has around 10 or so combat-capable aircraft, likely only MiG-21s. And these are aircraft from the 1950s, 1960s. Plus Mi-35 and Mi-17 helicopters, along with much of the aviation fleet reportedly in storage. I could not find any MiGs at all during my searching, but they may be in torrents.
What'd you do?
I did
Just
find some
ran over the
helicopters
guy,
at San
but also
Antonio
broke
Air
down a
Base,
fence.
along with disused military ramps at places like Baracoa. Again, it is likely there is little fuel to fly these aircraft, as well as little fuel for training flights, which are required for pilots to maintain proficiency. If the U.S. intervenes in Cuba, the Cuban Air Force
What the fuck do you mean intervene, cunt?
They will likely be destroyed on the ground within the first few minutes.
It's
of the
called
but the Cuban Air Force isn't the main threat.
Invasion.
However, that's not the
You
case.
fat
for air defense
fuck.
now. Cuba's air defense is one of the most interesting parts of this order of battle. And I actually found a few surface-to-air missile sites.
I hope
on
their
my map,
artillery
which, again,
can
you
reach
get at
Florida.
live.subject.com. Cuba would likely rely on surface-to-air missiles and air defense artillery in response to attacking air forces. They wouldn't be able to scramble planes off the ground. And current public inventory
You wanna bet?
includes several layers.
You
Cuba
think they're
has
not gonna
older,
see you cunts coming?
short-range and point defense surface-to-air missiles, including the SA-6, SA-8, and SA-9, as well as some medium systems like the SA-2 Guideline and SA-3 Goa. In addition to this, there are man-portable air defense systems, including the Strela 2, Strela 3, Igla type shoulder-fired heat-seeking missiles, and they have an insane amount of.
Hey, they work pretty good against stealth
artillery,
planes.
ZSU-23-4s, ZSU-57-2s, S-60s,
Freedom's getting my
KS-19s,
fellow hell buddy.
ZU-23s. Although again,
Exactly.
all those systems, with the exception of some of the towed guns and manpads, they require
LGBTQ.
fuel to operate and train with in order to.
Did you see what I named the stream?
Now, supposedly,
No, I
regarding
didn't.
these SA-3s, in 2025, this Belarusian defense company modernized Cuban SA-3 systems. The article doesn't specify Cuba,
right.
but it references like a friendly country in the Caribbean, and they have imagery implying Cuba. They also said that 4 missiles were launched successfully against aerial targets.
Wow.
So I wouldn't count these systems out. An SA-3 shot down an American stealth fighter in 1999. The Serbian who sent me that...
The Serbian?
I can't move. That patch right over there, that flag, and that patch, they also sent me a die-cast stealth fighter. You earned that one fair and square, Serbs, right?
Hey!
But man-pads and anti-aircraft artillery...
That's inappropriate.
Aren't a joke.
It took
they
it to the
likely
foot.
brought down an American F-15 and an American A-10 recently in Iran. With the right ambush tactics and the right conditions, even anti-aircraft systems can be deadly. And there's a non-zero chance that some crews have maintained proficiency on these systems. However, against the U.S. campaign, SA-2s, SA-3s, they're not going to create this Iraqi-style integrated air defense system from 1991. The U.S. has spent decades figuring out how to find, jam, suppress, deceive, and destroy these systems. I cover it all in my book, Lies to Rule Men, where the 77 Fighter Squadron
You gotta heal
goes
before
against
running
Desert
through the
Sands.
fire.
I mean, we have this
I
down
just
to
dive
the
through it.
science.
No,
The
I
bigger
fucking
threat
stabbed my
is
neck
that
and then
Cuba
ran
creates
through
enough
and then
risk with their air defense systems so that helicopters
Yeah, I don't even
and
think a
transport
fire
aircraft
extinguisher is gonna
and
help
close
there.
air support have to slow down their op
100%.
tempo and spend time
gotta eat
kind of
breakfast.
reducing the network in order to implement
Breakfast?
major
That's
combat
for
operations.
fucking weaklings.
Next, let's talk about
That's
the
for
Cuban Navy.
liberals.
First off, they're not going to steam out and fight the U.S. Navy. That's not happening. With the age of their ships, with their fuel situation, it's not even likely that they can even leave port. There is a Coast Guard or Marina de Guerra Revoluciona, which is a coastal defense force with no
You don't need
capability to
breakfast,
sustain
you need to
operations
dive again.
beyond territorial waters. Cuba also no longer has functional submarines.
What?
in its
You'll be
inventory,
dead before you're
and,
hungry.
there's
Cuba has
about a
submarine?
dozen or so surface
That's right.
vessels that are combat capable. Again, though, they may be out of fuel. The Navy is organized into Western and Eastern commands. On paper, the inventory includes 2 Rio de Muli patrol combat
Man, at
vessels,
this
armed
rate,
with Styx-type
maybe America
anti-ship
will
missiles,
need that golden
7mm
dome.
guns and helicopter landing platforms. These systems are actually
Maybe that's why he
repurposed,
commissioned it.
Spanish fishing trawlers. They have one Project 124 PE POC-2 patrol combatants.
known as the
6
POC-2.
Project 205 OSA 2 fast attack boats, although the missiles on those OSA 2s may have been removed. The Cuban Navy also has coastal defense artillery and anti-ship missiles, including reportedly Bandera 4s, which are Cuban variants of the SSC-3 stick systems. These are anti-ship cruise missiles, which are basically weapons from the 1960s. But just because they're old doesn't mean they can't work. The U.S. Navy has some pretty good countermeasures, but sometimes the bad guys get lucky. Finally, the Ministry of the Interior Border Guards adds around 6,500 personnel.
What are you talking
roughly
about?
20 patrol craft, including Stanka and
Stanka?
type boats. Again, it's all
You
assumed
can't
they
call it
include
that.
in a U.S. intervention, the Cuban Navy probably gets neutralized within the first 48.
Neutralized ground orb.
Cuba could theoretically lay mines, and they may have practiced this capability, but the mines look like very old World War II contact mines, which can still be a threat, and they can still impede operations, but they're not going to be as advanced as, let's say, Iranian floating or self-propelled mines. Next, let's talk about personnel. Cuba's military remains heavily conscript-based. Cuban men were historically required to perform compulsory military service, with the term reduced from 3 years to 2 years in 1991. Young Cubans are usually not called up for conscription until age 17, but registration begins after the 16th birthday. Traditionally, this is for 2 years of service.
I don't know what they were talking
Women
about.
are not subject to conscription, but women can volunteer after turning 16 for the voluntary female service program. In fact, I believe I found their female training site here. There is a tradition of female military service in the Revolutionary Cuban Army of the 1950s, and the famous Mariana Garales Women's Platoon is kind of an example of that. Today, female service is relatively rare and mainly limited to administrative, medical, security, and technical positions, although there doesn't appear to be any kind of prohibition on women in combat roles. Although in that capacity, it appears they're primarily involved in air defense and border guard roles. And again, some women may serve in special forces. Cuba also has a large reserve and paramilitary system with 39,000 Army reservists, 26,000 or so active gendarme paramilitary, including state security and border guards, 70,000 youth labor army, or Ergativa Juvenile de Trabajo, also known as EJT reservists.
You know, when somebody's new at the game, when they bring two support weapons,
and there are an
into a
estimated
mission.
1 million territorial militia reservists. And that million militia number sounds huge.
Well, it depends. I sometimes bring
a 1 million person territorial
rockets
militia is
and
a
a
machine
but
gun
he
for
brought
modern army.
a laser cannon and a stalwart.
Like the Iranian besieged.
Maybe you want to change it up.
So,
like two things that do the same role, except the laser cannon's far better.
Coercion,
The stalwart can suppress, but
mobilization.
I don't know if the laser
Or like
cannon
building
can.
fighting positions and placing landmines and obstacles. Just general labor. They also train to provide security at selected facilities. They do traffic control. They direct military convoys.
But the laser cannon
and they
can
can act
open
as a
up
guerrilla force in
gonna
the invasion.
The
in
containers,
addition to this force
'cause
is
it's
a
got
youth
demo
labor
force.
army, which is really just organized labor.
That's why I bring it most of the
and
time.
direct minfar control, and they perform like basic economic tasks like farming. I found two of their
seekers
bases here on the map.
I'll normally use grenades as
a good
utility.
equivalent of the youth labor army would be the American Civilian Conservation Corps,
Grenade go
which
boom.
kind of created a pathway of fit, disciplined men who would later fight in World War II. So, although the youth labor army are laborers, they do receive some military preparation. In wartime, they would supplement regular and reserve ground forces.
The diligence?
They really only get basic infantry training, light weapons, and they don't partake in exercises with like regular and reserve forces consistently, making their combat effectiveness very questionable. So Cuba's manpower reserve is real, but its combat quality really just varies dramatically. Now let's talk about fuel. Military power runs on fuel. This is one of those obvious things that people forget because, tanks are exciting, right? But logistics is boring, and logistics wins wars. Reuters reported in May of 2026 that Cuba's energy minister said the country had run completely out of diesel and fuel oil with no reserves. And parts of Havana were suffering blackouts 20 to 22 hours a day. where it is also reported that gasoline and diesel prices nearly doubled. Well, many public filling stations in Havana remain closed, and Cuba has essentially received no oil shipments since a Russian tanker delivery in March, late March. This is catastrophic for military readiness. Tanks need diesel, SAM radars need diesel, trucks need diesel, training needs diesel. It is possible that the military has fuel reserves, but lack of fuel makes it a lot more difficult to train. You can have 400 tanks on paper, but if you don't have fuel, then you don't have 400 tanks. And this is kind of why the Cuban military's actual combat readiness is probably worse than the equipment tables suggest. Fuel shortages degrade mobility and training, but they also don't make every single rifle disappear. They don't erase tunnels, they don't make militia members forget how to plant a landmine, and they don't make a city easy to occupy and pacify. So what happens if the U.S. invades? This is not an endorsement of an invasion, but I am going to give you kind of an analytical strategy here, or an analytical scenario. There's basically two options, a surgical strike or an invasion. And both of those scenarios, they start off the same. First phase is information gathering. We are likely in the information gathering phase right now. Well, the Wall Street Journal recently reported that Triton drones and rivet joint electronic surveillance aircraft are already circling the island. I mentioned these rivet joint aircraft in my novel. Rise to Rule Men. Yeah, I was part of the 77th doing electronic orderly battle confirmation.
So I guess the
against
spear
Desert
doesn't
Sands.
hit these
And you
things,
can get that book on Amazon or Audible, by the way. These rivet joint aircraft, they suck up electronic radar emissions and signal.
Oh, maybe it does.
To identify where the bad guys are. Next,
You
the
just
U.S.
missed.
would likely isolate the island, control the maritime
You just
approaches,
missed.
which I believe we're already doing, and suppress
What do you
Cuban
mean?
air defenses.
You
this
missed.
prevents the Cuban
I
army
took it
from
out.
moving forces.
Yeah, the first shot you missed.
Cuba would
I
likely
didn't
respond
shoot.
by dispersing.
I only shot one.
Mobilizing their territorial
I
defense structure.
thought you said, "Oh, I guess I can't damage
Heading
it."
into the hills, heading into the jungle.
The spear locks
and
on.
activating those local defense plans. And here's kind of where the plan diverges, depending on what President Trump wants to do. We either prefer snatch and grab against Raul Castro, or we perform an actual intervention invasion. The snatch and grab would likely look like the raid against Nicolas Maduro, and it would be over within one period of darkness. After which, we'd likely go to the current Cuban president, Miguel Diaz-Canel, and just offer him a deal. Step down or play ball. If you won't play ball,
Isn't
then
the Castro
we
guy
keep
like
bombing
old
until
as
we
fuck?
find someone who will. Or we head right to the invasion. In any kind of invasion, Miguel Diaz-Canel will likely not
So
survive.
when it opens its mouth, the spear can shoot in.
So here's what the invasion would probably look like. Phase one is the air fight. The U.S. wins the air fight, period. End of story. Cuba's fighter force is too small, it's too old, and they likely don't have fuel. They won't be able to hold out against U.S. Air Force for long. They'll likely be destroyed on the ground in one period of darkness. But wins the air fight doesn't mean zero losses, right? We still have Cuban surface to missiles, anti-aircraft artillery, man pads, all those things can still be dangerous. Especially the helicopters, drones, low-flying aircraft, close air support aircraft, rescue aircraft. And it's also likely that we would destroy almost all of Cuba's medium and short-range anti-aircraft radars during one period of darkness, although units that kept the radars off and are mobile, they may survive. We would likely gain air superiority within 48 hours, although man-portable air defenses would still be fine. Phase two is a naval fight. The U.S. Navy would not be seriously challenged by the Cuban Navy in open water. Cuba doesn't actually need to win a naval battle. It needs to make the ports and coastal areas annoying and dangerous. So we're talking mines, small boats, coastal missiles. Those are likely the problems that we would see. The Cuban Navy is weak, but coastal defense is it's not the same thing as blue water naval warfare. We would likely concentrate our forces on 2 or 3 specific beachheads.
May the Cuban
the 22nd
Army
Marine Expeditionary Unit, or the MEU,
land all their
with,
missiles.
USS Iwo Jima, amphibious assault ship, and the USS Fort Lauderdale amphibious transport dock. They're already in the Caribbean. They're ready to go. The MEU normally carries about 2,200 Marines, along with aviation, logistics, engineering assets, water purification, and roughly 1,100 direct combat troops are in that mix. This particular MEU seems a little bit smaller. They lack that additional amphibious transport dock, usually there's 2, so the 22nd MEU might be a little bit smaller. Next, you'd have the actual ground fight. This is kind of where the war changes. If the objective is regime change, and somebody eventually has to occupy key objectives. Those key objectives would likely be Havana for its port, airfield, and government buildings. I would also say Santiago for its port and airfield, which allows us to bring in humanitarian supplies. From there, we could push deeper into the interior if needed, capture key
Sorry we
terrain
destroyed
like,
everything.
Maestra
Here's
and,
some food,
Escamilla
though.
Mountains. And the operation would likely look like an amphibious landing. There might be an airborne component, likely involving the 82nd Airborne out of Fort Bragg. It's a great way of getting a brigade of soldiers somewhere very, very quickly, and they know how to do that well. So how would Cuba fight back if it chooses to do so? We have to start with the question of whether the population is willing to fight. If Cuba offers sacrifice and the United States offers food and gasoline and democracy, you know, what are you going to pick, right? Now, the militia could compel you to comply at least until the militia stops receiving orders, and at that point, essentially, the militia turns into an armed gang. Miners went for the hills? No! But a lot of people forget that in the first few weeks of Operation Iraqi Freedom, we had the Iraqi population 100% on our side. It wasn't until when we started screwing up, firing people, that sectarian violence began and nationalist groups started fighting for the militia. Cuba has a very literate population. They have deep internal security apparatuses and a long tradition of political surveillance. So some people might be compelled to fight because someone's watching. Does it mean that every Cuban would fight? Probably not. You know, many Cubans are furious with the regime. Many want change. Many would probably sit it out. Many would probably protect their relatives, protect their neighbors, or simply try to survive. Kind of like what we're seeing in Iran. Well, we're wondering, how come these guys haven't rebelled? Well, they're probably afraid to, or they're sticking at home with their families to see which way the wind blows. I can see the Cubans doing that too. I could also see some militia violating orders and protecting the towns from other militia and from the Americans, kind of like the Mexican auto defenses do against drug cartels. But enough people with rifles and local knowledge and political motivation can make an occupation very, very painful for the U.S. And the major difference between Cuba and Iraq is that the religious differences aren't there. Most people in Cuba are Catholic. You know, that Sunni Shia split like you saw in Iraq. So you might see roadside bombs in Cuba, but you likely wouldn't see suicide bombers. That being said, Cuba has prepared for a U.S. invasion for years. They have miles of tunnels. We saw how that went for Israel and Gaza. The primary threat has always been seen as a direct attack from Guantanamo, and Guantanamo is surrounded by border brigades. We can assume that Cuba will be prepared for any sort of invasion from Guantanamo Bay, which is why I don't think that Guantanamo Bay will play that big of a part in any kind of invasion. In some ways, keeping Marines in Guantanamo also keeps a significant portion of the Cuban army occupied, prevents them from leaving. That's actually another plot point in my novel Eyes to Roll Men, where Deseret's Marine unit was pinned in one place by an amphibious ready group offshore. So what could Cuba actually do to prevent an invasion? They don't have a lot of options. Honestly, this is kind of an evil thing to do, but it's something that might work, and that would be to attack and take prisoners near American cruise ships in Cuba. At the time of me writing this video, the Disney Destiny and the Carnival Horizon are operating near Cuba as if nothing is going to happen. If Cuba took prisoners from these two cruise ships, they might be able to take a page from the Hamas playbook and just kind of release them little by little until a favorable administration is elected. And this would likely buy the Cuban regime more time, maybe even enough time to last until the midterm elections, which could see the majority party flip in Congress, and then maybe you get a more Cuban-friendly
Cuba actively said, all you have to do is stop and we will release them.
Finally, the Cuban military
and stay on that point.
The U.S. Army out in the open. It's built to make sure
America's
the US doesn't get
losing
cheap,
the PR war as well.
victory. And honestly, that's probably enough. So again, the slides and maps for this are available at ryanpet.substack.com. Only $5. If you're military and you genuinely can't afford it, send me an email. I'll get it to you. Grab my this meeting could have been SIG shirt at Bunker Branding.
Nah.
Thank you guys so much for watching.
I'm good, bro.
I have to work in the skiff. Maybe I'll just take my phone in the skiff.
Oh my God.
Hey kid, what's going on? Think tank. You know,
so
Taking
far.
a phone into the skiff isn't cool. It can really hurt your friends.
Oh
But
my
a t-shirt
God.
or hoodie from Bunker Branding sure is cool. Wow! This meeting could have been signals intelligence. That's like every meeting. And Bunker Branding has all sorts of other merchandise.
Intel Light, Air Assault, Live Laugh Launch for Destroyer, Trident, HIMARS, and Patriot. Think outside the bomb. Drones meet drone. Department of the Boat People, Landmine, and even the tow missile. It would behoove you to grab one today.
You know, I don't think you can smoke in here. Oh, I'm not smoking. I'm just holding a lit cigarette in my mouth. Now I know. And knowing is half the battle.
That was awful.
I mean, he's an awful human being, so what do you expect?
The United
Frontline.
States has launched defensive strikes in southern Iran.
Do you see I found that death of a terrorist one? The IRA one? I sent you the link. Here, come take backpack. Oh, you have one.
Yeah, I have a spear. That's why I've been taking all the shit down from a distance. It's great. You don't even need to get close.
Why is this doofus not fucking taking it?
He's a doofus.
Moron coded.
Enemy patrol north.
Whatever,
Requesting
dumbass.
air support.
Fire tornado! If I'm low on spear rockets, though, and I remember you have that. Do you send me this?
Maybe.
Goblin.
Yes, goblin.
Do you think you could beat a goblin in a fight? No.
Probably not.
Oh yeah, I kicked the shit out of it.
I've fallen down a bit of a rabbit hole recently.
See that 93% of those who voted in the poll voted for goblin mode.
Because here's the thing. One wouldn't expect an imaginary little creature from the 12th century to still hold relevance in modern society. And yet...
goblins are everywhere.
The
You
word
should
of the
watch
year
our
is,
stream.
quote, goblin mode?
So, what is it about these freaky dudes that have kept them a fixture of popular culture? And what does it say about the human condition?
Nothing. It ain't that deep.
Goblin!
So, the first problem is a lack of data. Traditional folkloric models of goblins as ill-intentioned sprites are fairly well documented. But to understand modern perceptions of the time fellows, I'm gonna have to ask some strange questions. What color do you associate with goblins?
It's green.
Green.
Like a light green?
For some reason, I think green.
Using a list of 16 curated goblin questions, I interviewed other YouTube creators, and anyone I could corner, to fill in a collective mental portrait
Where's
of the
my shit?
contemporary goblin.
God damn it, leave me alone! Shut the fuck up! I wasn't rezzed on my shit! Go away, robot! Oh my god!
I could also just be thinking about Yoda. And pretty quickly, an unexpected pattern emerged. That being that people have very strong opinions on what goblins are.
Oh my god,
and
this
aren't.
is the worst res of all time.
No.
Absolutely, goblins can have fur.
Which is interesting.
Not only
because,
was it not on my
goblins aren't
shit, it was
real.
where the
That's
bots
something
dropped.
everyone I interviewed agreed on. So why does such a strong mental image of them live in our minds? What seemingly vital role are they filling in our society?
That's more than enough, you foolish goblin. Spider-Man.
Conventional wisdom would put goblins in the category of monster,
My shit,
and
it's like on the other
anthropologically
side of the
speaking,
fucking
nearly all
map.
mythic
Are we for
monsters
real right
represent
now?
a dominant fear.
Yeah, I don't know
Here's
why
the
you dropped you
problem.
there.
The question of
I'm just gonna
would you be
fucking
frightened by
kill
a goblin
myself at this
was met
point.
with
Oh wait, I
fairly
can't. I have no
mixed
grenades.
responses.
I literally could spear this fabricator.
Sort of depends on how many of them there are.
Oh, it's, I got it. I got it.
Monkeys. It does seem reasonable to be apprehensive towards an entity with malicious intent, and even the looser interpretations of goblins tend to act violently. But unlike almost every other folkloric monster, there's also seemingly a sense that when it comes down to it, goblins are kind of pushovers. When I asked people if they thought they could defeat a goblin, most said yes, and a lot of initial no's turned into maybes upon reflection.
Yes, but can you catch it?
I'd probably be able to get a few
Bro.
solid, like, punches in.
You're in the forest. It might be hard to defeat, but if it's in my house, I'm kicking it to death.
This just doesn't fit with the typical terror-instilling model of monsterhood. So if goblins aren't conventional monsters, what are they? Time to dig deeper. So tracing backwards, in 1937, Tolkien dropped a banger called The Hobbit, which helped establish goblins as they're most often depicted today. In conjunction with The Lord of the Rings, these books help found concepts like how goblins are evil's most basic foot soldiers, how they use crude weaponry, how they come from the mud and slime.
The goblin birthing pits, your majesties. I'm being born.
That's pretty neat.
However, Tolkien's goblins were still physically formidable. It might surprise you to hear that the original books made no distinction between goblins and orcs. Those were just two names for the same entity. But to avoid confusion, the Jackson films decided to treat them as two distinct creatures, helping to cement goblins as the lesser, more easily dispatched cannon fodder they're now often treated as.
Dear Magic the Gathering, I'm returning your stupid goblin card. He's weak.
The idea that goblins are the puniest of the puny, the level 1 enemies of fantasy, has been further spread by video games and RPGs.
They're the butt of the joke, the easiest thing to kill, whatever.
Sorry lads, but have goblins always been this way? The other most obvious archetype to slot goblins into is that of the trickster figure. The pre-Tolkien goblins of medieval Europe were often depicted as greedy fey folk who manipulated people into bad deals.
Okay, who took my watch?
Some of this is historically linked to appalling anti-Semitism, though goblin tricksters in folklore spring from broader sources than these destructive caricatures. Many global cultures tell of creatures that could be classified as goblin-adjacent, and though one should hesitate before assigning the term goblin to disparate figures, there's ultimately strong evidence that devious little mischief makers are a cultural universal.
Flip this table!
But much like how goblins fail to be as frightening as a traditional monster, they don't seem as skilled at deceiving people as the traditional trickster. Would you trust a goblin to keep its promise?
Of course not. No.
All of these types of creatures are associated with being tricksters.
If some random human on the street was like, if you get me this magical staff, I'll give you a giant pile of gold, I'd probably be like, no.
And this isn't necessarily a modern shift. Tallying up various tales, goblins in folklore rarely succeeded at outwitting their targets. They honestly have more in common with the villains of slapstick cartoons than the traditional tricksters of mythology. They seem less the coyote of indigenous American tradition and more the coyote of a Roadrunner short. So if goblins aren't traditional monsters or tricksters, what role are they serving? Well, at this point in my research process, I had one more idea. There's a long history of house sprites, often labeled as goblins, being used to rationalize why household objects so often go missing.
Trolls exist. They steal your socks, but only the left ones. What's with that?
These sorts of legends likely serve to make
That's a
mundane
troll, not a
misfortunes
goblin.
more exciting, so I figured maybe that idea still holds true. Would you be excited if a goblin was behind an object disappearing?
I'd be kind of freaked out.
I would not be excited at all.
That would ruin my life. How would you ever recover?
Huh. Okay, so sounded like a no on that explanation. I needed to change tactics. I figured it was possible that a lack of a concrete definition for goblin was skewing my results. After all, historically the term was something of a catch-all. There was no clear division between things like gnomes, fairies, and goblins. So I devised a test to see if that's still the case, and the results were...
That's a goblin.
A goblin.
A goblin.
Definitely could be a goblin.
That's gotta be a gnome.
That's a garden gnome.
That's gotta be a fairy.
He looks. Oh wait, no, I didn't see the wings. The wings scream fairy.
A goblin. Number 2 is a garden gnome.
This is a goblin.
And number 3 is a fairy.
Goblin, gnome, fairy.
So yeah, everyone knew what a goblin was. Even my attempts at tricking folks with the least goblin-looking goblin I could think of.
So that's David Bowie.
Okay, that's just David Bowie.
Still didn't work.
He was the Goblin King in
It
that,
literally
right?
dropped it
Babe with the
upside down.
power of voodoo.
The vehicle?
Evidently, everyone interviewed had a clear mental image of goblins.
Lucky all I
Yet
wanted
I
was
was no
supplies.
closer to figuring out why goblins are so enduring. But I could get to the bottom of this. I had to.
Can I ask what made you want to ask this question?
My interest in goblins is not a recent development. In fact, what inspired me to make this video is a hypothetical that I used to spring on people when I was younger.
You like 'em
for
'cause they're thick, short
reasons
sticks,
that now
huh?
escape me. It goes like this. Say you're walking with a friend late at night, and a goblin leapt from their pocket. Then said
Kill it.
goblin stole your ear. What's your immediate reaction?
There's so much happening.
Extreme confusion.
So I'd be like standing there with blood coming out of the side of my head.
It would fundamentally shake my understanding of how the entire universe works.
This question is, admittedly, pretty deranged, and yet I've kept asking it because I keep getting different answers.
I think my first impulse would be to interrogate my friend. I'd be like, did you know?
My reaction would be to confront it or chase after it.
Silly as it may be, people engage with this hypothetical extremely thoroughly. There is something about it that captures the imagination.
It would feel like my entire life was a lie.
It totally depends on so many things. Do I get my ear back? Is my friend a sorcerer or not? Can I learn magic is a big one.
I accept that this question is messy and bizarre, but I think that's why I've always enjoyed asking it. Always delighted in the strange answers, always craved that feeling of going goblin mode.
Why do people enter goblin mode? Because look at the studies.
Sometimes the answers have been staring you in the face all along. In 2022, Goblin Mode, defined as the rejection of societal expectations in a hedonistic manner, was named Oxford Dictionary's Word of the Year. At the time, I was glad to have my unhinged fascination with the creatures be somewhat validated, but it wasn't until late into making this video that I considered the significance of this trend. Because it's a pretty big shift, right? To see goblins as aspirational, to seek to emulate their greedy, messy, and chaotic lifestyle.
No one can tell me no!
In a way, it seems bewildering, if not downright ill-advised, and in a way, it seems completely logical.
It's a response to this idea of on social media, everyone's, putting on makeup all the time, making things look so good.
If I've concluded one thing from my research, it's that goblins are folklorically destined to be failures. Failed monsters, failed fighters, failed tricksters. But wouldn't that take the pressure off if your narrative burden was not to be a protagonist, but some unimportant, skulking creature unencumbered by lofty expectations? Now more than ever, there is pressure on humans to be perfect. Perfect in a way that ignores the fact that we, at our core, are creatures. In our current culture, to live without performance, to accept one's own visceral oddities, has become something of a radical act. So is it any wonder one might find philosophical solace in those iconic little freaks?
People want to be happier, so they're going goblin mode.
I have to wonder if that, more than any other factor, is what has made the goblin archetype so enduring. The simple joy of seeing a gross, feral creature and thinking to yourself, that would be nice. And, okay, I cannot say with any confidence that when ancient people looked at depictions of goblins, they saw a cathartic embodiment of the id. Maybe they looked at goblins and just went, ah! But I do know this. I am something of a reserved person in my personal life, who would rather miss a bus than ask someone when the next one comes. So where did I find the energy to ask a bunch of very patient people such bizarre questions? Was that my inner goblin manifesting, working through me, ignoring social guidelines? And seeing how everyone I interviewed had fun, is it such a bad thing to occasionally indulge one's inner goblin? I've been wondering lately if goblins have even more to teach us. Deep into the rabbit hole of research, I discovered the Goblin Core subreddit, which to my surprise was not filled with images of tiny gremlins, but instead snapshots of mushrooms and moss. Even more surprising was that it was a community of over 100,000 people. Goblin Core, as it turns out, is defined as a subculture inspired by the folklore of goblins centered on an appreciation of natural ecosystems not typically considered beautiful. And though I was vaguely familiar with the concept, as was the case with Goblin Mode, I had never considered its full social significance. Cause in the same way the more goblinish parts of ourselves are often suppressed, we have a habit of undervaluing certain parts of the natural world for being too strange or slimy. The reality of nature as a creeping, wriggling, writhing thing is one people have historically had trouble confronting. In this way, mushrooms are the perfect representation of this trend. Aside from possessing a certain je ne sais quoi of goblinness, you know what I'm talking about. In the Middle Ages, fungus was associated with devious fey creatures, with rings of mushrooms considered the gathering place of otherworldly spirits. With the role they play in breaking down dead matter and their potential to be poisonous, it is in some ways understandable that such life forms would be the impetus for various dark legends. But mushrooms, like most aspects of the natural world, are not deontologically evil. In fact, they play a critical role in the health of most ecosystems. Their task of decomposition might not be pleasant, but the unpleasantries of nature are no less important. They might even be worth placing on a pedestal. As our culture has reevaluated the value of things which are goblin adjacent, perhaps it should come as no surprise that depictions of goblins themselves have gone through a quiet renaissance. From Dungeons and Dragons to video games, more sympathetic portraits of goblins seem to be emerging, and if you're familiar with the arc most historical monsters have followed, this shouldn't come as a surprise. I've discussed before how the longer a monster exists as a cultural touchstone, the more likely it is that creative works will emerge that consider said creature's perspective. This is probably the natural result of
trying to
human
get this
empathy,
dropship
where the more one is
with
exposed
the
to
AA.
depictions of a non-human entity, the more likely it is they'll find
Go,
something
go, go,
relatable
fire!
about them. I actually remember the very moment this happened to me vis-a-vis goblins.
Fire! It's right there!
Hey, Mom. Wait,
So, there's this scene in the Two Towers where a group of goblins, in this version of orcs, are debating with the Uruk-hai whether or not they can eat the hobbits. It's a pretty freaky sequence, and not one that necessarily invites you to consider the social complexities of the monsters involved. But as the scene wraps up, an orc disobeys orders, and the lead Uruk-hai beheads him and says... Okay. I know it sounds trivial, but this line really threw me when I was younger. Because orcs have menus? They understand the concept of ordering cuisine based on personal preference? It just brought up so many questions. Are there orc restaurants that they go to after assailing Middle-earth? Do they have a tipping culture? And if these menus are a written list, does that mean there's orc literacy? Is there a market in Mordor for, like, orc books? I recognize that pondering the potential intricacies of orc culture is not the point of this scene. Right after the line drop, all the orcs straight up eat the dead one. But I think questions of orc-goblin complexity is a natural byproduct of how much time the films spend with them. Like, I also love the scene where an orc argues with Saruman over realistic production output like a beleaguered HR rep.
I want them armed and ready to march within 2 weeks.
But my lord, there are too many. They cannot all be armed in time. We don't have the means.
And I think it's telling that the internet has taken note of how relatable the scene is. I obviously don't approve of Mordor, but an orc or goblin's lot in life is not irrelevant to us. Even though new cultural conceptions of goblins and goblinness have begun to emerge, I wasn't entirely sure what those I interviewed would make of sympathetic goblins. Do you think a goblin could be friendly?
The possibility of them not being friendly
mine.
seems like weirder to me.
I could befriend one of them the same way I could imagine befriending a soot sprite out of a Miyazaki film.
If I was friends with a goblin for a really long time and I asked him, like, can you help me move this weekend? And he was like, yeah, I'll be there, I promise. I would like to think I could trust him.
Clearly, more complex portraits of goblins have entered the public consciousness. However, it's equally notable that people object to goblin depictions that are overly tame.
It's like someone took a goblin and left it in a glass of water for like a week and everything was worn away. It's the river-smoothed stone of goblins.
Ultimately, I think the fouler, more visceral side of goblins is part of what makes them special, even as we reassess whether they should serve as cautionary tales or lifestyle inspiration. Goblins can, and perhaps should, contain multitudes.
I started meditating and doing yoga.
Better you
now
died
I can
there
see
anyway.
with my heart and smell with my soul.
There's a goblin that
Oh, wait, you
lives
dropped
in
all your
each of our
samples,
heads.
huh?
A feral being, unbound by perfectionism, accepting of failure, content to be a creature. And maybe that's
I'll
a
go
good
back together,
thing,
it's alright.
even a vital thing. To be able to accept that sometimes what one really needs is to nap,
get a
scratch
car.
oneself, and eat 200 pretzels. To be able to appreciate the unusual, untraditional aspects of the world. To be able to get a strange, authentic
this.
joy out of collecting objects of no particular value and calling it a hoard. All of these are paths towards accepting one's inner self. Perhaps it is no great mystery why goblins are so widespread. Perhaps there are 8.2 billion of them. Also, in terms of smaller numbers that mean the absolute world to me, this channel recently passed 1 million subscribers, which I
Wow.
truly cannot believe. I
Tiny.
still run the channel as a one-person show, and I cannot express how unbelievably grateful I am to everyone who has tuned in to
Update on the war. The Strait of Hormuz is closed again. Why? Because Israel belligerently refuses to pull out of Lebanon. Yeah, I mean, we all kind of saw this coming, right? The United States actually seems pretty pressed about this. There's been a push for talks to resume. I don't know how well those talks are going to go for a couple of reasons. First of all, rather than acknowledging his own government's effort to negotiate a withdrawal from Lebanon, the only post Netanyahu's made on the subject, at least as of my last checking, nope. Whole bunch of geopolitics happening right now, and in spite of it, the only thing Netanyahu has posted is, as I instructed, the IDF struck powerfully 150 Hezbollah targets in Lebanon and eliminated dozens of terrorists. So there you go. That's what. So, not looking great on his front with regard to cooperation on the deal for him to not do this anymore. Even more pressingly is the statement put out by Ben-Gvir, which is legitimately the most Hitler thing anyone has ever said. Possibly including Hitler. Just gonna read it. For every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. With all due respect to the Americans, Israel must make it clear to the entire world that the blood of our sons and the security of our citizens are not forfeit. All of Lebanon must burn. Our supreme duty is to protect the citizens of Israel and the soldiers of
Fucking
the IDF.
someone kill this guy.
Precedence over all other consideration. I told the Prime Minister, even in our private meetings, for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. Enough with the ping pong. In the Middle East, you
Nah,
don't
for
win
real,
with measured
fuck this guy.
responses and restraint.
Put a bullet
you
in
need to
it.
go berserk, to obliterate, to crush the terror. I don't think even Nazis said anything close to that. It is worth remembering that the Nazis did posture about, like, liberating Western Europe. Like, they did at
fascist
least
death.
at times bother to pretend that they were doing some kind of, like, grand European reunification. At least Ben-Gvir is being more honest, you know? This reads like every other post in Hebrew online. It is legitimately one of the most deranged things that I've ever seen any government official ever say, and this is from the security minister of a U.S. ally. This is, like, every time Ben-Gvir takes a shit, a U.S. senator wipes for him. Like, the idea that... I just can't believe that for years we've all been gaslit, like we've all had to pretend that this is not what they're like. You know? It's, again, like, it's, you know, liberals don't even try to explain to you how Israel isn't Nazi Germany anymore. They just look at you like this. No, yeah, like not even an attempt to come across as reasonable. And it shows you how detached they are, in spite of the fact that Israel's behavior has always been moderated by modern geopolitics. Like, if it was the 1940s, Israel already would have done, like, a Holocaust-style execution of all non-Jewish that they can get their hands on. The only thing keeping them from building full-on, like, Auschwitz-style death camps is the fact that the whole world has, like, you know, their eyes on the situation in a way that was not possible back in the 1940s. But in spite of that, they are so detached from reality. They are so disconnected from the pulse of international discourse that they feel the ability to say shit like this. Like, they're not even posturing for the benefit of an audience. Who is this for? Well, the answer is, it's for Israelis. It was posted in Hebrew. That is who this is for. There is exactly one national demographic on Earth bloodthirsty enough to want this. Exactly one. And it was posted in the only language, the language of that one group. Only one group speaks this language predominantly. One guy. Fucking insane. Argentinians. Yeah. Of course, I refer to the duplicitous Serbian. Yes, as everyone knows. Yes. This the perfidious Azerbaijani. I mean, kind of, yeah. Fucking Norwegians, man. It's Friday, can we just? No. No, we cannot just. We cannot. Nope. Yeah, I mean, this pretty much confirms, excuse me. This pretty much confirms what not just I've suspected, but what a lot of people are suspecting, which is that America is now genuinely, desperately trying to pull out of this conflict. By the way, I still have not seen any, like, consensus from the Democrats on this. Israel is only going to get more violent and belligerent as time goes on. Keep in mind that it's not just Netanyahu.
There's going to have to be an intervention force.
The opposition
go in eventually.
Is also acting this way. So
they're not
there's
going to
no
stop.
Like political future for Israel that doesn't.
That's an impressive bot comment
with the MOU, which is already frozen. The MOU is already frozen. The Strait of Hormuz is already closed again. It's already been closed again.
The what?
It happened immediately, man. 7 boats made it out yesterday, I think. Yeah, that's not going to stop our collapse. You know, that's not enough, I think, to bring us back from the brink of running out of oil.
Israel's military said Friday its forces struck targets throughout southern Lebanon overnight as Hezbollah reported intense fighting in the area, threatening the nascent agreement between Iran and the United States to end their war.
The spear sure was a good choice for that
16
mission.
People. The Israeli army
Are you gonna
announced
land
that
or
4
what?
of its soldiers have been killed in southern Lebanon.
He was probably not
The
very
military
happy I was
said it attacked
shotgunning the
Hezbollah
ship.
after repeated violations of the ceasefire by the Iranian-backed group. Hezbollah had earlier...
Worth noting, by the way, that Hezbollah basically is not capable of violating the ceasefire because the ceasefire is contingent on the assumption that Israel will withdraw from Lebanon. So definitionally, Hezbollah firing the IDF in Lebanon is them defending themselves against violations of the ceasefire. Hezbollah can do whatever they want.
It's
to
a
the
good point,
IDF,
Vosh.
as long as it's within the borders of Lebanon and they're really not violating the MOU.
claimed an attack on Israeli troops in the strategic Ali Tahir area near the city of Nabatea in Lebanon. The exchange of fire came as the United Nations said earlier this week that hostilities in Lebanon have reduced in number after the deal was reached between the U.S. and Iran. Continued fighting in Lebanon could unravel the newly signed deal, which calls for an immediate halt to military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, where Israel has been battling the Iran-backed militant group, and for ensuring Lebanon's territorial integrity and sovereignty.
How Iran-backed
Hezbollah
is
are not
Hezbollah?
parties to the agreement. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin
Because Hamas is
Netanyahu
not
had said that
Iran-backed.
Israeli forces will stay in southern Lebanon for as long as Israel's security
Like Iran
needs
professes
require
support,
it.
but they ban
Well, that's a bit of a
Palestinians
problem
from
for the
taking
adult
refuge
in
in the
Iran.
country.
What, Hezbollah's not part of the agreement, says who? They weren't. Only Iran and America are party to the agreement, so it binds everyone, including Hezbollah and Israel. But Hezbollah is willing to abide by the agreement. Israel is not. So, you know. An IDF spokesman literally said Hezbollah is violating the ceasefire by defending itself. Trump, you're the only one who could do it. The Democrats could never. Trump, you need to invade Israel. I called this years ago, and nobody was willing to listen to me. They called me a madman. But as I've said a million times, Nazi Germany either won or was stopped. Those were the only two timelines. There's no timeline where Nazi Germany got satisfied with some finite amount of acquisition and then gave it up. Fuck you. Hezbollah is fighting.
Fuck you.
Yeah, I don't care. I genuinely don't know what the Trump admin can do other than threatening war. We're 4 weeks away from economic collapse and Israel's not stopping. You know, I don't know. Sanctions aren't going to be enough. Withholding arms sales aren't going to be enough. We need to
literally
to
need
park
to
carrier
invade
groups off the coast. Like I don't know what like the material harm done that will be done by running up against oil collapse is far greater than anything we could do to Tel Aviv.
Like
this
is the type of thing
that
NATO should be mobilized for.
This would not even be a question if it was any other government.
It's just like
if any other
NATO
government on Earth
implemented no-fly zone over Lebanon.
And threatened
if Israel flies a plane into Lebanon, shoot it the fuck down.
An oil crisis
it's that
by
simple.
Refusing to agree to a memorandum
and at the same time,
said
you know what?
Like
fuck it. If we're going that far,
to do with them would be
and
like
a UN
easily answered by everyone across the political spectrum.
Peace force has to go in and like.
It would be real straightforward.
Do a no-fly zone like they did
anyway,
in
this is the most Hitlerite
Yugoslavia.
shit that I've ever seen. I genuinely cannot think of any public official ever
Serbia.
saying anything this bad. Certainly not one that has as much pull with America. I really cannot think of anything else. For every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn.
Absolute no-fly zone for Israeli
except
planes.
We're not like a neo-Nazi account on Twitter. We're literally the fucking security cabinet minister in Israel. It's also soy as well. Yeah, send his fat ass to the front lines. All fascists are the same, man. Isn't this a Nazi quote, one of ours 100 years? Yeah, except he multiplied it by 10.
You probably won't need
meaning, empirically, that
AT,
Israel is 10
only
times
level
worse
4.
than the Nazis, if you think about it.
Unless it can...
Really, though, I truly do
kill,
not know what the... Like, you know how confident, or how, I guess, delusionally confident Israel must be feeling
it has uses.
Internally.
Their depots.
For them to be able to post stuff like this.
If you can kill their depots
for
from any angle.
Netanyahu to be openly belligerently violating the MOU, knowing that there's a reckoning coming, but still all he posts is, hey, we bombed more Hezbollah targets. Isn't all of Lebanon must burn?
But no, like if
earth. It's so Thana.
Like if Israel continues bombing and attacking Lebanon,
I get like
I really don't see any other option.
Migraine flashbacks to me.
The UN has to do something.
In that debate
mobilize NATO. Like I don't give a fuck at this
point.
point. Stop these fucking cunts.
You know. After October 7th, they're like, "Oh, come on," you know.
Like how long did Serbia do the genocide before NATO acted?
You know.
7 years.
Tetsuo!
7 years?
I'm not, we are not escaping.
Jesus fucking Christ.
The fucking world is on the brink, man.
Because the UN deployed first.
Most people don't believe it anymore and just defend Israel dishonestly. Yeah, again, so like, I don't know. I don't know how long we can keep doing this. Like, there's no such thing as a liberal Zionist bit. Like, liberals having to grit their teeth and pretend that socialists are the illiberal ones. Meanwhile, they're like, it's just
so
one
at that
Israeli.
Point, don't
it's
even
not
bother
like
with
NATO, with the country or anything.
UN. Just go straight for NATO no-fly zones.
Over the one hospital strike. Dude, seriously, Israel bombed their first hospital, and everyone's like, "No, there's no way Israel would bomb a hospital. That must have been a downed intercept. That must have been an interceptor hitting an Islamic missile. And now every hospital is gone, and Ben Gvir is like
a big achievement for us,
you know,
hitting in the outskirts of the hospital and around it without damaging the hospital.
It's crazy. It's genuinely insane. They have tried so fucking hard to gaslight us, man. Why does Israel have a stranglehold in the West? They don't. You've been Red Baron. You've been watching for long enough that you know my opinion on this. Israel and America have acted the way they do because they have aligned interests, and the aligned interests in question are a shared capital, military, and tech interest in the subjugation of the democratic
91
world.
to 95,
For which Palestinians have merely been, you know,
the
guinea
entire
pigs,
thing.
testing animals.
All the
It's a
complications
laboratory
and stuff.
to cook up human
Okay,
suffering.
so NATO acted
the problem
relatively
right now
quickly.
is that we're finally reaching the schism that has long been prophesized.
Do you think it was
by
because
leftists
it was
of
in
curse of
Europe?
being right too early?
They didn't.
Which is that Israel is
No?
a rogue
It
state
took a while,
and is so
actually.
belligerent.
That's
How long
the
was
issue.
NATO
Their
in?
ethno-nationalism
I don't know,
really
but
run contrary to the interests
it
of
was
American
after the
capitalism,
UN
which
failed.
is kind of what's happening right now. We finally reached
When
the point where
it was
Israel is
the
acting crazy enough that even the
Serpent
Republicans, or at least
Senza or
some
whatever.
Republicans, are realizing that they need to be dealt with. Which is why J.D. Vance is doing a media tour right now where he's basically side-eyeing Netanyahu and saying, dog, you need to back the fuck off or we are going to level... we're gonna deal with you too. As if we could. Honestly, our munitions are so depleted that at this point... who
Our
even
oil's
knows?
also depleted.
Well. Yeah, pretty Hitlerite. Kind of a problem our $1 trillion military took a few months to dry up. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. If Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt blockaded Israel, that'd probably end Israel even without American involvement. This
Yeah,
again,
100%.
it all comes down to the Samson option at the end of the day. Like, okay, serious question again. Do
Ow.
you guys, and we're doing it again, don't you think somebody who posts like this would be willing to hit the red button?
Residue on the objective.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Like, let's be real here.
If
I
Netanyahu
have no
used the
doubt
nuke,
in my mind someone crazy enough to post like this would be
Israel
willing
is
to hit the red
gone.
button. None whatsoever.
It's a worldwide
So if that's what
invasion,
Ben
and
Gvir
they're
is like,
done within
and
a week.
he's a powerful member of the cabinet. How many people around him do you think are like him? It really does come down to, like, what can we do without Israel nuking themselves and everyone around them, you know? I think global U.S. sanctions on Israel, the way they did to Libya, would be the only way to disarm Israel. Wouldn't be nearly enough. Doesn't deal with the nukes. Again, like, it does feel like... And again, this is not me trying to be like an edgy lefty poster or whatever. We're past the point of sanctions. Even if we cut off all trade to Israel, if anything, it might just motivate them
It has
to
to be an
act even more
armed
desperately
intervention.
like a cornered animal.
It has to be.
The sensible thing would have been decades ago to have couped the Israeli government. Now, I don't even know if our special forces would be capable of doing anything. Israel's probably fortified itself against the possibility of foreign intervention. Like, if I was the Israeli
Not
government,
hard enough
I would have
if the
long ago
entire world
realized
does
that our
it.
interests would eventually diverge from those of the Americans, and I would make preparations for being intervened, you know, for an intervention from former allies. I have no doubt they've done this. Not to mention our security apparatuses are so
I literally can't move. I'm stuck at
Mossad
this objective.
holes. We wouldn't be able to get anything done without them finding out.
You're on
the
one
ideal
too, though.
would be some like Cold War Black Ops
they've got
mission
this.
that would quietly take out their ability to do anything Samsonite. But I don't know. Yeah, it all feels like a movie plot or whatever. But like again, these people are fake demons, though. I mean, they're cowards, yeah, but fascists are always cowards.
Once you start the LiDAR station there, it can
Doesn't
move
mean they
to
won't
the
try
next
it.
point.
It sucks to admit, but Israel's at constant war, and their regular warfare means they're one of the most powerful states there. Yeah, they have so much. I don't really know what we could do. I mean, I don't know what we could do without really committing to it. You know what I mean? Yeah, remember that the only reason America hasn't fucked with North Korea is because North Korea has a few nukes. Israel has many more nukes than North Korea, and better
North
missiles
Korea
on which to launch them.
has
So if
no
even a couple
threat
of nuclear weapons
to
isn't enough
literally
prevent us from
anybody.
meddling with North Korea, like we're dealing
North
with
Korea
literally
developed nuclear
1 or 2
weapons
orders of
because
magnitude more
they were threatened.
threat from Israel.
If you
In
just
addition
left
to
them the
fact that
fuck
Israel is
alone,
working with modern,
it never would have happened.
Conventional weapons, non-nuclear weapons, whereas North Korea is largely not. So on every level, like if we didn't feel comfortable fucking with North Korea, Israel is a much
I'm
harder
not sure
target.
if the Samson option
What proof
thing
do
is
we
a
have that
real
claims
thing.
Nukes are true, though? Israel doesn't claim to have nukes. Everyone knows they have nukes. We know for a fact they have nukes.
Rare sample acquired.
You think the Islamic Republic would be willing to cooperate with an American that takes measurable actions to cut off Israel's greatest ally? Yes, 100%. We know this for absolutely. Iran would 100% strategically and in good faith cooperate with the United States if it meant turning against Israel. 100%. They've done this in the past. They'll do it again. Yeah. Iran is a rational actor. Israel is not. This has been demonstrated time and time and time again. The JCPOA being the most obvious example, where Israel and everyone aligned with Israel was flipping their shit. So much so the JCPOA had to be negotiated through back channels, even though the JCPOA was rational and the obviously correct thing to do. Every fucking Israeli agent in Israel and America was screaming and losing their shit and acting like we were like empowering the Ayatollah, even though what we were doing was absolutely bringing Iran in line with the rest of the world and making them more compliant and making them more reliable and making them more susceptible to diplomatic efforts to moderate their behavior. But Israel was losing their shit because they want perma-war, and the only way they get perma-war is if the rest of the Middle East is in constant turmoil. Iran cooperated with us against the Taliban, against Saddam, against that. Yeah. Time and time again, we have worked with Iran in unlikely situations, whereas Israel has undermined us time and time again. Over and over.
Yeah,
and over.
Iran is a better
They push for us
ally,
to
which
get
is
involved
ironic.
With Iraq, with Iran, with Afghanistan.
Ironic.
They don't fucking help us. They pressure us. They encourage like every hawkish military effort in the United States. They demand more weapons and more money, and all we get for it is fucking whining. No, Iran is right now, at this moment, a greater ally to the United States than Israel is. And that potential, that can only go up. That can only go up.
What a shot.
Have they ever said thank you? At the end of the day, Iran's interests in the Middle East have largely been rational and informed by reality, whereas Israel's have been informed by rabid, militant ethno-nationalism, which means that no matter what, Israel will always be more unreliable. We need to be careful how we move forward from here, and unfortunately, Trump's not the man to do it. I mean, Trump might be the only guy willing to do it. Even though Israel is a insane rogue state, I don't see any Democrats saying what needs to be said. Even the anti-Zionist Democrats aren't willing to say what needs to be said. Everyone knows it. Everyone sane on Earth knows it. They're a rogue state, and they will bring the world down.
We've been
them
saying this
unless
for a while.
something is done. Do you see Democrats saying the obvious? Admittedly, right now, Trump and Vance are also pretending that Israel's still our ally, but a lot of the rhetoric that Vance has been employing suggests that he's trying to pressure Netanyahu into ceding to the agreement of the MOU, which means that might change in the future. I just can't imagine a Democrat getting up there and saying the obvious. Israel is our enemy. They are an enemy of U.S. interests. They're a rogue state. And they are going to bring the fucking world down unless something's done about it, you know? I admit, I don't think Trump or Vance would ever say that, and they certainly wouldn't employ that information in a principled way. But, right now, again, we have two paths, and one of them is global oil collapse, and the other one is we have to fucking do something about Israel. Not even Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna's never said Israel's our enemy. Yeah, if Dems might be able to flank effectively if they had strong leadership. Unfortunately, they just don't, you know? If Democrats had strong centralized leadership and they had the ability to pivot around a message quickly, they might be able to do it, but they don't, so they can't. Republicans can, so they might. Still, there are elections scheduled in Israel? Yeah, which only incentivizes everyone there to be even more brutal, because the Israeli population wants more blood, so everyone's competing for how, militant they can be. Can the U.S. not just withdraw from the region and leave Israelis to their perma-war? Would Iran not be willing to cede to that? No. Why would they? The only reason Israel is able to do what they're doing right now is because we backed them and protected them for 60 years. Why would Iran accept that? We take a gigantic shit down there and just leave it for everyone else to clean up? No. The MOU specifically requires American allies to stop and specifically to withdraw from Lebanon. I've noticed people in this discourse incorrectly assume there's a guaranteed out for America in this. Yeah. If people still think it's peak American arrogance, no disrespect to the person in chat earlier, the idea that we can still put our hands up and withdraw from this. Nope. We caused this on so many levels and in so many ways. America has caused this. We're on the hook. It's not the Cold War anymore. We're not like some distant superpower engaging in like subterfuge and proxy wars. We did this very directly, and we are going to suffer for it. It's our mess to clean up, and Iran, in this case, has the leverage to force us
John
to clean it up. Never too late
I
to
wondered
remember
what
that
happened.
New York Times interview to know the average Israeli Zionist. I'm a Nazi without the anti-Semitism. You should have linked the timestamp to that. I remember that bit. What it's like to grow up in an Israeli settlement from 7 years ago.
Gotta fix it.
Ah, classic. Without the timestamp, I'm not going to go fishing through this. Miriam Adelson made the boss call to start writing hit pieces on Trump. Yep, yeah. Marian Adelson, one of Trump's mega donors and a hyper-Zionist, her outlet, Israel Hayom. You could have been the greatest president of all, but you failed. Sorry, Trump. You did what we asked 1,000 times, but not 1,001. Sorry, Trump. You are our loyal slave. Repeatedly, over and over and over again. You broke the JCPOA. You withdrew from it for no reason. You killed Soleimani, thus inflaming tensions with Iran for literally no benefit.
Nice.
You've done everything Israel has demanded of you and more. You pulled out the seat for Netanyahu. You tongued his ass after he shit. But sorry, you didn't let us destroy the world. You did not refrain from criticizing us the entire path from start to oblivion. And for that reason, you are now a failure. I saw another, not just Miriam Adelson's outlet, I think it was a New York Times opinion article. Let me see if I can find this.
Hey, Hulk.
It was, Reloading. Yeah, here we go. No, the Atlantic, sorry. The Epstein-affiliated Atlantic. Adam Lewis Klein, who
I missed
is
with
like
a spear.
one of the more snakish Zionists who tries to frame what they say through the lens of like, pseudo-woke, lefty anti-colonial literature. But the left-wing case against anti-Zionism from Adam Lewis Klein. Let's take a look at how Adam Lewis Klein posts. Israel is the center and origin of Jewish destiny, and it seems of the world
the spear
itself.
missed
a
again.
truth that Israel's enemies only reinforce through their endless fixation upon it. Just as God placed the sun at the center of the solar system, he placed Israel at the center of human life on Earth. This cannot be changed, it can only be accepted. One can struggle against the source of life, or like a plant, draw from it, grow, flourish, and take one's place within creation. This was posted 3 days ago. Anyway, this guy is the presenting the left-wing case against anti-Zionism.
See?
Lunatics?
And AT
Yep.
rockets. Very useful.
I oppose Zionism
For
for the same reason I oppose Nazism.
Fucking Hulk.
The ideologies are one and the same. You literally just swap the... that's it. The
Well, he's dead now.
ethno-nationalism is basically fundamentally the same.
If
that's
what you want to call it.
Hulk. It's an AT
I have
rocket.
argue that like black ethno-nationalists, like black separatists,
you were
types
questioning
often
whether it was going to
employ
be useful.
Literally the
No.
exact same
I was
rhetoric
questioning
and
whether you
logic,
needed if it would
as white
could
separatists
take out
or white
bunkers.
nationalists, that they're often as
Or
reactionary
no, it does.
as like
the basis.
probably homophobic.
You just have to get it in the hull.
And that historically they've often agreed and allied with
Like a
white
grenade.
separatists. That it's just the same
Oh, I guess I gotta
ideology,
reload,
but you
huh?
flip the groups. I've always been consistent on this.
I
The
picked up
language
the
and
empty
logic
one
of bigotry
somehow.
is consistent no matter which group is employing it. Hitler, Blitler, Gitler, it's all the same shit, man. There's no such thing as a liberal Zionist. Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL was depressed because of Jewish people breeding with non-Jews? Yes, that is true. Jonathan Greenblatt of the ostensibly progressive organization, the Anti-Defamation League, was in fact concerned about Jews breeding with non-Jews. I remember him saying that, yes. It's almost as though these guys are just Jewish supremacists. They're just bigots. It's not even that interesting ideologically, you know? Like, it's literally all the same shit. They're just racist, dog. It's not complicated. Anyway, things are heating up. Beyond Ben-Gvir and Netanyahu being personally bigoted, it looks like the American intelligence apparatuses are corroborating, again, what leftists have been saying for forever. Exclusive U.S. intel agencies have warned the Trump admin that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is likely to take steps that will undermine Trump's effort to reach a lasting peace deal with Iran. Really? What gave it away? Hey! 1 second. It's always something, man.
We both have one.
Yeah, I'm going to drop my car here as a marker. 3 fucking cyborgs?
As the war in the Middle East sent shockwaves through the global economy, countries around the world have looked on, deeply uncertain about how the whole thing is going to end. In early March, the White House laid down maximalist war goals, declaring that, quote, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender, end quote. That either things change or unconditional surrender now includes giving the other bloke sanctions relief. Because as President Trump signed a Memorandum of Understanding in Versailles, establishing a new 60-day ceasefire period, the documents seem to include relatively few of the concessions the United States had pushed for early in the war, but did appear to offer Iran a number of economic sweeteners, including an end to the US blockade, the right to freely export their oil, and the promise of a future $300 billion investment fund in exchange for commitments on nuclear negotiations and reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which of course the IRGC almost immediately declared closed again. And so today I want to zoom in on where the war in the Middle East currently sits with the signing of the MOU, covering what the agreement is and critically what it isn't, some of the nations beyond just the United States and Iran that might be called definitive winners or losers from it being signed, and also why, for all the promise of this kind of agreement leading to an end to the war, all of this is still a bit of an incendiary mix of diplomacy and uncertainty that very much threatens to spark up again. So to get there, we'll go through a couple of steps. Firstly, how we got from a shooting war to a Memorandum of Understanding, what the document actually says, and critically, what it doesn't, and some of the reasons that sets the stage for the current ceasefire to be a bit precarious. Finally then, we'll pivot to doing a bit of a strategic evaluation of the potential winners and losers here, focusing very deliberately not just on the United States and Iranians, since we'll almost inevitably come back to them in the future if and when we see a final peace agreement, but also some of the countries out there that have seen their strategic fortunes shifted by this MOU, from potential winners like Beijing and the oil importing countries of Asia, to the likes of Israel and Russia that might not exactly be celebrating here. Before we jump into it though, let me welcome back a sponsor. So let me welcome back a long-term sponsor of the channel, Ground News. When trying to keep up with the dynamic news environment of 2026, sometimes the risk isn't just missing a key story, it's missing parts of it. For example, if you were to scan headlines about the recently announced agreement between the United States and Iran, you'll quickly notice they tend to elevate different things to the headline. This, for example, tells us that European Union leaders publicly welcome the deal, while others note that not every country has been so warm about the announcement, and others again, that there are still plenty of unknowns and points of tension. Ground uses a combination website and app that draws on thousands of news sources around the world to enable you to quickly compare headlines in that kind of way. They can also allow you to potentially draw in useful context to the coverage you're seeing, like ownership information, while also giving you the tools to widen or focus your coverage. You might, for example, want to zoom in on particular topics or deploy their blind spot feed in order to specifically surface the kind of stories that might not be covered by the kind of media you ordinarily consume. In an era of online echo chambers, I think it can sometimes be useful to see what other parts of the internet might be reading and discussing. This may not be a silver bullet for those kind of issues, but it might help. And there's a reason I'm proud that Ground News has been this channel's longest running sponsor. And so if you're interested, there'll be a link in the description giving you access to a 40% discount on a Ground News Vantage plan, which is the one I use. And so with my thanks to Ground News as always, let's get back to it. Okay, so first things first, how did we get here? Obviously the history of this war is still being written, and it may not be over yet. But at least based on the phases we've seen so far, you could argue the current memorandum really represents the culmination of strategic decisions made by both the United States and Iranians all the way back in April. At that point, the shooting war was very much on. The United States was issuing relatively maximalist demands, but arguably from a goal standpoint, the whole war was in a bit of a holding pattern. Despite the loss of their major surface combatants, the Iranians had de facto managed to close the Strait of Hormuz, and also, despite the damage they were taking, didn't appear in any hurry either to open it or make concessions on other critical American objectives like fissile material. Based on what we've seen in the open source, that left the United States considering various escalatory options. It's reported, for example, that an operation was considered to send American forces deep into Iranian territory, excavate the buried nuclear material, recover it, and then fly it out, potentially skipping the need to negotiate over the future of that stockpile by just taking it. That, however, would have meant inserting a significant American force well behind Iranian lines, and then presumably defending that force in place long enough for them to actually get into the facility, recover the material, and evacuate it. Given the size of America's relevant special and airborne units and their control of Iranian airspace at the time, logistically speaking, that probably would have been possible. But it very much would have put those troops in the firing line for every capability the Iranians could potentially pull together. And so the American statements we've seen so far suggest that option was considered and rejected relatively early in the process, Other options clearly considered were ways to inflict more damage on the Iranian economy. We saw public discussion of a potential operation against Karg Island, and of course, threats against Iran's civilian infrastructure. Trump appeared to raise the spectre of potential Russian-style energy campaign targeting Iran's power plants, and at one point declared, quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again," end quote. Despite the threats, though, Tehran didn't appear to fold, the United States didn't follow through, and instead we fell into an awkward kind of ceasefire. The air and missile campaigns on both sides stopped, but the economic coercion didn't. The IRGC kept their fingers on the straight, making it difficult for any traffic that didn't have their permission to transit it safely, while the United States instituted a blockade of Iranian ports, which made it difficult for their tankers to get out. Both sides managed to get some cargoes out, despite the other's efforts, but the net result was the strait remained mostly choked. A major point to make here is that while global oil prices were elevated during this phase, they hadn't exactly gone orbital. And one of the reasons for that is that countries and companies around the world were rapidly burning down their oil inventories. Nations were releasing supply from emergency reserves, floating stranded oil at sea was being offloaded and consumed, and storage tanks around the world were suddenly looking emptier than they had been in a long, long time. In early June, the US Energy Information Administration warned that OECD oil inventories were due to fall below 2.3 billion barrels by December, a level lower than any point since the EIA began keeping records in 2003. Basic economics suggested that eventually something was going to have to give.
Wow.
Either the strait had to be opened militarily or diplomatically, or the oil price would eventually have to respond until enough demand was destroyed to balance out with reduced supply. It's worth noting the US did apparently find ways to get significant amounts of oil out, but given just how important the strait is and how many ships go through under ordinary circumstances, any significant disruption was going to be felt in the global economy. During this phase, we saw repeated diplomatic back and forths between the Americans and Iranians, until eventually we got word that the two sides had reached not a peace agreement, but at least a memorandum of understanding, an initial document that would extend the ceasefire and establish a couple of key conditions. As news started to spread, it rapidly became clear this was a long, long way from an Iranian unconditional surrender, an agreement that would see the IRGC open the strait, at least temporarily, with the United States ending its blockade and allowing the free export of Iranian oil in exchange. President Trump would eventually sign the document during an event at the Palace of Versailles in France, which from a historical perspective is certainly a choice that could have been made, given the absolutely sterling record of previous treaties signed at that place for permanently and sustainably ending major global conflicts. Whether or not the French agree to make a railway car available for any future signings remains to be seen.
Right, I'm getting a hang
Which
of
gets
this
us to the
controller
incredibly
thing.
important piece of paper here, the document both powers signed,
I'm almost
albeit digitally apparently, as they don't appear to have been keen to get into the same room at the same time. Perhaps
If I'm waiting for
understandably
you
in
when
the
I get
information
there, I'm not
environment of
gonna open it.
2026, we've seen both sides project a
To the
very
vault?
different characterization of what was agreed. For his part, in an interview
give
with
me a second.
Axios, President Trump described the document, full of conditions as it was, as one that, quote, really probably is unconditional surrender, end quote. While the leader of Hezbollah described the document as a great victory, and Iran's chief negotiator reportedly said that, quote, the agreement is a record of US failure, people will see it and judge, end quote. So given the slight difference in characterization there, let's do exactly that. Dive into the specific terms and see exactly what the parties agreed. As flagged earlier, what we have at the moment isn't a comprehensive peace agreement.
Oh my
it's a
God.
relatively short memorandum of
Fuck
understanding.
me.
It's only made up of 14 points and short enough, I think, that there's value going through provision by provision. That way I don't have to tell you just in general terms what it says, I can show you. Note that for this section I referenced two published versions of the agreement, one put up by the Iranian government on social media, the other published in US media, but putting them side by side, the only significant difference I tended to see is that many of the times the two countries are mentioned, in the Iranian version it said Iran and then the United States, while in the US media it was the United States and then Iran. Funny, but not particularly substantial, so I'll be using screenshots from both in this section.
Here.
The first provision is essentially the ceasefire, declaring a, quote, immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including Lebanon, end quote, and has both sides, quote, undertake from now on not to initiate any war or military operation against each other and to refrain from the threat or use of force against each other and ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon, end quote. Straight off the bat, there are a couple of interesting elements here. For example, the first line says that the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran and their allies in the current war, by signing this MOU, declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. But interestingly, the document doesn't note who those allies of the United States and Iran are meant to be, and also none of the relevant potential answers you can think of.
I tried to smack them with the
Hezbollah,
shovel.
Houthis have actually signed the document. Sure, Washington and Tehran may have put their signature to the thing, but the fighting in Lebanon, which is mentioned 3 times by name in this first paragraph, isn't actually between them, at least not directly. The main belligerents there are the Israelis and Hezbollah, and Israel is a state actor. Now, generally speaking, in international relations, you can't rock up to a negotiation and sign a treaty on behalf of another country without that country's permission. As much as it would no doubt be hilarious if Sweden and Denmark could turn up at international trade talks, for example, and put Norway's credit card down on the table without asking them first, that's not how this works. It's not how any of this works. To make a very rough analogy, imagine the United States and Imperial Japan sitting down in 1943 and reaching an agreement to end World War II that explicitly calls out an end to hostilities on the Eastern Front, but doesn't bother to get the signature of or even inform Berlin or Moscow. What might be implied is that the actors involved here pressure their allies in order to bring an end to the fighting, but as written, there's no clear legal effect on any of the belligerents in Lebanon. As you can see from the article on the right there, some Israeli political figures have been quick to emphasise that they don't feel that Israel should be bound by this agreement, and that perhaps goes some way towards explaining why, as we'll see a little bit later on, the fighting in Lebanon has become one of the greatest complications to this negotiating process. Then you have Provision 2, which has the USA and Iran, quote, undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs, end quote.
Let's go.
That's probably much more of a big deal from an Iranian perspective than an American one, because you could argue that prohibits American support for opposition groups within Iran.
I don't know where
actions
they are.
like smuggling in Starlink terminals and providing free connection to try and get around regime restrictions, and a bunch of stuff that might occasionally fit within the remit of the CIA. It would also probably, at least on paper, block elements like American support for the Iranian Kurds, any US cooperation with things like Israeli sabotage efforts within Iran, and a whole host of elements the Iranian government is probably happy to take off the board. Although, just keep in mind from a historical perspective, we have in some ways been down this road before, with the pledge of non-intervention in internal Iranian affairs appearing as far back as the Algiers Declaration of 1981. So as to what the practical implications of this condition turn out to be, time will tell.
It's definitely
that gets us to the third provision, which is essentially an agreement to agree. The Americans and Iranians agree that they'll sit down, negotiate, and come up with a final agreement within 60 days, although that 60-day timeline can be extended by mutual consent. Now, there's plenty to...
Get in the car.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Just to the orange marker.
Doing my best. I tried. Just pick up the samples.
I will in a second.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Watch out! Robot!
It's really annoying when... Guess we're walking. I love it when you hit the boobs and it throws you every single time. Game looks great.
Oh yeah! Wedge the needle. Come on.
Upside down? Nice.
No, but I got through the gap there.
Nice.
Orange marker, orange marker.
What's with the orange?
Vault.
Your vault, yep. Don't worry, I got him.
New mag.
Where is it?
Mag's empty. Have a taste of democracy.
Robots.
Not anymore.
New mag.
Requesting sentry.
Rare samples.
Super credits.
Rare sample acquired.
Great vault. Let's try again. See if you get there before I get there with the car.
Just gonna get in the ship and leave. Hey, a sample.
I almost killed myself with my rocket.
I just walked by a rare sample.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
He got in.
Are you fucking serious? Kick him.
I'm already in as well.
Great.
Extraction complete. Pelican
Yeah,
1 beginning
fuck
ascent.
me. And the one that actually needs the samples. That's great. Love that. Love that we went around to do all that for fucking nothing.
I kicked him before the mission
Get fucked.
ended.
Good. Fucking deserve it. Honestly, dick move.
He probably thought we were together.
Yeah, that's why you fucking use your eyes. Like, I need the samples more than anything.
What does it say you get samples?
It says I got samples, but I
Oh.
don't know if it actually gives it to you.
The ones that are on you probably didn't count then. So I had some. I picked yours up.
Yeah, I had 2 extra rares.
Yeah, so you just missed out on 2 rares. So because you crashed and I picked up those samples, now you get them.
Well, we'll see if I do actually get them, because I'm pretty sure if you don't extract, you don't get them.
I don't know.
Few more bots out of commission. Our enemies can fight as hard as they like, but freedom always wins.
Kind of feel bad for kicking him now.
Fuck
Shouldn't
him.
have gotten in that shit. Learn the etiquette.
Fuck him.
Eagle cooldown.
Defoliation tool. It's just a chainsaw.
That's great. Alright, I got the jump pack. Okay. Alright, I want to go to bed.
Uh-huh. Breaching hammer.
But if this works,
that's dope.
Maybe we can set
hammer
it up.
literally has an explosive charge on the front of it.
Oh, that's cool. If that works, I'll move the PlayStation from my TV to the computer, and we'll see if we can get it working.
This exosuit has a shield on it. And a big gun. It doesn't look like an autocannon. I don't know what it is. Flak cannon. And then this one is flamethrower and anti-tank. This is the one that people wanted.
Okay.
And it even says modern reinvention from the first Galactic War. So this was the only variant of the mechs that was missing before. Because the first game, it had the flamethrower and anti-tank, and then the autocannon, and then the rockets and machine gun.
Okay. Is that just a machine gun?
It's
it's
like a Gatling
caseless.
gun. Oh, this one? It's a caseless disposable rifle.
It's got no recoil. That's cool.
Yeah, but it's also it's disposable.
That's very interesting. But I'll move the PlayStation to the capture card tomorrow.
Okay.
And hopefully it gives me that HDMI audio input again. Because maybe what I can do is I can screen share the game through the monitor rather than the main microphone feed, and hopefully that gives me the option for the HDMI output.
We'll see.
And hopefully that can just work, because if we can stream the PlayStation, that would be fantastic, because I have a lot of games that I want to stream, as well as like, what else is there? Ghost of Tsushima. We could